This is Pato Award. His last name's Irish, but his first words were... Pato's the fastest 25-year-old on 4 wheels. He's tasted every kind of victory, except for the lactose variety. Pato looks like a one-man boy band. He charms like a British spy. He smells like burnt rubber, and he doesn't have fans. He's got groupies. So whether you love him or love him, take a look at the next face of IndyCar. This is Pato Award. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
It's come down to a single race. There are only 3 competitors left in the fight. Today, they'll battle for the PPG Cup. One of racing's most prized possessions. When most people come to the Monterey Peninsula, they think of Pebble Beach, some great golf, and of course that world-famous 18th hole. But this weekend, IndyCar has invaded the area as ESPN Speed World welcomes you to the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Bank of America 300. And they have been pouring into this track throughout the morning, and the tension here is so thick you could absolutely cut it. 3 men, 1 name will remain at the end of the day, and that will be the champion. Now, here's the scenario on how that plays. For Jimmy Vasser, it's a 6th or better, and he clinches the championship. For Michael Andretti, depending on what Jimmy Vasser does beyond that, it's a 3rd or better, and he could have the championship. And for Al Unser Jr., again, depending on Jimmy Vasser, it is a win or nothing whatsoever.
And they're starting in 5th, 11th, and 13th spot.
Now already, one of the points for the weekend has been given away. That's the one for the pole. It went to Alex Zanardi yesterday.
And he was the first time here for him. That's a big pole position, and what a beautiful track. Freshly repaved, new corners at 10 and 11, and that turn 6, the curbing has been giving a lot of people problems during practice.
So all in all, we're looking forward to one magnificent and exciting day, as people really are going to have to work their way through this field if they want to get the championship. There's the map of the circuit.
And what a beautiful track it is, and you can see those dotted white lines. That's the old circuit. They've extended that hairpin another 300 feet, the pits, and what a great job they've done, and they completely repaved the entire track.
All right, so as the cars have already started their engines, we are ready for the start of the 16th and final PPG run of the year. Here's the grid. So here's the way they qualified with Alex Zanardi, the 6th pole of the year for the 96th Rookie of the Year. Alongside is Brian Herta. He's finished in the top 6 in the last 6 races. The second row, Mauricio Guzman, his best starting spot of the season, and his teammate Mark Blundell alongside. This is his best starting position in an IndyCar. Row 3, Jimmy Vasser, who looks to win his first championship, and Greg Moore. The 4th row, Andre Ribeiro and Christian Fittipaldi. Row 5, Bobby Rahal, who won 4 in a row here, 84 through 87, and Scott Pruitt. In row number 6, Michael Andretti, a 2-time winner here, 91 and 92, and Parker Johnstone. In the 7th row, Al Unser Jr., who's looking at his first winless season since 1987, and Gil DeFerrin, who won his first race in an IndyCar here last year. The 8th row, Robbie Gordon and Jan Magnussen. Row 9, Max Pappas and Paul Tracy. In row 10, it's Stefan Johansson and Adrian Fernandez. In row 11, Davy Jones, who flipped his car in qualifying yesterday, and Raul Boisel. In row 12, Roberto Moreno and Richie Hearn. The 13th row, Michel Jourdain Jr. and Hiroma Shushida. 14th row, Scott Goodyear and Juan Fangio. And row 15 is P.J. Jones. Well, there There's the lineup, and here they are. Turn 2, the famous hairpin here. 186 miles, 83 laps. Zanardi, we already mentioned, is the pole sitter. Paul Tracy holds the race record. We expect the first stops, depending on yellows, to come at the 27th or the 28th lap. Now, Danny, let's take a look at the circuit in regard to where you can pass.
Well, the green and red show passing, but those are also tricky and dangerous spots up there. But those are the best opportunities. Just the green, that's a place where you'll see a pass on probably a slower car. You probably won't see a pass in there with somebody that's really quick. And that one red that was in the corner up there, that's been a problem all weekend long because of that curb that I mentioned earlier.
You take a look over the helmet of Michael Andretti, one of the contenders in the championship. We will be listening to his two-way radio throughout the day as he battles for the championship. And many people think he is very definitely a contender and can get the job done. On board Bobby Rahal.
Right there, that curbing on the outside, that was what I was talking about. That's what gave people problems. Jimmy Vasser, Al Unser Jr., Alex Zanardi, a lot of people had offs there.
And speaking of Jimmy Vasser, here he is as he starts down through the famous corkscrew. And as they head off the final turn, we look at Robbie Gordon's car. And Alex Zanardi also is carrying an onboard for us today. You look from the pole position, the pace car has already begun to accelerate. They come down the hill through turn 10, the new turn 10, and head for that final right-hand left-hander, right-angle left-hander that will take them to the green flag. Zanardi, Herta on the front row. Green flag is just ahead of that bridge. Zanardi starts the acceleration. The rest of the field still coming off the corner. Looking for the green. The back begins to accelerate. Here we go. The championship is on the line at Laguna Seca as they scream through turn 1, down through turn 2 in the hairpin.
Well, when you saw that big puff of smoke back there, I think somebody accelerated too early, had to lock them up. Everybody trying to squeeze through that turn 2 and turn 3.
Zanardi grabbed the lead coming down into the hairpin, followed by Brian Herta, then Mauricio Guzman, Greg Moore. Christian Fittipaldi is off the course. That's just at turn 3. No contact. He's going to continue on, and he'll chase the field. You know, one thing for Christian Fittipaldi to have a problem like that, that problem occurs to anyone in the championship fight, and the day is really effectively done for them.
Well, that's true, but he did get back on the track at the back of the field, so he's got no damage. He could come back up through the field some, but he's going to need some brakes.
Down through the corkscrew, Alex Zanardi, followed by Brian Herta, Mauricio Guzman, and Greg Moore. Mark Blundell is just behind Moore.
Boy, and Zanardi is just going away at the moment.
So Alex Zanardi picks the lead up on the start. Now here is the battle as Greg Moore begins to work on Guzman. They come off of the final turn on the pit straight now. Coming up the hill, here is Jimmy Vasser, anxious to get around Scott Pruitt.
Oh, they're making a couple of moves in there. You saw him kind of, look at that. Look at Scott. He cut right back in front of Vasser. Vasser's got to be careful. He wants to get by him, but he cannot take a chance, get his nose knocked off or get banged in there. That would play right into Michael Andretti and Al Unser Jr.'s hand.
Well, what Jimmy Vasser is certainly thinking is he is in 7th place, and he needs 6th or better.
And I believe I saw right behind him was Michael Andretti.
Christian Fittipaldi comes into the pits. There's a report from the course marshals that Joe DeFerrin and Al Unser Jr. had contact during that lap. Look at that for Christian Fittipaldi. He's going to have to get that left rear. I didn't see that. Must have gone down and then shredded after the spin.
Well, he could have picked up the puncture. Maybe he got punted a little bit by somebody else and tapped him and pushed him off, and it could have cut that tire.
Back at the front of the field, Alex Zanardi, and he has a tremendous lead. Look at that. Back to 2nd place, Brian Herta. And then that fight, Guzman and Greg Moore. This is the 11th run that Alex Zanardi has led this year, and the 8th race in a row.
But Paul, he is just going away. He is gone. We're on the 2nd lap here, and he's just checked out. He's gone.
Is that maybe part of a strategy? That he becomes the rabbit, tries to pull him away from Vasser?
Well, I don't think so. I think he's running his own race there. I think he's just got the bit between his teeth and he's going, and that shows how well his car is working at the moment.
2nd place, Brian Herta. Guzman and Moore have resolved the conflict for the moment. Blundell is just behind. Sullivan, then Scott Pruitt, and Jimmy Vasser looking for his championship, his home track.
Whoa, who's this? That looks like Paul Tracy.
It is Tracy. Paul Tracy, and that's the area you were talking about.
No, that's the corner before. I'm sorry, that's the corner before right there. That's turn 5, right past our booth down here. He's up in here. Oh, he just got sideways there. We didn't see everything. Parker Johnstone right behind him. His day is done.
So Paul Tracy backs it into the wall, and we wait to see what this will do to the course status. Right now, there are yellow flags only in the area. We wait to see if they go full course, Jan Beekes.
The call from Paul Tracy was that he was hit from behind by Parker Johnstone. So that is the report that he radioed back to the crew, and obviously Parker now making his way onto pit road to check for damage.
So Parker Johnstone comes down into the pits. Paul Tracy's 6th DNF of the year.
That's a little bit of a reverse of what happened at Elkhart Lake. Those two guys got tangled up, but the opposite, Parker Johnstone went off.
And of course, Paul Tracy got a humongous fine for his conduct at Elkhart Lake and put under observation for the remainder of the year. So you see the twin checkered flags come out at the start-finish line. That means that the pace car will come out and we will go to a full course caution. Jan Beekes.
Parker Johnstone came in. He's just about ready to leave, but now at the back of the car, they said stop. Now they're letting him go. The report from the course workers were that something was dragging underneath the car, but when they got it up on the air jacks, they looked underneath, and the crew said, looks okay to me.
Well, and Danny Sullivan just pounded me on the head. I've done it again. They're yellow flags that slow the cars down. We're waiting for the checkered flag. On board, Michael Andretti. A lot of people cheering for, well, all three in the championship. It's a hometown crowd for Jimmy Vasser. He's from San Francisco, about an hour and 20-minute drive to the north of here. Michael Andretti, a two-time winner here, very popular with the crowd. And, of course, Al Unser Jr., popular not just across the states, but around the world.
Can you describe it a little bit more for me? You don't think it's pressure?
Listening to
I
Mike.
think it is. I'm just sliding all over the place. I'm not sure if it's pressure. We'll find out in the next couple laps after it goes green. Off one by one.
I think what he's talking about there, if the car's sliding around, he feels that the pressures, that means the tire pressures, haven't come up to the optimum pressure that they've got them set for, and that can cause the car to slide around. What he said was, I want to give it a couple of more laps to see if I can build them up and see if they come back up to where they want them to be.
They're getting Paul Tracy's disabled car off the circuit. His race and season is done. Alex Zanardi loses what advantage he had gained in a quick move at the front. Speed World's presentation of the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Bank of America 300K, is brought to you today by Toyota Motorsports. Our minds are always racing. By Firestone, America's tire since 1900. By Budweiser, brewery fresh taste, guaranteed. And by Splitfire. Enter the performance zone with a Splitfire Performance V spark plug. Full course caution, the field is bunched up. We're on the 5th lap. Now, they started 5th, 11th, 13th. Al Unser Jr. making the big move as he comes forward through the field. Jimmy Vasser fighting with Scott Pruitt falls backward, and Michael Andretti stays in position. Now coming back to green flag. And Alex Zanardi leads the field across the line, down through turn 1, that little kink, into turn 2, the hairpin. The advantage that Zanardi had gained earlier, gone away with the full course caution. Remember, too, that they restart in race order.
Yes, but he looks like he's pulling it out again. He looks like he's stretching it out, and that's only after 4 corners.
Alex Zanardi, who has already wrapped up the Rookie of the Year honors, as the rest of the field comes through. Pick out your favorite in there.
But that one rookie back there in that bright blue car, Greg Moore, he'd sure like to have a victory under his belt. Even though he's second to Zanardi, he'd still like to have a victory.
a short ride with Jimmy Vasser as Jan Beekes keeps an eye on Michael Andretti.
Yes, and we wanted to check in further into those radio communications between Michael Andretti's crew about the tire pressures. They said what they're looking for is the tire pressures to come up so the car will get more stability. They don't need more pressure at the front or the rear. They want all four to come up. If we get more green flag running, that should happen. So Danny was right on.
And while we watch Michael Andretti, Al Unser Jr. is very definitely on the move. You're looking back from Jimmy Vasser's car in 7th place, and there's Al.
That cannot be the view that he wants to see in his rearview mirror. He does not want to see Al, who started the furthest back of all of them. Jimmy started 5th, Al 13th, and now they're running 7th and 8th.
They've given a penalty. It's going to be a drive-through penalty to Richie Hearn. Drive-through meaning he slows down, hits the pit speed, and heads through the pits. That's as a result of jumping the green flag on the restart. Turning onto the pit straight. Al Unser Jr. closes. That's Ribeiro just behind Little Al.
I'll tell you, I talked with Roger Penske last night, and he felt very confident about winning this race. And the only thing that Al Unser Jr. can do, he has to win this race today to really have a shot at that championship.
Well, and it's what we have said several times, that Roger Penske, actually his entire team performs, it seems to me, the best under this kind of pressure. And that's especially true, I think, of Little Al.
Yeah, and we've seen it all season long. He's kept himself in that championship hunt without a victory. Jimmy's had 4 victories. Michael's had 5 victories, and he hasn't had one. He's right there with both of those guys, and look where he is today. He's right behind Jimmy Vasser, obviously pressuring him.
And already Paul Tracy scores a winless season because he is out, Gary Gerald.
Yes, in fact, we'll update a couple of stories. There was concern prior to that last yellow that perhaps Gilles de Ferran and Al Unser Jr. had made contact. We talked with Jim Hall, who, of course, is in his last appearance in IndyCar racing before retirement. He said the 13 was unaware of any problem. Gilles certainly did not indicate there was any contact. Also, a quick check in the Rahal pits for both Brian Herta, Bobby Rahal, and in the Team Target pits for Zanardi and Vasser. Everybody reporting they like the way their cars are working early. No problems at this end of pit road.
Well, Al Unser Jr. working on Jimmy Vasser. That is the fight for 7th place. Zanardi is the leader, followed by Herta, Guzman, Moore, Blundell, Pruitt. Nothing has changed at the front. First pit stops due about the 27th lap. 9 laps are complete here. PJ Jones, he had it looked like a big engine let go during the warm-up this morning. Now he's back into the pit area.
They're trying to push him, of course, up into his pit box. That doesn't look good for his day, and I know that they've got a lot of the folks from Toyota here. It's not exactly what they want to see.
Riding with the leader, Alex Zanardi. Nice clear circuit ahead of him, no traffic to impede the progress as he lays down the laps. He's running about the 71-second range in the last several laps, where it's not nearly what he ran in qualifying, but for carrying a full load of fuel, wanting to race on a hot day, not bad.
And also, you're pacing yourself somewhat. He's trying to run as good a laps as he possibly can, but if he's pulling away from the field, he's not going to push it any harder than he really has to.
So the scenario with the championship is Jimmy Vasser is 1 position from where he would like to be. You see him right there behind Scott Pruitt. There he is. He really needs to be in that position occupied by Scott Pruitt at the moment. But of course, for Jimmy, it can be a waiting game because he really doesn't have to push that position. And the assumption would be that I would guess maybe somebody at the front's going to have a problem.
Well, you'd assume that, but we've had a pretty reliable year when it comes to the mechanical side. But one of the things, don't forget, he's in a different position than Al Unser Jr. He can finish where he is right now and win the championship. those guys have to win. They have to be in front of him. So he can be a little bit smarter right now as long as Al Jr. stays behind him and Michael.
Exactly. It all depends on where Jimmy Vasser is in that whole championship fight. It's still fairly complex in the mathematics, Gary Gerald.
Yeah, Paul, and very little radio conversation. One conversation that was monitored, however, Vasser told the crew, I don't want to get too racy with some of those guys. That tells me that he is thinking conservatively, trying to protect. After all, it's $1 million at stake.
Well, Gary, you're absolutely right. We saw a move earlier where he went to take a look underneath Scott Pruitt, and Scott came down on him, and Jimmy probably thought, wait a minute, if I get taken out, that opens the door for Michael and Al Jr., and he doesn't want to take that chance, especially with those guys behind him. He needs to finish this race.
Michael Andretti, no change in his position, started 11th, runs 11th right now. Zanardi at the top of the order, and again beginning to pull away with 11 laps of the 83 complete. The IndyCars have, of course, been resolving other battles this year. The manufacturers' fight between Honda, the Ford Cosworth engine, the Mercedes-Benz, and the Toyota. And that battle has, in fact, been resolved. And here's the way the fight looks. Honda has taken the manufacturers' championship over Ford Cosworth, Mercedes-Benz, and then Toyota. So that championship already in the pocket of everybody at Honda. Now, in the fight for the championship, the PPG Cup, Al Unser Jr. up to 8th place in his fight. Jimmy Vasser sits in 7th. Michael Andretti has not moved. Vasser really needs 6th. But, as Danny Sullivan suggested, as long as everybody else is behind him, no problem.
No, and he's got to keep that thing going. He wants to stay reliable. If Al Jr. and Michael aren't a threat at the moment, he's not under the same pressure. If those guys get in front of him, then he's going to have to get a little bit more racy.
Now let's go pit side, Jan Beekes.
Well, Juan Fangio's day ended much sooner than you had hoped. Juan, what put you out?
We have a problem with the oil pressure, so I suppose something broke. We couldn't fix it, so that was it for this race.
What about the development in the future for Toyota for next year?
Well, I think TRD was really working hard during the full year, and I really appreciate all the job they did because we really catch up from the beginning of the season to the end, and the same thing for All-American racers. So now all these paints will go into a new chassis and into a new engine. So 87, it will be a much more competitive year for us, and 87 and 88, I'm sorry, are going to be the years.
Juan Fangio's out, and to update his teammate, he had electrical problems, and he's back on course, Paul.
Okay, we were wondering about that, so thank you very much for that, Jan. I was going to ask you if we didn't get that far. Fangio out, P.J. Jones stays on the circuit. Zanardi, Herta, Guzman, Greg Moore, Mark Blundell, Scott Pruitt, and then Jimmy Vasser. Look at this. Jill DeFerrin slowing down. Down the hill, Jill DeFerrin suddenly off the pace. Pit road is to the left, and that's where he's going.
Look at the smoke. Smoke coming out of the left rear of the car.
I would hate to think that Jim Hall's career as an owner
look
with
there.
the car going out, but it sure looks like it's going to happen.
Well, it looks like it's a flat tire, for sure.
So, tire, smoke, wheel bearing?
Could be a wheel bearing. They're both going in the back. It didn't look like the smoke from the engine that was coming out of the exhaust or anything. But that doesn't look a good sign. He's definitely going to be in there for a little bit.
Matter of precaution, they refuel the car. They'll have it all serviced and ready to go, should they be able to repair whatever. Here's Michel Jourdain Jr. as the IndyCar officials push his car down the pits, and he obviously has a problem too. Oh, he's okay. Worried me for a minute.
These guys have their engine cover off. Now it's going back on.
Gary, you're right there now.
Yeah, a rear suspension failure is the word we get from Jim Hall, and the day is over. Wheel comes off, DeFerrin comes out.
Wow. Now that might have been, didn't they report that there's some contact earlier?
Yes, they did.
Gary, that he had made contact with somebody. I wonder if that's a result of that.
Back on board, Jimmy Vasser. Gary will check into that for us.
One of the things I see here is it seems like Vassar's now putting a little bit more pressure on Scott Pruitt. He would drop back a little bit, but now he seems to have closed on him again.
Jimmy Vasser working on Pruitt. Al Unser Jr. working on Vasser, Jan Beekes.
Yes, P.J. Jones, we told you, was back on course. Well, he's now back on pit road. That first change of the electrical boxes was not successful. Now they're going to try changing some other engine management components. So P.J. Jones losing time again in the pits.
We come back to the battle. We'll try to stay with this as much as we can because this is the fight that matters at the moment. Scott Pruitt trying to hold off Jimmy Vasser. Al Unser Jr. right there. This could resolve the whole championship issue here today. Michael Andretti sits further back in 11th. Vasser needs to be in 6th if he wants to clinch the championship. They come around the slowing car now, Mark Blundell.
Mark Blundell slowing. He's got a problem too because he was running up there in the front.
But that puts Vasser in the position he needs as they come around Blundell. Vasser moves into 6th place.
And look at this.
Al
Look at
Unser
this.
Jr. is now challenging him.
Looks like maybe Vasser had a problem there because look how much he's dropped back from Scott Pruitt. He must have made a mistake down there in the corner, gotten held up when he went around Blundell.
So Al Unser Jr. now working on Jimmy Vasser. Scott Pruitt's gotten a little bit away as they climb the hill again. 170 feet elevation change from the bottom at turn 2 to the top up here at the corkscrew.
It looks to me, just the way they're regrouping on the track right now, that Jimmy got held up a little bit going around, or maybe had a little mistake down there in that hairpin because he dropped back. Now he seems to be pulling it back out. His strategy's got to be, I want to get around Pruitt to get that car between me, but I've got to be very concerned about what Al Unser Jr. is doing. And on top of all that, I can't make a mistake in one of those passes and put myself out of this event.
Down the pit straight. Through turn 1, down to turn 2, the hairpin.
Yeah, I think they're bunching back up there again. I think that was just when they were trying to get by Mark Blundell, who obviously had a serious problem.
Last lap for both Vasser and Unser Jr. Jan Beekes, what's going on with Blundell?
Well, maybe you can see it. There's smoke coming from the cockpit. Mark Blundell called in and said that there was all kinds of smoke coming from somewhere in the cockpit itself. You can see the crew looking down in that area. I'm not sure where that could be coming from. Possibly fire extinguisher, because there's no fluids up there.
I think that's smoke. That could be an electrical if he's got smoke coming out like that.
That's true. Maybe
you'd get a big blast if it was a fire extinguisher. That looks more like a smoke, and mostly that's wiring in there.
I'll see if I can get a whiff of it, Danny, and see if it smells electrical.
Well, Blundell doesn't like it.
Yeah, he obviously thinks it smells. Plus, he doesn't want to get that in his eye. Well, if they think that they've got a problem in there that they can fix, he obviously wants to get back in the hunt. That's why we're also seeing him not jump out of the car.
Yeah, but look, he's been bright enough to take the precaution that they have of making sure that that wheel is out of the way in case he has to hit the eject button.
Well, 2 reasons for that also. That's one of them, but Ziggy wants to be able to get in there. That's his crew chief.
So Mark Blundell into the pits. Alex Zanardi continues his lead. 19 laps are complete of the 83, and the championship is still undecided. Don't forget the Sunday night baseball game of the week, a rematch of last year's American League Championship Series. The Seattle Mariners take on the Cleveland Indians at Jacobs Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Back at Laguna Seca, California, the battle continues between Al Unser Jr. now and Andre Ribeiro. And as we look at the championship, Jimmy Vasser, with Mark Blundell's falling out of the line, moves into the position that he needs. And that would clinch a championship for him if he can simply stay there.
But look what's happening. Jimmy Vasser's close back up on Scott Pruitt. And look at Andre Ribeiro is trying to find a way past little Al, and he's lost a lot of ground to Jimmy Vasser.
You're looking from Bobby Rahal's view of the battle just ahead of him.
And there's a guy, Bobby, who's been on a tear of late. He's had a couple of second-place finishes in the last 2 races.
Alex Zanardi with the merits of his pole position And where he's running right now has managed, for the moment at least, to move up into second in the points. He was fourth in the points, but that's a very fluid situation. Harry Gerald?
Jim Hall, Gilles de Ferran, together for the last time. Jim, we start with you, saying goodbye to this sport that you've been such a big part of for more than 40 years. What are the emotions now with the disappointment?
Well, just disappointed in the results of this race. The car was running quite well, and I thought we were in a reasonable position. We probably didn't have a good shot at winning, but we were going to move up in the points, and I thought that was worth doing. And Joe was out there driving it smart, so too bad he had the failure.
What will you do? Will you be close to racing in any sense in the years ahead?
I didn't even...
Close to racing at all in the future years?
I don't know what I'm going to do.
All right. And Gilles de Ferran, was there contact with Al Unser Jr. at some point before you came out?
Yeah, it's right at the first turn, you know, just a little territorial dispute, nothing major, and his left rear touched my right front, but everything was fine. I don't think Al or I had a problem after that.
He goes to Walker Racing next season. Thank you.
How gentlemanly, a territorial dispute.
I like that term. I've never heard that, but
and that, by the way, applies to most wars as well. So there it is with 61 laps to go. The lineup with Zanardi out in front. And well out in front, 3.2 seconds over Brian Herta, with the full course caution early on as we reach this point in the race. It will probably go 8 or 9 laps more before we see the first pit stops. The target team of Chip Ganassi is already reporting that they're able to go just a little deeper in the race before they start.
what I'm seeing here too with Al Unser Jr. is that obviously his car was working better on full tanks, and as the fuel load is getting lighter, his car's not handling quite a bit. I've seen him getting sideways out of a lot of the corners. It's obviously going a little bit loose, and I think that's why he's dropping back. Look at that gap. You can see it there to the cars in front. Bobby Rahal taking a look at both of them. He obviously wants to move up as well.
Ribeiro and Rahal working on little Al, Jan.
Two updates from the pits. First of all, Mark Blundell still has his helmet on, but he's got out of the car. That's because, Danny, we're right on. It was the wiring harness that was behind the dash. That's where the smoke was coming from. Mark Blundell hoping to get back in. He's starting to take the gloves off. Maybe they've changed their mind. But why don't I quickly update you on Al Unser Jr. We thought maybe he was slowing. The only report he's had to Penske is that there's no problem with the car. The track is just getting slick.
Oh, keep an eye on little Al. I'll tell you what. With Penske support, I wouldn't even want him in the field.
Yeah, but obviously, if the track is getting slick, his car's not handling that slick condition quite as well as he'd like to, because the car in front, look at him, he's diving into the pits. It seems like a little bit early, doesn't it?
That would be. Al Unser Jr. peels off on the pit road. There's that brand new pit area. They spent a lot of money improving this track, and the improvements are terrific. As Al Unser Jr. comes down the pit road, this is at the 24th lap, Jan Vikas.
He brings it to a stop, and of course, if the track was getting slick, this is a little bit of Penske's strategy. They can come in here, they can get some fresh tires, and they can make some tire pressure adjustments if they need to. All the service is done, 12.21 seconds for Al Jr.
Fantastic stuff. Al Unser Jr. comes in a bit early, lap 24. Of course, you could pace that first stop, can't you? Does it get him clear? What does it do for him?
Well, he used that same strategy at Mid-Ohio to try and jump himself up, because what happens now, he moves back in the traffic. Everybody's spread out a little bit. But when they all start making the stops, guess who moves right back up to the front? And he's hoping to gain some spots right there.
Being careful on those fresh tires as he comes out alongside Max Pappas. By the way, that team and sponsor have put together a deal to carry them for several more years as well, with Max Pappas as the primary driver. They may even have a second car, different sponsorship, and of course, a different driver. Pappas is 19th, so Unser Jr. has come out right back in the back of the field, but as Danny's already suggested, everyone else now has the pit.
If he can pick up the pace on those new tires, and his car was obviously working very well on full tanks before, he can pick up some spots. Everybody goes into the pits. They have a little bit of a slow pit stop. He had a very fast pit stop, 12 seconds, as Jean said. And boom, guess what? He may have picked up 2 more spots.
So now we look for Michael Andretti, currently running 9th with those 2 removals of position. First Blundell coming out of the race, and then Al Unser Jr. making his pit stop. That's brought Michael forward 2 positions as we're on the 26th lap now. And the indication is that Michael will come into the pits coming down the hill. We'll just listen to the radio now.
Watch your speed, watch your speed. It's clear in, clear in. Watch your speed. We're going prime. Clear in, watch your speed here. The wing. Okay. Throw your meter. Keep your revs up. Tires are done. Smooth throttle, smooth throttle. Smooth throttle, smooth. Way to go, nice stop, Mike.
Oh, he's not kidding. That was a nice job, especially when you consider that that was Al Unser Jr. just came by. And here comes one of the 2 Walker cars. Hard to tell from the rear because they're both identically to Scott Goodyear and Robbie Gordon. But the point I wanted to make was Michael has a pit all the way at the top of the hill, so he was on a grade when he pulled out there, making it a little bit harder.
And I would imagine that was part of what they said.
The leader is straight away behind you.
I would imagine that that's why he said to be smooth on that throttle so that he got away and keep the revs up. So if he got the revs down, if he didn't take a chance of stalling it on that hill. Isn't it interesting, too, that Penske and Newman Haas both stopped earlier than everybody else?
Interesting that there are teams that have scored victories here. And take a look at this. Is a new camera available to us. You like that for a view? How you like to be that cameraman?
No, thanks. Notice how quickly that camera went up?
That's on the side. Robbie Gordon with that great camera that's mounted on the outside of the car. Here is the leader, Gary.
Alex Zanardi for his first service of the day. They talked about taking a half turn of wing out. There's the adjustment on the left side and the right side, waiting for fueling to... Oh, they're on top of the hose right rear. He spins off. I don't know if this will be a penalty or not. 13.6 seconds, but he came down. He didn't run over it. They yanked it back, but he came down on a hose from the air gun in the right rear.
Exactly as you called it, Gary Gerald. When they dropped the car, the hose was there just under the edge of the tire, and they caught it. Now the field comes by as Alex Zanardi comes out. He almost came in right behind his teammate Jimmy Vasser, but he falls in behind Ribeiro.
But isn't it interesting? Ribeiro is now closed up on Jimmy Vasser with little Al gone.
That, of course, gives the lead of the race over to Brian Herta with Guzman to second. We'll go back and look at that stop. I would say no penalty would be my guess, but of course I'm not the official of the race. Wally Dallenbach, the chief steward here. See the hose there looking to the right rear tire.
So he moves it, throws the gun, but the hose doesn't go back. Now he realizes he reached down at the same time the jack man dropped it. And he's down there. See the official pointing to the hose. See, he's pointing to the hose. I don't know if that, I'm with Gary. I don't know if that's a penalty or not, because he didn't actually drive over it, and they did pull it out as he sort of rolled away.
Good news. Race control says no penalty, Gary.
Brian Herta overshot his mark, but they barely got it in. 14.6 seconds. But, I mean, he laid down skid marks as he slid nearly 10 yards into pit position, and they were still able to get the service done. Amazing.
And with Brian Herta coming into the pits, Jimmy Vasser assumes the lead of the race. Not yet stopped. Vasser followed by Ribeiro. Herta came out in third place. May have lost a little room, though, to Zanardi as they came down the hill. The measurement at the line is right at the pit exit, so a car coming up the hill at speed certainly has the momentum to get past somebody clocked out in the pits.
What a
as much of a roller coaster as it looks.
It's a great ride because when you go off of that top, you don't see anything for a millisecond. You're looking out kind of in space. Jimmy Vasser coming into the pits. This is a very tight corner.
Gets the speed under control. Gary Gerald's right there.
Not expecting any changes. Beautifully controlled as he comes in. Now this is where the pressure affects every member of the team. One little mistake could knock them out of $1 million payoff. Revs come up. Oh, still waiting for fueling. We're at 15 seconds. Oh, it's not a good stop. 16.5 seconds. It was a little longer than they wanted, but it was successfully executed.
And look who got out in front of him, the guy that was chasing him, Andre Ribeiro.
Ribeiro gets out ahead of him. Jimmy Vasser coming up the hill with a stop that seemed to be slowed by the refuel and took them 16 seconds. Back at Laguna Seca Raceway with most of the stops complete. The battle is back at the front of the field. Jimmy Vasser is exactly where he needs to be to take his first championship, in 4th place right now. Brian Herta is chasing Alex Zanardi for the lead. Parker Johnstone spent a little longer out on the track, moved up to 3rd place, but now has come into the pits. And Andre Ribeiro just spun, and this is the 2nd spin. He's staying out. Here's the situation with Andre.
This is where he beat Vasser out of the pits, and he went out there just trying to go too fast to stay in front of him. New tire slid it off.
Greg Moore, Al Unser Jr. And as we continue to keep tracking that championship for you, there's Greg Moore. Well, at the moment in the championship, it is Jimmy Vasser in exactly the position he needs to take the championship on his home track. He would have 154. Zanardi, with a big lead, would come up into 2nd place in the points. We're talking big money on the payout as well.
But look at that right there, Paul, in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 131, 130, 130. A little bit of moving around, that could change a lot. If these guys dropped one position or picked up one.
As we continue to look at the battle for the PPG Cup, we go back up to the front of the field. We look backwards from Alex Zanardi. Brian Herta. Herta yet to score a win, but an extremely skillful driver will stay with Ray Hall. And the Ray Hall team, Dave Letterman, by the way, is here at the track this weekend, who is a partner in there with Bobby Rahal. They have announced, though, that the power plant will change. They're going to go over to Fort Cosworth for the next several years.
Paul, either Brian Herta has gotten faster or Alex Zanardi slowed some since that fuel stop, because he's staying right with him. Before, it wasn't hard for Zanardi to pull away.
Zanardi, Herta, Vasser, Gugelman, Pruitt. There's your top 5. And you're right. Herta's right there with him. Laps are complete for Alex Zanardi as Brian Herta continues his chase. For the moment, it has broken off as the run continues at Laguna. Don't forget our coverage of Major League Soccer, Los Angeles versus New York and New Jersey from the Meadowlands. Los Angeles Galaxy started the season as the league's only undefeated team, but now they're in 2nd place in the Western Conference. Coverage tonight. Back, Laguna Seca. Greg Moore down that hill. Jimmy Vasser, of course, moved up. In 3rd place now. The battle is still at the front. Alex Zanardi, Brian Herta, they're 1st and 2nd, with Jimmy Vasser about 25, 26 seconds back from this battle. And already the leaders of the race have begun moving up through slower traffic. Here's the way that they went into the pits and how they came out. With Vassar, with that stop, gets him out, well, with that stop and some retirement.
Yeah, and he didn't have that good of a stop. Yeah. He did it in 16 seconds compared to, say, Alex or Junior, who did it in 12.
So that, in fact, is not really reading the pit stop. That's reading the retirements.
That's right. And also we saw Andre Ribeiro, who got out in front of him, then slide off the track and went wide, and he picked up one of the spots there.
In fact,
he actually lost, and then, as you say, he spun again.
In fact, yeah, got off twice. So Craig Moore here working on 4th place. Mauricio Guzman climbing up the hill. Top of the corkscrew.
I talked to Greg right beforehand. He felt that his car was good.
Let's go to the pits and Gary.
Paul, recapping now on the pit stop for Jimmy Vassar, we were wondering about if there was any problem with the refueling, because it was a 16.5-second stop, which is maybe 3 or 4 seconds longer than optimum. They were being very precise, very careful, wanted to make sure that they got a full load of fuel on. They say there was no problem there. Paul?
Well, the fight continues as Greg Moore comes down the hill trying to move inside Guzman. He does so in the hairpin, but then he loses it. Moore loses it. He's off the track, no contact with anybody. It was a valiant try, but it was very costly.
That is such a tricky spot there. If you get out a little bit wide, it's always dirty. It's a very inside of the track there. It's got good grip, but if you run wide there at all, it's very, very slippery, and that's what happened to him. Got a little sideways. Great move here. He goes down the inside, but Big Mo takes him in deep and checks him up a little more. Has to turn it to get down in there. He just was loose when he went in.
Boy, he really lost it twice, caught it once, and then spun it completely.
Good try. I mean, he's racing. He wants to get up there to the front.
No question about that. Al Unser Jr., 7th coming forward in the field. Must-win situation for him today. Further update now. There are the stats on little Al. And further update on the championship situation and moving up the pits to Jan.
Yes, first of all, let's start with Al Unser Jr. The reason that Roger Penske wanted to have him in early was because they didn't want to make changes necessarily. They knew they could do a faster pit stop if they had to take on less fuel trying to get track position. Now, as far as Michael Andretti, when he came in for his pit stop, one thing that we missed, he actually went to the primary Goodyear tire, which is a harder tire. So when we heard him on the radio talking about the car squirming, he obviously decided that the option tire was too soft and that was causing it.
So Jan, you're saying that the Penske stop was really a time stop? As soon as the tires were done, they were going to pull? What were they doing?
Well, it was a time stop, Paul, but they did take all the fuel. They feel that if they came in a lap early, they wouldn't have to take on as much. So they filled it up, but it took less time.
All right, the Jimmy Vassar story, Gary Gerald.
One further update regarding Vassar. We've had a radio conversation between team manager Tom Anderson and Vassar indicating that the crew wants him to save just a little bit of fuel. Now, that's the first time that we've heard fuel economy being mentioned here this afternoon. For those who don't follow this series, remember, you get 1.8 gallons per mile, and you've got to be able to hit that all through the course of the race, or you get to the end and you don't have enough fuel to get there. So fuel economy being talked about in the target camp for Vassar. Not a critical problem. They wanted to save just a little bit.
Well, I think part of that strategy, Gary, would be that he's way behind the leaders right now, and he's got a good gap on the cars behind him. So let's conserve some fuel because we have a full course yellow, and you want to go racing at the end, and you've got to turn it up to 100%. You want to have all the fuel you can.
At the front, it's the teammate to this car, Alex Zanardi, is still being worked on by Brian Herta, but Jimmy Vassar, sitting in 3rd, is exactly where he wants to be for a championship. Each pole sitter this year was given a key to start a brand new Mercedes-Benz E420. Then they all got in the car and gave it a try. Paul Tracy slides in. Now, of course, Andre Ribeiro gave it a shot. Alex Zanardi had plenty of tries, but it was Jimmy Vassar that ended up winning a brand new Mercedes and the pole award. Max Pappas parks his Toyota-powered machine by the edge of the race course and climbs out. Another one.
Oh, look at that. Look at the
fight
lead.
for the lead, though, as Brian Herta has just grabbed the lead. Brian Herta grabbed the lead coming down into turn 2. So now Alex Zanardi for the first time relinquishes the lead of the race on the 42nd lap. And Brian Herta picks up the lead in actual competition on the circuit. This is the first race that Herta has led since Phoenix in '95. And how did he get there?
This is on the front straightaway. This is one of the primary spots. Look, he just goes down on the inside. Clean pass. Actually, Alex Zanardi got a little smoke coming off that left front. He just must have gotten a great hole shot out of that turn 11. Pulled him up the straightaway, had the run on him.
Well, Zanardi was sitting out behind Coyne, but that was a beautiful pass for the lead.
Yeah, but Roberto Moreno didn't cause any of that. That was just up the straightaway. And look at this. Brian Herta is pulling away from him. And he's passed Roberto Moreno as well.
So a fantastic change of events here as the lead goes over to Brian Herta looking for his first IndyCar win.
And what does that do to the points that we did? Because we had Alex Zanardi, of course, having that win.
Well,
for second spot.
Yeah, the real key being the championship right now.
Well, not Chip Ganassi.
Everybody's running with their pencils right now, calculating who's going to figure it out. Gary Gerald?
Quick word on the Alex Zanardi camp. We've just been informed that they believe Alex has a blistered front tire. Don't know if it's right or left. Don't know how long they're going to try to live with it. But that could be why Herta was able to make that pass so easily as it appeared.
Well, now the calculations are done. That little pass drops Zanardi back into 4th place in the points from 2nd.
See that tire? Look at that left front. You can see it right there. See how it's all grained right there? He's got a bad left front tire, but they're probably trying to get inside the window. But what this also tells me is that their car is set up that way. Remember, he took that turn of wing out. He took that turn of...
I wouldn't imagine they could keep going with that tire looking like that.
Well, they're not going to go to where it's a dangerous point, but that's something the driver's got to make the call on. It doesn't look terrible, but it certainly doesn't look good. But what they're probably trying to do is get inside the window so they don't have to make 3 stops.
You want to know how critical every little move is in this race? That pass, if he stays in that position in the points for Zanardi, it cost him $300,000. Gary Gerald.
And Danny Sullivan, you're right on target, trying to get within that window. We are told that that window, meaning a final stop that would carry them to the checkered flag, is just now 9 or 10 laps away. So he's going to have to soldier around here. He's got a comfortable margin, we're told, over the next challenger, which I think is his teammate Vassar. So for the moment, they'll keep him on the circuit.
Well, it was obvious that somebody nipped the edge of the course if they didn't get off completely. But whoever they are, back on. Here's the update. Jimmy Vassar still, as long as he stays there and stays ahead of Michael and Al, this day is his.
His big threat is if Michael or Al get up in front of him. Almost no matter what position that he stays in, as long as he's in front of those guys, they can't beat him.
There was a scenario at the start of the day. It all pivots off of Jimmy Vassar. If he doesn't get the 6th or better, then what Michael and Little Al both need to do, indicated there. Michael 3rd or better, Al Unser Jr. a must win, but it all revolves around Vassar, and as long as he stays up here, it does not matter at all. Former leader Alex Zanardi, now in 2nd place, nursing a left front that has so much problem with it that it's clearly visible to everybody here in the circuit, which means people all the way up the top of the hill. That's one of the great things about this track. You throw out a blanket about anywhere here and see most of the circuit.
But also some of the people that are watching are those Firestone engineers who are taking a look at that, and they'll make the call if they think it's going to be a dangerous situation as well as the team.
Okay, bringing that point up. Same tires over on Vassar's car, something else that they're going to have to think about. I don't know if the compounds are the same, but it certainly gives them pause. A disappointed Michael Andretti just radioed, guys, I really screwed up. Look at the left front.
And look at that tire, it's going down, and it looks like the suspension might even be damaged there. He tried to make some kind of a maneuver. We didn't catch it all. Going into the hairpin before the pit. Okay, here we're on board with him. Comes down here, he goes. He's got a shot here, going on the inside here. He's gonna go in there. Oh, he locks it up. Oh, and he tapped, as he spun, he tapped the car right there.
And Jimmy Vasser just ran off at turn 4, coming through 5 now.
Look at the dirt. Look at the dirt on the inside of the tires. You can tell he's been off on that left side.
Oh, he cannot afford that. Look at Gugelman right behind him, closing down. He did not lose position. But now the question is the ailing rubber on Zanardi's car now affecting Vasser's car? Let's keep it and watch as he comes down the hill to make sure that everything appears good. Back end came a little loose as he came down through 10.
Boy, he'll be beating up on himself right now if that was a driver error. He'll be going, come on, Jimmy. This championship is there for you. You just got to hang in there. That will be how he'll be talking to himself.
Michael Andretti trying to limp back to the
left
pit.
front suspension span. Let's take a look at it.
Now you can see it quite clearly. A bend there in the left front. Gugelman was closing on Vasser as they came through turn 11.
Okay, it's just a track rod. Just a track rod.
Now what they're talking about that arm there. Watch, the crew will push it down, try and straighten the steering arm. But they need to go a little bit more, I would say.
Like,
oh, I think that's
it. 35 laps left, 35 laps left.
Well, he was only here about 16 seconds. It looks like the front suspension is not pointing the way they would like, but Michael is still running.
Yeah, but you can see his hands. That thing's bent quite a bit, Jan. But I think what they're saying is get back out there, see if it's okay, and you can just hold on, because they still want to maintain their position in the championship.
Allenser Jr., you probably saw him in a glimpse on the shot there, just fell back 2 spots. And Pruitt and Moore got forward, but here comes the Brahma car, and that, of course, is Raul Boisel. So does Allenser Jr. have a problem? That question may be answered here very quickly.
See, what I'm seeing, Paul, is that fuel load lightens again. Allenser Jr. seems to lose ground. I'm not so sure his car is handling the way he wants it on a light load of fuel.
Well, Jr. was just ahead of that contact between Ray Hall and Michael. Here comes Boisel. He will get alongside him in 1 and no doubt get past him in 2. And Magnussen comes up behind Al now. Identical cars, both Penske's. None of them with the win yet this season. Magnussen around. Al's definitely in trouble.
He's got a problem. For him to be passed at that particular spot for a position is not good.
So a change again in the championship with Michael Andretti, one of the contenders, getting in contact down in turn 2, the hairpin, and limps his way into the pits. Still has damage on the car, a bent left front steering arm. Then Allenser Jr., without explanation, suddenly slows. One car off the track, gets right back on. The rest of the field comes around. Jan Beekes.
As far as Allenser Jr. is concerned, it appears that the tires are going off. So right now the Penske crew is trying to decide what to do. Do they bring him in now? They're calculating very closely to figure out if they're anywhere near the fuel window. But there's no mechanical problem with the car. It's just the tires are getting overheated. Let's go to Gary.
Boy, look at those 2 guys. I'm sorry, they were sliding in and out there. Gary?
From the target camp where they have Firestone tires, you know about the blister on the left front for Alex Zanardi. They think they'll be within that window to go the distance at lap 53. We're expecting him in. We talked with Al Spire, director of racing for Firestone. He said, we don't know what caused that blister. It's a new tire. He may have locked it up and developed a lot of heat at that spot. We're recommending that they drop the tire pressure slightly. We don't think it's a critical problem. They will stay, we believe, on the option tire when they replace it. Coming up here for Zanardi.
Well, Zanardi's driving style is a very free and loose style, throwing the car constantly, so that could, of course, be one of the explanations. As Allenser Jr. still limping.
He's trying to get inside that window as well. He's trying to make sure he gets there so they can only make one more stop.
Well, he's fallen all the way back to 11th place at the front of the field. Brian Herta, then Zanardi, then Jimmy Vasser in the championship slot, followed by Gugelman, Pruitt, Moore, Rahal, and Bosell. Speed World's coverage of the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Bank of America 300K, is being brought to you today by Miller Genuine Draft. Stay cool. By Daytona USA, the ultimate motorsports attraction. And by Mobile Motor Oil. At Mobile, we've been changing oil for over 125 years. We're back at Laguna Seca, and we're looking at turn 2. We just had a very, very big crash. It is Stefan Johansson, and he climbs up and out of the car. He came down the hill, and it looked like he had damage already.
It looks like he's missing his rear wing. See, he just spun down there. He's got no rear wing on the... No, it's collapsed. The wing had collapsed. It had fallen down, was dragging on the ground. He had no downforce. That's what caused him to spin the minute he went on the back brakes. This is not the way he wanted to end the season, and today's his 40th birthday, I believe. That's not a present he wanted to get.
And he and his owner, Tony Bentonhausen, are parting ways. It's a friendly situation. Jan, not sure what he's going to do next year. He's going to be part of an Indy Lights team, but the wing it's folded under the back end.
You can see it's not there, but if you look down, see it's dragging right there at the back of the car. Goes in there, hits the gravel. Boy, I tell you what.
Surprised, too, only a single line of tires at that point on the wall. A bit of a gravel pit ahead of them. Gary Gerald?
All of the leaders have come in for service with the exception of Jimmy Vasser. Zanardi got the change of rubber all the way around. We could see the problem with the left front. Brian Herta was in. It was 14-9 and out for Zanardi. Jimmy Vasser is now in getting his service that should carry him the rest of the distance. We're watching Vasser from our vantage point. Revs way up and he's rolling. It looks like he's going to stop. He's on the rev limiter all the way down pit road. I mean, big time on the rev limiter.
Well, that's the speed control, Gary. He holds that button down, but if he keeps his throttle on it, it just goes into that speed control device.
By the way, while we're talking about that and watching Jimmy Vasser, last week, remember, he had a speed violation during the pits that before the weekend started, he said might have cost him the championship. Danny, you researched what they did.
Right, they had a button that they push that they hold down for 1 second. It puts a yellow light on and it says the speed control device is in play. But what happened is they had so many buttons in there, they were trying to shorten that a little bit. So they also put where he put his 100% fuel mixture in there and the light as well. So he thought his speed control device was on and it actually was not. When he realized that he was going over the speed limit, it was too late. They had already nabbed him.
Changed it at the last minute. Not good for a driver who's accustomed to other things. There is the nose from Stefan Johansson's car. That tells you something about energy-absorbing materials and how they protect the driver and the great job that the engineers do on these machines to keep the drivers safe.
And also what a great job that tire wall did in front of that concrete, because you wouldn't want to hit that as hard. But I tell you, the safety on these cars now is fantastic. And look there's Brian Herta, and right behind him is Al Unser Jr.
Yeah, we were tracking Al, though. He was due in just before the yellow came out, Jan.
Yes, Paul. In fact, what happened was he came in under green. They serviced the car and then they went to full course yellow. So he's been caught by the pace car. He's shown, at least at the moment, on the scoring monitor as 1 lap down. His stop was 14.7 seconds. They put 4 tires on. They made no changes. Their only complaints were, as we talked about before, the tires getting too hot and the track getting greasy. Now to update Michael Andretti. His last radio communication was that the car is undrivable. So when we saw them try to fix the front suspension, at the moment, that is not helping him. And as Danny alluded to, that thing is just not straight enough for him to go to the front.
Yeah, but Jan, we're going to have a lengthy yellow. They're actually going to bring out one of the jet machines and help get some of the dust off the track. Do you think that's something they'd give a try to?
Well, the interesting thing is they did not even act like they were going to bring Michael in. I guess they feel as though they've done everything they can do short of changing the actual steering arm itself. Maybe they feel they can't change it in less than a lap. We'll check in further, but so far the crew has made no indication they're going to bring him in under this yellow.
That little Al's down in 11th place, though, on the course right now. As we watch Stefan Johansson walk away, he was right behind Brian Herta, who is the leader on the track. So much racing this weekend around the world. The IndyCars, Formula One, the Winston Cup, the Busch, everything going on this weekend. You want to know what happened. RPM tonight is the place to be. You know, not far from here on the Monterey Peninsula is the inn at Spanish Bay, and many of the drivers, like Bobby Rahal, checked out the links there at Pebble Beach, those beautiful courses. Right next to the rolling Pacific Ocean. Spanish Bay, I'll tell you what, it's great. Well, now, full course yellow, there's Bobby Rahal. He's driving a little better here than I think he was driving on the course, though he is a most accomplished golfer. After 55 of the 83 laps, there is the lineup. Under the full course caution for Stefan Johansson, but he was walking back, heading, in fact, back for the pits after ending his drive of the day, his drive with Tony Bettenhausen, and no indication what Tony will be doing for a driver or for a team for next year. Neither an indication from Stefan Johansson, who is going to be involved in an Indy Lights team, though as an owner, not as a driver. But there is a skilled young man, can we say young, 40? Yeah, that's young, you bet it's young. 40 years old today. Here are the points as we look at them and continue to track at the moment. Jimmy Vasser, 156. Andretti comes up to second. Then Zanardi. Jan Bikas?
Stefan Johansson has made his way here to the top of the pits. I know that's not how you wanted to end your IndyCar season. What happened?
I honestly don't know. It came over the hill and something just ceased in the back end. Turned me sideways before I even got on the brakes, and next thing I knew, I was just a passenger until I hit the wall.
Now, do you have any idea what your plans will be? You've talked about ownership of Indy Lights, but what about driving?
I'm talking to a number of teams right now, and hopefully I will have my plans finalized within the next month or so.
Well, thankfully, he's okay. Let's go to Gary.
We've talked so much, Jan, about the pressure that this Target team and Jimmy Vasser and everyone has been under in the last few weeks of this season. Well, here's an indication that maybe the pressure is being lessened, because Jimmy Vasser, as he exited in the last pit stop, I had to verify this with the crew, but I thought I saw him make a sign, and he did one of these, the Hawaiian shaka. He was waving to them saying, hang loose, everything's cool. You gotta love the guy's style.
Jimmy Vasser, looking for a championship, is where he needs to be if he wants to score it, and Brian Herta may be looking at his first victory. One of the other things we've been tracking throughout this IndyCar season is Rookie of the Year, the great Canadian Greg Moore, and of course, now we know he's fabulous, Alex Zanardi. And calculations completed last week gave Alex Zanardi the IndyCar Rookie of the Year honors and a big chunk of money. And that comes, by the way, out of the memorial to Jim Truman, one of the great owners in this sport, who passed away 10 years ago. $50,000 goes to Alex Zanardi for being the Rookie of the Year. Now he'd like to get around that car in front of him, Brian Herta. We're still under the full course caution here, and they are putting the cars back in race order and ready to go back green, hopefully very shortly. Let's go to Jan.
As long as we're under yellow, let's talk to Max Pappas. What put you out, Max?
Actually, we had an engine problem. We're running no problem, under control. We were just going towards the end of the race and to start to go to push very hard. But something very strange, because no advice and just the engine blew up. But we are in a good direction for next year. This will not stop us, and we are doing a good job.
Now you signed. How excited are you for next year in this program?
You know, definitely Toyota is going to be very strong, like MCI and the Sierra Wells team. So, you know, really look great. I am very pleased to be part of this team, and I'm sure Max Papis will take a lot of satisfaction, and Mad Max will be over here.
All right, Mad Max, let's get back up to Paul.
Yeah, you know, I'm really glad he did that, because a lot of people have been saying, now that's Max Papi. And I asked him, I said, wait a minute, you told me to call you Pappas. He said, yeah, here's the way it is. If I'm in Europe and I'm being a European, then it's going to be Maximilian Papi. But if I'm in an American series, I'm going to be Mad Max Pappas. Cool? All right.
Sounds good to me.
So at Laguna Seca, we are ready to go back green. Don't forget, the President's Cup preview here on ESPN. Thursday, 5:30 in the East, and then, of course, the match itself, the President's Cup. Match play competition featuring 12 players from the United States against 12 players from around the world. The field falling back into race order behind the PPG pace car. PPG, by the way, extending their ongoing agreement that has lasted right from the very first years of IndyCar. And as we look at Brian Herta at the front of the field, 58 laps of the 83 complete, Gary Gerald.
One update on the Alex Zanardi story this day, Paul. You were talking about him winning the $50,000 prize as Rookie of the Year. Before he got that blistered tire and was leading the race today, he also established a new record for laps led by a rookie in an IndyCar season at 603. And the record that he broke, remember Nigel Mansell's success back in 1993? Jan?
Michael Andretti got waved by the pace car, so he had a chance to get his car up to speed. He radioed to the pits and said, I can barely hold the car in a straight line coming up the straightaway. But they said, Michael, there's nothing we can do. We've bent that arm back as close as we can get it. It's not worth coming in to try and change it. So Michael Andretti is definitely going to have a handful.
Now the question would be, is it worth staying out for? Michael Andretti will come back to the green in 17th place. And the green should come out as they come to the bottom of the hill. There is the leader of the race, Brian Herta, and then the two teammates, Zanardi, Vassar. Well, the last thing they could afford is to get together right now.
Well, I think we're in Jimmy's position right now. He's going to be pretty cautious. The opportunity presents himself. He'll want to have a go at it. But I don't think he's going to throw that away with where Allenser Jr. and Michael are.
Coming back onto the pit straight as the green flag flies, and Brian Herta anticipates it well. Scott Pruitt trying to move down inside Gugelmin for a pass. He gets around him. Pruitt takes Gugelmin. Zanardi and Vassar, no contest with one another. They're not stupid. They're going to stay right together there. Greg Moore now closing up on Gugelmin. Scott Pruitt, the man on the move. Brian Herta leading them for turn 5.
See everybody squirming there? That's because they don't have the tire temperature up exactly where they want it.
Ray Hall right behind Moore. There is Herta with Alex Zanardi now on the charge. Fight is at the front of the field, climbing the hill. Up toward the top of the corkscrew. And now that swing down the hill. Now in the qualifying battle, Brian Herta had the provisional pole through all of the qualifying right down to the very last lap. It was taken away from him by Alex Zanardi. There are those two combatants together on the circuit. Herta leads it. Scott Pruitt closing on Jimmy Vassar. love just sitting with the onboard. Watch him come up to gear. To Michael Andretti. You saw how the car is when it's working perfect. Michael's still holding on to 17th. Davy Jones is behind him. His teammate Christian Fittipaldi ahead of him.
Whoa, that was a little close.
I think it was Goodyear. It was Goodyear. Just got a glimpse of that silver helmet.
Well, the last thing Michael wanted to see was him shoot back across the track. And that was the last thing that Goodyear wanted to happen, too. He just wanted to spin it over there and stop. Look at that kickback on his hands when he went through that corner. Just a kickback in that wheel.
Corner station called that as car 5. That would make Gordon slid off in front of Michael. I'm going to wait. You know, you really can't debate corner stations when you think about it, because they are right there. Volunteers from the San Francisco region of the SCCA, and some other regions contributing as well, but primarily San Francisco. By the way, Robbie Gordon's now been reported sliding off the course a second time. So apparently a problem with Robbie Gordon as Brian Herta holds off Alex Zanardi, and Jimmy Vasser is still in position for the championship. Mauricio Guzman being challenged by Greg Moore. Guzman is 5th. Gore's been right down behind him most of the way. Brian Herta is still the leader. Nothing has changed at the front. Jimmy Vasser still exactly where he wants to be as Michael Andretti and Al Unser Jr. fall further and further back and away from a chance at a championship. There's the way the points would end up. Andretti in 2nd. We mentioned that before. He eclipsed Zanardi, but he still is in a very precarious position. And of course, Al Unser Jr. sitting there with 127 against Zanardi as well.
Look at, we're on board with Jimmy Vasser. He's right behind his teammate. Closing on him. Greg Moore looks like he's pulling away a little bit from those two. And Jimmy Vasser's pulled out some on Scott Pruitt. You know what's interesting? We were showing Greg Moore there just a moment ago, who's back up into 6th spot right behind Big Mo. Remember, he tried to pass Big Mo a while ago and spun off, and he's come all the way back up and caught him again.
Evenly spaced up the hill, Herta, Zanardi, Vasser, and Pruitt, Jan Beekes.
Guzman, the reason that Guzman is dropping back into the clutches of Moore is because the tires are going off. A very similar situation to what we heard from some of the other Goodyear runners like Al Unser Jr. But that doesn't explain necessarily how well Brian Herta is running with the same kind of rubber.
Well, Jan, as you know, tires going off, that usually has a little to do with the balance of the car as well, because look at Brian Herta. He's pulling away from those two guys. He's doing well. I think that means that they've just got their setup a little bit off, and they're using up the tires more.
And Brian Herta leads through the hairpin, Gary.
And possibly, Paul and Danny, exactly what's happened here is that Herta has just been cleared by his crew to go up on the fuel. That means they can richen it up, get maximum use out of that power plant. So no fuel concerns at this point. They're good to go the distance, and they've given him the green light to just turn it on and charge.
And Gary, the best guess would be that that's true for everybody.
Exactly. We heard that from Scott Pruitt's camp just a short time ago. They had plenty of fuel. They went to full rich. They were hoping that they could make a run on the Ganassi cars, but it looks like those top 4 are pretty evenly spaced right now.
Well, the way the day is going at the moment, we may see some brand new names. Brian Herta scoring his first win in the Indy cars, and Jimmy Vasser taking the PPG Cup for the first time in his racing career. Seca Raceway. And the battle for the championship belongs to Vassar at the moment. The race itself belongs to Brian Herta as Raul Boisel suddenly slows off of the final corner, slows coming up the hill in the pit straight. He was doing so well, too. He was running in the bottom half of the top 10 and carving his way through the field, and then suddenly just pulls off to the right side of the course as they started up the hill. This will end his ride, of course, with Team Green, Barry Green's team. No indication of what happens then next year. Robbie Gordon was originally supposed to go to that team, but no, he's decided he's going to go over and take Kyle Petty's ride in the Winston Cup Championship with Felix Sabatis, and so Green has nobody. Harry Gerald?
Interested onlooker down here in the Rahal Herta camp, David Letterman. Letterman making, I believe, his second appearance this season at an IndyCar event. Of course, is involved in ownership with Bobby Rahal with this team. And while Letterman watches intently on a monitor here and charts the progress of both of his drivers, he is the one personality at this end. Joe Montana, who had been here Friday and Saturday next door in the target pits, had a commitment that wouldn't allow him to be here today. And Montana said, man, it is killing me because we got a chance to kill a championship off. But no Montana. Dave Letterman's here, however, and he's cheering on Hertamania.
Originally from Indianapolis, Indiana, a massive race fan. Boisel off the edge of the course now, wasn't even able to make it up the hill, Jan.
That's right, Paul, because he had another engine problem. Remember, just last week in Vancouver, they had engine difficulties as well. So Team Green, boy, it's been a tough season for Barry and his brother down here.
Oh, don't let your foot off the brakes. Last time that Bobby Rahal, as we ride with him, won a race as a car owner, 66 races ago, Nazareth in 1992. 18 of the drivers that started today's race don't have 66 starts. Team Green, I want to put this to rest right now because we know that Team Green's looking for an American driver with a good portfolio. You are not available, Mr. Sullivan. Right? Right, Mr. Sullivan?
No comment.
Oh, no! Oh, that'll add to rumors.
Put me on the spot. Would you just put me on the spot?
You know?
You just had to start that one going, didn't you?
Well, somebody did. I started. It's been all over the paddock all weekend. What's Danny going to do? You going to lose Danny? No, I'm not. I got a handcuff on him. He's staying with me. So Rahal climbs the hill on a beautiful day here. Temperatures in the high 80s. It's been a cloudless sky right from the time the practice started. Brian Herta is the leader. All the pit stops are complete. Everybody has enough fuel to make the end. And so now it will be a sprint to the finish as we move to the closing laps here at Laguna Seca. Bobby Rahal, his teammate, Brian Herta, is leading the race. Rahal is in 7th place. The Team Ganassi sits second and third with Zanardi in second. Jimmy Vassar in 3rd place. That's the position Vassar needs for the championship. And sitting in the shade is Raul Boisel.
How do you think that Bobby Rahal feels? Like you said, 66 races ago, he won one, but he was the driver. What do you think that feeling is, knowing that his young protege, if you like, is the guy's other teammate is out there and going to look poised to win a race? And how do you think that Brian Herta feels? This is the time I enjoy the most. You got, say, 10 laps to go. You got Alex Zanardi very close behind you, and it's all yours to win for your very first victory.
Is that, it's enjoyable for you? Is it enjoyable for Herta? Or is it driving him nuts?
I'm sure his adrenaline's flowing, and I'm sure he'd like to have a big lead, but it's what you live for. This is some of the greatest moments because you're racing for that first victory.
So Brian Herta continues his lead here. Zanardi's right there working on him. The championship will be awarded here, and you'll see the presentation of the PPG Cup during the Canadian Open coverage following this run. Moving now within the final laps of the season with 9 to go.
And you see that gap there, that red car that came into view behind these two guys? That was Jimmy Vasser. I can tell you what he's thinking right now. He says, I've got a good lead right here on 4th spot. I've got this championship. I just got to finish it. I'm not going to race with those guys and take a chance on making a mistake or breaking anything.
Jimmy Vasser, who cut his racing teeth out here on the West Coast, comes from San Francisco. You name it, he drove it. Beck Jan Beekes' father, I think, even built some of his quarter midget motors. Looking for his first IndyCar championship. Couldn't go to a nicer young man. Pure racer. Focuses right on the season all the way.
And look at this. I mean, that for the 9 laps to go, look how close these guys are.
As you look there with 8 to go, the 8th position, the 9 car, that's Jan Magnussen, Emerson Fittipaldi's ride until the crash at the start of the Michigan 500. And not a solid indication there yet as what is going to happen with both Emerson and with that team for next year.
No, I don't. When I talked to those guys over the weekend, nobody knew for sure. I think a lot of that comes down to what Roger wants to do and Carl Hogan. Look at this, though. Now, these guys have a lot at stake. Right out there is Brian Herta. His first win, not very far away. But Alex Zanardi has a lot at stake, so does Chip Ganassi. If he wins that thing, he'd move into 2nd in the championship, like you said. There's a lot of money difference there, but also a 1st and 2nd in the championship for Chip Ganassi Racing if he were to get by.
Brian Herta slams down the gears, heads into the hairpin, Jan Beekes.
Yes, and of course the radio communications when you get to the final stages are always great down here on pit road. They're calling Brian Herta, and they keep saying over and over, Brian, you're the man. Brian, you're the man. You can do it. They're trying to give him all the encouragement they can down here from Team Ray Hall.
Yeah, but I tell you what, he's got the flying Italian right behind him. Zanardi, there's the radio communication going out from the man on the wall, Chip Ganassi, keeping track of both Jimmy Vasser and Brian Herta from his scoring stand. So Brian Herta leads it. Alex Zanardi's working on him. Jimmy Vasser is in 3rd place. He can get the championship there. When we come back, we'll see how all of this resolves. Of course, the IndyCars also fight for the Nations Cup. That's a scoring system that determines, will it be an American, maybe a Brazilian like De Ferran, a Swede like Johansson, well, the United States, that ends up taking home the Nations Cup for the 2nd year in IndyCar competition over Brazil, Canada, Italy, Mexico, and Sweden. Running now in the final laps. That's Andre Ribeiro over against the pit wall. Didn't contact, but apparently something happened, a small fire in the back of the car. They doused that all out with water. All the crew members for the different teams will keep plenty of water there, and also the IndyCar safety people were right there. They're going to leave the car right there. Alex Zanardi, they just reported, off and on the circuit. The course marshals here, you couldn't run this race without them. Let's take a look at this. Zanardi coming down under the bridge. Oh, that's a big mistake.
He is lucky that he didn't lose that completely there and hook it and spin it and move Jimmy Vasser up into 2nd, but he recovered nicely, and look how far he is behind. Not very far at all.
You know what? That's more than a little unbelievable. Gary Gerald.
Chip Ganassi just a moment ago had a look at the monitor and saw that replay. What happened when you saw that replay?
I'll tell you, my heart skipped a beat. You can say that, Gary. My heart skipped a beat.
The emotion of this moment is you're getting so close now to wrapping up a championship for your other driver, Jimmy Vasser.
We saw at Elkhart Lake anything can happen, and it's far from over yet.
You're doing it without the good luck charm of Joe Montana today. It's got to be tough not having him here, particularly for him.
He was here all weekend, Gary, and he had to leave today for Italy on a business trip, and couldn't get out of it. I know his wishes are here, and he gave us all good wishes last night, and he stayed here in Monterey until the last possible moment and took off for the airport.
Thanks, Chip. Good luck.
Thank you.
Zanardi still working on the leader, Brian Herta. 79 laps are complete. The sweep down the hill, the left-hand left-hander onto the pit straight. Climb up over the brow of the hill here, head for turn 1. Flashing across the start-finish line. 80 laps now into the record book. 3 to go. So Danny, what does Zanardi do? What is he capable of?
Well, he's got to try as hard as he can, but let me tell you, that little off that he almost had there before where he got in the dirt, that's a big wake-up call to him because he knows that he can push it, but not too far. He slid off. See, somebody else is just going off
Michael
there.
off and on.
Michael's, boy, he's still trying, even with that broken. Look how hard he's driving that thing.
You can't ask for any more out of somebody like Michael. He's staying in there, keeping the car alive. Again, tracking the points. Vasser with the championship, but Michael, by keeping it out there, look at that. That's worth a lot of money. No wonder he's staying out there.
Oh, yeah. He didn't want to give that up.
Up at the front, it's still Brian Herta, Alex Zanardi, Jimmy Vasser is third, Scott Pruitt up the fourth, Mauricio Guzman is fifth. Brian Herta, Mercedes Power, may be driving Mercedes to its first victory of the year. And in counterpoint, they'll be changing over to Ford Cosworth for next year at that team. Roberto Moreno could jeopardize Michael in terms of points. Michael is in 12th place. He needs that 12th. If Roberto Moreno can take it away, he's lost points now. Now back to the front of the field. Whoa! Richie Hurd. Zanardi now right on the back of Brian Herta. Watching Zanardi. Key is on him.
I think that might have been a little bit to do with the traffic there with Richie Hearn. They had to get through there. But look how close this is. Boy, I tell you, Brian Herta's heart is pumping right now like you wouldn't believe.
Well, the pressure is on. Coming to the conclusion of the 82nd lap. They climb the hill. The white flag flies. There is one more lap to go in the IndyCar season. Can Brian Herta hang on for that lap?
Well, remember one thing, too. Zanardi's got to get right behind him, and then he's got to find a way past him. He's got to be able to pass him. Brian can't afford to make any mistakes here.
Zanardi is there. He can strike. Jimmy Vasser is in a position that is almost unassailable in the championship right now. He will come home with first championship for Jimmy Vasser. Brian Herta, United States. Jimmy Vasser, United States. Two new names, both from the U.S. in this series that has become so international. So the battle for the PPG Cup. Look, look at that. Here he comes, and he gets him. Can he get him back? Can he hang on?
Oh, look at this.
Down through the boards on the final lap. Alex Zanardi, remember, twice we've had the change on the final lap of the race this year. Alex Zanardi at the top of the hill, an area you would not normally try and pass. Ducks the inside of Brian Herta, goes all the way off the course on the right-hand side, and Alex Zanardi, with a brilliant move, takes the checkered flag from the pole and the win here at Laguna Seca. Unbelievable. And the championship will go to Jimmy Vasser. Brian Herta finishes in second place. Jimmy Vasser from San Francisco. And at that moment, Jimmy Vasser is the IndyCar champion, the winner of the PPG Cup. And when we come back, we'll be talking with Jimmy Vasser as our new champion. And we'll take another look at that final lap. Speed World's presentation of the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Bank of America 300K, has been brought to you today by Toyota Motorsports. Our minds are always racing. By Goodyear, #1 in tires. And by Texaco Havoline Formula 3 motor oil. Controls volatility and fights vaporization. Well, we had to wait until the final lap of the final race to see what may be the most spectacular pass of the year as Alex Zanardi moves around Brian Herta and picks up the lead. Here are the unofficial results of the run here at Laguna Seca in a day that paid off its promise all the way before a gigantic crowd here. And as Brian Herta has the race stolen from him at the last minute, Jimmy Vasser is passed by Scott Pruitt. It does not matter to the championship, though. It gives Pruitt a podium position, third place. But Jimmy Vasser is the champion, and he will receive the Indy Cup, the PPG Cup, the symbol of the IndyCar Championship here. Unofficial results as we run through the entire field, and we wait for the opportunity to talk with Jimmy Vasser. Now, let's take a look, before we do that, though, at the replays of those final moments.
Unbelievable. Comes up the hill. I don't know why Brian didn't block him a little bit there just to protect his position. He dives through there. Look at this. He is just going for that win.
Look from down the hill looking up. He bounces over the curb, bounces over them again, keeps it under control. Herta's right there. He does have really a chance there and then a chance at the bottom, but he can't use it.
It's a chance, but I think he was defeated right there when that happened.
So the race, as a result, has been won by Alex Zanardi, and Jimmy Vasser has taken the championship, Gary.
Oh my. This is one of those things that you look forward to, and we're so fortunate to be able to kind of share on the periphery. Here's the team. Here's the champion, Jimmy Vasser, embraced from every direction, and right in front of him in bumper-to-bumper, wing-to-wing fashion, Alex Zanardi is just in front of him. We've talked so much about the pressure, Jimmy pulling off the gloves and the helmet, and now the pressure is gone. The $1 million payday looms. Jimmy Vasser, tell us how you played this day and how you're feeling right now.
Well, early on, we were just, I feel great. I mean, it's shit, the championship. All right.
Any concern?
We were cruising early on just to take care of the car, and then, you know, I could see that Al and Mike were having problems, and they were in no position pretty much, and we turned up the heat, and we were running better, and then we blistered the left front tire here at the end, and yeah, I was a little bit bummed out that Pruitt got around me, but hey, it's a championship, right?
And the party begins, Paul.
Well, congratulations to the Team Ganassi, and Ryan Herta climbs out. It was his with just 3 corners to go, and then it was snatched away on the very last lap by Alex Zanardi. Don't forget, coming up, we will be having coverage of the presentation of the PPG Cup. The IndyCar season has come to an end, and a terrific end it was with a great new champion, Jimmy Vasser.
Alex Palou looks to continue his season for the ages.
He is an absolute beast.
While the pack try to catch the fastest man on earth at Laguna Seca.
Incredible!
Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
As we come onto the white flag lap, Danny Sullivan, he's led all the way. We watch Danny Sullivan as he takes the Penske colors around for the very last time. The checkered flag for Danny Sullivan, and Sullivan from green to checkered leads it all.
This weekend, two-time Laguna Seca winner Danny Sullivan stepped back behind the wheel of a champ car to sample the performance and take us on a high-speed tour of one of his favorite racetracks.
I love Laguna Seca. It is so great to be behind the wheel again. Tricky little section right here. Little right-hander, can't get on it too early. Right out to the edge of the track. Now this one's almost flat out here. About 118 miles an hour through there, right out to the edge of the track. Up into 5th, 6th gear. About 160 right there. Hard on the brake. Onto the old circuit now. Look at this shot. Going up here, I can't see anything where I'm going. Over the little brow, down through the dip. Now I'm climbing up the hill. Let's not forget, when we come to the top up here, this is where Alex Zanardi passed Brian Herta. Went down the inside on my left there, straight across, almost into that bush, down through the dirt, down out of a corkscrew, and passed Brian Herta and went on to win 2 years ago here. I love Laguna Seca. This place is fabulous. What a pick.
What a kick indeed. Laguna Seca Raceway, site of round 16 of the Kart FedEx Championship for 1998. Welcome to the Monterey Peninsula, to Laguna Seca, and to the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey featuring the Texaco Havoline 300. On a warm and breezy day at Monterey, welcome everyone. I'm Bob Barsha, along with two-time Laguna Seca winner Danny Sullivan. The first rule of broadcasting is you need to be enthusiastic. Danny, here, that is no problem. Tell me why you have such a smile on your face here.
Well, Laguna Seca is fabulous. It's a very demanding track. There's a lot of slow corners, 40 miles an hour, high speed, 180 miles an hour, very quick corners. Then the ups and downs, and our beloved corkscrew. What a great shot that is, just dropping off that and descending 160 feet down back to the hairpin that comes on pit straightaway. You toss all that together, throw in the ambiance of the Monterey Peninsula and the great fans up here, and that's why we all love Laguna Seca. It's a great place.
The PPG Cup has been clinched, but we have a great race in store. The cars and drivers are on track right now. Let's take a look at the way they'll line up. On the pole, hoping for his first career win from his third pole here, Brian Herta. Of course, his memories of Laguna Seca are from 1996, when Alex Zanardi came flying up the inside in the corkscrew, off the track and went on to take the race from Brian Herta. Herta will be starting next to Dario Franchitti, looking for his third straight win. On row 2 will be Jimmy Vasser, a winner here last year, and Greg Moore from Canada. On row 3, Alex Zanardi, already crowned the champion, starting next to Adrian Fernandez. On row 4 will be Al Unser Jr. and Scott Pruitt. Back on row 5, Mauricio Gugelmin and fellow Brazilian Gil de Ferran, whose first career win came here at Laguna. On row 6, J.J. Leto and Michael Andretti, a two-time winner. On row 7, Christian Fittipaldi and rookie leader Tony Kanaan. On row 8, Mark Blundell and Max Pappas. Back on row 9 will be Richie Hearn and Paul Tracy, another two-time winner at Laguna. On row number 10, Bobby Rahal, who won 4 in a row here back in the 80s, and Patrick Carpentier, Elio Castroneves, and Andre Ribeiro on row 11. On row 12, Alex Barron and Robbie Gordon. On row 13, Michel Jourdain Jr. and Art Meyer in the Yellow Lola. And on row 14, making his debut in the series, Vincenzo Sospiri in for P.J. Jones with Dan Gurney's team and Dennis Vitolo. Now, we're proud to say that Honda has bought up our commercial time late in the race, not to show you commercials, but to show you racing. And we plan to bring you plenty of green flag racing before the checkered flag. A big thank you to Honda. Now to Gary Gerald.
And Bob, as we get set to go green, a great opportunity here for Brian Herta as once again he chases that elusive first career victory. For the third time this season, the sixth time in his career, he is the man that controls the field. He will pace this race, and he wants to break through and get that first triumph out of the way. He says that he's fighting to keep his self-confidence very, very strong, and in his words, he says, I want to kill that frustration of not yet getting the first win. History may well be on Brian's side today. Keep in mind, 9 times in the past, the man who starts this race from the pole has won at Laguna Seca. Go get him, Brian. Jan?
Well, starting outside Brian Herta, as the cars go through, they have one more parade lap that they're going to do before they'll turn it loose down here. This is turn number 11, where right now they're only going about 35 miles an hour. But you know what? If you squeeze the trigger here, you're doing 170 miles an hour by the time you pop over the top of the hill. That is going to be so exciting to stand here. It'll be a total of 25,000 horsepower that'll be unleashed here in a moment for the green flag. Let's get back to Franchitti. Remember, he's won the last 2 races. If you win the last 2 races, never underestimate what that does for a driver's confidence. He's going to be tough.
All right, thanks very much, Jan. A great racetrack and a great race in store. The PPG Cup safety car is out there on the racetrack. There is Brian Herta, and there's the man of the moment, Dario Franchitti, who has won on 2 tracks are about as different as you can imagine. The wide open spaces of the permanent road circuit in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America, and the tight confines of the street circuit in Vancouver, Canada. Here's our race analysis, about 2¼ miles around Laguna Seca with plenty of up and down. We are set for 83 laps of racing. Brian Herta is the pole sitter. He did not better the lap record that he set 1 year ago. but he will start from pole. In 4 visits to this racetrack, Brian Herta has never started anywhere but the front row, and 3 times he has been the quick qualifier. But with Dario Franchitti alongside and Alex Zanardi, that is, the new PPG Cup champion just behind him, could be a very interesting turn 2, the Andretti hairpin. Danny Sullivan?
I think this is going to be a great start here. There's a lot at stake. Of course, Zanardi's already clinched the championship, so he's not very concerned about what really goes on there. He's going to make his moves. These other guys are battling, some for just the win and some for the championship, or I should say second place in the championship.
Through the rainy corner, named for the former 3-time world motorcycle champion who lives in this area. The field is now pairing up. Let's go down to Jan Beekes to get his view of the start.
Well, Bob, it's nice and quiet here now, but believe me, it's not going to be quiet in a moment. I glance over my shoulder, and of course, what you want to do is you want to go slow at first, let the pace car get away. We're going to look for Herta and Franchitti to get ready to step on it. They're out of here.
And Zanardi is right up on Herta's gearbox as they flash under the Honda walkover bridge and take the green flag from Jim Swintel. We're underway. Herta leading down into the Andretti hairpin.
Of course, it's very tricky in the back of the field because as everybody slows up, you got to maneuver around other cars. We have a couple of cars off in the grass. That looks like Michael Andretti there. He's got it going again. Those tires will be junk for about a lap or so, and he's at the back of the field. Slow car in front of him. Look at that. That was a damaged wheel. Looked like it was J.J. Leto, who's been quick all weekend long.
J.J. Leto, the Finnish rookie, was 3rd quickest in the morning warm-up, and the Hogan team was looking for great things today. The order is Herta, Franchitti, Vassar, and there is Leto with that deranged right front corner.
That's way more camber than you want to run around this place. He's going to have to stop. I would imagine his day's probably done there.
What a shame for Leto, who was looking for so much here at this racetrack. Brian Herta, meanwhile, beginning to open up that early lead over Alex Zanardi in the red car, the target Chip Ganassi Racing Reynard, then Franchitti, who dropped back to 3rd down in turn 2. Let's take another look at what happened to Michael Andretti.
Okay, Michael's on the outside here. You see him just going around the outside. He gets tapped from the rear. J.J. Leto, that's why he held his hand up. You saw him hold his hands up like going, hey, what are you guys doing back there?
And Michael Andretti now visits the pit lane. Let me correct me, running 2nd is Jimmy Vassar in the number 12 car for Ganassi Racing. It is Herta, Vassar, Franchitti, Moore, Zanardi, Fernandez, Unser Jr., Pruitt, DeFerrin, and Gugelman.
Well, let's not forget that Jimmy Vassar's defending champion here. He's done very well here before. And remember what Chip Ganassi said earlier in the broadcast? He said, hey, we want Jimmy to finish 2nd in that championship. We're putting all the effort behind him because Alex has clinched the championship.
There is Dario Franchitti, the car nosing around as he hits the heavy braking area for the corkscrew. Now, throughout the day here at Laguna Seca, we're going to be cutting away live to Wrigley Field as Sammy Sosa comes to the plate, trying to break the tie that he is currently in with Babe Ruth with 60 home runs. He'll try to catch Maris, and who knows, maybe go after Mark McGuire. You won't miss any of the race action here at Laguna Seca, however, and we hope you appreciate our coverage of sports wherever it is happening on this Sunday afternoon.
And as you see there, Brian Herta's got a little bit of a lead over Jimmy Vassar. What everybody's trying to do here is also monitor their fuel. They've got to be careful and try to get in that window. They want to race as hard as they can, but they still have to be conservative with their fuel.
And guys, Michael Andretti got in for quick service. They did take on 4 new tires, topped the fuel, and got him out of here very quickly. No other apparent damage for Andretti, but deep at the back of the pack.
Now, Alex Zanardi, every time he has a situation like that, a yellow seems to launch him back up through the field. Let's see if it helps Michael here. Coming up to the top through the corkscrew. Look at this. You got no idea where you're going. Drop over that, down the hill.
Let's go to Jan Beekes in the pits.
J.J. Leto has also brought his car on, as well as Michael Andretti, who has left. And there is significant damage to the right front corner for J.J. Leto. He is going to be here for a while.
See the team hard at work on the car. Other pit members who cannot go over the wall, watching from behind it. Going to work on the car. Incidentally, Sammy Sosa came up for the first time today before we came on the air. and he flew out. No homers yet for Sammy, but we'll let you know. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. So Sammy Sosa draws an intentional walk after a fly out his first time up against the Brewers and Brad Woodall. Here, Brian Herta continues to lead. You haven't missed anything. Jimmy Vasser runs second, Dario Franchitti third, followed by Greg Moore, Alex Zanardi, and Adrian Fernandez. And many of those men I just named are still in the hunt for important positions in the championship. Across the bottom of your screen, you see the running order and the gap in time to race leader Brian Herta, looking at Adrian Fernandez, with Al Unser Jr. just behind him.
Everybody out there is trying as hard as they can, but what everybody is also trying to do is think of the length of this race. It's 185 miles. We've got to conserve fuel, and we've got to conserve our tires and be racy at the end. We do not want to see what's happened in some of the earlier races where you throw it away early on. Points are too critical at this stage for 2nd through 10th.
Now at the first hairpin, Michael Andretti and J.J. Leto came together. Andretti pitted, went back out. He is a lap down in 27th place. Leto is done. He's with Jan Bikas.
And J.J., what happened down there between you and Michael?
Well, it didn't happen between us, you know. It happened with Christian. He got a brain failure, you know, and just run into everybody, you know, and was out of control. Went over the curves and hit me towards Michael, you know, so Michael just hit me on the right front, and, you know, that was it, you know. We bent the suspension, and Christian basically spoiled Michael's race as well.
Now, was that a case of Christian trying to force the issue, or were you trying to pick up a position?
No, we were not. I mean, we were just clean with Michael side by side going into the first corner, you know, like everybody else, you know, just clean thing, you know, and, well, you know, you can't win the race in the first corner. You know, he just rushed in, you know, and lost the control and went over the curves and hit me, you know, and then I just hit Michael.
All right, tough end of the day. Thanks.
That was J.J. Leto. Christian Fittipaldi, who started 13th, now runs in 11th. Among the other drivers on the move, Paul Tracy has gone from 18th to 14th. And Robbie Gordon, who started 24th, is now 16th on the racetrack.
And, you know, it's so unfortunate for J.J. Here's a very, very talented, experienced guy, very quick. He hasn't been able to show stuff. The Hogan team has been trying to do a good job for him. They've struggled with some engine failures that they've had and some unreliability. Good little team there. It's just unfortunate they all haven't come together with the results that they both deserve.
And it's one of the oldest truisms in sports. You can't win the race at the first corner, but around a place like this where it's difficult to pass, you can do yourself a lot of good.
Well, the part that they don't add to it, you can't win it in the first corner, but you can certainly throw it away and lose it big time in the first corner. But everybody tries to take advantage of that first corner because maybe there's a chance to slip inside somebody. And it's so fragile, everybody's trying to protect their spot. Every driver's trying to make up a spot or two. These fields are so close, you have to take every opportunity that comes your way.
Looking at Greg Moore in the blue and white player's car, he had a crash in the morning warm-up. Hit the concrete wall at turn 3 pretty hard.
And I was also down with the Simpson guys down there, and George showed me the new helmet. You can't believe what they've done. They've taken out another 8 grams or so. Greg drove with the helmet the first time this morning. It is so like the new Simpson helmet, and he really liked it. That's a big factor for a driver when you're pulling all the G's around a course like this, to have less weight up there on the top of your head.
Comes Franchitti, then Moore, then this man, Alex Zanardi, who on Monday of this week arrived to find that his first son, Nicolo, had been delivered by wife Daniela. Proud Papa says mom and baby are doing fine. Welcome back to Laguna Seca Raceway and the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Texaco Havoline 300. Bob Varsha, Danny Sullivan, Gary Gerald, and Jan Bikas with you. There is Adrian Fernandez, who comes into Laguna Seca third in the championship, just 6 points behind Jimmy Vasser, but he is 6th on the racetrack, 4 positions behind Vasser, who is the runner-up to Brian Herta. Now rejoining our kart team this weekend, you last saw her at Mid-Ohio. She's a regular on RPM tonight. Here's Marlo Klein with more on Adrian Fernandez.
Well, Alex Zanardi has already clinched this championship, and there's a huge battle for the top spots for the championship. Only 20 points separates positions 2 through 7. Included in that is Adrian Fernandez, one of the guys who is in this battle, who doesn't have a lot of experience towards the end of the season. The best he's ever finished for the championship is 12th in 95 and 96, and Adrian certainly has his sights on 2nd place for the championship and that $500,000 check.
All right, thank you, Marlo. If you saw our Kart Today show over on ESPN2, you know that Adrian Fernandez has promised his team that if he finishes second in the championship, he's going to take them all down to Cancun, a beautiful resort city on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. Here are the points, exclusive of our newly crowned champion, Alex Zanardi. Jimmy Vasser second, followed by Fernandez, Moore, Franchitti, Andretti, Pruitt. Right now, Michael Andretti runs way back after a first turn schmozzle here at Laguna Seca, still shown in 27th position. But all the rest of the guys in the battle for the championship are running close to the front. And as they run right now, Greg Moore passes Adrian Fernandez for third in points, so Fernandez has to be careful.
Well, one thing we should also note is since the first lap, other than Robbie Gordon and Paul Tracy, who jumped up, Robbie 8 spots, Paul Tracy 4th, there has not been a pass for a position on the track. Now that shows how competitive this field is and how tightly bunched everybody is running.
The grid was incredibly tight. Let's get down to Gary Gerald.
This business of fuel conservation has always been important if you want to make a two-stop race at Laguna Seca. We haven't talked about fuel conservation since Elkhart Lake, but already radio scanners up and down pit road, all teams virtually telling their drivers that they must improve on fuel consumption. That's the word that went out about 3 laps ago to Brian Herta. We just checked in with Dario Franchitti. They are being conservative. They are hoping that somehow they can get good enough mileage that they can go one more lap than the other front runners, so that Franchitti, who has the first pit at the pit entrance, would have a wide open pit road for exit. So already early pit strategy coming into play here, and it all centers around fuel consumption.
How delicate a measurement is it? Well, by our rough calculations, 0.15 miles per gallon over the course of the 83 laps of the race is worth 2 complete laps around this racetrack, and that can make a difference. Mauricio Gugelmin is in the pits. Gugelmin is out of the car. Jan Bikas has more.
The reason is that the telemetry said that the water temperature was up to 130 degrees Celsius. That's too high, that's overheated, and obviously that is the reason why Gugelmin now has left the cockpit.
I'll tell you what, I know the telemetry, they've got to rely on the telemetry, but when I was driving, even if the telemetry showed something, we just kept going. You couldn't take a chance on the telemetry. They must have seen a lot more problems in that engine than just the water.
Let's take a lap around Laguna Seca with Bobby Rahal as he makes his final laps here as a racing driver.
Look at this shot. He's climbing up the hill to the famous corkscrew, blind braking over there, flattens out. Look at this turn. Nothing, you can't see anything. Drops down, tricky little right-hander, up through the gears. Really fun little left-hander there, very quick. Down here, now this corner's 120 miles an hour, stands on the gas, comes in hard on the braking, the hairpin, 48 miles an hour through here, stands on the gas, tries to put the power down as we go up through the gears. Listen to this. Over the top right here, 180 miles an hour, hard on the brakes, down into second gear, little double apex corner there, squeeze on the throttle, up through the gear. A little tricky right-hander on the power. It's always slippery there. Out over the curb, up one gear here. Quick right-hander, about 118 miles an hour there. Go up through the gears. Hard on the brakes. Join the old circuit out here. Squeeze out there, camber corner, and look at this view. You can't tell where you're going. On the brakes, down a gear, a big dip right there, and now the climb back up to the corkscrew. Let's take one more look at this corkscrew. Blind braking, flatten out, down through the gears. Look at this. Whoa, and down. Here we go, down to the hairpin.
Robbie Gordon, that is just ahead of Bobby Rahal, who runs in 16th position right now. We're going to take a break. Earlier we showed you the points, to and on back. How valuable are those positions? $1.75 million in championship bonus pool money yet to be handed out. Gugelmin and Leto are out. Everybody else is running strong at Laguna. Welcome back to Laguna Seca Raceway with the cars running in the background, but I am joined by a man who is switching teams next year. P.J. Jones, son of the great Pardelli Jones, will be driving the Vistion car for Pat Patrick Racing next year, and it will not be the Reynard that Scott Pruitt is in out there. A new Swift chassis for you. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I mean, I'm just happier than heck. I mean, this is the best opportunity I've had in the series, and to be with Vistion and Patrick and a lot of good, experienced people on that team. So I think it'll be a good place for me.
coming from a Reynard. You had some time perhaps in the Eagle for Dan Gurney's All-American Racers. You were there for 7 years, won championships in sports cars. How heavy is your heart leaving the All-American Racers team?
Well, it's tough. You know, it's kind of like breaking up. You know, it's he gave my career a big shot in the arm, and Dan's been really good to me through the years, and I guess that's why I was there for 7 years. And in Toyota, they're getting it. They're getting better. I just had to make a career decision.
Well, we're still racing. I'm going to throw back to Danny Sullivan. Why don't you come join us in the booth, PJ?
Okay, I'd love to.
Okay, Danny, take it away.
Thanks, Bob, and we're on board with Richie Hearn now. He's coming up the pit straightaway. He'll be climbing up to about 180 over this hill. Drops down, watch him hard on the brakes. Down through the gears. Tricky little left-hander, double apex. Try to squeeze that power on. Richie really enjoys this track, as do all the drivers. Look at him slide that car out of turn 3. He's throwing it around now. You don't want to see that happen. Look at that. Over the curb, throw up a little dust. He is driving that car really hard. The unfortunate part about that, if you do that too long, you'll eat up those tires, and you've got to make sure you get to that first pit stop, which will be around lap 27. So he doesn't want to chew them up too much. Climbing up the hill. Watch, he's coming up here to the corkscrew. That drops off drastically down that hill. Every time that happens, your heart just kind of goes up in your mouth. It is a fantastic corner.
Good job of play-by-play there, partner. Now there is Michel Jourdain Jr., who was black flagged for spraying fluid out the back of the car. The young Mexican driver remains in the car while the crew takes off the side pod covers, the engine cover, and pokes around near the right rear corner of the car.
Anytime you come into the pits and your crew has to take the engine covers off, that is not a good sign.
Back up front now, Brian Herta plunging down the corkscrew. PJ Jones, let me ask you, are you sorry you missed a chance to go drive a 900 horsepower race car around Laguna Seca today?
Well, I guess when you miss Laguna Seca and not able to drive, and you see all your friends and your team, your old team out there, yeah, it's difficult. This is one of the best tracks in America, and as Danny described the corkscrew, I mean, there is nothing like coming off that. It's like falling off a ledge.
Did you ever get to drive the sports car here? Did you all race here? And you all had Boku horsepower in that deal, didn't you?
This place, to me, is downforce and horsepower. We were fortunate here, I think in '92, to come here and break the all-time track record with our GTP car, the Toyota GTP car, and the car was awesome. I mean, it was 4.5 Gs under braking, 3.5 in the corners. The car was just insane.
Well, let me ask you a question, too, right now. Of course, we're watching this unfold. Brian Herta's out there leading. He's got only a 2.6-second lead. It's dropped down. You see Jimmy Vasser just in the back of your screen there coming into view. He's closed up about a second. But still, what do you see unfolding right now? What's everybody doing out there in terms of fuel management and tire management?
Well, those are the big two keys here, is the fuel and the tires. This place notoriously gets a lot of marbles out there, and with the tire wars, it's making it tougher and tougher, getting the marbles on the outside of the track. It's like if you get offline, it's like being on ice. And the fuel economy here is crucial. Last year, I got about 2 laps from the end and ran out of fuel. That's how crucial it is. They don't give you a whole lot of fuel for the amount of laps you have to do.
Right. Now, for everybody at home, when we're talking about marbles, that means the buildup on the tires and the rubber, and it all gets thrown just off of line. And what happens is it makes it very difficult to pass.
Problem on the racetrack for Dennis Vitolo. There's a small fire at the left rear.
Looks like he's also facing the wrong way on the racetrack.
Yes, he is definitely spun there. Either that or all of the other drivers have turned around and gone the other way, and I don't think that's happening.
That is down by the Firestone walkover bridge on the infield here at Laguna Seca between turns 3 and 4. And it appears that the engine is not running.
You can see the big skid marks. See the marks coming out right up in there where Dennis is obviously spun. That is a very tricky right-hander, and if you get on the throttle too quick, you can just loop it and go around. Also, what happens, BJ was talking about the marbles on the track. As the race gets run, there's more dust being pulled up out on the track, and that mixes. Look here, Brian Herta coming in for a pit stop, and Jimmy Vasser.
Jan Bikas and Gary Gerald await them.
Herta comes in, first stop of the day. It came unexpectedly. Everybody was in that field conservation mode, this slightly alters the scheme of things, but only 69 gallons available on this side. Now Herta ruins smoothly. Everything looking good in 11.5 seconds.
Right behind him, Jimmy Master is nervous, and there goes Alex Palou. Well, it's been down here in the pits, but I can tell you they added one turn of front wing to Vassar's car.
And they head back out on the racetrack. You'll notice that they do not use the long pit lane return road, which veers off to the left right at this point. They dump right back onto the racetrack down in turn 2.
And you see them, they look like they're going so slow there. They're ginger. They're having had the experience of driving Gilles de Ferran's spare car, that when the tires are cold like that, it takes a couple of corners, if not an entire lap, to get them up to optimum operating temperature.
And we thank Derek Walker and the Havoline Honda team for allowing Danny Sullivan to get back behind the wheel of a champ car. There is Brian Herta. We're under yellow, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. There's the view from our Honda Helicam. Keep in mind, at the end of our race, Honda will bring you commercial-free coverage of a substantial portion of the closing laps of the race right down to the checkered flag. And our thanks to Honda for that. The top 9 cars came in order. And going back out, Zanardi got past Greg Moore and now runs in 4th position. Christian Fittipaldi lost 3 positions. He's back down to 13th. Let's get down to the pits.
Adrian Fernandez is having some difficulty with the power of his Ford power plant, but because of what's known as a wastegate, which controls the turbo pressure. Now, he can do pretty well when he's out there running under green, but they're very concerned about him getting onto the throttle on restarts. That's where he's really lacking some power. There's a concern, but nothing they can do during the race.
Well, we've got P.J. Jones. Of course, he's going to be Adrian's teammate next year. You saw him fiddling there with the little button on the right of the steering wheel. What is that button? They've changed quite a bit.
Right. I'm not exactly sure, but I think he might have been, since Dion was saying he had a wastegate problem, he must be clicking up the boost, trying to get it closer to get him more pressure, manifold pressure.
So that he can settle that boost down and have a normal run.
You saw a lot of vibration in that steering wheel, too. Some of the drivers have said that Laguna Seca is bumpier this year than they remember it being. What were your impressions, not having raced it in about 5 years?
Well, of course, I didn't have that much to compare it to. It was a little bit rough. You see Al Jr. taking advantage of that restart, and Adrian Fernandez. And look right here. We've got Franchitti, and it looks like Zanardi getting around Franchitti also at that restart.
So it is now Herta, Vassar, Zanardi, Franchitti, Moore, Unser Jr., and Fernandez in the top 7 spots.
On the restarts here, I think a lot of things you see is the team set the tire pressures pretty low, and it takes about 2 or 3 laps before you can get the tire pressures to come up, especially after a pit stop, because they need to set the pressure for the long run and not just the short run like you would in qualifying.
Let me ask you about your involvement with Pat Patrick Racing now, PJ. Are you talking with the team? You helping out with their effort in the pit lane?
Well, I don't know how much help I am, but yeah, definitely just kind of listening in, learning. It's kind of giving me a head start for next year.
Look at that right there on the screen. Sorry, Zanardi was taking a look at Jimmy Vassar. Jimmy looked like he made a mistake going into the corkscrew. He got in there a little late and locked up a tire. I saw a puff of smoke. Zanardi's one that will always take advantage of somebody else's mistake. And even though they're teammates, Zanardi wants to get to the front of this pack.
Zanardi has had an interesting weekend here in Laguna Seca. He was forced to sit out first round qualifying on Friday because of a collision he had in the corkscrew with Brian Herta, of all people, after the checkered flag flew on Friday morning during practice. Now keep in mind, Alex Zanardi is still on probation from earlier this year, which may be why his penalty was so steep on Friday. And only the second time a driver has ever been excluded from a session in the Kart FedEx Championship Series.
It appeared to me from a driver's point of view that Jimmy didn't have his tire pressures and temperatures up. He looks like he was a little bit more ginger around the corner. Alex seemed like he brought the temperature of his tires up a lot quicker.
If you look at Franchitti too, same thing. He seems to be a slower starter. You know, it says that maybe they've got the tire pressures or the car set up maybe for a longer run. I think a lot of the teams are a big sigh of relief after that yellow flag. I think they all probably need it for fuel.
Oh, and Bobby Rahal. Bobby Rahal is spun off there, and that's a bad spot because the track drops away on the dirt side of the track. He could be high-sided right there, which means that, look, you can see it. The car is caught. He's got no grip there. Smoke coming out of the engine where it's getting a little hot. Might even be heating up the bodywork there.
It might be because there's that very dark smoke, which means something other than fuel is burning.
Right, but all Bobby needs right there, if the engine's dead, all he needs to push him off of that curbing. He can roll down. It's such a steep descent. All they got to do is push him, and he can bump start that and be on his way.
Now, the word we're getting is that Richie Hearn might have been involved with Bobby Rahal there at the top of the corkscrew, and that's a very heavy braking area.
Right, and you saw that red car in the middle of the track slow. Okay, we're on Bobby Rahal's car, coming up past one of the MCI cars. Max Pappas, he bounces over the curb on the inside and went out and hit Max Pappas, who's going to be his driver for next year.
No.
What an introduction to team owner.
Oh, that irony is too much.
I guess Max is happy he got that contract signed before they had that little incident.
So the flags wave at the corner as the kart safety team goes to work at the top of the hill, and that shot gives you a good view of just how steep that drop-off is. Now, we mentioned Richie Hearn. Let's take a look from his onboard.
So you can see Rahal going to the inside there, bounces over the curb, boom, taps. We think Richie had to lock him up to avoid hitting Bobby, trying to get in gear, get out of there. He never saw him drop down and select a lower gear. Look at Bobby holding his hands up like, hey guys, just push me out on the track. I can bump start this.
And that was Michael Andretti who went by Richie Hearn as he started down the hill.
Well, we may have called that was Max Pappas, but it looks like it was probably Robbie Gordon there.
To get confirmation on that. Both Pappas and Gordon, the teammates for Archie R. Wells, driving identically painted MCI-sponsored Reynards.
And that's what really throws us, because let's not forget, before the second car that Robbie Gordon was in had more Panasonic on it than MCI, and they switched that over, and it's really made it difficult for us here in the booth.
And now we have confirmation it was Max Pappas that Bobby Rahal got together with up there. Meanwhile, there is Greg Moore, currently shown in 5th position. He's got Dario Franchitti just ahead. Now, Franchitti, with 2 straight wins coming in, has come from outside the top 10 in points all the way up to 5th with a real solid shot at that $500,000 that goes to the championship runner-up.
I'll tell you, the guy that we really have to pay attention to in all this is Al Unser Jr., because Al has not been doing very well on some of these courses, and Roger Penske has managed to launch him up into some of those spots. Al started in 7th, and he's running very strong right now in 6th.
We're going to take a break. Bobby Rahal has gotten restarted. He heads for the pit lane, but he is well back in the field. Brian Herta leads, Bobby's teammate. We'll be back. Here come a pair of teammates. Winners of this race the last 2 years, champions the last 2 years for Target Chip Ganassi Racing. Jimmy Vasser leads Alex Zanardi in their pursuit of Brian Herta. We'll check the interval to the race leader as they flash across the Omega timing stripe right under that walkover bridge. 1.3 seconds, same as it was last time around.
Now, what will be interesting here is what orders are coming down from Chip Ganassi, because you want Jimmy not to drive with his mirrors and worry about Alex. What you really want him doing is focusing on catching Brian Herta, and that gap is only 1.3 seconds.
Now I'll let the cat out of the bag. The baseball history we're monitoring here on ESPN is the Arizona Diamondbacks Cincinnati Reds game in Cincinnati, where Andy Benes has a no-hitter going. There is 1 out right now in the bottom of the 9th. If they get to 2 outs, we will take you to Synergy Field in Cincinnati to witness a little baseball history.
And you can see the gap right there. Of course, we're riding on board in 3rd position. But look, Jimmy Vasser's right in front, and just going out of view on your screen, in front of him is our leader, Brian Herta. And there's a bunch right behind him, behind Zanardi, which is Franchitti, Moore, and Allenser Jr. We have got a very tight race at the front of this field.
Now Mark Blundell is in the pits, and the cover is off on the Motorola car for the Pac-West team.
And that looks about the same scenario they had with Big Mo Gugelman earlier. Nobody's jumping around, so that's not a good sign from the driver's perspective.
Both cars are Mercedes powered. Let's watch the teammates from Target Chip Ganassi Racing. 3 straight championships. No other team has done that since Penske Racing back in the early 80s with the likes of Rick Mears and Al Unser Sr. They have been absolutely bulletproof. Incredible reliability, always running at the front. This man, Alex Zanardi, with whom you ride, has 17 podium finishes in his last 22 races, including 6 victories.
I think the real credit to Chip Ganassi Racing is the fact that not only has Alex Zanardi been up there at the front, but so is Jimmy Vasser, winning races, winning a championship, finishing right up in the championship. So that means the team is very, very well balanced and gives all the effort to both drivers, not just to one.
Here's a look at the numbers on Jimmy Vasser, with over 100 starts in the series. Winner here a year ago. A couple of victories this year. Let's go to Jan Bikas with more on Vasser.
Well, remember we said during the first round of pit stops that it was mayhem down here in Ganassi Racing. They had quick stops. We found out afterwards there's actually a fire at the back of Jimmy Vasser's car, and that is because the fuel nozzle sprung a leak, and there was fuel that was coming out of that, and they have since replaced the fuel nozzle. However, Jimmy Vasser did lose a little bit of fuel.
But he has gained some time on the racetrack. He took 2/10 off of Brian Herta the last time around. We are working lap number 33, 51 laps to go.
We saw this a little bit before they made that first pit stop. Don't forget, Jimmy was closing up right before they pitted under that yellow situation. So maybe his car is working better as the fuel load lightens.
This, of course, is a Reynard chassis with a Honda engine and Firestone tires. Moments ago, you saw Mark Blundell in the PacWest pits. The timeline for car development and testing has become extended once again. The PacWest team expects the first of the 1999 Reynards to be delivered at the end of October, October 31st, with a second car coming in mid-November. And the other teams will get their new chassis in the course of those weeks. And the testing will begin virtually at the moment. The 98 season ends on November 1st at California Speedway.
What is amazing about that, too, the first Reynard is going to be delivered to PacWest before the end of the season.
Helio Castro Neves has spun. Looks like it down in turn 2, the Andretti hairpin. Now, turn 1 is basically just a kink in the road just past the start-finish line. This is 2, a very long left-hander. Now, Andy Bennis has lost his no-hitter bid with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning in Cincinnati, but Sammy Sosa is coming to back in Chicago. Let's go to WGN coverage. Welcome back to Laguna Seca, and congratulations to Sammy Sosa on home run number 61, joining Roger Maris. I'll tell you what, Mark McGuire had better not be looking over his shoulder. As Satchel Paige once said, somebody may be gaining on you, and it may be Sammy. Right now, Jimmy Vasser to the left of your screen and his teammate Alex Zanardi continue. Well, they were gaining on Brian Herta, the race leader. They had the gap down to a second, but then they began working traffic.
But what's amazing to me is it's not just Brian Herta, Jimmy, Alex, it's Dario Franchitti, Greg Moore, Alan Sir Jr., Fernandez, all right there. This is a classic Laguna Seca type of race. Look at them, all right there, one after another. And Adrian Fernandez just coming into your screen there. He's in 7th spot, just like a second out of there. They're all bunched up. Let me tell you, you cannot make a mistake. And we saw Alex Zanardi looking down the inside of Jimmy Vasser, thinking, should I pass here?
And in regards to that, the radio communication between Chip Ganassi and Alex Zanardi was asked, is Jimmy Vasser slowing you down? The answer from Zanardi, he's slowing me down big time.
Well, we'll see if he can close up on his teammate, get Jimmy Vasser to let him by. The gap, 1.5 seconds. Herta to Vasser, last time by. We'll be back to Laguna Seca.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. Tony Bettenhausen was Rookie of the Year in 1979. Since then, he's had 2 Rookie of the Years. Stefan Johansson was the Rookie of the Year in 1992. Then Patrick Carpentier was Rookie of the Year last year. Everyone thought that he certainly has his way with rookies, and so this year's Rookie of the Year candidate will be Helio Castroneves. You saw Helio go off course. He's now currently 22nd, but he is trailing Tony Kanaan, his former Indy Lights teammate, by 25 points for the Rookie of the Year. Tony Kanaan is currently in 10th place. One other note about Bettenhausen and his rookies, he's brought 6 rookies to Laguna Seca over the years. One of them is our very own Jan Bikas.
All right, thank Thank you, Marla Klein. There is Tony Kanaan having a great run after another great run a week ago in Vancouver, where he might have had a podium, but for a collision with Paul Tracy. There you see the Jim Truman Rookie of the Year award standings. Kanaan leading his former PPG Dayton Indy Lights teammate, Helio Castro-Neves. They are best of friends as well as toughest of competitors. Four times in the 15 previous runnings of the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey featuring the Texaco Havoline 300, one man has led flag to flag. Most recently, Paul Tracy in 1994. Michael Andretti has done it twice in 91 and 92. Back in 1990, our own Danny Sullivan led every lap of the race. There are the teammates from Target Chip Ganassi Racing, second and third, Jimmy Vasser and Alex Zanardi, now 2 full seconds behind that man, race leader Brian Herta, who after losing a lot of his lead gap is now extending it again. Let's get more on him. Jan?
We're checking, Bob, on the fuel economy situation relating to Brian Herta, the race leader. Now, the fact that they came in and made their first stop about 5 laps sooner than expected led many of us to believe that that automatically might mean a 3-stop race. However, we're being told by Ray Lito, who is in communication with Herta on this team, that that's not necessarily so. A little bit of yellow would help them get back where it could still be a 2-stop race. They're not being super conservative with fuel, but they still are having to monitor the situation. And everybody up and down is telling their drivers, including they're telling Brian Herta, think fuel, think fuel. That seems to be a common message. Jan?
Hey, Gary, that is the same situation for Team Target Ganassi for both Vasser and Zanardi. They want to try and get to lap 50, or if they can, to lap 53. They say if you can get to 53, you then can make it to the end of the race with only 2 stops. So possibly only 1 stop remaining for both Vasser and Zanardi.
Well, let's not forget, when they both pitted, there was 61 laps to go. That means they've got to split that up. One time they've got to do 31 laps or 30. That's a long way to go. And look at Alex Zanardi, looks like he's getting a little impatient with Jimmy, saying, hey, I want to get by and have a go at Brian Herta. Let's not forget, that can actually help Jimmy, because if he gets up there and he starts chasing Brian Herta, Brian's going to have to run a faster pace. Run a faster pace, you use up more fuel.
Right now, Brian Herta is leading from the front. There you see Herta coming down through turns 9 and 10. We are at the halfway mark of the race. There will be 41 laps to go the next time Brian Herta flashes over the start-finish line. Herta has been just dominant this weekend, spending most of the time at the top of the timesheets in both practice and qualifying. Checking the top speeds on Friday evening, he had 5 of the top 6 speeds at the start-finish line, the top 4 at the first trap, and the top 5 speeds in the second trap. He has been absolutely flying.
Now, one of the things that the strategists are trying to figure out here is yellow situation. We heard that they said we could use a couple of laps under yellow to help get us back on our fuel window. That typically does not happen at Laguna Seca. All these people study when there's a lot of yellows, which tracks. This is one where they do a lot of local yellows, but typically not that many under a full course yellow.
And Danny, a further update in regards to fuel. We talk about saving fuel. Well, many of these owners do coach their drivers, and one would be the Tasman team. And Steve Horn has called his driver, Tony Kanaan, and said, we want you to use more brakes and less engine when you're slowing the car down, because we need to save some more fuel. That's one of the tricks you can use.
From our Honda Helicam, you see Brian Herta entering turn 11. There come the Target teammates. Okay, it's time for the official jinx. Only once in the 15 previous runnings of this race has a driver taken his first career victory in the kart series. That was Gilles de Ferran back in 1995, but he was driving for Jim Hall's team. This could be the day for Brian Herta. Checking time intervals at the line. Quick lap for Zanardi, second quick Franchitti, Tony Kanaan. Third quickest lap. Check the gaps to the race leader. So many times Brian Herta has been running at the front, perhaps the fastest man in the series around a single lap. Still looking for that first win. Right now, he's on schedule. Stay with us. Yesterday here at Laguna Seca, kart drivers and a few former champions, including our own Danny Sullivan, went barefoot and joined famed motorsports artist Randy Owens in creating a masterpiece, a very large masterpiece, which will be featured at Runway Madness, a live auction for charity in Fontana, California at season end. For more information, call the kart headquarters in Detroit, and you might take that number home. Back at the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Texaco Havoline 300, you ride with Michael Andretti, who, after being knocked off at this turn, the Andretti hairpin, early in the race and dropping completely to the back of the field, now runs in 16th. He is back on the lead lap. And last time around, the top 16 cars, including Michael, all lapped within about a half second of each other. That's how close it is.
It is very close out there, and it just shows that their qualifying times are not a fluke. These guys are running as hard as they can with the fuel that they're allotted. They're running on a qualifying pace, and they have to do it for 185 miles. I think for the viewer at home, you see them sitting in the car, and their hands are right there. Look, it looks very relaxed up there. You can't believe how physical this is. I drove 4 laps the other day, and as you all heard, I was breathing heavy and so forth. You have to be in incredibly good shape to drive one of these cars for 2 hours at this kind of pace. Remember, there's no half times, there's no timeouts, you don't get any flag situations. You've got to be on it the entire time, and it is a very, very physical endeavor.
Temperature hovering around 90 degrees. These drivers all wearing multi-layer fire retardant suits, boots, gloves, balaclava over their faces, the helmet. It is very hard work. Check out ESPN2 for RPM tonight, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific tonight, for all the news of a big day in racing. I won't give away any of the results that have taken place thus far. Watch RPM tonight to get them. It must be a little liberating for a guy like Michael Andretti. You started with a race plan in mind. You get punted off the racetrack. You go to the back. Suddenly, you've got nothing. Just go for it. Drive the car as hard as you can for as long as you can, I would think.
Well, you do, but at this particular track, I think everybody's driving that way. And I know all the racing I did against Michael Andretti, he's got that attitude anyway. He just goes for it. And you've really, as competitive as the field is, and I know we keep repeating that, you've got to have that attitude the entire time. You have got to go for it every lap, all the time, if you're going to come away with a good result.
Race leader Brian Herta has crossed the stripe. 36 laps remain. Let's check on strategy now with Jan Bikas.
Well, the first thing we checked into is when are we going to see the top guys on pit road. As far as the Ford power plants, we're going to see Scott Pruitt here on lap 50, Adrian Fernandez on 51. Right next door for Vassar and Zanardi, they're hoping to go up to as late as lap 53. Of course, that's Honda power. A lot of people feel 50-51 is going to be too early to make it all the way to the end.
Jan, and let me tell you something, a lap or two short around here is really tough. And if you make a pit stop late, you lose about, by the time you come in, get your fuel, and get back out, even a splash, you lose about 35 seconds around this place, which is about a half a lap. It's too much ground to give up for an additional pit stop if you want to have a good result.
Earlier today on our Kart Today program on ESPN2, Brian Herta said, well, we're kind of out of the points, so we're just going to go and try to get that first ever win. He is 9th in points officially coming into this weekend, 13 points behind his teammate and car owner Bobby Rahal in 8th place. So a victory here would do wonders for Brian Herta, knocking them a couple of places up the ladder, and there is still 3 races to go after this. We'll be in Houston, Texas for a brand new street circuit in a couple of weeks, then Surfers Paradise, Australia, and then the big finale at California Speedway in Fontana, $1 million to win.
And let's not forget, Brian Herta has gotten 2 points this weekend, 1 for pole position. He's led the most laps so far, which nobody can overtake him because we've gone over half distance in the race. So he's going to pick up that point for most laps led. If he could win, that gives him 20 more. That's 22. That's a clean sweep. Maximum points. Let me tell you, give me 3 weekends like that, and we'll see who ends up where in the championship.
That's right. He's only 11 points behind Bobby Rahal right now. There's the look back from Jimmy Vassar to Alex Zanardi, who is secure in his championship. Pit stops are coming. We'll be back live in a moment to Laguna Seca. A week ago in Vancouver was the key weekend of the season to date in the FedEx Championship Series. Key for many drivers. For Dario Franchitti, a race win and a $440,000 payday. For Alex Zanardi, his second straight PPG Cup and $1 million in bonuses. Here at the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Texaco Havoline 300, we expect pit stops. We have cars in the pit lane right now. The first of the Target teammates, Alex Zanardi, is in, and Jan Bikas is there.
It turns out it's Jimmy Vasser. Alex Zanardi is going to stay on the racetrack, and he's going to pick up position. Remember that Vasser had a fuel leak. Maybe that's why he's here a little bit early. 12.5 as Michael's on his way in. Now, they tried something tricky here. They put out a pit sign for Zanardi 2 laps ago that said pit, and they were looking to see if any other team would bite and come in then early. It didn't work. Zanardi will be in next time by.
Well, Jan, I'd have to say it worked somewhat. It certainly fooled the television team.
And now this throws something interesting here because Jimmy's driving a Honda. Normally gets very good fuel consumption. What is their strategy right now by him being the first one in the door? Can they go those 32 laps that remain and on this tank of fuel? Is he going just so he's got position here? This is going to be critical. These pit stops are going to tell everything.
The race leader is in, and here comes Alex Zanardi, the second place car as well. A critical pit stop.
Pressure now swings to the Ray Hall team for Brian Herta. They serviced Herta in 11.5 seconds the first time around, trying to get every precious drop of fuel that they possibly can. Revs are up, waiting, and rolling.
And here comes Alex Zanardi, 13.2. He cannot keep up with Herta, at least on pit road.
Brian Herta was first out, 60-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit. Now he comes back up on the revs. Dario Franchitti assumes the race lead as Herta and Zanardi come back on the racetrack. Herta shown in the 5th spot, Zanardi 6th.
This is going to be incredible. We're seeing so many different strategies right here on when everybody's stopping. Look at Franchitti. He's still out on the track. The longer he goes, the richer he's going to be able to run his car, meaning using more fuel, the more horsepower it's going to make, the faster he's going to be late in the race.
And that's what won Vancouver for him as he was trying to run down Michael Andretti in the late laps. Franchitti had more fuel and could run harder. He heads for the pit lane.
And also what happens right now, he has a clean pit lane there. He can do this, he can get out without too much traffic.
That was partly by design, Danny. They wanted that clean pit lane. They wanted the extra fuel mileage. Wing changes both sides. Everything looking routine. Now the fueling complete. Just under 14 seconds.
And look at this. He's going out, but there's one of the players' cars right in front of him. I think that's Carpentier. Held him up a little bit. Look at this. He's having trouble.
Here comes Brian Herta sweeping by to move back into the race lead as Franchitti comes up to speed. Alex Zanardi will get by as well.
And where is Jimmy Vasser in all of this? We'll have to wait and see as it all unfolds and everybody takes their position on the track.
Right now, Tony Kanaan is shown in 4th place after a quick pit stop by the Tasman group. Jimmy Vasser shown in 5th, and then Greg Moore, Al Unser Jr., Gilles de Ferran, Adrian Fernandez, and Scott Pruitt.
Now Jimmy's back there in 5th. You see, taking a look around the outside for Tony Kanaan. But if he is on that long fuel strategy, he's going to have to be a little conservative here and turn it back down and not run with as much power.
Climbing the hill. Beautiful view of Salinas County off to the right, but no time to enjoy the scenery here for these drivers. Ooh, all kinds of tire smoke from Kanaan. Kanaan pitted back on lap 53. Vasser working the throttle. Slowest corner here, turn 11. And a very difficult rumble strip on either side. Very tall bumps in that strip. They head through that slight left-handed bend. That's turn 1, and this is turn 2, the Andretti hairpin. "29 laps remain. 28 next time by for race leader Brian Herta. We'll take a break now that pit stops are done and return. Stay with us. Back at Laguna Seca, the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey featuring the Texaco Havoline 300. You see the running order on the left. Bob Varsha along with Danny Sullivan, Jan Beekes, and Gary Gerald. Glad to have you with us on a glorious weekend here on the Monterey Peninsula. Now let's talk about fuel strategy. Gary.
Well, it's going to be really close as far as Brian Herta is concerned. They're already telling him to short shift. Once he established that he came out through the round of pit stops as the leader, they immediately went into that conservation mode once again. So he can dictate somewhat the pace as the leader, but it's going to be very close. He's got to go 31 laps on this final tank of fuel to make it, whereas Tony Kanaan got 2 extra laps in the adjacent pit, a wide open racetrack as most all the leaders came in. He cranked out a couple of the fastest laps of the race. That helped him improve in position. And of course, he's not right there with the front runners. Jan?
And Gary, a very similar story. Spoke with Tom Anderson. He said that Jimmy Vasser, of course, he makes the call for Jimmy. He thinks they're in trouble because they came in a lap earlier. He thinks that both Zanardi and Herta are looking good, but he said in particular Franchitti and Kanaan, like you said, with one more lap, are looking great.
Well, what we're seeing out here on the track is team strategy. Look at this. Rahal moves to the inside. Is he going to block Zanardi? No. Yeah, I think he wanted to, but he let Brian Herta go by. Didn't want to screw him up there, but I thought he might have tried to hold up Zanardi and see if he could give his teammate some advantage.
Back end steps out slightly for Brian Herta as he gets on the power as soon as possible. Where have we seen this before? Alex Zanardi coming up behind Brian Herta at Laguna Seca. Now, Zanardi is also going to be pretty marginal on fuel, as is Brian Herta, Greg Moore, Al Unser Jr., Christian Fittipaldi, and Richie Hearn. As our pit reporters mentioned, Dario Franchitti, Tony Kanaan, Patrick Carpentier are probably in pretty good shape. The guys who are in trouble, Gilles de Ferran, Scott Pruitt, Max Pappas, and Alex Barron, who pitted on lap 50. On lap 51, Jimmy Vasser, Adrian Fernandez, Paul Tracy, and Michael Andretti came in for service.
Now, what becomes so difficult for Brian Herta right here is if his team is telling him short shift and save fuel, and he sees Alex Zanardi behind him at Laguna Seca with all that's been made of the pass and everything that's going on, he gets so frustrated in there because it's like, I just want to race and show what I can do, and now I've got to conserve fuel with Alex Zanardi right behind me.
That's right, the two-time PPG Cup champion looming up behind.
A driver can make so much out of saving fuel just the way that you drive. Now the upshifts, you're seeing the guy just pull the lever there. Electronically, it slows the engine down just enough to pull the shift. Otherwise, he never takes his foot off the throttle. But on the downshift, if he doesn't rev the engine going down to save a little bit more fuel, you roll into the corner a bit, use the brakes a little bit more, you save those little ounces of fuel, and it can make all the difference at the end of this race.
Earlier this year, we talked about Alex Zanardi's huge points lead. We wondered whether his confidence and his aggression would continue after he clinched the championship. We're getting evidence today. He's lost nothing. Stay with us.
Back here in Laguna Seca, currently Alex Zanardi is running in second place just behind Brian Herta. And this has been a whirlwind week for Alex Zanardi since clinching his second straight championship. Just after the race in Vancouver last Sunday, he hopped on a plane and missed the birth of his first child by 8 hours. He spent 3 days in Italy, and when his son was just barely 3 days old, he returned to the United States so he could run here at Laguna Seca this weekend. But just after this race today, he will head back to Italy for a couple of weeks to spend some extended time with his wife Daniela and his new son Nicolo. Back to you, Bob.
All right, thank you very much, Marla. But Alex also says he will see out his career in the FedEx Championship Series, if that's what it comes to. He is still being coy about whether or not he is headed for Formula One next year. I think everyone up and down the pit lane assumes that it will be the case. We will bid goodbye to the two-time champion this year. Now let's go down to Jan Beekes with more on Zanardi.
Well, he's been talking on the radio with Chip Ganassi, and Chip says, Alex, I need you to save fuel. It says 10-4. And I also need you to stay right behind Brian Herta. He calls back and says, so I'm supposed to save fuel and I'm supposed to push Brian? Chip says, yes. He says, okay.
Well, he seems to be doing exactly what Chip's asking of him. He's staying right there. He got a little bit closer a minute ago, but he's under a second. He's 0.7 of a second behind him. So let me tell you, Brian Herta, I'm watching him drive. He's not backing off at all. He's sliding it out of the corkscrew. This is tough on Brian as well.
That was Alex Zanardi's engineer, Morris Nunn, and the team owner, Chip Ganassi, watching from the pit wall. There is Al Unser Jr., currently in 8th place. A week ago in Vancouver, Michael Andretti was leading the race, and the pit told him, conserve fuel, but keep Franchitti behind you. And he said, how do I do that, over the radio?
And Brian Herta, guys, is saying, I need to fuel, and they're telling him we've got to find 1 gallon before these final 25 laps are complete. So it's that close. A gallon of fuel could make all the difference in the world. That's what Herta needs. Consequently, they're having him go down 1 click on the boost, we are told.
And Gary, it turns out it's a similar situation for Zanardi. They said, you're not saving enough fuel. You must save more. So if we see Brian Herta turn down the fuel, it looks like Zanardi will do the same.
Yes, but who's going to turn it down first? Is it going to be Zanardi, or is it going to be Brian Herta?
There is Vincenzo Sospiri in one of Dan Gurney's All-American Racers Eagles chassis. He is in for P.J. Jones, with whom we spoke earlier in the day. He'll run this race and the remaining 3 in the season. A front row starter in the Indianapolis 500, coming off 5 consecutive victories, driving a Ferrari in the International Sports Car Racing Series in Europe. And Vincenzo Sospiri is getting a birth of fire here in the Kart FedEx Championship Series this weekend as you watch Brian Herta and Alex Zanardi.
And Alex has closed up about 1/10 on that. That's going to seesaw back and forth. A little bit closer there. Brian maybe have turned down his fuel a little earlier. Let me tell you, from a race driver's point of view, those are the worst words that can come over the radio, particularly when you're leading or chasing that guy for the lead. It's like, slow down, save fuel, save fuel. You feel so frustrated that you can't do what you want to do.
Alex Zanardi could set so many records this year. His current margin in the PPG Cup Championship is 92 points. The record margin of victory in the title chase is 47 by Al Unser Jr. back in 1994. The most points in a single season, Michael Andretti in 1991, 234 points in 17 races. Right now, Alex Zanardi has 218. This team has been so strong. Consider that in the last 48 races, Target Chip Ganassi Racing has come away without scoring points from either of its drivers just once.
And that is the kind of team that you want to drive for. And as we said before, what has been so good with Target Chip Ganassi Racing is that they spread it across the board. Both drivers get equal share in everything and equal treatment.
Dario Franchitti with a star of the future. Tony Kanaan of Brazil just behind him in 4th place. And Kanaan beginning to look racy with the 3rd place runner. He could get that podium today, and he goes underneath. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. You see Tony Kanaan currently running in the number 3 spot after getting around Dario Franchitti. Here's how it happened.
He comes in under braking. Dario's got it. Look, he just got in there too late. Locked up a left rear. Ran off wide. Couldn't do anything about it. He saved the position. Did not spin it back on there.
Now Jimmy Vasser is closing on Dario Franchitti, who appears to have a handling problem, because while we were in commercial break, he had a bit of a lurid slide off turn 11 as he tried to accelerate. And now Vasser is closing in.
That could be that he just got his tires dirty when he ran out there wide, got on the grit. That oftentimes takes a lap or so to clean him up. He ran a 1-minute 14-second lap, which was about 3 seconds slower than the leaders, but he's back down to a 1:12 lap right now, so I think he's got a handle on it.
17 laps remaining. Let's get an update now on the situation for the front runners, beginning with Gary Gerald.
And in Brian Herta land, I tell you, the tension is getting so thick down here, Bob, you can almost cut it. Ray Lito, Scott Rumke, the rest of the crew, talking constantly, checking numbers on the computers, going back, talking some more, trying to find out what it's going to take. Ray Lito completing a conversation. Ray, can you tell us anything on how tight it's going to be on fuel for you?
Well, it's really close, Gary. I mean, I think you see that Alex and Brian are kind of both back their pace off a bit.
Right. How much fuel do you need to find?
Well, we're under a gallon what we need to find. So Brian's working really hard. You know, we still got 20 laps left here to find it. So I think he can do it.
This harkens back to like Rio de Janeiro when we had a great fuel race down there.
I was just talking about that with Bob's engineer. But we want to make up for that this time.
All right, we'll wait and see what it's like. That's what's going on right now at the Herta camp. They need less than a gallon. Jan?
Well, let's talk to Chip Ganassi. We know you've been trying to save fuel. Is Alex saving enough fuel?
I'll tell you, we're trying to save fuel. We're as close as we've ever been.
And you can see that obviously every lap that he goes by, he wants to see exactly what the fuel counter says. How is that last lap? Are you going to make it?
Last lap he did was perfect on the mileage.
Car off the racetrack.
Okay,
Vincenzo Sospiri is off the racetrack in the gravel trap. Could it bring out a yellow flag? I believe that's down in the Andretti hairpin, turn 2.
And he's buried in there pretty deep. Look at how the back end of the car is in there. We're going to go full course yellow. This will really help them save that gallon of fuel. They instantly will turn down their fuel mixture into conservation mode. And tell me how frustrating that is when you're a Shell-sponsored car and you don't have enough fuel.
Joe Montana, co-owner with Chip Ganassi of his team, sits with engineer Morris Nunn on the headset to Alex Zanardi. Let's go to Jan Vikas.
Well, as far as who we might see on pit road, we will see the Patrick cars of both Adrian Fernandez and Scott Pruitt, because remember, they came in earlier, but you saw the reaction of Chip Ganassi. This is exactly what they wanted. It's the same thing that they wanted also for Brian Herta.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. There's the running order on the left of your screen as we remain under a yellow flag, a full course caution. Earlier, Gary Gerald spoke with Ray Lito and Brian Herta's team about the fuel and the Rio 400 2 years ago. That was when Bobby Rahal was dominating the race, but ran out of fuel with just 2 laps to go, and Paul Tracy came through to take the victory. Could that be in store for Bobby's teammate and protege Brian Herta? We'll find out when we come back. Thanks to Honda, we will be commercial-free to the checkered flag. Welcome back to Laguna Seca and the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey featuring the Texaco Havoline 300. Thanks to Honda, we will be commercial-free to the checkered flag. But we must remind you, Sammy Sosa up in Chicago has already hit number 61 on the season. And if he comes to bat again, we will go to WGN in Chicago to see what Sammy can do against the Milwaukee Brewers. Now let's go to Jan Bikas in the pit lane.
Well, obviously when you run under yellow, it saves you fuel. How much? When these guys run behind the pace car, they use 3 times as less fuel as if they're under green. So I asked Chip Ganassi, okay, if you get 2 laps of yellow, can you run at 100%? He says, all I'm going to say, if we get 2 laps of yellow, we're going to have one heck of a race on our hands. Gary?
Well, it's interesting because I posed the exact same questions in that sequence to Ray Lito, and he said, 2 laps will get us home. I said, can you run 100% with 2? And he kind of looked at me and grinned and said, we need more than 2 to be able to go 100%.
They also serve who only stand and wait. They also race. The guys in the pit lane who work so hard to put these incredible machines together and then let the drivers take them to the track.
And you saw Brian Herta and everybody weaving back and forth. What they're trying to do is they've been driving around, clean those tires up, get all the debris off of it, any excess rubber, and try to get a little temperature back in it, because when they come off of that hairpin, coming onto the pit straightaway, they want to stand on the gas, have clean tires, and be able to race from that point forward.
Seems like every time we come to Laguna Seca lately, it is Zanardi and Herta. Last year they started on the front row and made contact down in turn 2. Let's go back to 1996 and what is simply known as TP, the pass.
You see him coming up the hill, blind spot. Brian goes inside. Zanardi said, I can't believe it. Oh, Brian turns in. Zanardi runs over the curb, bounces out there, right in front of Brian Herta. Brian tries to come back, but I think he was emotionally probably devastated with that pass that close to his first win.
And as you can tell, folks here in Laguna Seca are very proud of that moment. Just one of so many in the history of this track. Now there is Greg Moore, who has parked from 6th place. It appears his race is run. In the car still, however, talking with the crew.
You see how those hot tires just picks up all that sand and dirt.
The field filtering down.
And everybody just trying to conserve as much fuel as they possibly can. They've got it leaned down as much as possible. They try to keep the RPMs as low as possible to not use any more fuel.
There will be 12 laps to go next time by, but right now, Sammy is coming to bat at Wrigley Field. Let's rejoin WGN.
There's no second takes on this one, and he did it perfectly the first time.
How cool is this? I got Sammy Sosa coming up, about to hit a 62nd.
Well, the 61st was a monstrous shot.
He nailed it.
And now he gets a chance to lead it off. The Cubs looking for a few more runs with a 3-run lead. And you get to join us in the booth. And how about the view from up here? Can it be better?
I'll tell you what, these are pretty sweet seats you have up here. Last time I was here, oh my gosh. John, look at people out there. Oh my God. This is so big time.
Well, here's the last one. There was no doubt about this one. Look how far, Chris, this baby went. Past the yellow house.
Went down the street.
Went down Kenmore.
That's what I thought.
He missed the building, went down the street.
Did you see Sammy after he hit it? He counted, like, he was shaking his fist. He was so excited.
Well, he's sitting on 61 now.
This is so cool.
And he's got a new combatant against whom to do it.
Could you have a more perfect setting for a 62nd?
Here's Sammy. It's high, ball one. David Weathers, the man opposing him. The wind, the 1-0. Swing, what a cut he had. 1-1.
Weathers comes into this one, 6-5, 5.12 ERA. On for the 41st time.
He's sitting on 61, the 1-1. Check swing. It was up in the zone, and he's down 1-2 now.
Weathers has only given up 5 home runs this year in 103 2/3, but with the wind blowing out, Sammy doesn't have to get it all. He just has to get a piece of it.
Yeah, flick of the wrists. The 1-2. It slides outside, 2-2. Everybody in the ballpark, either standing or on the edge of their seat. And Sammy Sosa back to work. The 2-2. Swung on. He stayed alive. Man, this has been unbelievable.
Pretty good pitch to foul off. There was a hard slider low and away, and Sammy was able to stay alive. Everybody in the ballpark on their feet.
Weathers ready again. Sammy digging in. The 2-2. He missed with it. Full count.
Goodness gracious.
No way Tom Hellion was ringing him up on that one. It was close, but not that close.
Here we go, Sammy.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Got him swinging. 1 down. He came into the wheelhouse, and Sammy missed it. 1 away.
We're back at Laguna Seca. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of Sammy Sosa making baseball history while the race continues here at Laguna Seca, still under yellow flag with the PPG safety car out there in the hands of Kellyanne LaFollette from Portland, Oregon. And there is the reason that the yellow flag has been extended. Alex Barron in the Eagle chassis from Dan Gurney's All-American Racers has had heavy contact with the concrete underneath the bridge between turns 5 and 6.
And I cannot imagine what happened to have that massive of a shunt on when you're cruising around conserving fuel. Look at everybody trying to get out there. They've got a lot of work in front of them to get those tires back into position because they can't start without that. Brian Herta has got to be breathing a sigh of relief because he's going to get enough fuel, as is Alex Zanardi. What this is going to do, though, is allow everybody to turn their fuel up. We are going to have a shootout that is going to be unbelievable because everybody's going to have enough fuel to go the distance. They're going to strut their stuff now, and we're going to see a fabulous race to the checkered flag.
It is high noon here at Laguna Seca, and we are going to have a shootout. You're right, Danny. A big impact, some strange-looking strips of rubber on the track as though perhaps a throttle stuck or something for Alex Barron as the kart safety crews continue to work around the racetrack.
Well, we've got a break here. You know, the guy that's been so impressive here that we haven't shown except from the start is Michael Andretti, who was a lap down. He's come back having made that early pit stop, and he's running in 10th position, having clawed his way back up through the field. He's got to be very pleased with that drive, and I'm sure he's going to try to make the most of it on this restart, although his teammate, Christian Fittipaldi, is in position 9, so he's got to deal with that at the restart.
Let's go down to Jan Beekes.
Well, talking about the restart, there is one major concern for the leaders. It's known as pickup. And that means when you drive behind a pace car at slow speeds, the rubber that's already on the racetrack picks up on the tires. Both Zanardi and Herta have called into their crews and said, I'm very concerned about pickup. The car doesn't have grip. What does that mean? These guys now have fuel. They're going to stand on it. They're going to get down to the first turn, and that car is going to slip and slide all over the place. We'll really find out and separate the men from the boys.
Alex Zanardi getting on the throttle there, trying to spin off some of that pickup.
And let's not forget, he spun before the restart at Vancouver, trying to get heat in his tires.
Up ahead, Brian Herta follows the safety car. Now let's take you back to Friday up in the corkscrew when Alex Zanardi and Brian Herta made contact. This was after the checkered flag in the session. Contact not once but twice. Broken left front for Herta. Zanardi's car was okay, but series officials stood him down from first round qualifying for a situation they felt he could have avoided. There is Alex Barron's Eagle forlornly making the trip back to the paddock on the back of the hook.
And what they hate is when the drivers have to follow the pace car offline, because that's where all the rubber and the buildup will come onto your tires. They don't like that. Luckily, the safety truck pulled off to the right off that corner. Now what happens is, as you save fuel too, now everybody can kind of spin their tires a little bit, be a little bit more aggressive, because they have enough fuel. Before they couldn't do that because they were trying to save fuel. That was more critical. Now they've got it. You'll hear them revving up those engines, spinning the tires a little bit, trying to get some heat back in them so that when they come around, they can really have a go. You see why everybody backs off from the pace car there? They try to carry some speed through the corners, those fast corners, to get heat in the tire and clean up those tires.
The last corner will be the slowest one on the racetrack. Turn 11 here at Laguna Seca Raceway. And that will bring everybody off fairly slowly. Let's get down to Gary Gerald in the pit lane.
Ray Lito, we talked to you a while ago. Now, the fuel concerns, I understand, for everybody have been erased. So is that right now? It's going to be just flat out the distance?
Yeah, fortunately for us and Brian, it's out of the fuel hands. It's a race now, which I think we all wanted to see. We're going to go full bore, let him and Alex have at it out there.
Now, we know the history, and obviously, are you feeling pressure? Do you think your driver's feeling any pressure because of what's happened in the past?
I don't think so. I think we feel pressure every week to do well every week, and I don't think it has to do with anything in the past. I think it's just because we want to win today.
This team wants to break through so bad. I'm sure you can just taste it.
Yeah, it's right there. I mean, every week we're closer and closer. We qualify up front, you know, then something happens to us, you know, during the race, and we just like to get one in the books here for the team.
Well, it's going to be exciting. We know that. Wish you well.
Yeah, thanks, Gary.
100% fuel concerns are gone. It's just going to be flat to the wall racing these final laps when they get the green.
And they are on very scuffed tires. There will be 8 laps to go next time by, and it may be an advantage to Brian Herta that he has been the fastest guy all weekend here at Laguna Seca, and he never needed that speed any more than he needs it right now.
That's true, and the sight in his mirrors is the one he doesn't want to see anybody else back there. But they did bring a very good point. It doesn't matter. The pressure is always there. You still got to win it. It's now in Brian's hands. It's out of the sort of fuel god's hands and into his, and we're going to see fabulous racing all the way to the checkered flag.
It's been another weekend of celebration for the Rahal team here this weekend, as Bobby Rahal was honored by the American Racing Press Association with their Jim Chapman Lifetime Achievement Award. The only other driver ever to receive it, Mario Andretti.
Now, let's not forget one thing. The closer they go to the checkered flag, meaning the more laps they do under yellow, puts a lot more pressure under the drivers because they have fewer opportunities to pass. So they're going to maybe have to take chances that they wouldn't normally do if they had another 3 or 4 laps.
Now here's why we have not yet gone green. The jet dryer is out there trying to blow some of the marbles off to give the drivers room to race.
Blowing those marbles that are offline there so that they have a clean path, another lane to dive under somebody and take a chance. They're trying to make the best racing possible right here at these last laps.
Bob, I had the opportunity to have an in-depth interview with Alex Zanardi, and one of the questions that I asked him was, what is his relationship like with Bryan Herta? And he hesitated for a moment. He said, you know, he's really not my best friend, but I have to say one thing about Bryan Herta. I really think he's an extremely talented driver, and I think that he is only one step away from greatness. The thing we're going to find out shortly is today going to be that one step.
Of course, what Alex Zanardi was talking about was a race win. Coming up today on ESPN, following our coverage here at Laguna Seca, final round of the PGA Tour Bell Canadian Classic Open from the Glen Abbey Golf Club in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. So be sure to stand by for that. Golf action coming your way on ESPN after today's race here at Laguna. The order is Bryan Herta, Alex Zanardi, Tony Kanaan, Dario Franchitti, Jimmy Vasser, Al Unser Jr., the top 6.
And I don't know about you, but I've really got the butterflies right now. The adrenaline is going through these guys, unbelievable. But can you imagine the tension in the pits as well? You can just feel the tension right here. Everybody knows what's coming. This should be fabulous. And let's not forget Tony Kanaan, a rookie, is lying right there in 3rd spot. He has been very quick.
And Danny, I just talked to Steve Horn and said, how do you play it with your driver? And I heard him tell Tony on the radio, Tony, let's just sit here now and see how it unfolds. No specifics. He says, my guy's done such a great job today. Our fuel strategy is now out the window. We lost the advantage we had there. Now we'll just watch and see what those 2 guys in front of us do.
And thanks to Honda, we are commercial free during all this time. The running up to the checkered flag, off the corner they come, on the gas goes Bryan Herta, Alex Zanardi, and the rest, with Tony Kanaan in that podium position. So many stories about to unfold with 7 laps remaining at Laguna.
And Bryan made a very clever move coming down to the hairpin. He kind of pulled it away a little bit from Alex, so he didn't give him an opportunity on that first corner. But look here.
Carpentier, Pruitt, and DeFerrin on the left of your screen. 3 cars off in turn 2.
Oh, will they go full course yellow now, or will that be a local? With that many cars off and a safety truck out there, it is going to be a tough call.
And the yellow flags come out. And the teams will get on the radios to the drivers saying, yellow, slow down.
From a driver's point of view, this is so tough emotionally because you've just got pumped up, ready to go. You went out there, all the adrenaline's going, you made a great start, and now you're going to have to do it all over again.
There is the collision, and it was a big one. DeFerrin and Pruitt running together in 13th and 14th. Patrick Carpentier was 12th at the green flag. And now they climb from their broken race cars.
And Carpentier, who had a tough week last week and made a mistake trying to pass Jimmy Vasser, he was an unfortunate recipient of that collision between Pruitt and Gilles DeFerrin.
Well, now we have a further extended yellow flag. And we're going to take this opportunity for a commercial break. You ride with Alex Zanardi. We'll be back. You won't miss a thing as the laps continue to trickle away here at Laguna Seca. Welcome back to Laguna Seca Raceway in beautiful Monterey, California. Bob Varsha, Danny Sullivan with you. There is Gilles DeFerrin in the foreground, Scott Pruitt, and Patrick Carpentier. No, that is Vincenzo Sospiri, who dropped out earlier. He's been learning the ways of the Kart FedEx Championship Series, posing for pictures with fans all the way around the racetrack in his long walk back.
And he probably didn't know the way back, but when he saw these guys start taking off, he jumped on and said, I'm going to follow them because they obviously know where they're going.
That's right. Which way to the paddock? There is Pruitt's car, which will be occupied by P.J. Jones next year, and it will be a Swift chassis rather than the current Reynard. There's Patrick Carpentier jogging back to catch up with his colleagues as his car is lifted out of the sand trap in the Andretti hairpin. We now have 5 laps remaining in the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey. There is Bobby Rahal, who once won this race 4 consecutive years, matching Al Unser Jr. for the greatest number of consecutive race wins at a single venue. Little Al's, of course, came at the Grand Prix of Long Beach.
And Brian Herta, who had made such a great restart there, is now going to have to do it all over again.
ESPN coverage of the NFL continues with Sunday NFL Countdown, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific, part of ESPN's season-long coverage of the NFL. Join us every Sunday for all the inside scoop on NFL play for the weekend. Through turn 11, with the PPG safety car out ahead of them, driven by Kellyanne LaFollette this weekend from Portland, Oregon. For 15 years, a school teacher, as well as a driver with many, many sports car racing wins under her belt. And they're going to haul Gilles de Ferran's car out of the way as well. I thought they might leave it out there since it wasn't particularly in harm's way.
Well, it is, because if you see the angle they're coming down there, if somebody had a throttle stick open or hit another car, don't forget he got all the way there. You could have another car get over there and carry a little bit more speed and run into him. That is not a very fun or safe situation.
That's true, and after all, that is your race car out there, so I can see where you might feel protective about it. Let's get down to the pit lane and one very interested spectator.
Well, talk about a 2-minute drill. Joe Montana, what call do you play right now?
You know, Brian's been running well, but the guy behind him has been running well too. So I think it's going to be a great finish. When looking at it the way it's been, you know, I got to go with our guy, of course. You know, he doesn't have a lot to prove now. He's already won it, but he's not that kind of a driver, which I'm sure everyone will soon see.
Well, he's not that kind of driver, and I know Joe's not that kind of quarterback.
Of our 28 starters, 15 cars remain in the running, led by that man, Brian Herta, the man in the target car, Alex Zanardi, and Tony Kanaan. What a day for the Brazilian rookie after the heartbreak a week ago in Vancouver, where he was in position for a possible podium, but before he got knocked out of the race in a collision with Paul Tracy. Today, 1 week later, could be his chance.
Let's also remember, we talked at the top of the show about second in the points, second in the championship, $500,000 at stake. Jimmy Vasser at the moment in 5th position. His closest rival for that second point position, who's only 6 points behind at the moment, is in 7th spot, Adrian Fernandez.
Urgent call went out from Scott Rumpke, who's been on the radio with Brian Herta here in his pits to one of the kart officials. Apparently Herta radioing as they went up the hill by the start-finish line is that little kink there at what's known as turn 1. A lot of dirt on the inside line, and they wanted the officials to address that. From our vantage point, we can't tell if anything was done there or not, but just another one of those things to keep an eye on as we expect to go green on the next lap. Jan?
Well, Gary, I can tell you from a driver's perspective, what you try and do is you try and find something on the racetrack that might need to be cleaned up. If you're Brian Herta, you're just trying as hard as you possibly can to see if this race might finish under yellow. And certainly there is dirt there, but obviously when you're leading, you're hoping you get a bit more yellow.
Well, right there at the screen, you can see right there on the curb, right there is the dirt that Brian Herta is talking about. And also, he's very nervous, and I've been in this position before. You're looking for anything. He'd love this race to end under yellow, so he doesn't have to beat Zanardi in a wheel-to-wheel battle. But unfortunately, I think the officials are saying, hey, the track's clean enough. You can drive around that little bit of dirt. Let's go.
It has come down to this. The beginning of the day, about 185 miles of racing. Right now, there will be about 4.5 miles separating Brian Herta from a possible first career victory. There is his wife sitting in the stands along the pit lane. What could be going through her mind right now?
Brian there trying to get the heat in his tires. Now, he took a little bit of a jump coming through turn 9 and pulled a little bit on Zanardi this time. I don't think Zanardi's going to see that same deal this time. I think he's going to stay a little bit closer to Brian.
Once more, at full course caution speed, up at the top of the corkscrew. Alex Zanardi being bounced around in the cockpit as he nudges the throttle, trying to clean those tires. Chip Ganassi looking on. 3 straight championships from Jimmy Vasser and Alex Zanardi. and 2 consecutive wins here.
And look at Zanardi right there. He's going to stay with him. Brian tried to snooker him a little bit and get a jump. We're going to see a green flag, a white flag, and a checkered flag.
We've still got turn 11 right here to go, and now they will be on the gas hard, facing the green flag with 2 laps remaining at Laguna.
Brian Herbert is getting around that dirt. Zanardi right there. He's going to stick with him as tight as he can. Brian's going to need a couple of qualifying laps right here just to pull away.
We'll monitor the time of those laps as they click off.
What Brian needs to do right here is just focus on driving as fast as he can. Try not to pay as much attention as he can to Zanardi and just look ahead and focus on that every now and again in the spots where he can be passed. Take a glance in his mirror.
Light on fuel on scuffed tires. Coming to see the pass in 1996. Zanardi looks down the inside.
Look at Brian, says, hey, you're not going to do that again. You did it 2 years ago. No way, Jose.
The crowd is on its feet. There are big screens all around the racetrack. They're watching the same pictures you are of this battle between 2 of the great open-wheeled stars in all the world. Brian Herta trying to hold off 2-time PPG Cup champion Alex Zanardi. They face the white flag this time by.
Brian Herta stretching it out a little bit here.
A 1:13.3 to a 1:13.6. Herta over Zanardi.
Now what he's got to pay attention here, do not make a mistake, and in those spots where I can possibly get past, I am not going to leave that door open for Alex Zanardi.
It has been such a tough year for Brian Herta. He has been to the brink of this first victory so many times.
And on the radio to Herta, the instruction, don't look back.
He's pulling away a little bit. Gary, he's doing everything right here. He's making all the right moves. He's putting in great laps. He's got a little bit of a gap. Sorry, Bob.
Top of the hill, Zanardi drops back slightly. Is he planning something? Or does he just have nothing up his sleeve for Brian Herta?
They've got one critical out-braking spot right down here. Brian has got to make sure he keeps that door closed for Alex Zanardi.
Here he
goes to the inside.
Turn 11.
Alex, he counters him perfect.
Zanardi on the power off the corner, squirming under acceleration to try to catch Brian Herta, but he will not be able to. First career win for Brian Herta, and well-earned. Congratulations to the entire Team Rahal and the shell car for Brian Herta. Debbie Rahal hugs around for the crew. Brian Herta has done it. We're out of time here at Laguna Seca. First career win for Brian Herta. First win as a car owner for Bobby Rahal since 1992. I'm Bob Varsha for Danny Sullivan, Gary Gerald, and Jan Vigas. Thanks for being with us so long from Laguna Seca, where Brian Herta has won. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Alex Palou looks to continue his season for the ages.
He is an absolute beast.
While the pack try to catch the fastest man on earth at Laguna Seca.
Incredible.
Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Laguna Seca. We're about 8 miles inland from where the Pacific Ocean laps against the Monterey Peninsula. It's the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey at Laguna Seca Raceway. It should be a devil of a fight today because points are on the line. And as a matter of fact, any one of 6 drivers right now can take the points lead. On the right-hand column, you see where those drivers start in today's race. But let's send you out to Gary Gerald.
Paul, we're in the pace car, just coming down through the corkscrew, and what a great venue to play out the next chapter in this dramatic championship points chase, the tightest in kart history at this stage of the season. 26 900 horsepower open wheel cars behind us. The Penske team for the 3rd time this year dominating the front row. That's Helio Castro-Neves and his teammate Gil de Ferran right behind us as we come to the home stretch here and the parade laps continue. You've got the corkscrew, you've got a magnificent venue, you've got a championship battle. What more could you ask for? Let the adrenaline rush begin.
Oh man, Gary Gerald gets all of the good assignments. Hi and welcome, I'm Paul Page with Parker Johnstone. You know, the past couple of races, we've seen a lot of mechanical failures. My question, Parker, why?
Well, the engines are producing a lot more horsepower and a lot more torque than they did at the beginning of the season, and everyone acknowledges that the gearboxes, particularly the Renard, are fragile. But I think there's another factor. At our last permanent road course at Elkhart Lake, during the race, the drivers were using a lot of the curbs, and these curbs simply pound the car. Well, here at Laguna, the curbs are even steeper. If the drivers decide to use the apex and the exit curbs, they may not make it to the finish. Will they? We'll find out.
Let's send you down pit side right now. Here's Jan Beekes.
Well, Paul, let's talk about Brian Herta. Of course, he won here in 1998, and he won here in 1999, so you might think, well, Brian could be disappointed that he is only qualified in the 2nd row. It's exactly the opposite. Consider he and his team, Forsyth Championship Racing, this is their first event of the season. They only had 8 days notice to come here that they were going to compete in this event, and he puts it on the 2nd row. Absolutely incredible. And you know what? He may have a great chance today to actually pull off that 3 in a row here at Laguna.
Here's the Craftsman starting grid with Helio Castro-Neves, who won at Mid-Ohio and has scored points on all permanent road courses. Taking the pole with a new track record, his teammate Gil de Ferran alongside. Dario Franchitti looks to rebound from a disappointment of stalling to the pits while leading in Vancouver. He starts inside row 2. And Brian Herta is back outside of 2. The 2-time and defending Laguna Seca champion wants to make it 3. Juan Montoya and Kenny Breck make up row number 3. Montoya is the series laps lead leader, but he's not finished 2/3 of the races. In row 4, Mauricio Gugelmin and Christian Fittipaldi on the outside. The 5th row is Jimmy Vasser and rookie Oriol Servia. California native Vasser looks for his 2nd Laguna Seca victory. In row 6, 2-time champion Michael Andretti and Tony Kanaan. The 7th row, former winner Paul Tracy and Max Pappas. Pappas finished on the podium here last year, a place he's visited just once since his Miami win. In row 8, Cristiano D'Amata and Alex Tagliani. The 9th row, Adrian Fernandez and Patrick Carpentier. Row 10 is Roberto Moreno and Michel Jourdain Jr. The 11th row, Mark Blundell and Jimmy the Rocket, Shinji Nakano. The 12th row, Tarso Marquez and Alex Barron. And in the 13th row, Luis Garcia Jr. and Memo Gidley. As we take a look here at the challenge ahead on this 2.2-mile permanent road course, the last 2 years, this race has been won by a Ford engine. There are 2 Hondas on the front row, but Brian Herta is going to start this thing with a Ford. Parker?
Drivers reach top speeds of over 185 miles an hour entering the principal passing area into turn 2. Second place to pass, it's going into turn 5 at 175 miles an hour. The corkscrew at the top of the mountain, located here. Imagine bungee jumping with 900 horsepower strapped to your back. What a rush.
On Friday here, there was a very frightening moment. This is turn 4. The driver is Patrick Carpentier. Look at him catch the lip of the edge of the gravel trap, goes airborne, literally bounces off the tire barrier and pirouettes over the wall. The good news in all of this, despite heavy damage to the race car, is that Patrick Carpentier is all right. He's starting the race today, and they've made some changes to the gravel pits all around the track because of that. One of our onboard views will come from Mark Blundell here today. And coming up, heading for the corkscrew, is one of the most recognizable corners here at Laguna Seca. Remember 96 and Nardi's pass on Brian Herta? Now the corkscrew is a quick left and a right-hander and a drop in elevation at the same time, putting a strain on drivers and equipment every lap. Shinji Nakano right at the top of the corkscrew, and he sweeps down. And I'll tell you what, your stomach just falls away when you do that. There are literally thousands of racing students who have driven laps here, and of course all the club racing here. Everybody loves to run the corkscrew. Field comes off the corner. Green flag should be ahead. Castro Neves to the inside. Down through, that's the first turn. That little kink to the left. And now look at the brake slide up. Brian Herta tries to move on the inside of Montoya. Heading for 3, through 3, looking for 4 next. This is where that accident occurred. Not only for Carpentier, but Paul Tracy got off in a big way there during the practice.
And coming off that corner you just mentioned, Paul Tracy dropped wheels off the outside, allowed Tony Kanaan to get a run on him on the outside coming into turn number 5.
Castro Neves continues to lead his teammate Gil DeFerrin. Battle back there. Brian Herta seems like he wants to make his moves early and fast, but as yet he's really not been able to do that. Down through the corkscrew, down the hill, out from under the bridge. Left-hand turn for the first lap.
You can see that Brian Herta's lost a little bit of contact with this lead group of 4 cars. But keep in mind, this is the first time that Brian Herta has ever started outside the front row in his starts here at Laguna Seca. An amazing accomplishment.
Well, Castro Neves, as he comes across the line, it's the 5th race this year that he has led, and 3 of those leads have been on natural terrain road courses. There's DeFerrin. Now, you know, in that battle for pole position, Castro Neves did snatch a point away that by the end of the season, Gil DeFerrin may badly need for the championship. No change from start order. Castro Neves, DeFerrin, Franchitti, Montoya, 3 Hondas, then a Toyota, and then the Ford of Brian Herta.
And looking a little further back, the only movement I can see is Paul Tracy did get around Tony Kanaan for 12th place.
Montoya tries to make his moves on Franchitti. Key passing areas just ahead. This left-hander right here. Start to the inside under braking. Sometime you can do it.
Slowest corner on the track, just under 50 miles an hour. Now they're up to top gear, on board with Montoya. That would be 7th with the Lola. Then hard on the brakes, 3.5 G's of braking force here. Coming through turn number 2 at just over 60 miles an hour. Up the short chute, they go to 130, back to 90 for the right-hander. This one's just a breathe of the throttle, roll into the steering, and back on the gas at 140. And now up the short chute to turn 5, 175 miles, hard on the brakes, just over 90 miles an hour through the steeply banked left-hander.
You may have noticed that the helmet that Montoya is wearing down there, you'll see it is different than he normally wears. And what he has done is patterned his helmet after Gonzalo Rodriguez, who was killed in the corkscrew last year, a flip over the wall. There was a beautiful memorial service led by his sister here, and Montoya wanted to honor his memory by wearing a helmet that reflected him. Look back in the field. Fittipaldi, Andretti, Paul Tracy.
Keep in mind, Michael Andretti has not felt well all weekend long. There's something going around the kart paddock. A lot of people have been ill, engineers, crew members. Well, me last weekend, as a matter of fact. This is a very demanding course physically and mentally. Fortunately, it's relatively cool outside to some of the temperatures we've seen in the past here. But still, when you've got Paul Tracy behind you and it's a fight for the championship lead, you've got to really focus.
Well, and that battle right there is a fight for the championship lead between Michael and Paul Tracy. It's interesting, in this tight little community of champ car racing, there is some sort of bug that's going through the racing community. It started about 2 weeks ago. Doesn't seem to affect anyone else, just the racers and their crews and friends. Everybody's been coughing and wheezing.
I never thought that's what the racing bug was, but if that's it, I don't want it.
I got it. So at Laguna Seca Raceway, nothing changes at the front of the field. Montoya is still trying to track down and pass Dario Franchitti. The top of the field, it's Honda, then the lone Toyota and the Ford of Brian Herta. Some of the beautiful views that you can see here at Laguna Seca. We'll be right back. Penske cars run 1 and 2 at Laguna Seca Raceway in the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey. And when you consider the Penske team, they have been so very, very powerful this year after a considerable time without any victory. Gil de Ferran scoring the 100th win earlier this year at Nazareth. But consider their performance on road and street courses. Now, this particular graphic excludes the laps led today.
And it's just been phenomenal. They've left a lot of other teams scratching their heads. Certainly, they've got the resources of their facilities in Poole, England to help develop these Renard chassis, but they have been dominant in all the open tests on the permanent road courses, and no one can figure out exactly why. But Penske certainly back at the front of their game.
No change anywhere since we left you for the commercial break. Here is Brian Herta. He lies back in 5th place, and I actually expected him to move up a little bit sooner. This race is important to him for any number of reasons. He's the 2-time and defending champion, and this is his 100th start. Jan?
Yes, well, consider, Paul, when he ran the car this morning, it was the first time he'd ever run the car here on full tank of fuel. He did not get to participate in the open test like all the other teams did. So I just spoke with the team and said they actually were just a little bit conservative at the start. They wanted to be sure the tire pressures came up, and that they are running the same program as most of the other teams as far as when they save fuel, when they don't. They say as soon as Brian gets more comfortable, gets a feel for that extra weight of the full fuel load, then they think as he gets lighter, he's going to start going for it.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with his owner, Jerry Forsythe. You know, they've not had the car going in most of the races, and they're going to bring Brian here and let him try and win again and complement those statistics that are right there. There's no question he's the king here.
And his performance this weekend has been absolutely phenomenal. To be dropped in towards the end of this championship series with the sort of competition that's deeper than any other open wheel series in the world and perform the way he has, it'd be like coming into the 7th game of the World Series with all that pressure after you've been at spring training for a few months without much to do. Brian has done a tremendous job.
I think often we forget when we think about Brian Herta that he had a horrendous crash in the Indy Lights series, and it did massive damage to his legs and feet, and yet he never seems to show it at all. And you know, especially out on the hard ground of the paddock, he's got to be hurting.
And actually, that was in the Champ Car Series at Toronto when he was first driving for A.J. Foyt. I was right behind him when that accident occurred. They had lowered the car just a little bit. It bottomed, went into the corner that used to lead on the straightaway that was nearly flat out, and it looked like a super speedway accident. It was unbelievable. And the fact that he's come back and he's driving so well, I mean, this guy really, really knows his stuff.
The rookie, Kenny Breck, right behind Brian Herta, leading in the rookie points battle right now. And if things go as they have throughout the season, there's little doubt that he will, in fact, take that rookie championship. But then again, we've still got 4 races to go, and some ground can be covered. A couple of DNFs could ruin that fight for Kenny Breck.
And imagine Brian Herta now looking in his mirror, seeing his car from the last few seasons. The driver really wants to make an impression, really put his fist down to say, hey, you know, I may have been gone from your team, but I'm certainly not going to let you beat me. Kenny Breck, on the other hand, has done a great job also this weekend. We've watched him all weekend long, using every inch of track, most of the time dropping wheels off in the dirt. How far away can his first win be? It can't be that long.
Yeah, when you watch him here, and we'll try to get in a little tight for you, look at how he handles each and every section of the race course. He'll run out further than everyone else. Now, we're only talking a matter of inches, but it does make a difference. Jan Bikas, you were the head driving instructor here at the school for a long time.
Yeah, that's true, Paul, and this is the section of the racetrack where you really hold your breath, as Parker was saying, through turn number 6. But for Kenny Breck, we were talking about Brian Herta looking in the mirror and seeing his old car. Well, remember that the man who ran the Rahal team last year was Tim Cindric. He now is running the Penske team. Now, I don't think it's any coincidence that the Penske cars are now 1-2. Seems like that setup has made its way over to Team Penske.
Jimmy Vasser, rookie Oriol Servia behind him. again, Parker, that corner right there is the absolute key, is it not?
It really is, because if you want to make a pass and make it cleanly, you've got to get it done going into turn 2, which means you've got to focus all of your attention of getting down the hill off the corkscrew through 9 and 10. So you can be right underneath the gearbox of the driver in front of you coming out of 11. So hopefully you can utilize a little bit of draft, hold your breath, break a little deeper than the guy, get inside him, force the issue, get him to the outside and back in. With the exception of going in there in turn 5, any place else here, we're taking huge risks for the possibility of disaster if the pass doesn't come off right on this track.
Now we want to take you back and on board with Mark Blundell.
We open the show talking about the use of curbs. You'll watch when they come across those red and white FIA curbs at the apex. Watch how it pounds the suspension, pounds the gearbox. Mark just missed it there.
Gary Gerald.
Well, a little concerned. There were some observers who thought that maybe the engine on the 18 car, Mark Blundell, is running a bit rough, but he seems to be circulating, holding his position. When he comes to his first pit stop today, going to be a significant change because Darrell Fox, who's normally on the right front, injured a finger a couple of days to go. So Russell Cameron, who's among the team managers, is going to take his spot. And we are told that it's the first time since 1996 that Fox has missed a Blundell pit stop. That's an amazing record itself. Let's go to Jan.
Yes, Gary, speaking in more detail about Mark Blundell, in the Vancouver race, we mentioned that he might not be back with the Pac West team. In fact, a few moments ago, a team member told me that an announcement may come today that he will not be back with the team. So he really wants to show stuff. He has been talking with other teams around the paddock, and of course, this is his audition. If he can really show his stuff in this team, hopefully he can find a place for himself for next year in this championship.
You know, for my money, he is one of the good ones in the paddock and would be a good investment for anybody. Michel Jourdain Jr. runs just ahead of him, and if you look on the nose of that car, you'll see the star of Mercedes-Benz. Well, if you look there next year, you will not see it. Mercedes-Benz announced yesterday that they are not going to compete in the CART FedEx Championship Series next year, and the reason for that is given that they are going to focus on their Formula One effort and the incredible competitiveness there. They think they need all the research and R&D assets to deal with that series, plus some of the sports car stuff they want to do.
And that's going to put a huge strain on Honda, Toyota, and Ford Cosworth, because it's just not as simple as saying, well, gee, I want engines. Keep in mind that the engine companies, although they do charge for their engines in most cases, are supplementing each of these teams to the tune of millions of dollars for all the research and development that goes in to building just a handful of engines. And right now, talking to some of the engine manufacturers, it takes at least a year's lead time to gear up not only for dyno space, for the necessary personnel back at the shop to build the engines and do the rebuilds, but also for the track personnel. It's just not as simple as ordering an engine. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out for next year and which teams will end up getting which engines and how the engine manufacturers will divvy up those that are coming from Mercedes-Benz.
Well, in that Mercedes thing, we also have not yet heard from Ilmor Engineering, who actually builds the engines for Mercedes. I was taking a look at Adrian Fernandez, looking at Tagliani. That we're still not sure if Ilmor might not service some customers or if they're totally out as well, or is it they might create a new deal. Patrick Racing Team right there. Adrian Fernandez, the green and red car, followed by Roberto Moreno, currently powered by Fords, and that may be up for change as well. But those cars all battle back in the field right now. At the front, it remains Helio Castroneves at front, Gil de Ferran, Dario Franchitti, Juan Montoya, and Brian Herta. Those are the top 5, and there is Helio Castroneves. He has completed 13 laps in the lead and is just kind of steadily pulling away from his teammate. Now has a 2-second interval on Gil de Ferran. Now, as we go away to commercial, we want to do a little study of the corkscrew. Super slow motion. Look at the hands, the constant movement. We'll be back. Here's a little telling shot for you at Laguna Seca Raceway. Look how low they ride and how they head over the curb.
A game of inches. Look how close these guys are. But we talked about using the curbs or more. Look what Montoya does. And that's at over 200 feet per second coming off of turn number 4.
Unfortunately, every time he does that, it tends to throw a little of that dust and sand up on the track, and that doesn't help all that much. Castroneves is still the leader. Nothing has changed up at the front. but there has been a change since we left you back in 17th position. When we left you, it was Roberto Moreno who was behind Fernandez, and you see that he is now ahead of him. How did he get there? Here's that shot. Coming down into turn 2, Fernandez gets wide, Moreno takes advantage of it.
And that's just about as simple as it gets. Fernandez picked up a lot of push, carried a little bit too much entry speed. Moreno a little bit more conservative, focused on the exit, managed to get by right at the apex.
That gave Moreno 17th and put him up so he can now fight with Tagliani. And he looks like he's faster than Tagliani. Jan, what do you think?
Well, that may not be hard, Paul, because Alex Tagliani's got trouble right now. As he goes by me, you can hear the engine is off song. It sounds to me like it's either something in the drivetrain or it might be an exhaust header. But the team has radioed to Alex to say, just keep going until it gets worse.
Well, there is an interval, a considerable interval actually, from Cristiano D'Amata back to Tagliani. There's Tag, Moreno right behind him. Look ahead here.
Yeah, it's just about 5 seconds actually up to Cristiano D'Amata. And the teams monitor these transmissions, and if Roberto Moreno knows that not only is he faster, but the car in front of them is having a mechanical problem, he's going to be all over the back of Tag to try to exploit that problem and make up that ground at D'Amata.
Hey, Parker, a quick question from the pits. Can a driver hear if the car in front of him is running off song?
Yes, you can, Gary, and he's close enough to certainly hear that, and he's probably also seeing it the performance deteriorate because they're both running Ford Cosworth engines. They're both in Renard chassis. And right now, Moreno is all over the back of Tag. But catching Tag and passing Tag are two different things.
Now, you just heard them radio a change in fuel mapping position for Alex Tagliani. Not sure what that's going to do. This is the...
try and wait for a full course yellow, so just keep going. Keep going until we tell you to stop.
The view down from the Honda Helicam.
And you can see Moreno's problem there is Tagliani's very good coming off that last corner, turn number 11. So Moreno's unable to try to get a pass done into turn 2, but now coming through this section of the course and up to the corkscrew, look how much quicker Moreno is. He's got to get off this corner and then try to duck to the inside coming into turn 5, but he's not close enough to do that.
Now this is a climb. It's starting up toward the top of the corkscrew, the highest elevation on this track.
They climb an additional nearly 100 feet from turn 5 up to the top of the corkscrew. And then from here, they'll drop 160 feet back down to turn number 11.
Now sweeping downhill. And that's just like a roller coaster ride. Parker was dragging me around in the Honda camera car the other day and had me sitting facing backwards as we were doing it. It's an extra thrill that way.
And huge G-loading as the cars load up coming down that hill. But once again, you can see Tagliani very quick off that last corner. I'm a little surprised. I thought Roberto would be able to get this pass done much sooner. But he just can't seem to utilize his advantage in a place where he can get around Tagliani.
And they talk about the series and how competitive it is. And it truly is. Guys are just trying to gain inches on one another with each lap. Now, here is Moreno, probably well aware that that car in front of him is not 100%. And he's trying to inch up, find the smooth, swift place that he can come past. But finding that on a course like Laguna Seca can be a measurable chore.
And if Moreno makes the slightest mistake coming off of turn 6 here, coming off of turn 9, coming off of turn 11, Moreno could take advantage of that mistake, but so far we haven't seen Tagliani make one mistake yet during this run.
I'm going to take you to Shinji Nakano. His team owner has been laughing and trying to get us to use his European nickname, which is Jimmy the Rocket. And so we agreed with Derek Walker. We would do that for him.
Well, one time.
No, we've done it twice now. So Nakano back at 22nd on the pit straight and back to the front of the field. Elio Castroneves. You don't get quite as much television time when you pull out a 2.5-second lead on everybody else. But for Elio, I think he's probably loving every second of it. That's neat to see a clear road ahead and fairly clear road behind.
And as we've seen in the past, he's so smooth, very much like Dario Franchitti. Uses up every bit of track, but never too much, as we see Montoya often does. It's very difficult sometimes to see when Castroneves is actually on a quick lap because he is so smooth with the brakes and with his hands and coming off the corners.
Michael Andretti, Paul Tracy. Ongoing fight at 11th place with Tony Kanaan there watching, waiting. Paul Tracy did not seem all that dissatisfied with the fact that he qualified back in the field.
Well, and if you look at the stats on Paul Tracy, remember at Road America he had dropped to essentially was dead last after the opening lap, came back to win. He had won from Long Beach from 17th place. Really, depending on the circuit and what sort of car Paul's got underneath him, it really hasn't stopped him in the past. Right now we can see there is parity throughout the field. It's not a matter of turbulence like we've seen on the ovals. It's just all of these drivers, all of these teams are so good that as we start counting down the laps towards this first pit stop, unless someone's chassis goes off, it's going to be very difficult to take advantage of the driver in front of you without taking an enormous risk.
And we are trying something a little new for him. We've been testing it the past couple races, and a lot of software changes. Their audio gang is working into it, but you'll notice from time to time during the radio transmission, you'll see the actual name of the team come out there. That allows us to scan a broader selection of frequencies, and then hopefully Parker and I'll shut up whenever they're actually talking. So trying to get Parker stopped is sometimes a break-face situation. The beautiful coast of the Monterey Peninsula, there are the top 5 in the field. There is no change in that whatsoever. Parker's put his headset down and has left the booth. When you come to Monterey, we don't only have fun here, everybody has a good time. There is a lot to do, and there's no question it's a family sport. We'll be back. Over in the Penske pit, the captain Roger Penske and his team manager Tim Cindric there on the left, keeping track of Helio Castroneves, the race leader, and Phil DeFerrin, who currently runs in second. Nothing has changed since we left you, but we are now beginning to close down on pit stops.
And we're looking in the next 4, 5, maybe 6 laps for these guys to start to come in. To make it in 2 stops, well, they have to go 28 laps. Other people are going to try to stretch it farther. I expect to see that from the Pat Patrick team, with Jim McGee always at the forefront of interesting pit strategy and trying to figure out how to work the game to their advantage. But it should now, we should start entering the window for pit stops here shortly.
There's Mauricio Guzman driving for the Pac West team. He's running 7th right now. He's had only 4 top 10s all year. It has not been his best year, but still he's one of the better drivers on the circuit. Head of the Championship Drivers Association and immensely well liked, though he had a pretty tough day on Friday.
Well, he did. We talked a little bit about track safety earlier. Mauricio has been the top Mercedes qualifier very often during the course of this year. So he's done an outstanding job with what he's had available. But on Friday afternoon, after the first round of qualifying, after the slow group went out.
That's why we just want to keep the captain back. He's catching a little, but we got good mileage. We're in about 3 now. Keep it up. Just push a little bit harder.
John Anderson staying in touch with his driver. You were saying about Friday.
Well,
good job for stopping, by the way.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
After Carpente's accident, Cart shut down qualifying. Brought Mauricio and the drivers in. They did a quick inspection of the circuit just to make sure that everything was being done that could be done to continue on safely. And Mauricio, the most professional, one of the most dedicated presidents of the Championship Drivers Association, I think, in a very long time. Outstanding off the track and on the track.
I want to run you back and take a look at this battle. Vassar and Servia. It's the closest battle on the track. Look at him climb that hill. Heading all the way up to the top of the corkscrew. And when you come down,
And when you come over the top, Paul, considering that the driver's point of view is only 20 some odd inches off the racetrack, all you see is sky. You lead with your feet, the car goes to 0, almost negative G's, it then lands, you're back on the brakes, and then all you see are treetops. That's your reference point for the turn-in and turn 8, and then just everything falls away. And once again, you get completely light in the car, 0 G's, and then the car slams back on the deck and heading down into turn 9.
Jimmy, countdown 3.
Just huge G loading.
10-4.
So the plan for Jimmy Vassar to come in 3. His teammate, of course, is Montoya, sitting up in 4th place right now. Now there's the view. Climbing the hill, and then it's a blind corner when they get up here.
Just sky from the driver's point of view.
Now, one of the things in the change at the top of the corkscrew that they affected since last year was they moved, didn't cut down, but they actually moved a number of the trees. And when the drivers first came out on Friday and out during the test that they had a little earlier here, they were all saying, I've totally lost my reference point here because it was the top of a tree.
And speaking with Jimmy Vasser, Jimmy and I grew up down in this area. He's been racing here for a very, very long time. He said, Parker, the first time I came up over the top of the rise, I had no idea where the track went. I was completely lost. Said it took him a number of laps during that open test to regain his bearings. But Jimmy Vasser, hometown boy here, has a lot of people out watching him, and is one of the drivers whose future is up in the air for next year. He's got lots of different options. It'll just be interesting to see where he ends up.
Well, one of the two of you grew up here. The other, I'm not so sure he's totally grown up here.
Man, that's a tough move.
I always say Parker is a 7-year-old caught in an adult body.
I won't deny it.
Jimmy Vasser back to Montoya. 4th place. Nothing changes at the front. Pit stops now begin. Tagliani, can they make the changes that they need? Well, if it's what Jan Bikas reported, then there's very little chance that they're going to change anything, and they certainly didn't look like they were going to try other than refuel the car and get it back out.
And this is a little early. This is about 2 laps earlier than I would have expected, because to do it in 2 stops, they have to go 28 laps. You can see Castroneves still out on the track.
Yeah, the 2 Penske car leaders, they stay out. They're going to catch up very quickly. Here's Franchitti.
In the first pit, Paul, he ducked in. He came in very in attack mode. That's the first pit. Now as the revs go up, they've made a wing change, giving more wing. They've adjusted tire pressures, we're told. He now hits that 50-mile-per-hour limit all the way down the road.
And it looks like they made absolutely sure that they got every drop of fuel in that car. He can't accelerate until they pass the end of this wall here. The Catalonian, Servia, comes into the pits, makes his stop for the PPI team. Interesting in that the Craftsman pit stop battle that goes on throughout the year. PPI is now the 2nd place team in that, behind the Patrick team. So this is a very efficient crew that you're watching work. Kicked the back end, gave him a nice exit from the pits. And Servia comes back to the fight. Gil de Ferran won his first race here. Castroneves, his teammate, comes in. Jan Bikas, he's on his way to you.
Yes, we've got both the Penske cars on the way. We know for Gil de Ferran, they're going to give him 1 turn of wing. For Enel Castroneves, they're expecting to make no changes. When you hear that reset the fuel meter, that's just in case the telemetry goes out. Revs are definitely high enough. 12.2, and de Ferran is still there. Looked like de Ferran had a little longer stop than Castroneves, and Brian Herta is up getting his service, and they also await Kenny Breck. Looks like a good stop for Brian Herta.
That's a view from Steve Reagan's helmet on Brian Herta's car. Herta's back out.
And keep in mind that Hilliard, Ohio team has been dormant all year long. These guys have been dropped in the thick of it. They haven't done pit stops since the beginning of the year.
Well, at least not pit stops in the heat of battle as Christian Fittipaldi comes in. I'm sure they practice them probably about every day, as most of these teams do.
Hold it. Go. Go. Train is right behind you.
Here is Montoya. We expect him in shortly. Fortunately, with cars coming out in front of him, he's gotten caught into the thick of it. Now he makes the left-hand turn onto the pit road. Gary?
Okay, right here. There
He's ready to pounce into action now. He got a lap further than the other race leaders, which is encouraging for the Toyota power plant.
On the way out. Here comes the wing. Waiting on fuel. Ready? Go, go, go.
Saw the car start to move at one point as he engaged the clutch, but he controlled it very nicely. Got out in our clock at 12.2.
That comes on the 29th lap. Leaders have been in. Here is Kenny Breck.
Great job of extending the run to lap 30.
And the points leader, Michael Andretti. He comes in from 5th.
Obviously, the Ford's getting very good mileage. And for a lot of the drivers that pitted before lap 28, they will be praying for a yellow. in order to stretch it to the end, because you've got to go at least 28 laps twice and then the final run at 27 to make it to the checkered flag if there's no yellow.
Well, that battle in the pits changed nothing at the front of the field. Helio Castroneves came out, but as mentioned, it looked like DeFerrin had a little bit of a problem. And as a result, look up the hill here for second place. Yep, it's Montoya. DeFerrin drops back to third. As Montoya was heading into the pits. We want to show you, that's just before he headed in. This is coming up to the corkscrew.
That's Tagliani that nearly puts him into the fence on the left side there. You can see him go right for the push to talk button with his left thumb, obviously communicating some frustration back to his owner Chip Ganassi about that move.
Now, but the crew did for him what he couldn't do on the track. They got him second place. Tagliani, who was voted most friendly driver after the run at Vancouver last week.
Paul.
I'm enjoying Laguna Seca. There's the pit summary with DeFerrin dropping down to third. Didn't work well for Herta either. Montoya, the big winner in that pit round. Vassar and Servia came out relative to one another once again, and they're still at it. It's a battle for 9th place right now with Jimmy Vassar occupying that spot.
Both drivers with Toyota power.
Whoa, D'Amata, that's turn 2, bottom of the hill. I wonder if he's going to get up to speed fast enough and save the position, or if Fernandez will grab it away from him.
Okay, nice and easy. Get your rhythm back. You'll be fine.
That's Mark Johnson from PPI talking to Cristiano. And it looks like he's been able to keep Fernandez and the rest of the group behind him.
Yeah, but Fernandez is now going to be right there and threatening. So a quick incident that was not as costly as it could have been for Cristiano D'Amata, who has also, by the way, been the subject of incredible conversations on who's going where next year as the silly season continues. This was Michael's pit stop on that first round. Give you an overhead view, and we'll come right back. As we take a look down on the beautiful courses of the Monterey Peninsula, don't forget the PGA Bell Canadian Open. Tiger Woods was tied for the lead as they came into today's play, and the coverage will come later. The PGA Tour on ESPN. He is a Tiger. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Tony Kanaan came into the pits in 13th position. He left in 22nd. Apparently he had several problems stalling the engine. Now, Parker, while we're watching Helio Castroneves, the leader, talk a little bit about those pits because they are uphill. When we were watching Michael, for example, he's down at the far outside of the pits, and he's actually sitting on a hill, so he's got to hold that car and get it rolling. And anybody that remembers back to their first days of trying to drive a standard transmission car knows that's the one thing for the first several months you absolutely tried to avoid, was starting on a hill.
But the problem with these cars is they virtually have no flywheel, little tiny clutches. It's very, very difficult to get the clutch engaged under the best of circumstances without stalling it. As you said, from the first pit to the last pit, there's probably a 35-foot incline, and at the very end, the last number of pits, it's very steeply inclined. The drivers have to be very careful trying to right foot brake, holding the throttle up with the base of their foot. And the only thing you can do when it's time to go is put that thing on the rev limiter, sidestep the clutch, and hope the thing hooks up and launches out as it's supposed to.
Well, the combination of the pit stops and the quick little off course for Cristiano D'Amata has worked to the benefit of Roberto Moreno. He is third in this line, started 19th, now runs in 15th position. Just ahead of him there is Patrick Carpentier, and then Max Pappas ahead of him. And when we're thinking about Carpentier, remember that crash that we showed you? He was very stiff yesterday, though it didn't seem to be as sore as I thought he would be, but I think he was in a lot of discomfort, and it can't be very pleasant to be in that cockpit.
Well, we saw him immediately after the accident, and his neck, upper and lower back were very, very sore. As you said, he was very stiff. Yesterday when we spoke with him, he actually looked like he had regained a lot of mobility. but still, it was just a horrendous wreck. He doesn't remember much about it, even though he never lost consciousness. He just didn't know quite where he was. But it can't be good to suffer that sort of accident and come back driving this particular circuit, because it does really take a physical toll during the course of the 83 laps.
Well, if you want to talk about Penske dominance, look at the fast laps chart. It's all Penske.
Well, and we've seen that all year long. Their test back at Mid-Ohio, their test here, their test at Road America. They were just the class of the field. Everyone else trying to figure out what those highly modified Penske chassis are doing. You know, how they're able to get the power down so well from the Honda engines. The Honda people have been working a lot with all their teams on drivability, making sure that the mapping doesn't allow the tires to explode coming off the low-speed corners like this corner, turn 11. And if you get that all done right, it just makes for superior lap times.
Montoya nibbling away at Helio Castroneves. He, of course, too, in this silly season has been the subject of a good deal of conversation, like maybe the worst kept secret on the planet right now. My guess is the announcement comes at the U.S. Grand Prix at Indianapolis that he's probably not going to be in this series next year. Jan?
Well, Paul, I think the fans know that as well. All you have to do is look at one of these banners on the front straightaway. See that second O, or the first O rather, BMW. That, of course, would be the make that he would drive next year, the Colombian colors in the background. So pretty creative banner here. And, of course, they see themselves on the jumbo screen and said, yep, I knew that banner was going to pay off.
Well, they made it big enough. That is one of the things here. Because it is a natural terrain road course, the fans can wander anywhere they want, get up on the hills. There are some terrific views at Laguna Seca. Montoya still second, 3.3 now behind the leader, Helio Castroneves. DeFerrin has not been able to challenge Montoya from third place. He's 4 seconds back from Montoya. Back with Shinji Nakano.
You look at the number 33.1 on his steering wheel. During that first round of pit stops, Jan mentioned, he was talking about the fuel reset as we watched the leaders come into the pits in case the telemetry data went down. But for the drivers, this number on the steering wheel, if they lose communication with the pits or the telemetry data on the fuel counter, if that number comes up as they cross start finish, they know they have to pit the next lap. So it's sort of the last thing in the loop that if something goes wrong with communications, whether it's verbal or telemetry, the drivers know if they go past that number and don't pit, they'll be out of fuel on the track.
And those steering wheels are so cool. On Kart Today from time to time, Jan Bikas, as part of the technical section, is able to tell you about all the different adjustments and readings and everything you can get off the modern race car steering wheel. And as soon as somebody's not looking, one of them's going to be mine. Climbing the hill, Kenny Breck. Oh, look at the roughness of this track. No criticism of the track. It's just the way these cars sit on this well-used circuit.
Well, and it's the same thing we saw at Road America. The track surface itself is actually very smooth, but it's the drivers using up every single inch of road, curbing, and then some. We talked about Kenny Breck being one of the drivers who goes from the very inside to the very outside. This is a game of inches. Watch how he hangs the left side tires off the curb, still in contact there. And Paul, as we said at the opening of the show, you can see the dust spray there. Not good for trailing drivers, but if you use just another inch or two, the suspension, the driveline take a real pounding, and I think that's why we've seen some of the recent failures.
Kenny Breck currently 6th place. He's only 21 seconds back from the leader. So while Castroneves is indeed pulling away from second, or not really pulling away, but has a pretty good lead on Montoya. Montoya is whittling it down. It's right at 3 seconds even right now. The rest of that group, while not in contest, is pretty tight on the leader. So anything goes wrong, they can all be right there. Taking you back to Max Pappas, 13th place. Carpentier and Moreno right behind him. And the leader right now is beginning to overhaul some traffic, so that may become an issue here shortly as well.
And it certainly will, because with this track being 2.2 miles, if you're about ready to get lapped, as we see Alex Barron here about ready to be overhauled by Castroneves, you're going to do everything possible to keep that guy behind you. If a yellow were to come out and you would just let him by trying to do the right thing like he's just done, if a yellow were to come out, Alex Barron would just, he would just be overcome, because he knows there's no way to get back in the fight, back on the lead lap. But now, Castroneves has his work cut out. because there's a whole group of cars in front of him with Jourdain, Kanaan, Gidley, and Tagliandi and Blundell just seconds in front of him.
Alex Barron, of course, replacing Takuya Kurosawa for the remainder of the season while Kurosawa recovers from injuries. Here's the front of the field. Mamo Gidley, we're watching him. He started 26th, steadily moving up. He's now 21st. It is still Helio Castroneves, though now he's got to work his way through traffic. And that can be very tedious. Look at that group ahead of him. No slouch in that group, so he's going to have to fight for each and every pass he makes, and they certainly, none of them are interested in going a lap down. Here's Max Pappas and Roberto Moreno. Now, Carpentier was in the midst of this when we left you, but you don't see him now. And here's why.
Side by side with Max coming up and over turn number 1. Into the braking area for turn number 2. Max now looking back down the inside.
And apparently grabbed that position.
And as we watch Max Pappas, consider how much success the Rahal team has had here in the past. It was 1 year ago where Max Pappas had his first podium finish here. His teammate winning the race, he finished 3rd. Max has had 4 podiums since then, including his first win in the season opener at Homestead.
Max Pappas re-signed for next year with Bobby Rahal, as has Brian Herta. So that team is all put together. It's got to be a comfortable feeling to have the team all tucked in and ready to go long before the end of the season. Some of these other teams do not have that advantage.
Well, really, there are only a handful. We know that Team Penske's set for next year. We know that Team Green is set with its current drivers. Maybe an additional one to be announced soon. And then, as you said, we've got Rahal's team with Kenny Breck and Max Pappas. And other than that, it's just about wide open.
And you know what's interesting in all of that is, we're going to look back here through the field. In all of that, we're not hearing a lot of rookie new guys' names mentioned in there. It all seems like, for the most part, with the possible exception of Ganassi, it's going to be a change within drivers already in the series.
A lot of the veteran drivers that'll be on waivers for next year have already signed options with a number of owners, and the drivers are just trying to put the best combination of driver, sponsorship, and equipment packages together, and it's changing not from day to day, but from hour to hour.
Gary Gerald.
Well, Montoya's getting a little frustrated here, and Chip Ganassi, they've been lobbying the kart officials. Alex Barron in front of Montoya. He's always tough to get around, and Daryl Franchitti had some very pointed remarks about that last week at Vancouver. We're watching one of the officials acknowledge Ganassi now, and apparently race control is into this situation. We'll see if Barron gives way.
They've already gotten around him, Gary.
They have gotten
him. Montoya's there.
Thank you.
But consider that Castroneves' lead over Montoya was 2.57 seconds only 2 laps ago. In this last lap, he had cut it down to 1.2 seconds. If you're Castroneves, if you're getting bad brakes, you're just hoping that the guy that's chasing you is also getting bad brakes in traffic.
There's the separation, first to second, Castroneves to Montoya.
And that time the interval jumped up to 1.7 seconds, so Castroneves gained a half a second on that lap. But still, look at the line of cars in front of Castroneves. Montoya's got to get around Tony Kanaan. As I said a little earlier when he was looking at the back of Alex Barron, if you're in this position and you're Tony Kanaan, even though the leader's gotten by, you just aren't going to give up that easily. But once you do let the leader go by, you do have a certain responsibility to let the rest of the field go by as well.
It's fun, too, to talk to the drivers and hear the changing attitudes on the use of the blue passing flag, which is only an advisory that somebody's there, or maybe the furled black flag, which tells you to maybe move that thing over. But 1 week when they're in front, all the guys would say, oh no, they got to fight to get past us. But when they're behind, then the argument goes, you know, you need to move those guys over a little faster. John Beekins.
Well, you know, some of the teams take that into their own hands, and the Penske team is one of those. And you'll notice that Castroneves is right up behind Michel Jourdain. Well, he was, as I started to talk anyway, and that is that the Penske team has been next door to its pit asking for some help. Right now, he's still behind Jourdain.
Castroneves has to be so careful here, sliding in between Jourdain and Mimo Gidley. And you can see there, Tony Kanaan finally moved over to let Montoya through. What you don't want to do is these two guys are in their own battle, and if you're Castroneves, you don't want to get caught in the middle of an accident while these two guys are fighting, because they may not be paying attention to where you are. But I have to believe with that bright orange and white car that they can't help but see the leader all over the backside of them.
Tagliani, Michel Jourdain Jr. ahead of Castroneves. Look at this, Moreno. Moreno moves on Pappas. Whoa! And almost takes him to the wall coming off the corner.
You can see Moreno try to push him back to the inside. Max got a better exit. He's fine. You've got back inside me. Now watch Moreno try to get back in. No, he's just going to stay on the outside here. That was some heads-up driving by Max Pappas. He said, all right, you're underneath me. Go ahead. But I think Moreno just carried way too much entry speed into turn 11 trying to make that pass stick. Watch as he comes down the inside now. He jukes out to the inside. Look how much more speed he carried. All we had to do was get side by side with Max and just hold him to the outside. Then he tries to push him back against the inside wall. He ran him down. You can see how dirty the track is there. Max says, fine, pal, you're going to do that. Going to move you back towards the outside. Nice bit of driving there by Max Pappas.
They got a car off course to the left. One of the observers suggests it's Moreno.
And it is.
So.
And it looks like he's hit everything but the tires that were there to cushion the blow.
So Roberto Moreno is out of the car. We got a couple other cars off.
Yeah, we can see Tagliani.
So that makes you wonder if there's not oil or dust on that corner. Whoa, suddenly action down there in 5.
Yeah, it would be easy to speculate initially that Max and Roberto had a problem. You can see Max clearly out in front. Moreno comes smoking inside, gets wide, misses the tires, contacts the concrete.
Moreno had a second place here last year, substituting for Christian Fittipaldi. He was hoping for more.
You can see he was just high on the entry to turn 5. That dirt is very, very hard packed. It's almost like concrete with sand on top of it. No chance of really slowing down very much before the contact with the barrier. Here's the head-on shot. You can see Max had made that repass stuck, gets on the brakes. Look how much ground Moreno's trying to make up here. Just brings in too much speed, gets a little high outside of the groove, catches part of the trap. That does absolutely nothing. Spins around and hits the front of the car with the wall.
We go to a full course yellow. The pace car will come out. Safety team wants to get both Tagliani and Moreno's cars out of jeopardy there. We're looking down from the Honda Helicam right now on the exit of turn 5. Why was Moreno driving like that?
Well, obviously they had a territorial dispute going in 11, a little bit into 2, and he just got in there too hard. It looked like a little bit of the red mist on the entry of 5. But I tell you, Paul, for the guys that pitted a little bit early and were off schedule, this yellow was exactly what they needed to get back on schedule. They will be diving into the pits with this full course yellow.
47th lap completed by the leader, and Helio Castroneves is on the pit road. Jan Beekes.
Yes, he is. And we will see if they decide to make any changes for him. Obviously, they had a bit of warning. They knew that Moreno was off course.
Yeah, we got a problem for Juan Montoya. On the left front, they can't get the wheel on. The jack collapsed. They get a manual jack out. Now they'll go and get the wheel on. All of their service is complete. As soon as that wheel's engaged, they'll let him go.
Oh, and Gary, we almost had contact between Gilles de Ferran and Dario Franchitti. Ooh, Dario is not going to be happy with that one. What happened was Gilles de Ferran had a slow pit stop. Dario was coming, and Gilles de Ferran just pulled out right in front of him and said, sorry, I'm going first. That was close.
Looks like Franchitti's going to go up and talk about it. They're under full course caution. Here's Montoya again.
Car comes up on the air, the wheels come off, and you can see the front jag sack.
Everything.
Jag sack there. And now it's, what do we do? Where's that jack at? What else could go wrong for this guy this year? He's led more than twice as many laps as any other driver. He's been absolutely dominant in statistics, and now we watch the tussle between Dario and Gilles de Ferran. The pit lane here, very, very narrow. It's 50 miles an hour, which may seem fast in a production car, but the crew chiefs, once they get that service done, aren't intimidated by cars coming down the pit lane, and they just launch their drivers in front of or into whoever may be coming down the pit road.
Well, that one was costly for Montoya. Keeps Castroneves in front and puts Gil de Ferran back into second place, and Montoya has fallen all the way to 7th. They do keep the manual jacks ready over the wall. They prefer never to use them. We'll be back with more from Laguna Seca. There's so much going on in the world of motorsports now. It takes RPM tonight an hour to get you totally up to speed on everything. That's tonight, 9:30, 6:30 Pacific, RPM tonight. For more, log on to ESPN.com. We'll give you the full field rundown right now. This is under a full course caution. Pace car is out. You can see the flashing lights up there ahead. Still can't figure out exactly what Moreno was thinking, but boy, when he gets behind the wheel, that otherwise calm and smiling little man is a bulldog. And we saw a good example of it there.
Hey, he rarely makes mistakes, but obviously he was frustrated about the pass that didn't go as planned down in turn 11. Came back trying to make up 3-4 car lengths under braking for turn number 5. I think he just got in there too hot and slid off.
So as they move behind the pace car, and the pace car is catching the rest of the field, they're trying to get the field recycled around. Helio Castroneves has now collected the bonus point for the most laps led. So bonus point for the pole, bonus for most laps led. But he's taken him away from his teammate as well as everyone else. And there is the summary on the stop. Pappas hasn't pitted. Haven't seen a pit stop yet by the Newman-Haas team. And Montoya, he did good on the last stop, and on this one just now, not nearly as good. So while they get the field reorganized here at Laguna Seca Raceway, which is going to take some time to get it done, we'll be back with more after we take another great look at running on the curbs. Welcome back to the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey, Laguna Seca, California. The Kart FedEx Championship Series still under a full course caution. And the reason we're under the full course caution is Roberto Moreno chasing Max Pappas.
Well, and there was a little history up to this point, but you can see Moreno tried to make up a lot of distance under braking, got a little wide out of the groove, back and rotates as he gets up into the banking, and it's off into the sand, hardly slows him down. Car comes around, misses the tires, hits the nose along the concrete wall.
Shortly thereafter, Alex Tagliani got in the same area. Paul Tracy just topped off with fuel.
Just save his fuel. There's plenty of time to catch up. No hurry. Save his fuel now.
So the words from his team on how to deal with this race. In the Budweiser Hard Charger Award, Luis Garcia Jr., who has been steadily driving, keeping in races, and of course the award is based on improving your position throughout the race. He's done it very well. The mid-race summary after 52 laps, we're going to 83. Castroneves has been the game all the way. The only lead change came on the stops. So action continues. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. Paul Page, Parker Johnstone, Gary Gerald, Jan Pikus. This game just really got interesting. We're now in a situation where some of the guys think they can go all the way to the end. You saw the top up on Paul Tracy, and that's going to be, what, about 30 laps?
Well, we also had Christian Fittipaldi. We had a couple other guys come in, but on the way out of the pits is where this got interesting. We've said that this is uphill. It's very narrow. They launch Christian. Look at Tarso Marquez. Very, very close. I was expecting to see a T-shirt next week and it said, hey, guess who I ran into in the pit out at Laguna?
All right, so you've grabbed your fuel chart.
Yes, I have.
What do you think?
Well, they've got to get at least 2 miles per gallon, but I think a lot of these guys, now that they've topped up and played the fuel game, will be able to get to the end. I think some of them might need another lap or two of yellow at some point. If that's the case for Paul Tracy and some of the others who've taken the risk, Paul Tracy now in 14th, everyone in front of him is going to have to come in, I think, one more time in order to get it at the end. Boom, Paul Tracy's at the front.
Oh, goodbye, Helio Castroneves. He just jumped on it hard as they come back to the green flag. De Ferran now closes in on him. Field comes down. Green flag just on the other side of that bridge. Restart here. 55th lap now underway.
There's Michael
moves to the inside, takes Memo Gidley.
That's not for position. Gidley's a lap down now.
But so some are going to be on a little bit of a fuel conservation to try and make it to the end. Jan Beekes.
Also consider Michael Andretti did not pit, so he'll be light on fuel. He should be able to be much more racy than the guys ahead that have a full tank.
"25 laps since Michael Andretti last pitted." I wonder how long they're going to keep him out there, and I wonder why they didn't stop him.
Well, he's going to be able to go a little further because of those yellow laps. You can see Tony Kanaan making a move up the inside there. But still, within the next handful of laps, Michael Andretti will have to come in. That'll rotate him to the back of the order, and then he's good to go at the end. But still, questionable fuel strategy, I would think.
But you're going to make an interesting last 2 or 3 laps in this race. Montoya chasing Brett. Let's just ride with him a little bit here. Jimmy Vasser with the stops. Sitting up there at the edge of the top 10, and here comes Paul Tracy. Tracy got sandwiched in there. Look at the tearaways go flying as they come up through 6 and pull those little strips of cellophane off the front of the helmets to keep them clear. They get especially dirty when you're running right up somebody else's exhaust pipe.
And just as ahead is Oriol Servia. He was able to get by Jimmy Vasser on that last restart.
Speaking of Servia, that's a pretty good little move, and we do have it on tape.
Coming down into turn 2, looks towards the inside, just says, "Oh, I got you, Jimmy." Really no choice there, and that's what you want to do. You don't want to get partially up the side of the car you're passing. You want to get wheel to wheel with him and then hold him to the outside so there's just no opportunity for him to retaliate.
And Jimmy wasn't going to give it up too easily, though. He was really fighting, and Tracy was close in.
Yeah, he gave Oriol a car width and a couple inches, and that's all that you should do.
Now Tracy works Jimmy. This is 411. There's Oriol, there's Vasser. Tracy makes a move. So does Carpentier. Carpentier is just going to follow Tracy. Curious assortment of lines coming up the hill there, isn't it?
Well, and really, it's whatever's most comfortable for the driver in the braking area. You normally come in at a little bit of a diagonal. You normally lock up the left side wheels. You've got some more weighting on the right side as you're ready to dive down into turn 8. But really, the line there is just a matter of driver comfort. There's really no line that's particularly faster. It's whatever the driver likes.
With Tony Kanaan, well, the best assumption next year is that he's going to have something to do at Morris Nunn Racing. There is also a lot of rumor going around that team, who will be with it, who else may be with it, and what power plants they'll use. They're one of those that are going to be affected by the Mercedes-Benz departure. Gary Gerald.
Well, we're talking about this fuel business initially on the stop, and Montoya had 34 laps or so to go when he made the second stop. He was one of those immediately questioning the pits about, do I have enough fuel to go to the end? Initially, he was told that yes, you did. Then they decided that might not be the case. We were extremely skeptical. They said they needed another couple of laps of yellow. Jan said that he would really try to save some fuel, and Chip Ganassi told him that they might, in fact, have to stop again. So the fuel conservation game is on one more time in the FedEx Series.
The amazing one for me, though, remains Michael Andretti and Max Pappas, Ford-powered cars. 28 laps since the last stop for Andretti, 29 for Pappas. What's going on there?
Well, they've got a few more laps and they'll have to come in. If we go back to Montoya, in order to go 34 laps, he's got to get 2.2 miles per gallon. That's 10% more than Paul Tracy at 2 miles per gallon. And consider the strategy of the guys at the front that are running about 1.85 miles per gallon. You see Tony Kanaan's in. And consider it's just not fuel mileage, that's horsepower as well. He's got to really turn it down in order to try to extend this fuel run.
You saw Tony Kanaan make his stop. Nothing changes at the front. Castro Neves, Teferin, Franchitti, and Andretti. Out in Monterey Bay, they're having a little more peaceful day, but they're missing a lot of the fun at the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey. Are you one of those that like sits around and says, I know more about sports than anyone else? Well, ESPN has come up with the ultimate sports fan quiz show. It's the 2-minute drill. Check it out on Monday. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Well, finally, Ford Power by Max Pappas comes into the pits. Michael Andretti is still out there. And so as Pappas comes away.
And you saw D'Amato leave just in front of him, Paul. He came in, got no tires, just got a quick splash. However, it looks for Michael Andretti. They're going to fill that car up with fuel and go for tires. He'll be here next time around.
Michael Andretti do end. Alex Tagliani came in while we were away, and they told him to shut the car down. D'Amato wasn't quite as aggressive as I would expected coming out of the pits. What's going on there?
I'm very surprised, and that was for position coming out of the pits. It looked like he had forgotten that this is actually a race and you got to stand on it at all times. Max Pappas, obviously, as soon as he hit the last pit, right back up to full throttle, and Michael Andretti now finally comes in.
Michael Andretti.
Past the bridge and hit your marks before tires and fuel.
Now remember that Michael Andretti in Vancouver was very critical of the team's fuel strategy, and I have a feeling that'll be the case here at Laguna Seca as well. As we mentioned, they're going to go for the 4 tires. But it's not really the... 11.8 seconds, and it's not so much the stop, it's the timing of the stop that is going to hurt Michael.
Back to the leader as Michael Andretti comes out, joins the field. The rest of the field heading up through 6. We mentioned Alex Tagliani out of the car just a few minutes ago, Gary.
Tag, I know you had all kinds of problems today. What ends up being the problem that puts you on this side of the wall?
Well, actually, you know, the Players Sports Tech team gave me a very fast car. We showed that in the warm-up this morning, but we had a problem with the engine. We thought it was a coil, and after that, we changed the coil, and it seems that it's a spark plug that it's, you know, defect. And we were running with a lot of less power than everybody else. So my car was very fast. I was just disappointed for all the guys because the engine was not there today. And the incident, Moreno was in the wall, yellow flag, and Michael Jourdain tried to pass me under yellow. So that was a pretty dumb move.
Thank you.
So Alex Tagliani becomes only the second guy out of the race. He had that off-course excursion just after Moreno went off, but he was able to get it going again with the help of the safety team. Moreno, of course, has made it on foot back to the pits, but his day is done. Everybody else, the remaining 22, are still on the course. Jan Vikas.
Well, for Eliel Castro Neves, he just had a radio conversation with Tim Cindric, the president of Penske Racing, and I quote, "This fuel economy will win you the race." So therefore, we would assume he's got enough to make it to the end.
Let's talk about that word fuel economy, Parker. It's a misnomer. Fuel economy in my car is when I'm really slowing down.
Well, they've got plenty of fuel in the tanks back in the pits to make the race distance. That's no problem, but it's all about track position. Trying to extend your stop as long as possible. So even if they had unlimited fuel in the pits, it wouldn't affect the strategy as to when you came in, under what circumstances of yellow or even under green, to try to gain those positions, not by racing on the track, but simply through superior strategy on when you come into the pits.
And while Castro Neves still leads, having completed 63 of the 83 laps with just 20 to go, and his teammate Teferin sits in second, followed by the Honda car, also Franchitti. Brian Herta has kind of worked his way back up into 4th place, so we're pretty much in start order, with the exception of Montoya being back in 6th.
And remember last year, the race at Houston was really the deciding point in the championship for Team Green. Team orders weren't used. Paul Tracy went on to win. Remember, it came down to a tie at the end of the season between Montoya and Franchitti. The championship going to Montoya for more wins. I think the teams now keep that at the forefront of their strategies now with the championship and realize that a point here, a point there, now, as competitive as the series is, can make all the difference.
So with Castro Neves in the lead, followed by DeFerrin, and Andretti, by the way, has only been able to get out into 15th place after that stop, but that may pay off later. Look at this. When they came into this race, there was a 20-point spread at the top of the field, and the differential first through six, 20 points. That's the closest battle in history by far. And as of now, first through six is a 17-point spread. Here are the points as they stand at this moment, and there it is. Of course, Moreno is out of competition right now. Andretti is sitting well back there. Tracy is back as well. So the day's looking pretty good for DeFerrin, but I don't think the final chapter is going to come until about lap 80 when we find out who is going to stop and who is going to continue on.
All the decisions that have been made.
2.1 that lap, 2.1 plus 1. 2.1 on fuel.
Yeah, they aren't talking about intervals there. It's all now about fuel. 2.1 miles per gallon will give you. Yeah, go ahead, Jan.
When they say 2.1, the target for DeFerrin is 2.2. So that's why they're so adamant about the 2.1, because they need more than that.
And that's a big difference in laps. 2.1 takes you just over 30 laps to get you to 2.2. Well, that squeezes out another 3 laps out of the tank. So what the drivers are doing now, they've got it leaned back as far as they can with the mixture control. But what you're doing is short shifting on the upshifts. You're not taking it all the way up to the rev limiter. And when you come into the braking areas, you're lifting as early as you can using rolling momentum into the braking area. And on the downshifts, remember, with the sequential gearboxes, they can't skip gears. They've got to go through every single
Tony
gear.
Kanaan off. Can he keep it going and get back out of that gravel pit? You can't spin him too much. He's pretty close to the edge of the road. There he is. All right.
The gravel traps haven't stopped anyone so far this weekend, and Tony knows that. He's just going to keep his foot in it and just get it back out onto the racetrack. But as I was saying, the last thing that you do as a driver is when you come into the braking area for downshifting, because you have to go through all the gears, the thing you do is that you rev the engine as little as possible. So you're breathing the throttle, doing everything you can to extend mileage.
Look again at Tony Kanaan. He was a lap behind the race when this happened.
Coming into turn number 2, lots of smoke from the back of the car here. Now watch the rear wheels. He just keeps on the throttle. He's got to be a little careful. You can see him slow down on the brake between the 2 traps. And now look at him just doing his tractor pull imitation and brings the car back on the track. That was really heads up for him to get on the throttle when he needed to, but then breathe it in between those 2 gravel traps.
This is getting pretty tight up at the front between Castro Neves, DeFerrin, and Franchitti. Look at the cars bounce. We've already shown you a lot of visuals of the cars as they move back and forth over the curbings and how it grabs the steering wheel and moves it around. A lot of people still have what I think is a rather stupid argument as to whether or not these guys are athletes.
Well, there's no question these guys are tremendous athletes. They have heart rates during the course of this race ranging from 160 to 185 beats a minute for nearly 2 hours. They're pulling 3.5 Gs of braking force and cornering force. And you look at the tremendous concentration these guys have to have, traveling upwards of 300 feet a second. If they make the slightest decision, a tenth of a second too late, they'll be 30 feet off the racetrack. And look at this pass that's being set up by Jimmy Vasser underneath Oriol Servia going into turn 2.
Vasser around Servia. Servia comes right back at him.
That's about as textbook as it gets. You carry more entry speed, you wash out at the apex, you can't get the power down. And now look at Paul Tracy on the back of Jimmy Vasser. Oriol, very patient, a very intelligent young man, says, great, you'll wash out wide, I'll concentrate on carrying speed off the corner, comes right back at him.
Oh, it's getting hot here. This is a 4-way battle for 8th place. You saw Carpentier take a look at Tracy as well. What surprises me is you did say that's elemental, and it's surprising to see that kind of thinking come up here in the champ cars. Dario Franchitti, 3rd place. Gary.
couple of more updates here relating fuel. Just talked to Kim Green. He said, it is marginal for us. I said, what do you got to get? What's the target? He says, well, we've got to be getting consistently over 2 miles per gallon. And Chip Ganassi has also told Juan Montoya that they're looking better now on fuel. Juan apparently doing a good job in the conservation mode as he travels along in 6th place. Jan?
Well, for Brian Herta, a similar situation. I asked if they would be able to make it to the end, and they said, we're trying. It will be close. So you've got different engine manufacturers all trying to accomplish the same thing. Go as fast as you possibly can and still have enough fuel to cross the finish line.
You see the signage both on the rear wing and on the side for Brian Herta for Rockingham Speedway in England. That's one of the 3 new tracks that the series will visit next year. Monterey, Mexico, Rockingham, England, and Euro Speedway north in the central part of Germany. They're all 3 going to be really cool. Castro Neves, DeFerrin, Franchitti, Honda, then 2 Fords. Montoya in 6th place is the lone Toyota in the top 6. And of course, SportsCenter is going to be all over the story of Bobby Knight. Don't miss their coverage. 7 and 11 Eastern Time tonight. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Well, since we've been away, there has been just one move of consequence, and it is fairly important. It centers on Paul Tracy as we look at the current standings. But Tracy was able to make a move on Jimmy Vasser, get around him, and take 9th place. Ever so important points.
Once again, heading down into turn 2. Paul's, who was a little close on the way in, but finally sticks the maneuver just past the first apex here. Jimmy trying to tuck back in so that Carpentier also doesn't take advantage of him having to slow down to let Tracy through.
Montoya runs in 6th. Want to go back and take a look. Here comes Servia and Tracy. They're pretty hard at it.
And keep in mind, Tracy did that splash and go right at the end of that last yellow. He has got 4 additional laps worth of fuel, so to speak, than any of the cars around him. Jimmy Vasser behind him, Servia in front of them. In fact, everybody up to Castro Neves has now come in lap 48.
Paul, right on fuel. We're just watching it. Just be careful on the overtake. Only use it when you think you've got an opportunity. You're doing a great job.
You hear Green talking to Tracy. The overtake button, the engine goes to full rich, full advance on the timing, gives him all of 900 plus horsepower. He's the guy that can take full advantage of this situation. That strategy, very risky as it may have been at the time, may be paying off, but he's got a short amount of time to try to get these passes done.
And with his back-to-back victories, Paul Tracy has been on a roll. Back at the front, Castro Neves, DeFerrin, Franchitti. There's Brian Herta. Kenny Breck is in that fight too, and certainly Montoya's in there. That's tightening up.
And we could see the interval there from Castro Neves back to Tracy. It's about the length of the pit straightaway. It's about 10.2 seconds. So Tracy has his work cut out from him, but it looks like the guys at the front have enough fuel to get to the end and be a little racy at the same time.
You went back and looked at how the top 10 was in the points at the start of this race. Every one of them has changed now. Again, competitiveness of the series. Look how tight it is. Tracy works on Servia. Remember the great pass, Zanardi, Brian Herta at the top of the hill? Herta doesn't think of it that way, but it's also not a pass that you'll ever see again and actually have it work, because now you cannot gain a position with an off-course excursion, which is, of course, what Zanardi did to win that race on the very last lap.
7 laps, 7 to go.
Boy, it's getting close now. Who's telling the truth down there? Who can get it done? Penske cars, front of the field. Franchitti sits there in 3rd, 3 Hondas, a Ford, and a Toyota. Paul Tracy trying to come up through the field and gain some points as well. We'll be back with more from Laguna Seca. No changes in the order since we left you. The only change physically, you'll see Alex Barron sitting in physical third place behind second place Gil de Ferran. He just came out of the pits and dropped into that position. He has no factor. In fact, Franchitti is already around him, so the battle at the front of the field continues. Just a reminder of the points you earn for each position, which tells you why everybody's battling hard, especially Tracy well back in the field, trying to grab any point he can. Moreno needed these points, and Gary Gerald, he's been out for some time.
Yeah, Roberto doesn't get the points today, and that's a major concern. But let's talk about the confrontation at a couple of points on the racetrack between you and Max Pappas. How much do you think did we see, and where did this all begin?
Basically previous to what you've probably seen here on the start-finishing line when he repassed me. Up on before the corkscrew, which is one of the fastest places in the circuit. He came out of the corner and made a huge mistake. I went around him, and he only left me the outside. When I went on the outside, he squeezed me out of on the outside of the circuit. If I had not let off, could be a huge accident there. So unfortunately that happened, and I had to squeeze by him because he was having problems. So I tried very hard here in the front of the pits. It didn't work. And then I had my rear wheels locked up into turn 5, and unfortunately was the end of the day for the Vision Patrick team. But I'm very, very glad because we started the weekend not very good. We made the car work by the race, and as always, the Vision Patrick team did a good job. I'm very, very pleased, and I will still chase this championship one way or another.
Well, we know that. Thanks, Roberto.
Thank you.
No changes. They climb up to the top. There is Herta coming into the corkscrew.
So here we are trying to guide your 1,550-pound, 900-plus horsepower ground-based missile with 25 of your closest friends all trying to fight over who should be in front of who when the checkered flag falls.
4 laps to go now for the leader, Helio Castroneves. You should have seen his face when he said all that.
I need all the fuel you can give me. 3 laps remain.
You just heard the conversations to Helio Castroneves. Jan, are they nervous in the Penske pit?
Well, we'll find out. Tim, has the fuel conservation work for you? Can you make it to the end?
Yeah, at this point, unless we have a surprise or whatever, I think we're in good shape. He's done a great job at this point.
Very nervous, or do you have a bit in reserve now?
We think we have a little in reserve, but you're always nervous at this point, so we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Tim.
And if they actually calculate this just right, the cars should run out at the start-finish line with the checkered flag. It's going to be interesting to see if all of the cars will be able to make it back to the pit lane on the cool-down lap.
Yeah, where does elevation changes figure into all of that? That fuel's got to be sloshing around in there as they're getting down to the bottom.
Well, even this corner in turn 9, the physical loading is so high that I know several drivers who actually loosen their shoulder harnesses so they can move forward to get a little better leverage over the steering wheel. So if the drivers have to do that in order to manhandle these cars, certainly you think, even though there's foam in the fuel cell, trying to manage the fuel sloshing around in the tank, still the uphill, the downhill, the constant left, left transitions. It'd be interesting to see if they can pick up every ounce of fuel in order to get to the checkered flag.
Jan Vika said it used to be your home track.
Yeah, when you're talking about the fuel sloshing around in the fuel cell, they actually don't worry about that too much because they have a fuel collector that holds about 3/4 of a gallon, and then they have the actual receptacles that suck it up into that. So in other words, even if you had sloshing in the bottom of the fuel cell, you always have about 3/4 of a gallon there so you don't suck air. So it's only that last 3/4 of a gallon that you worry about.
Yeah, but it looks like they're taking it down to that last 3/4 of a gallon. You just saw Servi and Tracy. Here it is. They came at one another, turn 2 once again.
And Oriel says, I've seen this before. Sure, have the inside. I'll take it right back as we get to the exit.
Oh, coming down to the closing laps now. Dario Franchitti, 3rd place. How's he on fuel, Gary?
Well, we just checked again with Kim Green. He says, yeah, it's improved, but then he gave us the big grin and he says, I'm afraid everybody else has improved too. So they don't think they're going to get any break in that respect, and they think they're going to make it to the end. I asked Chip Ganassi about Juan Montoya. I said, how close? And he just said, real close.
White flag is out. If there's nobody in the pits, they're all going to run for it, and they may need that downhill.
And Jan said 3/4 of a gallon. Well, keep in mind, that's only a couple of corners here at Laguna, but as you said, at least it's all downhill from the top of the corkscrew back to the pit lane.
Paul Tracy just spun it over in turn 2. He was trying it again with Servi, and then he lost it.
Oh, look at him chop in front of Christian Fittipaldi.
Remember, each of these are points. They're so important, just 4 to go after this in terms of races. So he can't afford to lose anything. That was costly. Top of the hill for Helio Castroneves. Jill DeFerrin's right there with him. Franchitti is certainly going to try to take a look at DeFerrin as they come down the hill. Again, whether or not all engines run all the way to the bottom, that's a question. Franchitti looks like he is out of the contest coming down the hill. He's going to come down in third. Helio Castroneves, this is the final turn. He's only got to get up a brief uphill here, and he will have his 3rd career win.
All right, that's it. That's the way you do it. Great job, guys. Great job.
Well, Helio Castroneves, 5th win of the year for Team Penske, 3rd in his career, and Jill DeFerrin will take the points lead. They're the unofficial results for you on a day that, well, we kind of thought it'd go a little more strategic by the end of the race. It looks like everybody's made it down the hill with no problem whatsoever. We'll be back.
Where's the fence?
Yeah, what are you going to jump on? Give me a fence. Give me any fence.
Once again, back at Laguna Seca, the huge scoring pylon over the shoulder of the man who has conquered this place, Helio Castroneves, win number 3. The concern was fuel. How much concern did you have?
A lot, Gary. But I have to thank you, Marlboro Team Penske. I mean, they did a fantastic job giving me this car, and I was like just hilarious. I was like, yeah, come on, I'm gonna do it. And of course, this victory in memory of Gonzalo, and I'm sure whatever he is, he will shine.
Terrific job today. He found a fence to climb and a wall to climb, and here's a magnificent trophy as the winner of the Honda Grand Prix of Monterey.
And while Castroneves does take the victory, it's Jill DeFerrin that really benefits most by the run today as he moves into the points lead, 6 points over Michael Andretti. We'll be right back. Well, as we take you back and let you see some of the action of the day, next week we'll be in St. Louis for the Kart Motorola 300 as the battle for the championship continues. So join us then on ESPN2. Helio Castroneves takes the win. Jill DeFerrin takes the points lead, and Penske takes the top 2 positions. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com. We'll see you next week in St. Louis.
This is Pato Award. His last name's Irish, but his first words were... Pato's the fastest 25-year-old on 4 wheels. He's tasted every kind of victory, except for the lactose variety. Pato looks like a one-man boy band. He charms like a British spy. He smells like burnt rubber, and he doesn't have fans. He's got groupies. So whether you love him or love him, take a look at the next face of IndyCar. This is Pato Award. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Chip Car is next on Site TV.
This is the Vanderbilt Cup, the ultimate prize for every driver in the Chip Car World Series. This season, Sebastian Bourdais has more victories than anyone else as he bids for his first Champ Car title. His biggest challenger, though, is his teammate Bruno Junqueira. They tangled at Elkhart and again at Denver. But it was Bourdais' incident with A.J. Allmendinger in Montreal 2 weeks ago that led Junqueira through to score his first win and move within striking distance of the title. They're on the same team. They have the same dream. When the green flag falls, it's every man for himself. Round 11, the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey is next. Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford. Today, the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. A beautiful day for racing on the Monterey Peninsula of California. The cars have fired for the 11th race of the 2004 championship season.
And welcome to Laguna Seca, Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Hello again, everyone. I'm Rick Benjamin. Four-time Trans Am champ Tommy Kendall will join me in just a moment. The home stretch of the 2004 season has arrived. Only a handful of opportunities left for Champ Car drivers to wrestle the championship away from Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais, the leader by 35. He's won 5 of the first 10 races this season, but his teammate Bruno Junqueira hoping to get into the hunt today with a good run. Junqueira comes off his first win of the year 2 weeks ago at Montreal. And I'm joined by Tommy Kendall, a race winner here yesterday in the Trans Am season finale. Congratulations. Big key here this weekend, the alternate Bridgestone tires.
Well, and for a couple of reasons. They're softer, they're stickier, they're faster. Up and down pit lane, they're calling them reds because those red marked sidewalls. But the big deal is they've tried to make them quicker than the primary. Some tracks they've only been a little bit quicker, not enough to make a huge difference in terms of overtaking. Here they could be as much as 3/4 of a second quicker. Add that to the fact that the other side of that is they're not sure they're going to be consistent and not fall off at the end of a run. So they might be quicker early on. Those are 2 factors. The teams that employ that the best will come out the best today.
And they get 2 sets of them for the race instead of 3, which we have seen earlier this year. Now let's take a look at this racetrack. Nearly 2¼ miles, 11 turns at Laguna.
And it's really a tough track to get a hold of. It's a slippery, especially that infield 2, 3, 4, and 5. You go through turn 6, a climbing left-hander up to the famed corkscrew at turn 8 and 8A. Then you dive down through 9 and 10 into the final corner. As you can see, there's no chance to rest.
Well, the corkscrew is key here. Last year's winner, Prix Carpentier, shows us the legendary corner.
Hi, this is Prix Carpentier with Foresight Indycar Racing. So here you're coming up to a famous corner on this racetrack. It's called the corkscrew. And it's one of the most interesting corners to all the racetrack we go to, because when we approach the corner, as you can see, we're squat down a little bit more for us. You see absolutely nothing but the sky. It's very fast and it's fairly late braking, but when you hit the brakes going uphill, the car gets very light. And you see the markers 3 and 2. We always brake in between those 2. The speed we're coming at, this is a second gear corner, so it's a fairly slow corner. Then we hit the brake really hard and then kind of go a little bit easy when the car is up light, and when we land is when we really apply a lot of pressure again. Then after that is very sharp left-hander right here that starts to go downhill, but this is where it gets tricky because we see absolutely nothing inside the car. Once you get to this point here, we'll squat down a little bit. You see absolutely nothing, because what you see now, for us, there's a dashboard that comes in front of that. You don't really see where the track is going. So then you come and then you gotta move into here fairly quickly, and you can't really accelerate yet because the road is angled like that. Once you're out of there, if you make it correctly, you get the angle right, then you start accelerating, and what a rush it is to go downhill like that.
All right, thank you, Prix Carpentier. Now our starting grid powered by Ford. Bourdais' 7th pole of the season.
And Carpentier, if he beats Sebastian Bourdais to turn 1, he could go flag to flag like last year.
Second row here today, all Tracy with A.J. Allmendinger.
Tracy trying to make some moves, but I've really got my eye on Allmendinger. I think he left some on the table in qualifying and wants to do well in his hometown race.
Jourdain qualifies 5th.
His only top 5 start of the year, and he had a tremendous run here from the back of the pack last year. Bruno Junqueira, after the win 2 weeks ago in Montreal, wanted to capitalize, going the wrong way. Bourdais back on top. Bruno with one of his worst starts of the year. Jimmy Vasser grew up in Northern California. Both of his team owners also from this area, anxious for a good run in the PKV car. Rodolfo Levine, who faded to the back of the grid for the last several weeks, starting to show some of the form that got everyone's attention early in the year. And Guy Smith, still towards the back of the pack, but by far his best start of the year in 14. In row 8, Justin Wilson, the story of a guy going the other way. We've seen some phenomenal qualifying runs from him this year, but they have not come to grips at all with Laguna Seca. And on row 9, we've got Gaston Mazzacane, our normal row 9 guy, and next to him, Roberto Gonzalez, who had a big crash right before the final qualifying session, was not able to take part.
Your 18 car starting grid here today, powered by Ford. Check the race facts for the Champ Car Grand Prix of Monterey, the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. 80 laps, just under 180 miles, or the time limit could come into play here this afternoon. Carpentier led all the way in 2003. One mandatory stop. That has been the trend the last many weeks in Champ Car. It's worked great. The pit window today, 53 to 63. The leader has to pass the blend-in line to pit road to begin his 53rd lap. Push to pass, as we mentioned, the time has been increased. 50 extra horsepower on tap for 75 seconds for each driver. And the alternate Bridgestones, Reds, the teams are calling them. You have Rust run at least one stint on them. Each team has two. Some teams burned up a set in practice and qualifying Friday and Saturday. They could be at a big disadvantage here today. 3 different onboard looks for you here this afternoon. At the back of the pack, the MyJack 34 car. England's Justin Wilson will have a visor cam on Wilson's machine today. He lines up alongside his teammate Nelson Philippe. Wilson from 15th spot. Montreal winner Bruno Junqueira second in the championship in the Pacific Air number 6 for the Newman Haas team. We will ride with Bruno Junqueira as he comes from the 4th row today. Also, we'll be riding with young A.J. Allmendinger. Allmendinger qualifying 4th. Tommy Kendall said he thought A.J. left something on the table in qualifying. Allmendinger's won here before, another open wheel series, and we will see how he is able to navigate this racetrack today. Quickly to Jan Beekes.
Well, we're seeing strategy unfold already. Sebastian Bourdais has dropped way behind the pace car. The reason? He's already saving fuel. Many of the teams say today to make it in 2 stops, you have to save fuel and you need help. You're going to need some yellow. Some teams say 3 laps, some say 10, but the strategy already starting. Derek?
You're looking at the brain thrust that runs the Roux Sports car for A.J. Allmendinger, Carl Russo and Jeremy Dale. Now, 2 weeks ago in Montreal, A.J. had quite an eventful race. Started on the front row, was hit at the second corner by Paul Tracy, got a puncture, dropped all the way back to last. Then cycled his way back because of pit stops to lead the race. Then later on, he crashed with Sebastian Bourdais. Then he was given a penalty, so he was dropped back again. Then he came back up and he finished 5th. He got a 1-lap penalty because he was adjudged to have stopped at the wrong lap with Champ Car's pit windows. So we were told he finished 11th. In fact, he finished 5th because they said the penalty should not have been applied. So maybe he didn't appear. So if AJ has an uneventful day today, he won't know what to do with himself.
Ready to go racing. Glad to have you with us. And we are underway at Laguna Seca, Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. 80 laps to go. The Bridgestone Grand Prix. Bourdais alongside gets to turn 1 first. Allmendinger on the move, trying to get toward the front. Everybody clean here. Side-by-side racing in turn 3.
There you saw Tracy trying to make a move, got by his teammate and was trying to make a bid on the outside of Bourdais. That was an atrocious looking start.
They were single file to the last corner
that were formed up.
A.J. Allmendinger starting in 4th spot, trying to stay in contact with the top 3. Bourdais bolting to the lead. 1 car off. Mario Haberfeld spins. It's Darren Walker's Cummins Reynard pointed in the right direction, headed toward the Bosch Bridge. Cold tires, and it's slick here at times.
It is very slick, and it also you have a situation where you get dirt drug across, especially those very flat new sections. There's dirt on both sides of the track, and just the pack of cars going by, the vortex behind it can suck dirt off from off the track onto the racing surface. And Allmendinger, even though it wasn't a great start, the front 3 guys had already taken off.
Oh, trouble back deeper in the pack. Now the
Philippe.
MyJack cars, Justin Wilson in trouble. He gets it pointed in the right direction. Rodolfo Levine, looks like they both have been off. There's debris on the racetrack. Wilson having trouble getting that car up to speed.
Well, the wheels are pointed in different directions.
Little slow motion look at it for you. Oriol Servia down through the corkscrew. Let's take a look back, and contact right there. Levine got into Wilson. Guy Smith scrambling with Nelson Philippe to stay out of the way. Another look from further down the hill.
Well, and Wilson even knew he was there and knew he was in trouble and tried to leave him room and turned as late as he possibly could, but Levine just couldn't get it stopped and drilled him in the left rear.
Gaston Mazzacani going through the dirt. Here's Wilson onto pit road. The MyJack crew will be busy here shortly trying to fix the 34 car and allow Wilson to get back out. Heavy damage to the left front corner of the suspension. He can barely turn the car. Jan Beekes, he's headed your way.
And of course, you can't do much, limping in, and as he comes very close to our position, I will have to say that they are quickly going to give him the international sign with the hand under the throat that this thing is done. In fact, that's what they get right away. Big damage for Justin Wilson. Tough break after a very difficult weekend. Derek?
Have a look at this right rear from Alex Tagliani. Just look at the rim. I mean, that is not a light contact. They believe it was contact from Michel Jourdain, and this used to be the red paint on these new softer Bridgestones, but this tire is not going to go any further.
And Sebastian Bourdais in quickly. He was the race leader, Tom. What's going on? We're on lap 2. Bourdais already in.
No idea.
As he rolled by, he had a flat left rear tire. Don't know how that happened, but he crawled down pit road. Amazing how many tires in such a short period of time.
All right, so let's reset the situation. Bourdais was on the pole, took the lead off the drop of the green. Trouble on the backside in the corkscrew for Justin Wilson. Debris on the track. Did Bourdais hit the debris, perhaps?
That's quite possible. It's hard to say. I mean, Tracy was putting some pressure on him. Don't really know what happened.
So Bourdais back on the racetrack. Tracy is the leader according to timing and scoring. Carpentier has settled into second spot. Looks as though Bourdais may have a little bit of damage on the front nose wing there, but hard to tell exactly. He's on alternates. He's on the Bridgestone Reds as we watch Oriol Servia chasing one of the Urdez cars. Jimmy Vasser there as well off turn 11. That looks like Dominguez.
Now this changes Bourdais' race in more ways than one. Not only does he have to deal with making an extra stop, if he gets a yellow and that goes away, he's still got now one set of reds. If those end up being faster and everybody else employs two sets of them, they've got one of their sets which is no longer usable because of that puncture.
This is the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Meantime, Paul Tracy has claimed the lead after that trouble from Sebastian Bourdais. A.J. Allmendinger looked like he might have been leaning on the push-to-pass button to try to get up in contact with the top two cars. So Tracy leads Carpentier after starting a little deeper in the field. Tracy started third. Meantime, what's happened to the pole sitter, Derek Daly?
Well, you can see here, this is the rear tire that came off the McDonald's car. It is literally sliced open. That is usually about the size of a wing end plate. Craig Hampson, the engineer for the McDonald's car, just asked me, do we know what happened? Because they do not know who hit Bourdais yet. But there's the telltale signs.
So Sebastian Bourdais, who finished 15th 2 weeks ago in Montreal, his second DNF of the season, gave up a lot of ground to his teammate Bruno Junqueira in the championship fight. He's got to deal himself a tough hand again today, Tom. Back to 14th.
And if he's got extra speed, he's going to have to show it. And not, I mean, without a yellow, he did it at Denver, and he had a huge advantage in hand over everyone else. I'm not sure that's the case here.
So Tracy leads Carpentier, Allmendinger to third, and Ryan Hunter-Reyes fourth at Monterey. 7 laps are on the board here at the Laguna Seca race course, Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. Some wild early action. Pole sitter and championship leader Sebastian Bourdais evidently contact with race leader Paul Tracy. Bourdais has come to pit road and has a cut tire that's been taken off already. Paul Tracy, Derek Daly, may need to do the same thing.
Neil Mickelwright, president of Forsyth Racing, is on the radio. Neil, what do you know? We've seen the pictures. It looks like Tracy has a wing rubbing in that front wheel. Are you concerned?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we're not sure because he hasn't said, but we're presuming that he and Bourdais must have touched out there. It appears as though it's tweaked the wing a little bit, so it's rubbing slightly on the right front tire under some circumstances. We're keeping an eye on the tire pressure, and it seems to be diminishing with the more laps, so I think we're probably just wearing away a piece of the end fence.
Do you rely on him to make a call to make a pit stop, or would you call him in?
Well, we'll rely on him to make the call as long as we don't see anything on telemetry that we feel is dangerous. If we see something go awry with the tire pressures, obviously we'll make that call.
Thank you, Neil. On our way down here, Bourdais was told on his radio to go as fast as you can, forget about fuel mileage. So, Tommy, as you know, that's a gamble they were forced into.
A move for the lead, Derek, in the corkscrew. Carpentier trying to get by. Tracy's able to close the door for now.
And there was some big understeer for Tracy on the corner that leads up the hill, and Carpentier got a good run through the corner, got on the push to pass, but he had to go to the right side because Tracy was on the left.
We've got a full course caution being displayed on lap 80 as the leaders, lap 8 I should say, as the leaders come off turn 11. Mario Dominguez has spun in the Urdez number 55. Dominguez, who's had a great run over the last 4 races, 6th, 5th, 4th, and then 3rd on the podium in Montreal. Logic might tell you he was due for a 2nd place run here today, but doesn't look like it'll play out that way. He spins and brings out a full course yellow. 8th complete, working lap 9. Riding with Allmendinger, who sits 3rd. Tracy's leading has a problem. Bourdais, after the tire pit stop, 14th still, has not been able to get by Mario Aberfeld, and Bourdais 1 lap down.
Wow, there's a lot to sort out here. And then we also had a little mix-up with the pace car. The pace car did not get out in time to pick up the leader. Then it looked like Allmendinger went by both Carpentier and Tracy. Now Tracy's back in front of Allmendinger. He's waving Carpentier by as well to reset the order. So
this happened right off of turn 4 on the outside, and that's one of those slick spots that can change in the course of a race.
Yeah, the infield portion, 2, 3, and 4 get progressively slippery. When I talked in my keys to the race about the slippery track, it's that part where it really starts the edge starts to go away, and it doesn't really seem to affect the balance much. Both the front and the rear tend to slide more. The car just uses up a lot more road.
So an early caution, which could well affect the fuel strategy and whether drivers are able to make it on 2 or 3 stops. One more look. Let's show you what happens here in the corkscrew.
And that's where they jump off that part when the world drops away from underneath you. And when he dumps it, that's Carpentier, dumps the wheel through the dirt there. That's a function of you turn the car, and depending on how much you rotate, you don't know where the right side tires are going to land. And sometimes they land exactly where you want them to. Sometimes they land a little bit further over to the right. Sometimes they land on Rodolfo Levine's nose.
This was the lap 1 incident that took out Justin Wilson with heavy front end damage. Rodolfo Levine suffering damage to the Indycar Corona car as well. Both those drivers. Levine's back on the track 1 lap down. Dominguez has gotten refired in the 55 car. He was running well in the early going. He's being shown a lap down now in 16th, but we're still under caution, awaiting the restart. Now, Paul Tracy has stayed out there. I would think this would be a perfect opportunity for him to stop, take fuel, and change those tires.
Well, but they already said they're going to shoot for a 2-stop strategy, and so it looks like they're going to roll the dice. I'm surprised he hasn't pulled over closer to the pit wall to give his crew a good look at that right front wing to see how much it's rubbing. They say they're going to monitor it on the telemetry. Well, I've got a news flash for Neil Milkelright. The pressure is going to look fine until there's no pressure when the thing blows out. But I think it looks like it's the flat part of that wing fence and not a sharp edge. If it was a sharp edge rubbing, it would have gone through already.
You can see the stripe appearing, though, on the inside of the right front tire of Tracy's car. Now, certainly Paul's a veteran. He's won twice here, back in '93 and '94. And I'm sure he knows what he's got there. The question is, when does he come in? Dominguez for tires and fuel. Derek Dale.
He is in. There is it was simply too loose. He could not hang on to it. That's why he made the spin. So they've taken the same opportunity as Bourdais has to stop, fill it with gas, and then go in this alternate pit stop strategy.
So what they're doing, they basically, because they're at the back, they don't have anything to lose. They've committed to a 3-stop strategy now, which means fuel is not a concern for them at all. So they're going to be running their push to pass. They're going to be running a pace where they can push the whole time. Everybody else knows they cannot make the race on 2 stops unless they get laps of yellow, which they're getting right now. And even with laps of yellow, you have to soft pedal it and not use too much fuel.
Well, we've had 2 full course cautions already in just 10 laps. So for those drivers thinking of trying to go on 2 stops, Tracy, as Tommy pointed out, one of them. Certainly this helps that effort down into the corkscrew. Perhaps we'll see a restart this time by. And Tom, let's go back. You have Bridgestone keys to the race as always. What were they once again?
Well, the fuel mileage, and the key is, can you make it on only 2 stops? If it stays green the whole way, by all accounts, none of the guys could make it. Now we've got some yellows, so fuel mileage, that's kind of an episode where they kind of miscalculated. The kart officials miscalculated on race distance, and they're not able to go easily full throttle for two stops. The slippery track, you're going to see the middle of these stints, guys really starting to deal with both either the front end or the back starting to slide, and that plays right into the alternate tires, how you use them. They appear to be a lot quicker than the alternate tires we've seen in the past, maybe as much as 3/4 of a second faster. The other side of that is, because they might be quicker, guys have been saving them through qualifying, they haven't run any long runs on them. They're going to be really watching. This is the first time they've had extended running on the red sidewall tires to see if they fall off substantially at the end of a fuel load. If they don't, you'll see guys putting their second set on at some point during the race. If not, they'll run primaries the rest of the way.
Took the green flag last time by. You're riding with A.J. Allmendinger, the Rousport Western Union number 10. Allmendinger in 3rd, but Ryan Hunter-Ray turning in a good early effort. He is 4th. How about Bruno Junqueira from 8th on the grid to 5th, and Oriol Servia, who started deep in the field today. He has climbed to 6th. Servia lined up in 12th spot. Some of the other cars up the back stretch here heading toward the corkscrew. That's Mario Haberfeld, who spun early. Bourdais trying to make his way through the field. He's gotten back on the lead lap. He's now up to 10th. So much like we saw in Denver after lap 1 contact for Bourdais, he says, hey, I can race my way through the field.
Well, and with that yellow, it's going to be a big deal where he might be on the top of the podium by the time the day is done.
Tracy is your leader with tire issues facing him. 10 laps are on the board at Laguna Seca. It's been a wild first dozen laps here today at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. The 11th race of 2004 for the Champ Car World Series. This is the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. Bridgestone tires, of course, the official tire suppliers of the Champ Car World Series. They'll be the title sponsor in 2 weeks at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the Bridgestone 400 there. Looks like problems for Jimmy Vasser. This is his home racetrack. Short day on Beekes.
Yes, big problems. Unfortunately, Jimmy on pit road. I know you expected big things today. What put you out?
Well, we're not completely sure. Just I started getting a real rough grinding noise out of the gearbox, out of the final drive area. Under load, if I put my foot in the clutch, it wasn't really making the noise. So, you know, until we get in there, we really don't know. But you know, it's very unfortunate for us. Big AV, we're looking to put that Gulfstream car in the top 5 in points with 4 races to go, and we really need a good finish here and the next 3 races to do that. And this really puts a damper on our point structure, but you know, that's the way it goes.
How were the track conditions at the start of the race?
Well, I don't know who went through the corkscrew like Zanardi in '97, but there was just a ton of dirt all over the track. Somebody went offline at the corkscrew, so there was a lot of dirt there. Didn't make for real nice conditions, but all in all, I think, you know, it's what we expected.
Sorry you're out early.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Derek?
Alex Tagliani is shown in 11th place. Paul, we saw the damage to the rear wheel earlier. Do we hear on the radio there may be some suspension damage suspected?
Well, when he went out on cold tires, the car was pretty loose. You know, you're trying real hard on an outlap. Everybody's on hot tires. The car seems to have balanced, and he's gone, I think, the fastest race lap. So we hope we don't have a problem. We don't know.
With these yellows, does that make any difference to how you strategize and when you bring him in for the first pit stop?
Well, we did that little stop and go, and that gave us a little bit of a fuel advantage, and we got a few laps better tires than the others, so we can run longer. Hopefully we can make some time back on that strategy.
Good, thanks, Paul. Sounds good.
Trans Am driving champion Paul Gentilozzi came home 4th here yesterday in the Trans Am finale and earned his 4th driving championship. Working lap 14, still under caution. A couple of cars went off here at Laguna Seca. Top 5 as we prepare to go green here at the Champ Car Grand Prix of Monterey, the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. And Paul Tracy has led all the way so far after the incident that sent Sebastian Bourdais to pit road. As always, all the information you need about the Champ Car World Series available from our website, champcarworldseries.com. For the rest of the season, be sure and sign up for Race Director. You get inside the Champ Car World Series, all of our coverage plus 6 additional cameras, all 18 in-car radios. You get an opportunity to sign up for the Inner Circle Fan Club, a great way to become even more closely involved with the Champ Car World Series. Ticket discounts, a member cap created exclusively for you. Discounts and giveaways and a whole lot more available with a membership to the Champ Car Inner Circle. Bruno Junqueira will restart 5th, and we're on board the 6th car. What about it, Derek Daly?
Very quick update. The only message he's given on the radio is the car has just too much understeer. Otherwise, it's very, very stable, which is good considering the crash that he had yesterday. Jan Beekes?
An update on Oriol Servia. The noise you hear in the background was Rodolfo Levine just making another pit stop. Might as well put on new tires. But the case for Oriol Servia, spoke with Dale Coyne, the team owner, said that the car has been pretty good all weekend. That they really haven't done much tuning, just fine tuning. Just didn't qualify as well as they had hoped. And obviously, it's showing now on the racetrack. Nice car.
Servia up to 6th after starting back in 12th. Let's show you what's happened early in the going here as we work on lap 16. Right off the start, Justin Wilson got punted, it looked like, there by Levine.
Yeah, Levine just couldn't get a stop, drove right into the side of Justin Wilson. You might argue that's a little bit of euthanasia because Justin Wilson was having a horrible weekend.
Gaston Mazzacani apparently got into it with Nelson Philippe. Later that same lap, after Mazzacani stopped at the corkscrew, Philippe off the front stretch.
And that is a big off. I'm anxious to hear him say, A, how he feels, and B, what happened.
The 18-year-old just turned 18 a few weeks ago. He is okay. Tracy with contact with Bourdais off the green flag. Tracy got the lead. Bourdais had to come to the pits. Tracy's got a damaged right front tire. He's staying out there for now as we approach the start of lap 16. It looks like the green flag will reappear. A.J. Allmendinger sitting pretty at the moment, 3rd for the restart. Maybe the guy to watch is Carpentier. Dominated here a year ago, and you thought he was quicker than Tracy.
I think both Carpentier and Allmendinger. I think Allmendinger, if something happens to Tracy relative to this wing and front tire, Carpentier is obviously in the catbird seat, but I think Allmendinger might be able to give Carpentier a run.
We shall see. Green is back in the air, working lap number 16 here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Glad to have you with us for the Champ Car World Series. On board Allmendinger.
The reason I say that about Allmendinger is he's always been he's as good as he's been in qualifying. He's been better in the races. He's always gone forward, and it's unusual for a rookie to show that kind of racecraft. Usually they show the speed before they show the racecraft. He's doing it the other way around, and the speed is coming. We know the speed's there with him. It's more a matter of that new team coming to grips with champ cars and giving him the car he wants. So I think Allmendinger, and if he continues to develop, could well turn into the one guy that could maybe take the fight to Bourdais on a heads-up, even battling it out in qualifying, battling out in the races basis.
Serbia, meantime, in 6th position, trying to race his way by Bruno Junqueira, who runs in 5th. Down to Jan-Bikas.
Well, we saw Justin Wilson stay in the car for a while. You wanted them to try and fix the car so you could get back out, but couldn't get it done.
No, the MyJack Conquest team did a good job. They were worked on the car. The whole front end was torn up, so they tried to get it running, but once we got everything bolted back on and set ready to go, the steering wheel's upside down. There's a lot of play in the steering rack, so it just wasn't worth risking the car trying to pick up a couple of points.
Well, the most important question is what happened?
Well, Rodolfo had a problem coming out of the previous corner. He got a bad exit. I got the run on him. But side by side, just went up over the hill. He was on the inside for the corkscrew. We turned in. I left him plenty of room because he had the inside, but it meant I had the outside for the second part. And he just took the normal line. I felt like I got T-boned. He knocked me around. And then to add insult to injury, he just kept his foot and kept ramming me and knocking me down the hill and just kept breaking bits off the front of my car.
Tough break, sorry.
Thanks.
Now we saw his teammate's car get towed behind us a moment ago with heavy damage, and he's with Derek Daly.
Indeed, our 18-year-old teenager Nelson Philippe. Hard to believe that both MyJack cars went out almost within a couple of laps of each other. Nelson, what happened? It was an unusual accident you had.
Well, I think I had an incident up at the corkscrew with Gaston Mazzacani, and I think it must have been something on the front wing. And coming down at the braking zone, I stepped on it. Maybe the wing got under, or the tire had a puncture, and I headed straight for the tires. Nothing I could do. Thankfully, I'm okay, so it's all right. But this is a weekend to forget for the Conquest Racing team, so we're going to Las Vegas. Hopefully, it'll go better there.
Thank you, Nelson.
Tough break indeed. Both of Eric Bachelar's cars out early. Sebastian Bourdais is on the move. He has climbed another spot up to 9th as he works on Roberto Gonzalez for 8th. He's all over him. Here's the move to get the spot by Bourdais. Down into 2. Racing by Haberfeld. Strong move to the inside there.
Yeah, and he was, I was, right as we cut away, it looked like he was about to get into the back of Gonzalez because he had been on the push to pass, did not get up next to him, was closing big time under braking. What happens then sometimes is you get so close you lose front downforce, and the closer you get, the more you need to stop, the less you can. The front brakes lock, and but it looks like he was able to stay out of the back of Gonzalez.
Bourdais on the pole here today, racing up, trying to get alongside Roberto Gonzalez, who started 18th. He's climbed to 8th with all the carnage. Down into the corkscrew. Bourdais. Tommy, you were telling me earlier, this is a very hard track to pass on. Beautiful racetrack, but you've really got to make your move carefully.
Well, you do, and even the straightaways aren't very straight. That bit from turn 6 up to the corkscrew, the line crosses left to right several times. It's hard to get next to someone, even if you've got a run on them. Same thing on the front straightaway. Coming up here, you clip underneath the starter stand, and again going over the top of the hill. And that corner there, the tight one, is really hard to get a much better run than the guy in front of you.
Bourdais looks inside. Tagliani trying to get by Haberfeld and does so. So Alex Tagliani picks up a spot, put him 10th. Gonzalez, though, great early run for the other PKV Lola. This is the NII Holdings car. Had that problem yesterday right before final qualifying. Never ran in the qualifying session after sticking the car in the tire wall very hard. Tagliani, as you heard Paul Gentilozzi say earlier, they think they've got something for the rest of the field here today, and Tag working his way up. He is now 10th. Quarter of the way home here today at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca.
And to show you how difficult it is to pass, the lap that Bourdais ran last lap at 1:15.2, 1.7 seconds slower than the leader, and I think he's probably on pace, if not quicker than the leader, but even though he's that much faster than Gonzalez, it's hard for him to get by.
Now, Guy Smith has raced here previously in Indy Lights competition several years ago. He too has cashed in big on all the scrambling that's going on in the first 20 laps. He's come up to 7th spot after starting back in 17th. Birthday boy this weekend. Not approved Champ Car World Series headgear, but certainly in the spirit of things.
I believe he's 29.
Congratulations to Guy Smith. There he is in the 17, the Rocket Sports car. So Rocket Sports working on quite a weekend. You won Trans Am for them yesterday. Your team owner, Mr. Gentilozzi, won the championship yesterday. And now the two Rocket Sports cars on the move toward the front. Smith in 7th, Tagliani in 10th. How about A.J. Allmendinger? We thought he might have something for the leaders. Still sitting 3rd. He's a 2.5 behind Paul Tracy. And I got to tell you, Tom, I'm really surprised that Tracy's been able to stay on top here for a while. Right before the last caution, looked as though Carpentier in 2nd. He drew up alongside Tracy. Thought he was going to get by before the yellow waved.
Well, they had that one run when they came through turn 6. Tracy got wide off on the extra piece of rumble strip, and then when that ended up in the gravel, and Carpentier got up next to him. Sounds like exactly the same way that Wilson did, but wasn't able to pull it off. He was on the outside approaching the corkscrew.
Tommy, Tracy told Neil Mickelroyd that the car is very good, so when they make the next pit stop, he said he doesn't change it, he doesn't want to change it, even though he has only a slight bit of understeer. So structurally, there's nothing wrong with Tracy's car. It may be just cosmetic.
Getting a look there at the PKV team, working on Jimmy Vassar's Lola, the Gulfstream team not giving up. Jimmy at his home racetrack. He's won here before, 1997, the year after he was the Champ Car World Series champion. He'd like to get back out and make some laps in front of the home fans. The two Forsyth INDEC cars running 1-2. Tracy's lead less than half a second over the defending champion here, Patrick Carpentier. It's Allmendinger, Monterey, and Junqueira, the rest of your top 5. We're at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca on the Monterey Peninsula of California, the 11th race of the 2004 Champ Car World Series season. This is the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. Alongside Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin, Derek Daly, and Jan Bikas on pit road. Home stretch of the 2004 campaign. The points battle could tighten up dramatically again here today. Bruno Junqueira won 2 weeks ago in Montreal, his first victory of the season. He's now 35 points behind this man, Sebastian Bourdais, in the McDonald's #2. Bourdais had problems off the drop of the green. Started on pole. He's back in 9th right now. His teammate Junqueira is 5th. And the push-to-pass numbers at the top of your screen, and you can see that Bourdais has burned up 35 of the 75 seconds he had allotted to try to get back to the front and into contention here. And he's trying different lines, Tom, as he works on Gonzalez. Why is he doing that?
Well, you know, where he's making up all of his time is on braking and corner entry. Well, all that does is it puts him right up under his gearbox, right in the center of the corner. So what he's done is he's given up a little bit on the entry to try to and stay close enough to him, and then to try to get a better shot coming off, to work on different lines. That's one of the problems with, not problems, but Bourdais' style is speed comes entry and mid-corner. That works when you're going from point A back to point A for lap time, but when you're trying to get by someone, what ends up happening is right where you're trying to roll through the corner, they're already slow, so if you get kind of out of sequence, and then they are getting off the corner. But oh, look at this here.
In the corkscrew, he knocks off a wing plate. Contact between Bourdais and Gonzalez, and a piece of the wing has come off the 2 car.
And that's frustration, plain and simple. He says, I'm so much faster than this guy, and it looks like Gonzalez has a flat as a result.
Gonzalez, smoke showing there. He does have a tire down. It's his left rear, so Gonzalez heads to, that's one way to get by him, I guess. Gonzalez has to come to pit road, as does Bourdais, we should say. Junqueira continues to run 5th. So Sebastian Bourdais, for the 2nd race in a row, problems big time for the Newman Haas team.
The car, guys. Front wing and fill the car out.
They will pull the nose cone and slap a new one on there. They'll fuel the car and give him perhaps tires. We would assume so.
And
one of the frustrations for Bourdais is he was on the faster red Bridgestone.
Spin the tires.
Now he has not got his.
Finishing the fuel.
He has changed onto the harder of the Bridgestone tire, so he did not get an advantage because of what happened there, because Gonzalez was on the harder tires, Jan.
And the harder tire that Gonzalez had on, in fact, has a nice cut in it. We saw why. He was on the pit road, made a quick change. That's where they get cut. That's where they lose the pressure. Certainly, it appeared as though a very aggressive move, a bit certainly untimely for Sebastian Bourdais. But did he get this tire fixed, and Gonzalez is back on course.
Gonzalez out there with the Reds, the Bridgestone alternate tires that are softer and faster. He started 18th, got to 8th. The contact and the pit stop has shuffled Gonzalez to 11th. Another look.
And look how far he's coming from back. At this point, he's not actually trying to pass him. He's trying to stop. He got in. That mistake was made way back right at the start of that shot where he went so deep under braking. He went to the inside because he would have just drilled him straight up the back had he not. That is definitely, you know, the criteria that the officials use now for avoidable contact. Clearly, he should be expecting a penalty.
Bourdais at the moment in 12th. Gonzalez is in front of him in 11th. Derek Daly.
Have a look at the wing here. You can see carbon fiber does not bend very well. It just literally shreds. It's so brittle. But you can see all the pieces now. I hope none of these carbon fiber shards are left out on the racetrack, because that is what also causes punctures.
We shall see. New wing on the nose of the 2-car. So Bourdais, the championship leader, second race in a row he's had problems. Tommy, you pointed this out several weeks ago that for Junqueira, Tracy, Tagliani, any of those guys to have a chance, he had to have problems. He's had 2 weeks in a row of problems.
I was going to say, one weekend isn't going to do it. He's still at a 35-point lead, but now all of a sudden he's is he still on the lead lap? He's still on the lead lap, but I think just barely.
Barely. He's showing a minute 5 behind the leader, and that's almost a full lap. And we're hearing that there could be problems with the fuel situation for Bourdais, that perhaps they didn't fill the car up. As we ride with Junqueira, he has made a move and gotten himself to 4th spot around Ryan Hunter-Reay. And now we hit lap 27, so this is the start of the fuel window.
Exactly. So the fact that Tracy has made it, all these guys have made it to 27, means that they're inside the window. Those laps of yellow have put them to where they can make it on a 2-stop.
Up top of your screen, running order along with the point standings. Drivers and their points that they've accumulated thus far. Sebastian Bourdais, 269 as they run right now.
What I was going to say when Bourdais was in the pits right before Derek took over is that to add insult to injury, he was stopping on lap 25. If you work backwards, he probably can't do it on 2 more stops even. And then we hear he doesn't have a full tank of fuel. So it's going from bad to worse to Bourdais. And even though Junqueira hasn't been spectacular, he's in 4th right now. He and Tracy both are going to make up big ground.
Battle for the top spot. Tracy talking to Neil Mickelwright. Sounds like they're headed to pit road next time by. And if he makes it, that would mean that the contact and the tire damage on the right front corner did not hinder Tracy's run to a possible win here today. This is Junqueira. He's 4th. Back up front. Carpentier's 2nd in the index number 7.
Tracy has just been told on the radio by his crew guys, do not worry about fuel anymore. We need you to build a gap over Pat for your pit stop.
Tracy's only used 9 push-to-pass seconds thus far. Carpentier's used 11. A.J. Allmendinger, 17. And here comes the race leader. Locks up the brakes, headed your way, Derek Daly.
Okay, watch your speed in the pit lane. Watch your speed in the pit lane. We're all set up for you. You've got no pit out. Concentrate on your marks. It'll be a fairly long stop, but concentrate on your marks. We're looking good. Everything's going smooth. We're having a look at the wing. Everything's looking good. I want you to wait for it. Watch your speed in the pit lane.
I'm sure you would much rather hear from Neil Mickelwright than hear from me on that pit stop, but I was concentrating on the right front wing. It looks like there's only tire marks on most of that wing, so I don't think there's any problem with Paul Tracy's right front wing at all from here on in.
Well, it looked as I was looking to see if they pulled it back. They did put a hand on it. I don't know if they actually could move it or not. But it does appear that there's airspace now between the tire and the wing.
Now, what's more important right now is the lap that these guys are trying to run. Both Carpentier and Allmendinger are trying to put in their fastest lap of the race. See the push to pass button on this in lap. And remember last year, Tracy and Carpentier were battling. Tracy ended up flat spotting his tires, getting out of the pits. I reckon that these guys running that lap on hard tires, one or both of them could come out in front of Tracy.
As we watch Allmendinger and Carpentier head to pit road, Jan Beekes.
And of course, that is what they're going to try and do here as far as the Forsyth crew. They want to try and beat out their teammate. They're going to go with one more set of alternates. They have changed the tire pressure. They raised the tire pressure on all 4 of these. The tires were done quickly, but they also are waiting for every last gas of fuel. 12.5 seconds now. Let's see who comes out in front.
He's way ahead of Tracy, and it looks like it'd be interesting to see and Allmendinger's had a problem.
A.J. Allmendinger stalled. There were no changes. He is taking off the softer red Bridgestones, and he has put on his second set of soft red Bridgestones. But stalling that has lost him about 6 or 7 seconds. That could be very costly.
But Carpentier, as you predicted, Tommy, off pit road in front of Tracy.
But the battle isn't quite over yet because Tracy has one more lap of heat in his tires. So Tracy is going to do everything he can to try to get by Carpentier on this lap.
Now all of this has cycled Alex Tagliani to the head of the class on lap 30. Patrick Carpentier in second spot now. Michel Jourdain showing third. Tracy scored fourth. Junqueira cycles back to fifth. Allmendinger sixth. Oriol Serbia seventh. Ryan Hunter-Reay sits in eighth ahead of Guy Smith and Mario Aberfeld. That's your top 10 as 30 laps go on the board here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Carpentier in front of Tracy right now on the racetrack, but Tagliani is leading the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. Alex Tagliani is the leader. 33 laps completed Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. With Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin. Derek Daly on Beekes are on pit road. Round 11 of the Champ Car World Series here in 2004, and it's been a very interesting race. First 20 laps, 3 full course cautions. Several of the drivers we expected to contend have had problems. Sebastian Bourdais on the pole. He and Paul Tracy had contact right off the drop of the green. Bourdais been battling back ever since. He's a lap down in 12th spot. Right now, as they run, Bourdais, if things go the way they're going now, it would be his second consecutive difficult week. And his lead over Junqueira would be cut down to 24 points heading to Las Vegas. Derek Daly.
Quick update on Paul Tracy. He's obviously unhappy. We just monitored the radio message from Neil Mickelroyd, who said, Paul, you need to understand we refuse to run you out of fuel. Paul thinks they stopped him too early. Quick update on Bruno. Just keep an eye on him. Bruno put one turn of front wing on to get rid of a bit of understeer. He then said the car would be very good. He has just gone on the soft red Bridgestones. Just keep an eye on Tommy.
Riding with Junqueira, second in the championship, fifth in the race. Yesterday, he had a very tough day, Tom.
Yeah, in the morning, practice went off in the fast turn 9. Big wreck about 3 hours before qualifying, and the Newman Haas team decided to fix this car rather than going to a backup car. And they got to really strut their stuff. We're going to get to see exactly what they did to put this thing back together.
I got it.
See the wrinkled wishbone, suspension there, torn off, wing. The side pod was messed up, the floor, or underwing.
Had to take the bodywork off the side pods. Champ Car officials watching what they worked on. There's the under tray coming off. Look at all the debris picked up in there. Had to redo the suspension, reset the brakes. And then Derek told us they found a bent piece today that they missed yesterday. The Newman Haas team tweaking the car just as they rolled him out to qualify, and he managed an 8th quick lap yesterday afternoon. Riding with Junqueira down into turn 2. Let's take you full throttle at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Second corner here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. A tour of this 2.25 mile racetrack with Bruno Junqueira. Fresh off his first win of the year 2 weeks ago in Montreal, trying to get into contention in the championship. And And he's got what he needs here today. His teammate Bourdais stuck back in 12th. Junqueira is 5th. He needs to start charging toward the front. As we watch Patrick Carpentier 3rd behind Michel Jourdain. Jourdain tucked up behind the 55 of Dominguez, who's 13th. Alex Tagliani is your leader right now on a different pit stop cycle from everyone else. We're hearing that he may be headed to pit road next time by.
Carpentier is flying. You saw the gap back to him, just a few laps to go, and he has checked out on Paul Tracy. Paul Tracy has been just lighting up the airwaves, yelling at his crew, saying, you guys keep giving races away. And then they came back and told him, you don't need to save fuel. He says, why didn't you tell me that 5 friggin' laps ago while Pat's checking out into the distance? So starting to hear some frustration.
Derek Daly.
Tag is on his way in. Paul Gentilozzi just told me tire wear is a big issue, not just on the soft Bridgestone Reds, but also on the regular tire. I love when drivers have to manage the tires all the way through a stint. Paul Gentilozzi said lap 22 or 23, tires begin to lose grip. They have a problem with the left front. Left front.
Fumbled the lug nut on the left front tire. They get it on, and Tagliani back up to speed, heading toward turn 2. Remember what happened 2 weeks ago in Montreal? Similar situation to Nelson Philippe, and he went way off and into the wall as Gaston Mazzacani makes his way around turn 2. Now, tires, of course, the Bridgestones, very, very capable tires in both the softer reds and the black walls, and Jan Biekes has more on that.
Well, you just heard Derek Daly talking about the concerns about tire wear with Al Spire of Bridgestone, and here is an alternate tire that has about 30 laps on it. Now, what do you think here? What's the wear telling you?
Well, Jan, this tire is actually off of Oriol Servia's car. It ran the entire first stint, and if you can see, the wear indicators have hole left here all the way across the tire. This tire actually looks quite good and is holding up very well.
A lot of people very, very excited about this alternate tire. Next to us also Kevin Kalkoven from the ownership side. This is a partnership deal between you and Bridgestone. It looks like it's really paying off.
Yes, it really is. It's almost like we've got 2 tire manufacturers in one. These option tires are worth about 0.3 of a second. Our drivers were reckoning, and they're able to get the power down a lot earlier. So it introduces a whole new element of strategy into the race.
Okay, thank you. We have a problem on pit road. Let's get to Derek.
Major problem with the left, the right front tire. Now Tracy has stalled it. He has stalled the engine. The frustration level goes up there. Also going to change the front nose. So obviously whatever we thought was going to stay stable for the rest of the race. Neil McElroy is not even talking to Paul Tracy on the radio. They just know what's going to happen here. They're forced to take the wing off because of the contact he made with Bourdais early in the race. Carpentier looks good now. Oh, sometimes it only takes seconds.
Okay, we're almost there. Hold on.
Even to change a nose, but it just seems like an eternity.
So Tracy lights them up.
New set of primary tires. New set of primary tires.
We're talking to Paul as he comes up through the gearbox and heads off toward turn 2. But as we thought earlier, Tommy, that wing on the outside front there, on the right front corner, did rub the tire and cause the problem, evidently.
Yeah, clearly. And you could probably almost predict this happening. You know, I figured the chances of Paul Tracy saying, I'm going to give up the lead of a race so he can put a new nose cone on wasn't going to happen. They were going to roll the dice, which is what they did. But that's not a huge surprise. Once the structural integrity of that whole nose structure is compromised, it's only going to get worse.
Well, Michel Jourdain Jr. has cycled to the lead of the Bridgestone Grand Prix at Monterey. Halfway next time by, he leads Carpentier. At Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, A.J. Allmendinger, who was in the top 3 earlier, some contact moments ago with Oriol Servia, has bent the front end of the 10 car, and they have had to bring him to pit road, shut the car off, and go to work on the nose of the Western Union Lola. 5 lead changes so far among 5 drivers. Patrick Carpentier, now your leader. Let's take a look here at what happened. That was on board Allmendinger. That contact with Servia is what bent the front end up.
Yeah, we kind of joined that late, so we don't know what that looked like starting out, but clearly he was trying to outbrake Oriol. Came down the inside, Oriol turned in, and AJ was a long ways up alongside of him, but he was just about even wheel to wheel, but he was going fast enough that he couldn't hold the car in as tight as he needed to.
Michel Jourdain had pitted. He's off cycle on pit stop strategy as well with all the cautions we've had. So all of this has cycled Patrick Carpentier back to the head of the class in the Indyk Forsyth number 7. Bruno Junqueira 13 seconds behind. Oriol Servia moves to 3rd. What about Paul Tracy, who led so many laps after the drop of the green? What about the update, Derek Daly?
Well, Pam Hall, one of Bridgestone's tire engineers, has just come down to examine Paul Tracy's tire. You can clearly see what happened here. If you look in here, Rick Rice can come in. The cords of this tire are visible because these chunks of rubber actually got sliced off the inside of Paul Tracy's tire from that front wing. Now, it didn't blow, but I can tell you from looking in here, there's so much damage. This was within millimeters of just exploding this tire.
And after that contact that shoved the wing back into the right front tire at the drop of the green, we thought that was going to happen on the first set. That's the second set of tires.
Yeah, so, I mean, the way that wing wing fence was setting against the tire was just the flat part about it. But as time went along, you know, at top speed, both going into turn 2 and going up into the corkscrew, there are, you know, thousands of pounds of air pressure pushing against that, and so it eventually just eased it back to the point where then the sharp edge of that fence was getting into the tire, and then it just acts like a blade, like peeling an apple.
So your leader's Carpentier, lap 43 on the board, 80 here today. Bruno Junqueira second, 15 seconds behind. Servia and Hunter Ray, the rest of the top 4. At Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey, the 11th race of the 2004 Champ Car World Series season. With Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin. Derek Daly and the Odd Bakers have been very busy on pit road today because we've got a lot of incidents involving several of the key contenders here today. But Patrick Carpentier is in command right now, 17 seconds in front of Bruno Junqueira, who runs second. Let's take you back and show you some of what's happened on the start. They were a little ragged coming to the green. Bourdais on pole. Carpentier alongside, but Tracy on the inside up behind Bourdais. Into the corkscrew on lap 1. Rodolfo Levine got into Justin Wilson, pushed him off the racetrack. Let's take another look. You might have heard Wilson say earlier that Levine kept his foot in it and kept shoving him down the hill. Bourdais with a move as he was trying to get back into contention. That was to pass Mario Haberfeld. And on lap 20, Alex Tagliani, who led a few laps to the inside of Haberfeld in turn 2. 5 laps later, this is Bourdais, but he was trying to get by Roberto Gonzalez, who was slower, knocked part of the wing off. It was the second incident of the day. The Newman Haas team brought the McDonald's car onto pit road for a new nose cone and tires. Paul Tracy had contact early with Bourdais, bent the front wing. He raced through a stint. On the second stint, they decided they had to change the front wing because he had cut down another tire. And then Allmendinger, just a few moments ago, had contact with Oriol Servia while they were both in the top 5. It bent the toe link on the 10 car, and A.J. Allmendinger, who we thought might have a shot at victory here today, frustrated, off the racetrack, still working on the car. He is 7 laps down and still on pit road. Patrick Carpentier, who led all the way here a year ago, won't do that today, but he has benefited greatly from Bourdais' problems, from Tracy's problems. He's led the last 6 laps. We've had 5 lead changes, 5 different drivers on the lead. Junqueira runs second. Oriol Servia with a great day going for Dale Coyne's team and the YokeTV.com car. He's 3rd. Ryan Hunter-Reay runs in 4th spot. It's been a very steady day for Ryan Hunter-Reay, who won that race in dominant fashion on the oval at Milwaukee. He's looking forward to Las Vegas in 2 weeks. He loves the ovals, but today he's got a good day going. Derek Daly, Ryan Hunter-Reay with a strong run into 4th spot.
Yes, indeed. Keith Wiggins is team owner of the Herdez team. Keith, you made a statement yesterday that you didn't think the team was operating at the level it should be. Today's a better day?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, it's so close. We should be at the front, and yesterday we were a lot quicker than we qualified, just because sometimes you know, second run you try a bit more and you don't get it as good as you wanted to. But this morning in warm-up, they were both fast. So that's more representative of where we think we will be running in the race. They're both fast. We went on 2 different strategies, and unfortunately, you know, we lost something with Mario spinning, but I think he would have been in good shape. And I think Ryan's in good shape, so we'll just see how the stops pan out. The fuel economy obviously plays a part here, but the yellows have helped everybody, so.
Yes, indeed. Ryan Hunter-Reay currently running 4th. Remember, he's dominated the oval at Milwaukee, and of course won last year in Australia.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, one of the great hopes of the Champ Car World Series, and we will go to Australia in the month of October for the Lexmark Indy 300 at Surfers Paradise. And we'll have coverage for you right here as we watch Bruno Junqueira, second on the board, stands to benefit greatly at this point. Of course, his teammate Bourdais is the points leader, but he's stuck back in 10th, still on the lead lap. Bourdais actually lost ground the last couple of laps to Carpentier. He's almost a minute behind right now. Oriol Servia runs third for Dale Coyne's team. That's the OakTV.com card. Tommy, he's just a little bit faster than he was on the highways earlier this week, huh?
Well, yeah, he went to the Winston Cup race at California Speedway last weekend, spent some time in Southern California, then drove up Highway 101, and he met some of the CHP officers. Got pulled over for doing 105. Got here to the racetrack, and the guy's partner works part-time as a volunteer in the paddock area, so they called the officer up and gave him a little ribbon saying, hey, what are you doing pulling over my boy? But he said he only rode him for 95.
Very charitable of him, I'd say.
Yeah, downright.
So Servia turning in another good ride. Qualified 12th in that 11 car, but he's picked up 9 spots and has stayed clean out of trouble.
And I saw Oriol on Sunday night in Montreal, and I said, how did it go today? He says, you know, the results wasn't our best result. He says, but today was one of the best races of my career. He says, I felt like I drove every lap absolutely as well as I could. Qualifying pace the entire time. He says, I'm very satisfied with that result. That's sometimes how it happens.
Sure.
What you feel are your best races are not the ones with the best results.
Very personable Spaniard. Love talking to Oriol. He's always got plenty to say and very forthcoming about the race car. Riding here with Junqueira, the Pacific Air Newman Haas Lola, the number 6. He continues to run second. Carpentier leading in the INDEC car, moving up alongside his teammate Rodolfo Levine, who was involved in that early incident with Justin Wilson, knocking the young Brit off the racetrack on lap 1 and ending his day early. Jan Beek standing by in the INDEC pit. Forsyth's team, and Jan Carpentier just running away with this thing at the moment.
Yes, and Eric Zito is on the radio with Patrick Carpentier. Things going very well for you. You have to put on primary tires now. Will you wait as long as you can since they're not as fast?
Really, I mean, he's fast. The red tires he's on right now, they already have 7 laps on them. The regular tires that we have, they're stickers. And he's really lapping about a second a lap faster than anybody in the track right now. So we really don't have any concerns going to the primary.
So we bring him in, therefore, a little bit conservatively, a little bit earlier?
We're going to go conservative, but not too conservative. We definitely don't want to run too many laps on our last set of tires.
But so far, the magic is still playing here for Carpentier. Derek?
Quick update on Bruno Junqueira. He was just over 10 seconds behind Patrick Carpentier. Then he got stuck behind Paul Tracy. He was then 18 seconds and livid and screaming on the radio. The team at Newman Haas went to the Champ Car officials asking for Tracy to be given the blue move-over flag. He was just given it on the last lap, but very costly for Bruno.
Throwing a tear off as he heads over the hill at turn 1 and down to 2, the left-hander here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Lap speeds up at the top of your screen along with the running order, working lap 52 of 80. Will be very close on a timed race. We had a lot of cautions early, many laps under caution in the first 40. Since then, we have been clean and green, so it'll be pretty close if we stay green the rest of the way. Carpentier 21 seconds ahead of Bruno Junqueira in the lead right now. Servia third, Monterey fourth, Jourdain, who led laps earlier, sits fifth. The Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey, 30 laps to go. A.J. Allmendinger's crew hauling the 10 car back toward the paddock area to put it on board the hauler and take it back to their base in the Denver, Colorado area. The Roosport team will go to work on that car and get him ready for the oval track round at Las Vegas. It was fun to watch Allmendinger at Milwaukee, the only other oval race earlier this season. Never really had much experience on ovals. Got a 5th there. This is Allmendinger giving up ground. Bourdais getting by as they headed to the corkscrew a little earlier. And we watch as Allmendinger then brought the car down to pit road. This was a while back when Allmendinger was still on the racetrack.
I think what might have happened is they might have done some repairs, sent him back out, and the car was still not right.
So full course caution showing on the racetrack now. We saw that Roberto Gonzalez had stopped earlier, and Bourdais to pit road.
Now the pit window is open. We're past lap 53, so.
With the leader on pit road, this time we heard from the crew. They actually like these primary tires. Waiting on the fuel, just a tick over 11 seconds. And let's get the Bourdais situation with Derek.
Well, our championship leader just came in, had a very clean stop. Paul Tracy is hoping to get that 10th place from Sebastian Bourdais, and Bruno Junqueira, the man who was 22 seconds behind, frustrated by being stuck behind Paul Tracy, is now putting on his last set of Bridgestone. They are the regular tires, the primary tires, not the softer reds. Good stop for Junqueira. Now the chase is on. Can he catch Patrick Carpentier?
We shall see. We're under caution. Everyone has to hold position, of course, but you can close up behind the safety car. The gap last time by 21 seconds as Michel Jourdain leaves the pit area. The other Rousport ride, that's the Agante number 9. Servia third, Jourdain fourth at the time of the caution. Mario Haberfeld had cycled to fifth, and he will drop back to sixth as Ryan Hunter-Reay moves by the timing and scoring mark. Now Jourdain back on the racetrack. A reminder, as always, get all the information you need about the Champ Car World Series 24/7. Our website is champcarworldseries.com. And be sure to check out the Race Director feature. It gets you directly inside the Champ Car World Series during our coverage. Everything we have for you, plus 6 additional cameras, all 18 pit-to-car radios, and an opportunity on the website for you to join the Inner Circle Fan Club here in 2004. Get ticket discounts at exclusive member cap designed especially for Inner Circle members. Discounts and giveaways as well available at champcarworldseries.com. Safety car is out under full course caution. 25 laps to go. More importantly, we've got 29 minutes of racing left here at Monterey. Green is back in the air, coming off a full course yellow to begin lap 58 at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Carpentier to the inside of Rodolfo Levine, who's a lapped car. Levine back in 12th. So Carpentier trying to get away from Junqueira, riding with Junqueira, who's in second spot. You can see Oriol Servia back there third in the Dale Coyne Yoke TV 11 car. Derek Daly, how about Servia? Jan Bikus.
Well, the interesting thing is that Oriol Servia, and a great call from Dale Coyne, they are the only car in the top 5 that saved a set of alternate tires for the final run. So watch the cars go by. You'll see the black sidewalls for first and second place, then the reds, as they call it, for Servia. Now we'll find out if, in fact, that was a good call and it's enough speed to make a pass.
Alex Tagliani, meantime, in the Johnson Controls, Lola trying to get inside Levine, who's a lapped car. Levine slammed the door on him there, Tommy.
Yeah, Levine, that was one thing I was looking for in the restart. You see, as you see Tracy coming up the inside of someone or other.
Looked like he was headed toward Bourdais. He's in front of Bourdais. There's Haberfeld. Tracy behind Guy Smith in the running order last time by, and there he is. He's now up behind the Urdez cars. He up to Ryan Hunter-Reay already.
He's in the pits.
Paul Tracy headed to pit road.
Watch your speed in the pit lane. We're all set up and ready for you. Concentrate on your marks right under Steve's hand. Okay, you're good on the marks. Reset your fuel meter. Reset the fuel meter. Everything's going smooth. Wait for it. Wait. Go, 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 go.
And as we said earlier, there's no better commentary than to ride on board with Neil Mickelwright. He really has a knack of talking Paul Tracy through very difficult situations, and being caught by the pace car, now being behind. Sometimes it's difficult to keep Tracy focused because obviously it's got to be a very frustrating day.
Unfortunately, the problem is they're putting him in some of those unfortunate situations. Once he got waved around the pace car, they should have brought him in that lap and gotten his last stop out of the way. They were going green, which is apparently why they didn't. But him running a half a lap at speed should have been enough time and distance to get him out in front of the pace car. So I'm a little puzzled by that. So some questionable calls by the Forsythe team.
So Tracy at the moment showing 10th on the lead lap. We'll see if that changes when they pass by the timing and scoring stripe here. This is Bruno Junqueira, the Newman Haas 6, the Pacific Care car. He runs second. Carpentier in the 7th. The Indec Forsythe car out in front, building the lead to 2.1 seconds last time by. As you said, Tommy, right now no one has anything for Carpentier. 20 to go. Pit stop window just closing. The mandatory stop had to come between 53 and 63, but everyone has made their stop, so that is no longer an issue. And it appears that time will be in play here today. 21 laps to go. We have only 22 minutes of racing to go. Meantime, let's get the thoughts of the young driver who got bounced out of the race prematurely today. Jan Bikus.
Yes, and AJ has had an opportunity to cool off a little bit, I assume. Tell us about what happened out there.
Bonehead mistake by me. That's all it comes down to. I'm sorry to my guys. because they had a great pit stop. I thought we might get out in front of Pat, and I stalled it. And then we had a great race car, Rousport, and like usual, gave me an absolute fabulous race car. Western Union, Red Bull, and BG Products, they were great. And I'm sorry for my crew. I'm sorry to Oriole because that was an absolute stupid mistake by me. I was just pushing to get around him because I was quicker. Hopefully he doesn't mess up his race. It doesn't look like it did, but just a stupid mistake on my part. But fortunately for the team, we still have Michelle running fourth, and that's good. And we're there, but the driver just needs to stop making mistakes.
Now we can see the intensity, certainly hear the intensity, and Tommy Kendall was saying it seems like you've turned the corner on your expectations and what you expect. Is that because the team has all come together now and given you the equipment you want?
Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm getting better in the race car. I'm more confident in it. The team's given me great race cars for the past 5-6 weeks, and this weekend was probably the best. You know, I don't know if I could have beat Pat, but I sure could have ran with him easily. And you know, it's just a stupid mistake. I've never stalled it on a pit stop like that. And then after that, I was faster than both the guys, and I was just pushing too hard and saw one opportunity, but coming on the straightaway, I knew I never had a chance, and I don't even know why I tried it.
Hometown boy with a tough day.
The 22-year-old races out of Loveland, Colorado now, but originally from Hollister, California, and he has won here before. Watching Ryan Hunter-Reay, the 4 car there, the Urdez machine, up in 5th position behind Michel Jourdain, Northworth. Now here's the move that cost Allmendinger. Bonside to the inside of Servia down into turn 2, contact, and then bent the front end.
I mean, that was an aggressive move, but he's piling on a little bit on himself. I mean, it wasn't like he didn't get close. I mean, they were almost wheel to wheel. He was going too fast to make the corner, but he was pretty close to getting it done.
Now that's the second race in a row something like that's happened to Allmendinger. He went wide at turn 10 at Montreal, got into Bourdais, and took Bourdais out.
Yeah, I mean, they're very similar, and they are his fault, but they're not idiotic moves that you say there's no chance he could have pulled that off. If Servia did like Haberfeld and knew he was coming and gave him a little bit of room, it would have turned out fine. He was a long ways alongside, so I mean, it is his fault, but it wasn't like he had no prayer for it at all.
Sebastian Bourdais, the championship leader on lap 61, less than 20 to go. He's climbed to 7th. Now remember, Bourdais started on the pole, got hit by Tracy in lap 1, had to go to the back, had to stop actually on lap 2 for tires, got shuffled to the back again after yet another incident. He is back on the lead lap. He's raced his way to 7th. He's 15 seconds off the lead. What happens to the championship? Well, if Junqueira does run 2nd and Bourdais ends up 7th, the points lead is cut to 26 with 3 races to go, heading to Las Vegas in 2 weeks. As we watch the McDonald's 2 car head to the front straightaway, right in front of Haberfeld, who is in 8th spot. Mario Haberfeld very steady. He was 5th here a year ago, Haberfeld. As we watch Tagliani move to the inside of the lap car, Rodolfo Levine, that's the Corona beer car. Tagliani in the 8 led earlier. He is 6th right now. Ryan Hunter-Reay in 5th. There in the 4.
Levine being very courteous, getting out of the way of those guys coming through.
Fellas, Craig Hampson's engineer for Sebastian Bourdais just walked down to Will Phillips, the engineer for Mario Dominguez, asked him would he move over as soon as Sebastian appears in his mirrors to let Sebastian get on his way here. Remember, Mario already moved over to let Ryan Hunter-Reay get a free run on that restart.
Dominguez in the 55 directly in front now of Bourdais. That's the 2nd Urdez car. Dominguez shown 11th, the lap down.
What was the answer to the question, Derek?
The answer was go take a hike.
There you go.
There's camaraderie on pit road, but only to a point. Working out a time situation, most likely. Champ Car has not yet informed the teams this will be a timed race, but you could suppose that the teams have probably figured it out with 17 laps to go. And we've got 60 minutes on the clock remaining here today. Derek Daly.
Actually, Tommy, the answer was not take a hike because he had not given the answer yet, but there you see them.
Take a look, let him through. All right, thank you.
There you go, Tommy. You asked for the answer, I'll give it to you.
Looks as though the Urdez team will allow Bourdais to make a move by.
What I took from that is he says, I'm not going to pull over until he gets me. when you get to me and you make any kind of a look, I'll let you go. So you see the gap right here. He's going to make him get up close, and then at that point, it sounds like he'll yield. The reason that's a consideration, and the reason he felt okay asking is Dominguez is a lap down.
Watching your third place car, the OakTV.com 11 car of Oriol Servia. Servia 3 seconds behind Junqueira, who's second. Top three are fairly well spread out right now. Junqueira down into 2. He's 5 seconds behind Carpentier, who has said, see ya.
Of course, fellas, my mistake there. That was Mike Cannon, of course, not Will Phillips. Will Phillips is Ryan Hunter-Reay's engineer. So Mike Cannon, you got yourself on television.
With Junqueira.
Look at, I mean, Carpentier is just checked out. He's fled the scene. 5.1 seconds. He's running laps in the low 112s on the primary tires. And this is a bid for him. He's won a race every year for the past 4 years. We talked to him yesterday. He said, well, you're running out of races. He said, well, we're going to do what we can.
This would be his second consecutive victory here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. His teammate Tracy did it in 93 and 94. Through the corkscrew. How about turning up full throttle with Bruno Junqueira? Down to the corkscrew with the second place driver, Bruno Junqueira. Car number 6. Second in the championship. Comes off that win at Montreal 2 weeks ago, his first of the season. Hoping for an opportunity to contend here today, but it's really been an uphill struggle. I'm impressed with the effort Junqueira and the team have turned in, considering how he stuck the car on the wall yesterday. They did qualify him 8th anyway. Car obviously not handling as well as he needs it to, but he has managed to take advantage of the situation and get to second and ride now 6.2 seconds behind Patrick Carpentier. Carpentier in the 7 car out in front, and we are just getting the word from the Champ Car World Series officials. This, in fact, will be a timed race today. So 14 minutes and 40 seconds remaining at Monterey. Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, the scene of round 11 of the Champ Car World Series in 2004. It's the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. With Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin. Jan Beekes and Derek Daly are on pit road. Laps winding down. This now will be a timed race. We've got 11 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Now let's take a look at Carpentier. Patrick Carpentier with a 5.5 second lead, but he had an incident a moment ago, Tommy Kendall, that could have ended his day prematurely.
Coming into turn 11, and he just drives off the road on the braking zone. Lucky he got it stopped.
Just managed to collect the car before he went way off and into the tires. Came back to the middle of the racetrack, gathered things back up, cleaned the tires, and set sail once again, and ran a 112.8 last time.
Yeah, I mean, that's clearly the case of his mind wandering a little bit. Thinking about something further down the road than just the next corner.
Ford running order, top of your screen, along with the gap behind the leader. Sebastian Bourdais, what's his situation? Well, he's stuck in 7th. He's still behind Tagliani by about a second, 0.2. Battle for 4th continues to rage. Ryan Hunter-Reay in the number 4, the Urdez Lola. Right up behind Michel Jourdain Zigante car. He is 4th. Hunter-Reay is 5th. 6th belongs to Tagliani. And Bourdais is 7th. Top 3, Carpentier, Junqueira, and Servia. They're 15 seconds first to third. There's a glimpse of Servia at the end of the corkscrew, heading down toward the last couple of corners here. Jan Beekes, it could be a podium today for Dale Coyne's team.
And certainly looks pretty exciting, Dale. Starting 12th, now running in 3rd. The alternate tires on the car. You think those Bridgestones are enough to put something at Junqueira?
Well, he started on options, and we finished on options, but he set his fastest lap on lap 5, so he's doing a great job today.
not getting the qualifying performance you wanted?
Yeah, we had some engine issues, and we felt we were down on power a little bit, so we changed engines. This engine seems to be a little bit better, and he's hauling the mail.
Well, it looks good. Could be a great day for you.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get back on a podium. It's been a while.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Derek?
Ryan Hunter-Reay update. They know he is faster than Jourdain. Keith Wiggins is not so sure he has enough speed to make a banzai move down the inside as you see him continue to chase him here. Now, the Herdez teammate, Mario Dominguez, he's way off the pace. They are going to bring him in. They're going to put a new set of the red Bridgestone soft tires. They're going to have him use the push to pass, try and get fast lap of the race for that bonus championship point.
Might as well roll the dice and grab everything you can here today.
The way they've torn up cars this year, that might backfire on them. But hey, I like the spirit.
Less than 9 minutes to go. Top left of your screen, the clock has come into play. An hour 45, the time limit. Here's Bourdais, right up behind Tagliani. That is for position.
See, there's a big traffic jam now behind Jourdain. Jourdain's obviously holding up Hunter-Reay, and now he's starting to get backed up to Tagliani and Bourdais. So, but the aerodynamic disruption behind the cars, and look at Bourdais.
Trying the outside of Tagliani, taking a look there in turn 2. Is he trying to go high and get a run to the inside?
Yes,
coming
he's trying to kind of
four?
arc it in so that he's not able to use his speed advantage on the entry, so he's giving that up, really trying to get off that corner where wheel spin's a problem to get a better run down to turn 3.
Tagliani 6th, Bourdais, the points leader, is 7th. 5th belongs to Ryan Hunter-Reay, directly in front of this duel. 4th to Jourdain. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th are nose to tail. As the laps wind down, should be about 6 to go as we get inside 8 minutes left here at Monterey. Been a wild one here today, but Patrick Carpentier has cashed in big. He's got a 7.7-second lead with less than 8 minutes of racing to go today, and the 11th race of the season. 4.5 minutes of racing remain today at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca with Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin, Jan Beekes, and Derek Daly on pit road. Carpentier just setting sail. Jan Beekes 8.5 seconds to the good.
Yeah, and you talked about not putting a wheel wrong, and then we corrected ourselves, said, well, he has put a couple wheels wrong. Check out his earlier set of alternate tires. That is what you call a flat spot. That's off Carpentier's car, so he has been pushing very, very hard. We know he's had some awesome laps, but he's not taking it easy on the tires or the car today.
And Carpentier stands to benefit in another way from this strong run. If things continue as they are, he would move back into a tie for 3rd in the championship with Tracy, and they would be 62 points behind Jourdain, or rather Bourdais, I should say, and thus not out of it by any means, with a couple of races left in the season. 3:40 to go of race time left. Time for about 3 more laps as we watch Carpentier continue to build the lead. Junqueira runs in 2nd spot, 3rd to Servia.
He's on the push to pass. He says, I got all in the bank. I don't get to carry that to the next race. I'm going to burn it up.
And he's done all this by using only 20 seconds of the 75 seconds allotted today.
He's just having fun.
That battle we showed you earlier, Jourdain, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Tagliani, and Bourdais, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. It remains that way. Jourdain continues to run 4th, although he is 30 seconds behind the leader. Coming up behind Mario Dominguez here. On the button, as they say, heading toward turn 2. The Andretti hairpin.
And here's Mario Dominguez, who's gone out on reds and to use his push to pass to see if he can get the fastest race lap. And here's the race lap. Oh,
Mazzacani and Rodolfo Levine, who both been in trouble earlier today, nearly get together. Levine running in 12th, Mazzacani 13th, but they're not on the same lap, so this is not a battle for position truly. Levine 2 laps down from the leaders, Mazzacani 3 laps down. And the last car running on the racetrack at this point. 13 cars remain in action with 2 minutes to go. And Patrick Carpentier on his way to his 2nd consecutive win here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Previous consecutive winners here, Bobby Rahal won 4 in a row back in the 80s. Michael Andretti in 91 and 92. Paul Tracy won 2 in a row in 93 and 94. Brian Herta, 1998 and 99. So this would be the 5th time a driver has won back-to-back Champ Car World Series events here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Carpentier now reeling in those cars. Mazzacani and Levine running 12th and 13th.
Dominguez just ran a 12.9 on those Bridgestone Reds. Now he's up on that lap traffic that's running, well, almost 5 seconds a lap slower than he is.
Got to believe that Carpentier has picked off the fast lap of the race. We don't have that in front of us on our scoring monitor, but he was so much quicker than everyone else. You have to think that he's in his column right now. Dominguez trying to get by. Levine and Mazzacani can't do it. Carpentier's caught him up. Just about, anyway. They'll get the white flag next time by. Less than a minute to go by the clock. Carpentier just putting on a clinic here today. Started on the outside pole alongside Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais and Tracy, who lined up behind him, got caught up in an early incident. Bourdais been in trouble on pit road 2 separate times. Carpentier settled back into 3rd spot early and then 2nd. Tracy had problems. He took over and he has led the rest of the way. White flag in the air. J.D. Wilbur showing the field 1 to go. And Carpentier will listen and see.
Got a huge lead, okay? Nice and conservative.
Is that the last lap or we still got 2? Last lap.
The reason he's asking is Pat knows this is supposed to be an 80-lap race. He's wondering why they gave him the white flag on lap 78. I'm wondering the same thing myself. Oh, never mind.
Out of time.
Out of time. Silly me.
Carpentier makes it up the hill, headed toward the corkscrew one final time here today at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. And he has backed down a 1:14.5 last time around. So it'll be the 3rd win of the season for the Indyk Forsyth Racing squad. Somebody put a tire off. Mazzacani big off through the dirt. Nearly caught the leader. What a way to have your day end on the final trip around with a huge lead. Just avoids Mazzacani. Carpentier off turn 11. Headed toward the checkered flag.
Checker flag, baby. Way to do it.
Yeah! Carpentier wins the Champ Car World Series event for the 5th consecutive season, 2nd straight year at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. And for Dale Coyne's team, Oriol Servia heads home in 3rd spot, and it'll be the first time in 8 seasons that a Dale Coyne car has made the podium. Roberto Moreno turned the trick at Michigan in 1996. So for Dale Coyne and his bunch, a terrific day here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca.
Big O stands for overachiever. I'll tell you what, that's a great result for them.
Carpentier defeats Junqueira, Servia 3rd, Jourdain and Hunter-Reay the top 5. Points leader Bourdais loses a spot. He is 8th at the finish. We'll be back. Patrick Carpentier, a dominant win today here at Laguna Seca for the 2nd straight year at Victory Lane, Jan Beekes.
The congratulations of the fans and from the crew, and it was really the crew. Patrick, it seemed like that first pit stop, being able to go 1 lap later, that made the difference.
Yeah, we're behind Paul. I couldn't pass. I tried to pass a couple of times, and we couldn't do it, so we decided to, the guys were giving me what to do and trying to save some fuel, and went 1 lap later, and that's all it took, so that was great.
Congratulations, 2 years in a row.
Hey, thanks to the guys. I had a great car, and the pit stop were really fast, so it works out well.
Derek?
Well, Bruno Junqueira here gets a welcome drink. Bruno, you mightn't have had the speed, but I'm sure you're, for the championship's sake, you're pretty secure in 2nd place there.
I mean, it was a very good race for the whole Pacific and Yamaha team. We struggled throughout the weekend. Very strange because we were so good here last year. I didn't have the speed, but I still finished 2nd, and it was a great race. Came from 8th. Very hard race, but really good on the championship.
Thank you, Bruno. Here's a great celebration here. Oriol Servia for Dale Coyne Racing and YokeTV.com. What a day for you.
It was really a fantastic day. We started 12, and from there we just, good start. There were 3 guys that went off, but then we passed a lot of people. Car was just fantastic. David Watson gave me the best car I had. It was easy to drive, it was fantastic. We had still some fuel cut issues since lap 10, like on the top of the hill there and just before the corkscrew. I was thinking, no, please, hold there, and it stayed there. The whole time was great, and I'm very happy for the team, for everybody. We worked really hard all year, and it's just we're getting the fruits.
Go enjoy the champagne. Oriol Servia finishes on the podium.
Great run for Servia. Let's show you the final order of finish here in the Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey. Carpenter's first win of the season. Junqueira's 5th runner-up of the year. Serbia 3rd, then Jourdain and Monterey. Tagliani 6th ahead of Haberfeld. Bourdais 8th. Justin Wilson at the back of the field. Tracy gets 10th. Dominguez, Rodolfo Levine, Mazzacani in 13th. Gonzalez, Allmendinger 15th. Tough day.
Well, that was a wacky day. A little bit of everything for everyone. Even Serbia didn't avoid all the trouble. Got banged off by Allmendinger, but got a nice podium out of it.
Nelson Philippe had problems this weekend, but he will be back in a couple of weeks, as will we at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the Bridgestone Las Vegas 400. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. A dominant run for Patrick Carpentier. That wraps up our coverage of the Bridgestone World Series, Bridgestone Grand Prix of Monterey from Laguna Seca. Join us on Sunday, September 26th, as the Champ Car World Series visits Las Vegas Motor Speedway. For Derek Daly and Jan Beekes, Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin, congratulating our winner, Patrick Carpentier. Thanks for watching, and so long from Monterey, California.
Alex Palou looks to continue his season for the ages.
He is an absolute beast.
While the pack try to catch the fastest man on earth at Laguna Seca.
Incredible.
Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
What an incredibly beautiful day for Championship Day. How appropriate as we welcome you to NBC Sports coverage of the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey. This is race 17 of 17. It all comes down to this today, and 4 drivers can still be crowned champion. It's time to go trackside for the command.
Please welcome our Grand Marshal, 3-time NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors, 2015 NBA Finals Most Valuable Player, Memphis Grizzlies swingman, Andre Iguodala.
Drivers, start your engines.
And how cool is this? All of the championship contenders start in the top 6 today. You got Scott Dixon starting 2nd. Over here, Alexander Rossi starting 3rd. Josef Newgarden starting 4th, and right behind him is teammate Simon Pagenaud, who will start 6th. For Newgarden, quiet confidence in the 2 camp, and last moment hugs from his family. His mom Tina, dad Joey, and grandma Karen, who is at just her 2nd race, Kevin.
Even though the goal was Formula One, which he accomplished, it was here where Alexander Rossi first saw and fell in love with race cars, and it was with IndyCar. So appropriate that this is where he could win his first championship, and the goal is simple. He must win the race and have teammates finish in front of the Penske's. Jan Beekes.
And Kevin, for Simon Pagenaud, they're going to be watching Alexander Rossi very closely because they believe there's an opportunity today to move forward with pit strategy. So they're going to watch Rossi. The question is, when? Robin, who will be the first person to pull the trigger and dive onto pit road and try and jump them in the pits?
Well, Scott Dixon's won 5 championships. 4 of them have been coming from behind. If he wins the 6th championship here today, it's going to be a comeback for the ages. He's 85 points behind the point leader, Josef Newgarden. He's got to win the race. Newgarden's got to have a disaster. He's got to finish 22nd, 23rd, 24th. But Dixon starts on the outside of the front row. He's got 2 wins and 6 second places this year. By most seasons, he'd be right in the thick of the championship, if not leading it. So he knows he's got one thing to do: win the race, get one more race closer to catching Mario Andretti for 2nd of all time, Lee Diffie.
There's a lot on the line today, Robin, isn't there? And it's just so good. Now, for the 14th year in succession, the championship will be decided at the final opportunity. Again, for those of you just turning on, here are the championship scenarios. Points leader Josef Newgarden clinches with a 4th or better result. For Alexander Rossi, there's some more chasing to do and a little bit more aggressive. He needs to win it, and Newgarden finished 6th or worse. And we will walk you through all the permutations and scenarios as the race unfolds. Similar to Rossi, the Indy 500 champ Simon Pagenaud's in the same boat. It's a little more difficult for 5-time and reigning champion Scott Dixon, and we will keep you up to date. Points as of now is the terminology. as we go through the race. You know, once voted the top 30 most influential people on the internet, there's not a whole lot this person doesn't do. Acting, singing, dancing, modeling. This is Lele Pons in the Honda two-seater with the legend Mario Andretti. Lele, how is it? Wow. So she is excited. We apologize about that. So she's having a good time, and it was very exciting for her, clearly, as we need to take a look at the Firestone starting grid for the championship finale.
Well, drivers have earned their starting positions by mastering these 11 turns without any mistakes, but you have to be aggressive, and Colton Herta certainly was in qualifying to secure his third pole position. And only 19 years old, Paul. It's ridiculous what a rookie season he's had.
One of the most aggressive guys there is, Alexander Rossi, starting on the second row. He is going to try to make some moves at the beginning.
Going back to row 3, Simon Pagino on the outside. I like starting on the outside here at Laguna because things tend to open up as everybody tries to force to the inside line. You can sometimes outbrake a couple of cars into that first braking zone. Will Power is going to be a force to be reckoned with today. Graham Rahal's looking to finish off his season strong. And Ryan Hunter-Reay gave his teammate Alexander Rossi all kinds of trouble at Portland. We'll see if he supports the 27.
A really key thing to remember here, folks, is this weekend throughout practice sessions and qualifying, not one of these 24 drivers has had an error-free run. This track has been incredibly challenging, and they've got to just try and stay on track, and especially for the championship contenders.
Absolutely. We're going to keep a close eye as well on the Rookie of the Year points chase, as well as the championship points race. That's going to be a battle with these rookies all starting very close to each other, and Colton Herta up front.
Going back to row 11, the most experienced driver in the field, Tony Kanaan. He has many starts here at Laguna Seca. And then the last row with Harvey could be a fast car, could be a surprise.
This region of the country is so scenic. It's so beautiful. This track gives us some incredible views, and we have 8 onboard cameras for you for the championship finale. The Gain Bridge on board of Zach Veach in the Andretti Autosport Honda. Also Honda Power is the NTT data car of Felix Rosenquist. Still furious from yesterday's qualifying. The Clydell Manufacturing on board of Santino Ferrucci still in the hunt for Rookie of the Year honors. And then Max Chilton in the number 59 Gallagher Chevrolet. For Carlin Racing, Captain America Ryan Hunter-Reay has this shot for us with thanks to Auto Nation, and Graham Rahal will be looking to get a win. He doesn't want to go a couple of seasons without a win. Today's the day with thanks to United Rentals. Lucas Oil gives us this view of James Hinchcliffe, and Hinch told us earlier in the pre-race show he's got a great chance at winning today. He would like to do that after a frustrating season. And then there's the title contender, Alexander Rossi, and Auto Nation give us this point of view. We will be going to it a lot today, because this guy, who was born and raised in California, this again is the track that got him interested in motorsport. His father Peter brought him here at the age of 3. Wouldn't it be amazing if life went full circle and he was crowned champion right here? There's so much to look forward to over the course of 90 laps in the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey. IndyCar is back at the famed Laguna Seca for the first time in 15 years, and people have come from all over to witness this spectacle. Folks who have been here in the past and seen the legendary overtaking move there from Alex Zanardi on Brian Herta, and youngsters who have never seen IndyCar here in their lives. This is an exciting day.
Here it comes. Time to grid up and get after it. This first corner is going to tell us a lot about what we're going to see the rest of the day.
Take 4.
There is a teenager on the pole position who is the youngest to ever win in IndyCar history. His father was made famous at this racetrack, not only for being overtaken by Zanardi, but he won here twice. Let's see if Colton Herta can go all the way to victory lane. Out of turn 11, 24 IndyCars. There is a championship to be decided. Let's see who gets it. Up and over the turn 1 hill, heading down to the Andretti hairpin, and it's Colton Herta. Look at Dixon. Dixon went defensive on Rossi. He goes around the outside.
Outside's a good spot to be, but he runs wide. Colton pushes him wide, and look at Rossi makes a move on the outside. He'll try to stick it here.
Scott Dixon does not want to give up that second place. He's fighting hard.
Really hard to hang on to the car, trying to rim shot the outside line here at Laguna Seca. Now they slot in. Everybody wants to get up front and have clean air to manage their tire wear.
Josef Newgarden, championship leader, tucks in behind James Hinchcliffe. Look at that blue car, the first blue car. That's Rosenquist. He's trying to make a move. He's trying to work his way up. There's Simon Pagenaud ahead of teammate Will Power.
Simon Pagenaud took a peek at Hinch going up to the corkscrew. There he is right behind. Will he pop out and take a look? No, he dives down to the corkscrew the first time.
All through the corkscrew cleanly. Relief. You can kind of breathe for a split second.
Colton Herta starting to stretch his legs a little bit. Got a nice little gap there. He has been very hard on tires, guys. He wears these things out. At Portland at the last race, he led for a long time, and then the tires were gone. So watch these guys. Here comes Pagenaud with a nice run down the front straightaway. He's going to be forced to go to the outside.
Hinchcliffe and Pagenaud. Newgarden up ahead, the championship leader. Now Pagenaud tries to tuck it back on the inside.
Pagenaud with the crossover. He can shoot into turn 3 here. He does.
Thinks about it twice. Wise move.
Got to be careful not to damage the front wing if you're flirting up the inside of Hinchcliffe. Everybody trying to make something happen right now. But for Colton Herta, Paul, I think you mentioned it. Right now, Colton has to immediately go into tire conservation mode. He's leading. You don't need to bleed by much, just enough to stay up front, but go slow enough to keep the tires from wearing out too fast.
Well, they're checking out a little bit on Rossi. They put a little bit of a gap between the back of Dixon and Rossi. We know that Dixon knows how to save tires. We know that Rossi does. But Colton Herta, he has been tough on those things, so we'll see what kind of pace he runs and what kind of fuel mileage he makes.
150 seconds of push to pass available. The top 4 cars have not touched the button, activating that extra boost.
Speaking of boost, Santino Ferrucci has boosted himself. He's up 3 positions from his grid spot, and he is tucked in there behind Ryan Hunter-Reay. So he's gone from 12th to 9th. Good early start in his rookie season. Yet to finish on the podium, but he's been 4th 3 times. He's had a remarkable performance. Rookie of the year, by the way, at the Indy 500 earlier this year.
As the cars ride right now, Colton Herta would be coming from way back to win the Rookie of the Year. As you see the point standings there, he would finish 8th in the overall championship, which would be huge.
Unbelievable.
He was down as far as 16th a couple races ago in points.
Looks well composed as he climbs the hill. Massive elevation change. And folks, approaching the famed corkscrew right here, 160 miles an hour. And then you've got to shut it all down and take a roller coaster ride.
Drop down 6 stories from the top of the corkscrew right down to this point right here under the bridge. It's a massive drop down. You can hardly even walk up it the other way. It's so steep. But look at all this action up here. Bourdais almost gets run off the track.
Sebastian Bourdais is driving hurt. He has a neck problem. Oh, Jack Harvey. That's Jack Harvey trying to get through the inside at Rainy Curve.
Sun's not shining up the inside there with Bourdais. He closed the door pretty quick on Harvey. That was almost contact.
Ryan Hunter-Reay in the yellow and red DHL car. We go on board now, trying to work on Will Power.
See these cars, you watch the car squirming around. You get out on the curbs out here, the dust kicks up.
Jan, what do you have?
Well, let's take a look at pit strategy options for today. I mentioned that Simon Pagenaud and Team Penske think there's an opportunity to jump people in the pits. You have a couple of options. There's the 2-stop strategy, which I think now that there has not been an opening lap caution, I don't think that's going to happen. I think the tires degrade too much. So let's look at down there. 3-stop strategy. That window is going to open on lap number 9. People like Simon Pagenaud and Alexander Rossi, for example, started on scrub tires, not new ones. That would indicate to me they're going to be on the earlier side of the window and making 3 stops today.
And I think it's possible, Jan, we'll see somebody gamble and go for a 4-stop strategy because of the tire degradation. We'll be watching the lap times just like all the teams up and down pit lane to see how much fall off comes with each lap.
A teenager leads a 5-time series champ. How often do you get to say that? Not very. This is INDYCAR, the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey, Championship Day in California.
We've heard this phrase tire degradation used quite a bit already, and we're just 6 laps into this race here at Laguna Seca. So what does that mean? Well, it means the Firestone tires lose rubber and lose grip the longer they run, and that means the cars lose speed as much as 3 seconds over an entire run. These cars will lose. But the surprising thing is Josef Newgarden of the championship leaders is really the only team that focused solely on that on Friday. Tim Cindric sent Newgarden out on old red tires, made him run, made him learn the feel of how those old red tires will be. So A, Townsend, are you surprised more teams didn't play that game in practice on Friday? And B, how much of an advantage will that be for Newgarden this afternoon?
Well, the problem with trying that in practice is that you weren't able to focus on your qualifying setup, and it was so important to start up front, as we're obviously seeing here with the way the leaders are slotting right into their starting position. There hasn't really been any moves, but I think it was smart for Newgarden's team as the points leader to put their driver in that difficult situation of managing tires. I think it's going to pay off today, and you can see Newgarden not having much of a problem hanging on to the back of Alexander Rossi right now. In about 7 or 8 laps, it's going to be a handful for everybody. That's when the lap time really starts to drop.
And then you may see some drivers with more than a handful, because we've seen them off track at all sections of this 2.238 mile WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. There is the NTT car of Felix Rosenquist, the all-blue machine. He's made his way up from 14th to 10th with still plenty of anger inside the helmet after receiving a penalty in qualifying. He thought he should have been on the pole position or the front row, at least stood a chance to be up further, and so he's driving with a lot of motivation to try and get up front, try and win this race, and try and win the Rookie of the Year battle.
Paul, if you look at the gap between Dixon and Rossi at 5 seconds, I have to wonder, is Rossi trying to be proactive on tire management, letting those guys go burn their tires, and is he driving as slow as he can to hold position and have the tire wear for later in the stint?
Well, I think he is, but the problem you have is Dixon is equally as good at him at saving tires. So I think Dixon now is just sitting on top of Herter to wait and see what happens with the rear tires on his car.
Right here, folks, they crest 929 feet of elevation entering the corkscrew, and in just 10 seconds flat, coming down through the corkscrew, through a rainy curve, and to turn 10, they've dropped 153 feet, just like that, which is exactly the height of the Pagoda Tower at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is a wild ride.
Rossi right here with championship leader Josef Newgarden right there with him. This is exactly, Townsend, what Josef Newgarden needs to do. He doesn't need to do anything but stay with him. But watch this start with Rossi. I said he was going to get aggressive, and he was looking every which way to get by Dixon. Watch this.
The guy that was aggressive was Scott Dixon. Look at him fired up the outside there, and if he can just get in front of Colton, he might be able to cut him off. Colton drives him straight off the track. I think that was probably a tip from his dad, Brian Herta, who learned how to put the muscle on Alex Zanardi back in the day. Rossi had a chance after that with Dixon, but it just wasn't on by the time they got there to turn 4.
Hey guys, often late in a race especially, we'll talk about push to pass for these cars. Gives the driver a little extra horsepower, and you see the push to pass specifications there. Gives them 50 extra horsepower every time they push the button. Well, so far, James Hinchcliffe, running in 5th, has already used 22 seconds of it, but right in front of him, Josef Newgarden, there you see battling with Alexander Rossi, he's used 0. So I'm wondering, we're talking tire degradation, we're talking a racetrack that's slick and a little bit worn out. Is push to pass even in the playbook today, Townsend? I mean, some drivers are using it, but if you can't get the rear tires to hook up in the first place, why would you want 50 extra horsepower?
No driver's ever going to turn down horsepower, Marty. It just, you have to wait a little longer out of the corner until you're not going to spin up those rears. And right now, we're into those fuel windows we talked about, but nobody's coming to pit lane, and I think the reason for that is everybody wants to break their stints up into equal increments so they don't have to run long on tires. They can maximize each stint and keep things level.
Championship leader Josef Newgarden of Team Penske. There he is in the Hitachi Chevrolet. He sits 4th, and that's all he needs to do in this season where he has been dominant. He won the season opener in St. Pete. He won on the streets of Detroit and in Texas. He also won in Iowa. Can he win today and be the champ again? Championship day in the NTT INDYCAR Series, and 2 of the championship contenders are on pit road. Marty?
Move, counter move. Alexander Rossi said on the radio, we're going to come to pit road. Tim Cindric answered that with, we're going to come to pit road as well. Newgarden said his car is pretty good. Picked up a push late in the run. They're going to put on sticker primary tires, Kevin.
We also saw Simon Pagenaud coming in a moment ago in the race on pit road. Alexander Rossi going to his second set of the softer compounds. He started on used reds. These are the sticker reds. They're quicker at the start, but they won't last as long. Will they make the full stint?
Coming outside.
And he got smoked by the Penske crew in the pit lane, and that is a big mistake.
Pagenaud?
But here's Pagenaud, who came in a lap earlier. He's on hot tires.
All these
he
guys
might get Rossi as well, right here.
All these guys are going to be. Big block from Rossi.
And
they
contact.
could be hold on, Rossi's off, dirt tracking.
Pagenaud having none of that. He drives Rossi off, and the problem for all three of these guys is they'll be stuck behind Jack Harvey, who's trying to hang on to the end of the tire stint.
Two of the title contenders, second and third, duking it out. Only 1 point separates them in the championship coming into this race. Forceful stuff from Pagenaud, and he was the first of the title contenders to pit. So that strategy has worked so far, Jan.
And that was what we called the undercut. The Penske team for the 22, Simon Pagenaud, they wanted to come in 1 lap earlier. They were watching Alexander Rossi, and they pulled that off perfectly. Of course, that took a heroic effort by Simon Pagenaud, but again, he is also on sticker red tires. Marty.
And Tim Cindric, managing the race for Josef Newgarden, immediately let him know, hey, your teammate in the 27 got together. Take care of our car here. Very smart race management by Tim Cindric to let his driver know you've had 2 championship contenders get together.
By the way, race control is looking at the Alexander Rossi Simon Pagenaud incident. Here it is. Paul, talk us through.
Why, hot tires for Pagenaud. Got a nice run off the corner, gets side by side, and Rossi defends, but there's enough room there. Those guys, he left enough room, and they made contact, and he shoved Rossi off the track.
That's a non-call right there. Rossi was trying to move over and be proactive, but he did leave room. They ran side by side without touching. And that's how important track position is at Laguna Seca. That's how aggressive you have to be to try to hold and own that spot.
Now look at this, the teammates are together. Championship leader Josef Newgarden is the first car you see on the right-hand side of the screen, and Simon Pagenaud is the man on a mission. And as per Townsend's words, race control have said no action on that incident between Rossi and Pagenaud.
Don't forget, Marty, these two teammates have had contact before in St. Louis, so there's a little bit of love lost there.
Well, it has happened before. You see James Hinchcliffe coming to pit road, and also the 28 of Ryan Hunter-Reay, these guys coming to pit road. Sort of the end of this cycle, Kevin, with all these guys coming for the first time.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay so much wanted to be able to help his teammates to be a factor. He didn't qualify as well as he wanted. Now he has stalled it as we continue to watch him mixing it up on track, and Hunter-Reay is back out and away, but he's going to have a tough time being a factor now.
Mixing it up on track, all right. Simon Pagenaud's just gone around Josef Newgarden. And remember, if Pagenaud wins this race and Newgarden finishes 6th or worse, Pagenaud's champion.
Rossi dives it down the inside. He's got the position now as they go up the hill under the bridge, Townsend, but will he get rough with him? There he goes, he gives it up.
Smart move from Newgarden. That might be the move that gets him the championship. He did not need to defend. He knew it. He backed off. Nothing to worry about points-wise. Right now, everybody's trying to get around Jack Harvey here because there's clean air in front, and you cannot make this undercut work from a race win standpoint if you're held up in slower traffic.
Top 4 in this race have not pitted. That's Colton Herta, Scott Dixon, Will Power, and Jack Harvey, the pink car on screen right there. They're yet to pit. So then you pick up Pagenaud as the first car that has pitted in this race so far, and he executes that move on Jack Harvey in a very straightforward fashion.
These two guys are on the move for this championship. Harvey gets out of the way of Rossi, and look at Newgarden. They've dropped him in a half a lap.
Newgarden has that experience that Marty talked about from Friday. He knows that he just has to manage his tires. Don't get sucked into the drama of trying to race for position. Just think about the championship. As they run right now, Newgarden still wins with a 30-point margin. He does not need to push it.
Paul, you said that in the pre-race show. Don't be sucked into what your opposition are doing. Here is the 4th and final title contender to pit. And this is Scott Dixon in the PNC Bank Honda.
Scott Dixon still in the championship play. He comes in, he's going to a set of the sticker primaries. Let's keep an eye on track, how quick he can get out. Those that have already pitted, the blend will tell us whether Dixon's strategy worked by staying out a little bit longer.
Absolutely, it worked. Those other cars are nowhere in sight right now as Dixon comes to the pit lane. Simon Pagino's just coming onto the front stretch. That's the penalty of the undercut coming out in traffic. That's what hurt him. Jack Harvey was circulating in 1:15. Those guys needed to be doing about a 1:11 on new tires to make it work.
It's a clear road for Dixon on his outlap. He's a master of getting the tires up to 10. The next guy to hit pit road is going to be Herta. Will he be able to jump him in the pit lane? This is a massively important outlap for Scott Dixon.
I think that it'll absolutely work for Dixon. This undercut on new tires will earn him 4 seconds a lap because Colton Herta's running around at 1:14. Here comes Herta to pit lane.
Tiptoeing through that really tight final left-hander. Pit lane speed limiter on. Great start from Colton Herta after an incredible qualifying performance. But how effective can the Harding-Steinbrenner team be and get him out? Try and race Scott Dixon. We'll let you know where Dixon is.
And throughout this entire first stint, Brian Barnhart, his strategist, was talking to him about conserving the tires. He couldn't make them last when he started on the point at Portland. That's a really good pit stop by the Harding-Steinbrenner team, and he's back out. And where is Scott Dixon?
Through turn one, heading down to the Andretti hairpin. This will be tight. On the inside, the pit exit road is Colton Herta. I think Dixon may have him here.
They're going to meet right at the exit side by side. Dixon now on sideways. He's going to set this up.
Whoa.
He's still on cold tires. He's got an opportunity to get him right here.
Herta spun up the tires trying to get out of the pit. Scott needs to wait for turn 5.
Once he gets to 5, though, these tires will be up to temperature. I think that's a missed opportunity for Dixon because once you get here and in that banked load corner, you're going to have tire temp.
Track temp at 105 degrees, so those Firestones are going to warm up real fast.
Well done, Harding-Steinbrenner. Well done, Colton Herta, under pressure from the 5-time series champion and didn't fold.
Colton was flat sideways when he got on the power out of the warm-up lane, and now he's got the tires completely up to temperature, and he's able to hold station.
Will Power is in, and Kevin Lee is standing by.
There was some conversation. A lot of people in the paddock thought that Will Power was going to try to do it on 2 stops. That's no longer in play at this point. So he's on a 3-stopper, but he went up a little bit longer. He's going to use his sticker set of faster, softer, red sidewall compounds. Herta is already gone. Where is Power going to come out?
There goes Pagino. There goes Rossi.
Beat his teammate out as well. I think he's going to beat Newgarden here. It's going to be about the same as the Colton Dixon situation. They're going to meet right here at the exit.
I think Power's a little further ahead, and on those sticker reds, there's got to be nobody faster on the track right now than Will Power.
Now remember, if Simon Pagino can catch up to those 2 ahead, he's got a little bit of work to do, about 3 seconds worth. If he wins and Newgarden is 6th, Pagino wins the championship. Here he is. There's a lot of racing to go. 71 laps, in fact, around Laguna Seca. We'll see. There's Dixon just cresting the hill. Pagino can see him. Got a comfortable buffer over Alexander Rossi. So we've seen our first phase and first wave of pit stops, and it worked for some, it didn't work for other. This 19-year-old who's leading the race, Colton Herta, wasn't even born when his dad had that famous altercation with Alex Zanardi at the top of the corkscrew. He knows how to go around here well himself. Back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, you're looking at Simon Pagino. He sits 3rd at the moment. He's one of 4 title contenders. Let's listen to some recent radio.
Okay, we're P3. Those are the leaders in front of you. Again, this is all going to be about those tire management to get through this stint with those tires. You're still pulling them 2/10 a lap.
That was the voice of Kyle Moyer talking to Simon Pagino. Your goal was to jump both Alexander Rossi and Josef Newgarden. You've done that. Now what's the play?
Plans to stay there and stay in front of at least Rossi. That's the trick. I mean, now we're in the position to help the team out, like covering Rossi, whatever he does the rest of the day, as long as we can do it right. I mean, that's the trick to get this thing home on either the 2 or the 22 car. So, you know, now we're in front of him. You know, we're going to play his game all day. We get up there with the other leaders. We're see what happens, but right now it's staying in front of Rossi.
All right, and as you heard on the radio transmission, the goal right now is to have that car and have management of those tires to extend this stint, guys.
I'll tell you what, guys, he's already with the leaders. He's closed that gap down, Townsend, from almost 6 seconds when the pit stops happened down to virtually nothing now. He's about a second behind. So
is he catching the leaders, or are the leaders slowing down, or is the leader slowing down Colton Herta to manage his tires?
13.5 last lap for Herta, 13.1 for Pagenaud. So he's running about a half a second a lap quicker. Big move down the inside of Newgarden. Newgarden gives lots of space here. He could have had the opportunity to try to outbrake on the outside here, but Rossi just sticks it in.
And then here is the other moment involving Alexander Rossi and Simon Pagenaud. Exiting turn 3, through a block, but still gave room for Pagenaud to get through. Pagenaud went a little wide. Bit of dirt tracking from Rossi. No harm, no foul. Everyone went on, and race control said, thumbs up. No worries, keep going. Colton Herta still leads the race. Less than a second over Scott Dixon, and there's about just over 1 second back to Simon Pagenaud in third. Firestone telemetry gives you the numbers. Look at this. Up through turn 6. Watch up to 160 miles an hour at the top of the hill. To get up there, 150, 155, just shy of the 160 mark.
Top 5 cars now are only separated by 5 seconds. Colton Herta at the beginning of the race kind of took off with Scott Dixon. They pulled a big gap, but they seem to be, Townsend, backing up, and the race is tightening up.
I don't think there's any incentive to opening up a gap if you're Colton Herta. Just go as fast as you need to just stay ahead of Dixon.
All right, it's time to go through the field with Kevin Lee. Kev, kick it off.
Well, the 19-year-old Colton Herta has already won a race this season, and his 3 poles, if you add that up, poles in racing, only the Penske's have more than that. So it's been a fantastic season. They're trying to do a 24-lap stint, so we can look for him around lap 42 to make stop number 2. Meanwhile, Scott Dixon is one of those still in the championship chase. He is just about a second behind there in that PNC Bank car. For Dixon, the scenario is simple. He needs a disastrous day for Josef Newgarden, but as long as all 24 cars are still in the race, the chance is still there. And so far, Dixon is pretty close to doing his part. He's got to win the race, Jan.
And you can see the difference in the sidewall of the Firestone tires. We see that Simon Pagenaud is on brand new red sidewalled alternates. That should give more pace. We heard about maintaining that tire life, and he's closing in on Dixon, Kevin.
So Alexander Rossi is trying to do a 23-lap stint this time around, and this is also on the alternate compound, but they're sticker reds. Rossi's got some work to do. He's known to be aggressive. He's going to have to find some positions to give him a chance at the championship. Will Power running in 5th, not in the championship, but still motivation today. He won it in 2014. He said a lot of that had to do with how he finished 2013 with 3 wins in the last 5. Well, he's won 2 of the last 3 this season, Marty.
Kevin, the 3 cars we've just heard about all have red tires on the alternate format for Firestone, and Josef Newgarden has been challenged by Tim Cindric to use push to pass to get around all 3 of those cars. He told him we need to get around those cars if we want to make ground in this stint, Kevin.
Felix Rosenquist was livid after he was penalized yesterday. He had the fastest time in round number 1. He's already made up 5 spots, getting back to 7th position. He wants the Rookie of the Year. If Colton Herta were to win the race and score max points, he needs to finish 6th to capture Rookie of the Year honors, Marty.
Kevin, you want to see what it's like to hang on old tires here at Laguna Seca? We'll just follow along with Marcus Ericsson. He put on tires at lap 9, and he is struggling right now to do all he can to hang on to that race car. Behind him, his teammate James Hinchcliffe. Had a chance to talk with Sam Schmidt about the future for that race team. He told me the work for McLaren starts right now, developing what they're going to have in 2020. Hinch with a great qualifying effort. He would love to finish it in the top 5 as well. And behind him, Santino Ferrucci, the fantastic rookie. But he told me, I've loved 2019, but it's over on Monday. I've got to focus on 2020. I'm a move forward kind of kid, and that's what he's planning on doing Monday, Jan.
Graham Rahal is out there right now just kind of maintaining pace. You see his teammate right behind him. So the 2 Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan cars together. Graham right now trying to close in. Again, he started the race on some scrubbed red tires. Now he's on the black. Now Takuma Sato, who is right behind him. Takuma Sato is one of the first. In fact, he was the first car to hit pit lane and change into some brand new red sidewall alternates again. This again, the reason we mention these tires so much for Firestone, that's what's going to make the comers and the goers today. Now for Marco Andretti, he had an issue right from the start of the race. It was stuck between two gears for a moment. He thought he was going to have to hit pit road and have service, but somehow it dislodged. He's back up to speed, but one bad news for Marco Andretti, they did not get it all the way full on the last stop. Max Chilton is another driver who has been very impressive and has loved his car in qualifying and said, we were so close to getting the kind of speed that we wanted in qualifying. Now he has some clear road ahead of him and said he really feels that they were a benefactor of a good test we had in February.
Simon Pagenaud has closed that gap. He is right on the back of Scott Dixon. I just watched him flash by on the front straightaway. He was on push to pass Townsend and looking on the outside of Scott Dixon. He is on the move.
Top three are all here together. Herta, Dixon, Pagenaud.
I know I said Colton Herta only needs to go as fast as he needs to stay ahead of Dixon. He does need to open up a gap, but I wasn't sure he was going to go this slow. That last lap, a 1:14.0 for Colton Herta. He only has 10 laps on the tires, and it's already a handful. So these next 15 laps will feel like an eternity before Colton Herta gets to come to pit lane again for tires.
But they are gapping Alexander Rossi. They have a big lead over him now as Pagenaud keeps pushing forward, looking for his second championship.
That's what 4 seconds looks like right there. Back to Alexander Rossi, the AutoNation onboard, looking back to Will Power in 5th place. Newgarden is 6th. Rosenquist has come from 14th to 7th and continues his forward surge.
Let's see how difficult it is for Power to lay down the power. Coming out of 11 here, looks pretty smooth. Not a lot of yaw in the car, no sideways wheel spin.
Pagenaud right there on the back of Scott Dixon. He's got to do a long stint on these tires, but there's nobody better at this than him. He's got a lot of sports car races under his belt here.
Rossi's got trouble.
Gets sideways and Power's all over the back of him. It looks like his tires are gone.
Rossi's rears look shot.
And Power's ready to pounce.
Oh, almost in the dirt there on the exit.
Here we go. Turn 5 ready. Not close enough for Will Power.
Nobody, Rossi just said it, my tires are already gone.
Oh, big move.
Can't overtake.
Up the inside to turn 6.
Nobody went further on the first round than Will Power. Rossi pitted on lap 13, Power on lap 19, and we're seeing the difference right now. It has shortened up the next stint for Will Power, and he has the advantage. He could very easily factor into the race win now. If he can catch those leaders, he's going to be strong.
Rossi's red tires are cooked. Pagenaud's car is feeling good.
Herta, Dixon, Pagenaud. The top 3 in the race are blanketed by just 1.1 seconds, even less than that now. When does Pagenaud make a move? Kind of has that feeling like it's sometime soon. 2 Honda-powered cars lead a Chevrolet-powered car.
Stalking the back of him. I think he's going to get a run. Townsend, if he times this right, Dixon a little bit sideways there. If he times this right, he might have an opportunity down into turn 5.
And think about this, if Rossi is struggling that much on the tires at this stage, you'd have to think that Colton Herta has a similar setup to Rossi. So we'll have to be watching Herta's times over the next several laps, still circulating at about a 1:14.0. And all through practice, we said that we thought Ganassi and Penske were the best on the long tire runs.
Let's set this up. Rosenquist is all over the back of Newgarden. If he gets by him and pushes Newgarden down to 7th, and Pagenaud can work his way to the lead, that will give Pagenaud the championship.
A 19-year-old rookie who's the youngest to ever win an IndyCar, a 5-time series champ, and this year's Indy 500 winner. Here we go.
Here we
Pagenaud
go.
on the inside of Dixon. Will he have a look down the inside?
I think he's going to get forced to go to the outside here. He got a nice exit, but I think he backed off of it there, Townsend.
Wasn't on just yet, but it might be soon.
All this infield section here where the rear tires are gone. Watch the car wiggle around here of Dixon's squirming around.
Big power slide out of turn 3 for Scott Dixon.
And just like that, Colton Herta's kind of sneaking away, isn't he? He's got a 1 second buffer now, 1.2, almost 1.3 over Dixon.
Yeah.
He says, I'll check out. I'll let you deal with Pagenaud.
Yeah, Dixon's hanging on right now, trying to keep Pagenaud behind him.
Push to pass seconds remaining are usually pretty indicative of where someone stands, and uncharacteristically, Dixon has used a lot. He only has 88 seconds left. Pagenaud only has 54 seconds left, so they are aggressive early here in Monterey.
Going to go non-stop on this commercial break. You won't miss a thing. 59 laps to go in the 2019 season. And there's a teenage sensation leading the way where his dad achieved success as well. There is a car on the move big time, and it's a 28-year-old Swedish rookie, Felix Rosenqvist, that light blue NTT Honda. Check this out. He is just going by the championship contenders as he wishes. He just dispatched Josef Newgarden. Now he's got Alexander Rossi on his list. This young guy started 14th, and he's already running 6th.
He had a giant snap oversteer, but he set it up right here, did the Alex Zanardi move, going up the hill on the champion Newgarden, and he slides down the inside. Josef locks up, runs a little bit wide, but now he's all over the back of Rossi. Rossi was on the radio, said, my rear tires are gone.
Once again, Josef Newgarden managing drama, managing staying out of trouble, protecting his car. He still has a 24-point lead over Pagenaud. But pretty soon, Newgarden's got to be careful, because with Pagenaud on the charge, Pagenaud could get to the front and the points will be really close.
Firestone biggest movers since the start. Look at Felix Rosenqvist.
Overtake, target lap time.
A guy who could have easily been a competitive downhill skier, fell in love with motorsport and has raced all over the world. He just loves being here in America and racing the NTT INDYCAR Series, and he'll be back next year. The over and under on Alexander Rossi. Rossi's got the inside line, but he can't compete for that next turn.
He's got no drive off the corner, just like you were talking about last week with the sports cars. He's lost all the ability to put the power down off the corners.
Listen to it spin
He's
up.
gone. Look at how fast, look at how far he's gone in just 2 corners.
When it goes blue on the left-hand side, that means both of these guys were on push to pass. Newgarden was on the button, and look at the blackies coming off the back of the rear tires of the 27.
Rossi is all over the shop. That thing is nasty to drive right now, and he is doing his very best just to hang on.
Got to be careful now. It's so easy once the tires are gone to lock the rear tires up and then slide wide in the corner. But both of these guys are struggling with their tires. Rosenqvist is checked out. He gives it up. He gives it up. They're coming in.
That's the call from Rob Edwards, who calls the strategy, and the championship leader Newgarden's coming in as well.
Gotta think these guys will put blacks on.
Marty Snyder's standing by. Call the action, Marty.
Man, Tim Cindric was coaching Josef Newgarden, saying, hey, you got to be smart, be patient there, as Felix Rosenqvist was going around him, as he was trying to get around Alexander Rossi. Going to be primary sticker tires for Newgarden for the second straight stop, hitting on lap 36, Kevin.
Last time Newgarden beat Rossi out of the pits. This time, the Napa Andretti Autosport crew returns the favor. No chassis adjustment. The red tires are done, so he can run the harder, longer-lasting primaries the rest of the way.
Well, these guys now, Townsend, are going to come out into some traffic, it looks like, which is not going to help them for lap time. There's a car going by right there.
Marcus Ericsson. Oh, Newgarden with a twitch. Had to hang on to it on cold tires in the background. Did you notice that?
We've got to watch what Pagenaud does. They're coming. Here comes Dixon and Pagenaud.
Two teams that are renowned for their execution in pit stops. Jan Beekers is standing by.
Simon Pagenaud will be the first to hit the box. They're going to go with some scrubbed black Firestone primaries. That was super quick. Wow, awesome sauce. 7.8, Kevin.
Scott Dixon is in. We see Felix Rosenqvist in that blue NTT Data car also coming in. Can Dixon beat Pagenaud off? He releases with a good stop for the PNC Bank team, and now Rosenqvist is also in after a remarkable charge in the early stages, and Dixon did stay in front of Pagenaud.
Well, that was close. It looked like at one point in time Pagenaud had his measure. Dixon wins the race off pit road.
We're going to see who wins the race off pit road, because Herta's going to be the next guy to come. We know that the undercut could work here because the tires have fallen off so bad. This is a really important outlap for both of these guys.
And different than the first round of stops, these guys have clean air. There's no Jack Harvey in front of them like there was on the first round. So I think Colton Herta has to come to pit lane. If he doesn't, he's really putting that lead at risk.
Last lap for Herta was a 1:14.3, and he stays out for another lap. He's pretty far off the pace.
However, at the time of pitting, this
Time, box this lap.
Yeah, box this lap. So he'll do one more lap. That's 2.2 miles. Then he'll be in. But when Dixon and Pagenaud pitted, he had a 4.5 second advantage over Scott Dixon.
This could be disastrous. If he gets traffic, he's going to come out behind the Gainsbridge car, and this is really going to hurt his lap time.
Kill his in lap. This is the last thing Colton Herta needed right here. It's a quasi-teammate car because Herta will be a full-blown Andretti teammate in 2020. Veach could help him out here, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Brand new tires for Veach right here. He's going to have a massive grip advantage, but this is hurting the lap time, and he lets him by. That's a
behind your race leader.
Smart team play by the Andretti team.
Hey guys, James Hinchcliffe just leaving pit road. He radioed the team during that run. I've pinched something in my neck. He's in a great deal of pain. So Taylor Kyle actually came in, and when they came onto pit road, they put extra headrests around him, trying to keep his neck still, but he's driving in a great deal of pain, guys.
And that's the second driver who has a neck injury this weekend. Sebastian Bourdais is the other one. Race leader is in. Here is Colton Herta. Easy around that tight left-hander. We've seen people make errors there, but that was good from the Harding Steinbrenner Honda driver. Now, how effective can the team get him serviced and get him set? Kevin Lee standing by.
No changes is the call from Colton Herta. He has to weave around the tires of Will Power, who's to come in the next time, and Power is going to try to do the overcut, meaning staying out just a little bit longer like he did in the first stint. So primaries, a little bit longer on this stop. Herta is back out. Let's watch him blend back in. Let's find Scott Dixon.
That's a real long stop, but I think he's got it under control. He's quite far ahead of these guys as he
Start-finish now.
He sure has got it under control. Dixon now into the Andretti hairpin. He's been able to shake off Pagenaud a little, and there's Herta significantly further up the road than what he was last time on the initial stop.
Well done, Harding Steinbrenner. The benefit of staying out now is that is 2 laps later in the pit stop sequence than Scott Dixon. That gives Colton Herta a shorter run to the finish on the tires. That could make the difference.
Hearing that Alexander Rossi had an off-track excursion behind Marcus Ericsson. Here it is. Just dropped the left side wheels off. Exiting turn 3. No big deal, but he is really trying hard. Have a listen.
Might be more grip off track today, Paul, than on.
I tell you what, you keep doing those, it makes the tires go away faster. As we got Will Power, Kevin, coming down the pit lane. He's the last to pit.
And it's an easy in for Will Power because Jack Harvey just exited pit lane, so a clean entrance. Roger Penske calls win to release. Most times it's the outside in front who also makes the signal. There you see Penske making the verbal sign. Power trying to make up the little ground. He was 5 seconds behind Herta before Herta stopped, and there comes the 19-year-old.
He could get the lead. He could get the lead here. Will Power. Herta may have the advantage. Is it going to be a side-by-side affair? No, Colton Herta goes ahead. Now Power moves to the inside.
Dixon on hot tires. He's going to square him up here and try to get by Power. It's tough to make, and he's got to time this right. Power run down into 5.
Power came out of the pits and went hard right like it was a crosswalk, and here comes Dixon to the outside.
Breaking duel in turn 5. These two guys have history, but that's an awesome pass from Scott Dixon on Will Power.
Will Power let his teammate go by? He's out of this championship, and here comes Pagenaud right up. Pagenaud has a good shot at winning this championship. Will he let him go?
He will. He knows the deal. Will Power's not going to play any interference. He's going to help both of his teammates wherever he can.
Well, he can help Newgarden by holding up Pagenaud, so now you have to wonder on a 3-man team, where's the allegiance? Who does Power like better, Newgarden or Pagenaud?
These guys have been teammates for a long time. They were teammates in Atlantic days, in early Champ Car days, but he's still fighting in front. Does he let him slide by on the front straightaway?
There was a time when these two did not like each other at all.
He lets him go.
Lets him go.
Go.
Very straightforward. And it's an unusual day to have championship day and not be talking about Will Power, at least as a title contender.
Well, now, for Pagenaud, Paul, if he gets to that lead, right now he's only 20 points behind Newgarden, who's down in 8th place. So Newgarden probably needs to start thinking about a little more push here to to make sure that he stays in that spot.
Just a few laps away from the halfway point of the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey, the championship decider, and Newgarden is still looking good. You're watching the 17th and final race of the 2019 NTT INDYCAR Series. Lee Diffie, Paul Tracy, Townsend Bell with you on a beautiful day on the Monterey Peninsula in California, where 19-year-old Colton Herta leads the way over Scott Dixon, Simon Pagenaud, two of the championship contenders right there on screen. The orange and blue PNC Bank car, and this black, white, and silver DSC Technology Chevrolet for Pagenaud. They just keep chipping away at each other. Will Power is in fourth. Felix Rosenqvist continues to be the standout of this race in many ways, coming from 14th to 5th, and he keeps taking big chunks of time out of those at the front. 49 laps to go, he was 11 seconds back. We got 46 to go, he's only 8.5 seconds back. Rosenqvist is coming.
He absolutely is, but lead Chevy right here. We've got two Hondas up front, but we got Power and Pagenaud right here chasing them down.
That's the Chevrolet driver update. And third place is the highest place Chevy. Good battle this year, by the way, for the Manufacturers Championship between Honda and Chevrolet.
For these lead cars, Connor Daly backwards in turn 2.
Oh, he'll get stuck on that. He's on top of that sausage right there, and it's going to be hard to get enough momentum to get out.
Guys, I thought Marco was going to give me room. Told me.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Now let me ask you a question, guys. That's an Andretti car. Is that a staged yellow?
No. Too early for games. Let's see what happened. How did Connor Daly get backwards? This is a teammate car. Marco Andretti, side by side. These two are like best buddies.
Yeah, I pinched him pretty tight there. Andretti kind of shut the door on him. Connor hits the curb, goes around. So this is going to throw the strategy at it. Who's going to come take tires? We've just had a round of stops, but who's going to want fresher tires than that front group?
I don't think you can afford to give up track position at this stage. That looked like me and you in a couple of rental cars, Paul.
Connor Daly in the US Air Force Honda for Andretti Autosport. There is Michael Andretti. And Connor had an awesome run at the Indy 500 this year. What does 2020 hold for him? We will see.
Fog's rolling in. This is going to bring in some cooler temperatures, Townsend, and drop the track temperature as well.
So the weather changing and the race is changing complexion as well. First caution of the day. This is going to shake things up. And there may not be some happy people here to see this caution flag fly, because it certainly compacts the field, gives everybody a shot again and a rethink. And look at this. Robert Wickens here. And Robert earlier this year and his fiancée Carly got to drive around his home race in that special Arrow Electronics Acura NSX. It was one of the moments of this 2019 season. Robert continues to make a miraculous recovery from his spinal cord injury, and he's now doing leg presses in the gym. But more important than any of that, he's going to get married next weekend to his longtime sweetheart, and we wish them a very happy weekend. Getting married in Indianapolis, and he will achieve his objective. He's going to stand for the vows, and he said, I may not be able to do a whole lot of dancing like I promised Carly, but I'll give it my best.
Sheer determination, and we'll see plenty of that here on this restart. Watch that blue number 10 car, 5 cars deep. Felix Rosenqvist has been flying.
Oh yeah, 14th to 5th, and now gets a shot at seeing the race leader and his teammate. Watch that blue car, you see it 5th from the right-hand side. Here we go. Colton Herta, all the pressure on him with Dixon and Pagenaud, title contenders. Will Power, Felix Rosenqvist. Let's go racing back at Laguna Seca, and let's see who can make some moves. Rosenqvist is already working on Power.
All kinds of trouble for Will Power getting out of turn 11. Rosenqvist looking up the inside. What does he do? He looks outside. Now he might try to square up and cross over on Power. Further back, that's Ferrucci, I think, locked up and into the side of somebody.
That was big.
Dixon kind of laid back on that restart and might get another yellow here. Sato gets turned around.
And Jones
is off the track.
Ferrucci's car is damaged, and that is the first contact I can think of from the rookie all season.
Pagano right there again. Dixon laid back on that restart, trying to get a run at it, but got sideways coming off the turn, and Pagano's been right there with him.
Meanwhile, championship leader Josef Newgarden, there he is, just going through turn 6, is back in 8th place. He continues to lose more championship points, or his advantage, I should say. That's kind of in danger territory back there. He'd like to be a little closer to the front. There he is. Pressure is not off Newgarden at all. Meanwhile, this guy, so long as he stays where he is, will be the Rookie of the Year, beating one of these guys like Santino Ferrucci, who's doing his best to try and get to a safe zone, of which he does.
Smart driving by him. First mistake of the year for Santino. He has had an amazing season so far. It looks to me as though he got down the inside of a car and made contact and broke the steering arm.
I'm going to show you that again coming down into turn 2, the Andretti hairpin. Look towards the top of your screen. Big lock up and nails Takuma Sato.
Incident is under review, but these Santino's off now, pulled it off the track. Really not much to do after that. He gets down here, locks it up, and just slides right into the back.
Gets his hands off wisely to avoid breaking his wrist, but that's under review, but there's really, frankly, no point. Ferrucci's out, parked at the exit of turn 6, and takes off the steering wheel. His day is done.
Up until the last race at Portland International Raceway, this young man from Connecticut had finished more laps than any other driver in this field. He was the Rookie of the Year at the Indy 500, had an amazing season. Feel for him that it finishes that way, but he will be remembered for being a contender in his rookie season in the NTT INDYCAR Series.
Well, he is out now of the Rookie of the Year, and it is down to Colton Herta and Felix Rosenquist right there.
So it's a Harding-Steinbrenner Honda that leads the way. Let's go to that camp now with Kevin Lee.
Now, Mike Harding is one of the owners. You can see them there in the middle. So it's not only a 19-year-old driver, it's a 23-year-old co-owner. The grandson of George Steinbrenner is George Steinbrenner IV. And this team has impressed with a win, fast-paced. What's most impressed you about your teenage driver?
His speed, most of all. He's constantly been one of the quickest guys right out of the gate, and his maturity level over the course of the year, the things he's been able to improve on, testing the limit, finding the limit, and I think it's shown so far today. He's driven a veteran race so far.
Are the tires okay? That's what his challenge was at Portland, and for any young driver, making them last. Can he do it?
He's done so pretty well for the first 2 stints, and we're looking forward for that to happen now. And then I think if we stay out in front after the last round of pit stops, I think we'll be in good shape to take it.
And this team is a full-on partnership with Michael Andretti's team next year for 5 cars. That's George Steinbrenner IV. Over to Jan.
And we look at the 22, Simon Pagano. You just saw him in the back of the shot there, closing in on the back of Scott Dixon. Just spoke with his strategist, Kyle Moyer, who said, we didn't actually want that caution. We felt that if we did a longer run, that we'd be able to wear Scott Dixon down. So now they're hoping that this will turn into a long run. Pagano now, of course, within 20 points of the championship lead, Marty.
John, it's a bit of a tenuous time for his teammate Josef Newgarden, struggling with the race car right now. Tim Cindric several times has said, hey, we've got to have more pace, bud. And he's come back and said, we don't have the rear tires to do it. I just can't get the rears to hook up. So while he sees his teammate Simon Pagano sitting in 3rd, trying to get the lead, Newgarden struggling right now to hang on to 8th. This is interesting, Lee.
Sure is, and he is wedged between Alexander Rossi. There is Rossi in the blue and yellow Napa Honda, and James Hinchcliffe behind. Graham Rahal, by the way, has got himself into the top 10. Good work there.
Telling you right now, Townsend, Pagano is playing on the offense. Newgarden's team playing on the defense, and when you're looking at the clock in a title fight, you could run into trouble.
You bet. Colton Herta in command. He's led 48 laps of this race. That's almost half the total race distance. What a day. And we're enjoying what is proving to be an interesting championship deciding race here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Now this man here, as you saw at home, you didn't miss anything in that non-stop commercial. Zach Veach in the Gainbridge Honda got beaten up on 1 lap by multiple drivers.
Well, with NHL starting, the hip check is in season, and he certainly got used up with the hips here. This is 3 wide into the corkscrew. Sato laced, and look at Veach with the big old slide. Manages to keep it in good shape, and he's tired of being hit. He's like, man, I don't want any part of more contact. Be right on board with Veach. Look at Sato.
On the curb, bounces up the curb, through the dirt.
And prior to that, on the same lap, got hit by Spencer Pigot down in the Andretti hairpin. So a rough lap for Zach Veach, who's down in 21st position. This is Max Chilton and Marco Andretti going at it. This is for 12th place. Chilton holds that position. Spoke to Max. He said all is not finalized, but all is looking pretty good for him to do the same in 2020 as what he did this year. That is all the road and street course races plus the Indy 500.
Decent day for Max Chilton. Qualified 10th, running 12th right now.
And boy, this has been a fantastic day for Marcus Ericsson. He's in the 6th position right now. And let's give a tip of the cap to Billy Vincent, his strategist. They've kind of called it like a Darlington NASCAR race, Townsend. They've short pitted every time. It's given them fresher tires sooner than everybody else, and it gives them track position, but then he's able to hang on to it. So I'm wondering, hey, if you're one of the championship contenders, would you look at the playbook that Seven's kind of laid out today and say, hey, maybe I should pit early in this last window and see if I can gain some track position?
Hitting early sounds great, but it only makes your life more difficult towards the end of the stint. We really don't have the answer yet, Marty, because nobody has run more than about 21 laps on their tires so far. To finish the race for any of the front runners, they have to run 26 laps over the final 2 stints. We're going to find out. These next 10 laps are going to really tell us what the degradation is like at the absolute limit.
Some recent radio from Alexander Rossi's team and car. Have a listen.
How's the car? It's rear limited on entry. Copy. Do you want to keep the front wing on the next set or go back? Sorry, go back.
So he says it's rear limited on entry, which means it's loose getting into the corner. When he brakes, it wants to lock the rears a little bit and have turn-in oversteer. And as the stint goes on, based on his last run, the rears totally wore out and he lost the drive off the corner as well.
So you see the Firestone telemetry. It sounds like they added wing on a stop. They're going to back out that front wing change for the last run to the finish. We're at lap 58. I would expect everybody to make their last stop at around lap 65, 66, but I think somebody will come in early and try to luck out by putting the others in the danger zone, Paul.
Yes, Pagenaud's continuing to stalk the back of Scott Dixon. Pagenaud was pitted just a touch earlier than these guys and done the undercut. We're coming to about 30 laps to go, which is still a long way in this race to finish out. Curtis moving out a little bit, just got a little bit of breather on Dixon.
All right, you guys, if you were Simon Pagenaud, would you do it? Would you be the first to come in?
I wouldn't, because you've got a real good shot right now. I think if I'm Scott Dixon, I would think about being the first one to make the last stop, because as he runs right now, he's 53 points out and runs 4th in the championship. He can't lose 4th in the championship, really, to Will Power without a total disaster. So why not take a gamble and be the first to come to pit lane?
I think if I'm Pagenaud, I run a little bit longer than these guys this time. I think he's better at saving the tires, and Power has done the overcut and nearly came out in the lead. So I would run a lap or 2 longer. You put yourself in the danger zone, but I think it's worth it at this point. It's the only way you're going to win the race.
Unfortunately, the season has come to a premature end for one of the rookies. That is Santino Ferrucci. He's with Robert Miller.
A rookie who had a great season, Lee, and came out of nowhere, rookie of the year at Indy. And I just told you, rookies are supposed to make lots of mistakes. You only made 1 in 17 races. What happened?
Yeah, you know, it's tough with this track and the restarts, and we were running a lot of front brake bias, and I made a mistake. I forgot to reset it, just trying to catch up during the caution, and you know, we struggled a lot on the black stint. We were much better on red tires, and you know, I feel bad for Sato. I just locked up the tires right in the initial part of the brake zone, and I kept trying to pump the brakes to get them to unlock, and I just couldn't get it out of the way, and I knew I was going to hit him. I just tried to hit him as square as I could to not do any damage, and unfortunately I broke the upper upright in my car.
You made a lot of fans this season, young man. Give yourself a grade.
Oh man, I don't know. After that, it's tough. You know, I just want to go in the off season and work on everything that we learned this year and come back even stronger next year. So.
All right, we'll see you in 2020, Lee.
Robin, thank you. Yep, he's got a lot to think about in the off-season, but a lot to be satisfied with from a year that saw him yield 3 fourth-place finishes, narrowly missed a podium. Meanwhile, speaking of rookies, here's Felix Rosenquist. who would win the Rookie of the Year title if points and positions stay as they are. He's in the top 5 at the moment overall in this race. And another rookie leads the race. That's California's own Colton Herta. He's 1.5 seconds out in front to the good. Earlier this year, towards the end of March, it was a special, memorable, actually unforgettable day for Colton Herta and the sport of IndyCar as well. With his dad, Brian, there, Colton became the youngest ever winner in IndyCar Series history at the age of 18. How about he partners his 3 pole positions with a second win here today? Well, he's led 58 laps. He's led more than 100 laps in his rookie season. Paul, you hit plenty of milestones in your IndyCar career as we see the Speedway lap leaders. How impressed are you with this young guy?
He's super impressive. I've known him since he was a baby, raced against his dad. He's a spitting image of his dad. You look at him now, they look like brothers. And he certainly is looking at getting a win here. His dad was a master here.
Well, think about this. You got Ray Hall straight. You've got Andretti hairpin. This could be Herta house after today. Take the whole place for the family.
Hey, Marty, we're getting into the zones where we can see the final stops happening here shortly.
We're closely. Pit stops that could decide a championship. And a moment ago, Josef Newgarden went to wheel 1, meaning full power inside the number 2 car. Tim Cindric said that's fine, but don't worry about it right now. We've got a couple of spots of cushion right here where they're at. So they're sitting in 8th. They know their teammate Pagano is in 3rd. So interesting position right now for Josef Newgarden. And yeah, you're right, Lee. Stops coming in the next 2 to 3 laps.
Takuma Sato and Zach Veach just coming off pit lane. What that does is it puts everybody else in the danger zone. If a yellow did come out, Sato and Veach would go right to the front. And Sato's done that before. Where did that happen earlier this year? He pitted early, got lucky. Was it Gateway? Yeah, Gateway where he won.
Yeah. So these guys have done their final stop. If a yellow comes out now, these guys will cycle to the front of the field, and here comes Rosenqvist.
Rosenqvist is in the pits. He's going for it.
And he's in position right now, if he can maintain that 5th place spot, even if Herta wins the race, to be able to win the Rookie of the Year. He has to weave in around Brian Hunter-Reay's crew. Marcus Ericsson behind him is also in the pit box. We're going to see the leader the next time by. Colton Herta's team is set up. Solid last stop for Felix Rosenqvist.
The only problem for Rosenqvist is he's going to come out right around Jack Harvey and some of those other guys, so he's got to make lap time on the outlap. No, Harvey's already come to pit lane, it looks like, along with Hunter-Reay, Piggott, Matthias Lace, so that's good news for Rosenqvist.
Herta has done a good job on this stint managing the tires. He's starting to check out on Scott Dixon. He's pulled out to a 3-second lead. So as he comes down the hill, the pit lane entrance is right down at the bottom of the hill here. He's got a nice little buffer if they have any issue on the pit stop.
There's the gap and there's the pressure.
So you come if you're Colton Herta. Yes, you come in, you take the insurance policy. You don't want to get caught out. Here comes Dixon right behind him. Pagano's going for the overcut.
Pagano's got to lay down a seriously fast lap. He's got clear road. Can he make the overcut happen, Kevin?
Here's the top 2 making what should be the final stop of the season. Colton Herta is trying to make it a 2nd race win as a teenager. Alexander Rossi is also coming down pit lane. Dixon, unlikely to be able to win the championship because Newgarden is still in the race. He's back out. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi making his final stop, trying to get it done to be able to get something happening. Marty, what do you see as Newgarden releases?
Championship leader Josef Newgarden already left his pit stall, had asked for more rear grip, saying the car just didn't have rear grip towards the end of that run for Newgarden. Out on the primary tires again for that 2 car. We'll see where it cycles out. They're going for the early side of the window. We'll see if it gains him any track position. Came in running 8th.
I'm not really sure 1 lap is enough to do it. If I'm Page, I go for 2 fast qualifying laps, lay down some wicked times, and I think you beat these guys out.
Meanwhile, potentially the race-winning secure move from Harding Steinbrenner to get Colton Herta in, protect against the yellow, and here comes Pagano. Colton Herta was able to beat Rosenqvist out, so did Dixon.
All right, where is Herta? Where is Dixon? We'll monitor it. Jan, here's Pagano.
And of course the goal is to try to beat Scott Dixon. They only had 1 lap, like Paul Tracy was saying. They would have liked to have 2. The tires were done ultra fast. They have to wait for some fuel. That that was an excellent stop by the Penske team. Now, watch Scott Dixon. Let's find out if staying out one more lap and that overcut will work for Pagano.
I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. He's already off the limiter. He's going up the hill.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be super tight. They're going to meet.
Oh, boy. Watch Pagano go driver's right as hard as he can when he comes out of the pit lane. He might beat Dixon. He might get Herta.
Close for the wheel as they come out. Now he's got to hold off Dixon on hot tires, but he's got to go for it now.
Dixon's going to have a shot going to turn 5.
And defends. Defends through turn 4. Now what Simon Pagano got to keep Scott Dixon out of it here.
2 laps, I think, would have been the trick.
Oh.
Dixon comes around the outside, but Power right now is laying down a fast lap, and he was right behind Pagano. Can Power do the overcut and snatch a win away from these guys?
And Pagano really needed those second position points. That was a key moment right there as Power stays out for another lap.
How are you tired? The race gone off.
He's
in this time.
He's going to go for the overcut here. He's trying to pull a big gap here.
So they wanted to stay out another 2 or 3 laps. That was a call. The adjuster, Roger Penske, respond to Power. The rears are going off. So they've changed their plan. They were hoping to build up that 30-plus second gap for time lost on pit road. Now it doesn't look like he's going to be able to come out in front, but we'll watch after he comes in next time by.
He's pushing to the limit. He just dropped the wheel off right there. The tires are smoking.
And with that move, that latest cycle of stops, Josef Newgarden's advantage has grown back out to 29 championship points to the good. Here's Rosenqvist working on Simon Pagano. That's going to make the Frenchman's life even more difficult in this championship chase.
Dixon's kind of gotten away from the back of Pagano. Pagano's had a better car on the long run. Seems as though the short run is a little bit better for these guys, but on the long run, he's got the advantage.
Here's Power. 21-second gap over Colton Herta. Scott Dixon, 23 seconds. So Power, I think, will come back out around Pagano, Kevin.
And he's still in play for the race win because he's not going to need to save fuel, and he's going to have better Firestones. I've already heard communications for those that came in 2 or 3 laps ago. You're going to have to save me a little. So that may not be the case for Power. Really good stop for Team Penske. Back out, and here comes Colton Herta up the hill. Will Power be able to get him to the race lead?
This is looking more promising than Simon Pagano's. This is going to be tight. Herta's in good shape.
He's going to come out right behind Colton Herta, and so he has dropped Simon Pagano back a couple more positions, and he's got fresher tires than Colton Herta now as we run to the finish.
And in a typical Will Power style, it wasn't that long ago he was in a slump. He said, I don't know what I have to do to win a race. I don't know what's happening. If he could pull off a win here, he would win 3 of the last 4 races of the season. The enigmatic way of Will Power.
Going to have to hold off Scott Dixon as they come to the corkscrew, but I don't think Dixon's going to be close enough as Power has tire temperature.
Colton Herta, Will Power, Scott Dixon, the revised top 3, Pagano and Rosenqvist in the top 5.
It's been a little busy during the break here. Watch Simon Pagano in the 22. Drops wheels at the exit of turn 4, and Rosenqvist with a run.
Pagano drops a wheel off, and then he gets a run on Pag up to the corkscrew. So we got a little bumping action going on here. Pagano not wanting to give it up.
That's Rosenqvist from 14th up to 4th. What a comeback drive it has been from the Swedish driver. Imagine if he hadn't have made that error in qualifying yesterday and qualified up front, what he could have done today. Well, he's not far out of the action anyway. Meanwhile, Colton Herta continues to lead. Let's hear from his famous dad, Brian.
Yes, and of course he's calling the race for Marco Andretti, but as a proud father, I know you're keeping your eye on what Colton. He's having an awesome day.
Yeah, he's doing great. I mean, they've been really close in and out of the pits. The crossovers on the pits were really exciting, but I think they're done pitting now, so it's in his hands. And, you know, he struggled a little bit here with Marco in qualifying, but moved up quite a bit here and hopefully finished strong with the 98 as well.
Are you surprised as a teenager how well he's managing the tires on such a difficult circumstance?
Most of what he's done this year has been surprising me.
All right, Brian Hurt, of course, a 2-time winner here. Robin?
You know what? We come back to a racetrack for the first time in 15 years. You never know what the attendance is going to look like. You don't know if people are going to show up. They had a 3-mile backup this morning on Highway 68 getting in here. They've sold all the camping spots. The suites are full. They might have 25 to 30,000 people, and I got news for you. I think we're back at good old Monterey to stay, boys.
Robin, let's chat with Tim Cindric. And man, you've been calling plays like an NFL coach today. You've been coaching them up. So how do you feel about the situation here with 19 to go?
Yeah, we still got 19 to go, like you said, but he's done a really good job of managing the race. It's not like him because he wants to go, but it's been a day where we've got to play the relativity game, and so far so good. But yeah, still quite a bit of time left here, but he's doing the job so far.
Plus 33 right now. Has he not been happy with the handling of the car? No, a couple of times he said he just didn't have rear security.
Yeah, we've been struggling for speed all day. Not really sure. Just doesn't like the rear of the car, but try not to overdrive it as well. So just trying to manage the day.
Right now, Josef Newgarden sits in 7th, and his teammate Simon Pagenaud has fallen back to 5th, and that certainly helps out Josef Newgarden's case to win this title in 2019.
As close as they got, they being the contenders to Newgarden in this race, 20 points. And then now with Pagenaud being pushed back and back, and technically so long as Newgarden runs where he is, Dixon's out of it, he's been eliminated. Pagenaud's now 33 back, as Marty mentioned in his interview there with Team Penske's president, Tim Cindric. But don't discount Will Power. He's not done with Herta just yet.
Absolutely, Kevin. He's on the move right now, and he's stalking the back of Herta.
For that last stop, I started thinking, I think Will Power is going to be the guy to beat. He's got 3 laps to the good for fuel of Colton Herta. I just heard a communication to Ryan Hunter-Ray, who pitted on 63, 1 lap earlier than Herta, that we're really tight on fuel. Typically, younger drivers don't save quite as much, although Colton's been pretty good at it. But fresher Firestones, too. This race is not over. Will Power wants to finish on a roll with 3 of the last 4, and he might get it done. And by the way, by just finishing up front, he's doing all he can to help one of his teammates win the championship.
What he's deficient in is push to pass time. You get 150 seconds allocated in it. In 15-second bursts, you can use up to 15 seconds. He's only got 14 seconds left versus Colton Herta's 63.
How about Pagenaud all the way down to 7 seconds remaining? So on a track where we didn't think the push to pass button was going to have as much effect, it's been quite the contrary. They've been absolutely laying into the boost, Paul, all race long.
Yeah, but you don't really need it here. If the tires go off, it seems as though all the passes are happening in the infield section on these little short chutes. So these long straights, if you get a good drive off this corner right here, pretty tough to pass. But if you have no rear grip in the infield and drop a wheel off the track, it's an easy pass.
Speaking of rear grip, it seems like Pagenaud is now challenging Rosenqvist. Where Rosenqvist got by earlier, Pagenaud seems to be refining his strength, his traction as the tires wear, and that really would help him with a better chance in the points. If anything were to happen to Newgarden, every position so critical for Pagenaud right now.
Yeah, he's got a good long run car. The short run, he didn't have the speed, but as this run goes on, we got a long way to go still. These guys were pitting well before 18 laps to go.
And when you're talking about Pagenaud, remember that they feel that their strength on this car is the long run. Earlier on, they did not want to see that caution when they were putting pressure on Scott Dixon. So now it seems like the longer that it goes, that was what the 22 for Simon Pagenaud have been working towards. Marty?
16 to go. Josef Newgarden in position to win the 2019 championship. I asked Tim Cindric and Roger Penske a few weeks ago, where have you seen Josef grow the most? They said in his patience and how he's managed races. And you heard Tim mention that a moment ago, how he's managed the race today. He hasn't tried to be the fastest car. They haven't had the fastest car, but he's managed the race correctly. There were a few trip-ups, Townsend, during the year, like Mid-Ohio, and one you point out was St. Louis, but Pagenaud going to go for a spot here around Felix Rosenqvist, but Josef Newgarden showing the patience this year of a champion.
In super deep, super clean pass. He's got the car coming back forward on those tires. That was a beautiful pass.
Really well done. Rosenqvist tried to ride the outside groove to make it stick, but Pagenaud just kind of opened up the apex a little bit, forced Rosenqvist to run even wider, and he has the position now within 29 points of Newgarden. Pagenaud is going to the front.
He's not giving up. It's not over until another 15 laps are completed here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Will Power's not giving up on Colton Herta either. Who's going to win this season finale? Who's who's going to win this championship. That was the final break before the checkered flag. We'll take you all the way through to the finish of the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey here on NBC. Colton Herta leads Will Power, but look at how tight it's getting between Scott Dixon here and Simon Pagenaud. Dixon has effectively been eliminated from the championship. Pagenaud still very much in it. Here's some radio.
Where's Joseph? Joseph is P7. Where do I need to finish to win? We need to win.
All right. Where do I need to finish to win?
Let me throw this out here. Let me throw this out here. Power continues to put massive pressure on Colton and makes him use his tires up. And Pagenaud right here gets by Dixon. Does Power let his teammate go for the win?
That's the question that Townsend asked earlier. Which teammate do you help to win the championship? Because if he stays where he is, Newgarden wins. If he goes down that road and lets Pagenaud by, Pagenaud wins. That's a tough one to answer, PT.
But we saw earlier that Power really didn't depend on Pagenaud very hard. So I think Pagenaud, if he can get close, he'll just fire it up the inside, and I would expect that Power will let him go. But as you get closer to the end of the race, if you're Will Power and you have a sniff of a win, it is really hard to turn his head away from that. He is so all about going fast and winning races. It's hard for Power.
Good exit by Page right there. He's pretty close to the back of Newgarden. He doesn't have a lot of push to pass, or to back of Dixon. He doesn't have a lot of push to pass left, but he's good on the brakes down into turn one. If Power wants this race, he needs to make the move on Herta right away, so we don't even have to play out any scenario.
Paul Pagenaud has 1 second left. Rosenquist, nothing. Colton Herta, the rookie, has been the most efficient with saving these things.
Big run right there, big run.
And so interesting that Pagenaud is trying all types of variables out on the racetrack. You may have noticed on the final corner of the track, known as turn number 11, he is purposely not going all the way to the inside. He's going around the outside to try to pick up a little bit of grip on the outside of where the track is really polished smoothly. So this is the top of the hill, but at the very bottom, watch Pagenaud, and there he tries a different line than what we have seen for Scott Dixon to try to get some clean air, but he's also trying a completely different line down at the last corner in turn 11. Here it comes.
See it here in turn 11 as Pagenaud comes, looks to the inside of Dixon under braking, fades back to the outside.
He's right there, coming off the corner. Good power down as well, but no push to pass left, Townsend, as he's in the draft up the hill.
I think you're right, Jan. I think Pagenaud looks for clean air on the turn-in to try to get the front end to work a little bit better as you lead to really the straightaway that offers the best passing potential at the track. But so far, Dixon's been able to hold things off pretty easily.
Behind these guys, Rosenquist is all by himself with Rossi getting a little bit closer in 6th. Newgarden, the championship leader, is 7th.
We're getting
quite the story. In 8th place, you've got Sebastian Bourdais, who's driving, injured with a sore neck.
And against another driver, James Hinchcliffe in 9th, who's also dealing with neck problems. As you see Bourdais go through turn 4, this is a guy that couldn't even finish practice on Friday.
I saw his race engineer Craig Hampson before this race started today, and he said, "We will just be participating." He said, "My guy is really wounded. He is hurt. He is being so brave just to drive." And look at the 4-time champion. He's not only in the top 10, he's in the top 8. This is an awesome and gutsy performance.
10 laps to go. We're getting into the territory now where these tires so far in this race have not been. And when they go off, Townsend, they completely go away.
It's the best run that Pagenaud's had so far, but there's nothing left on push to pass as Dixon uses the precious seconds that he has remaining. Dixon down to 5 seconds total use to go 9 laps.
Lots of pressure still from Power on Herta. Tons of pressure from Pagenaud on Dixon.
Here's the thing with Herta.
Just sitting.
Herta's got 38 seconds. There's 9 laps to go. I think they should start coaching him up to use 4 or 5 seconds per lap to make sure he stays out of the claws of Will Power.
Power's basically done. He's only got 4 seconds of push to pass left. This fight will not go away between Scott Dixon and Simon Pagenaud. They come down the hill next time. Only 8 laps remain in the 2019 season. And Josef Newgarden, points leader, is back in 7th, just managing things.
Good exit out of the corkscrew for Pagenaud. His car looks good coming down the hill. He's real close. Will he dive down into turn 11?
put on quite the display at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis in May in very wet, tricky conditions.
Another great exit by Pagenaud. A little bit of wheel spin on that green paint.
This might be his best shot. No, he just really, he works that wide line in the pass corner. Here he is.
He tried the outside line the whole race, and then he went for the hole.
Worked on it on Dixon, and Dixon would not let him through. Great driving from both men.
I like that move, brother.
Well, they're running so wide down in turn 2, a lot wider than we did last weekend in the IMSA race. We were all over the apex curbs, and it just invites you to take a lunge. As Pagenaud took the invitation, I thought there'd be contact. Watch this.
The door is wide open at the apex, and Pagenaud gets in there, gasses it up, goes for the hole, makes contact right there. If you get in there a little bit further, you've got the corner.
Will Power second, continuing to chase. Colton Herter. Kevin, tell us more. I know you've been with the team.
So I wondered if they're doing a big-time fuel save and not using push-to-pass. Brian Barnhart calling strategy. The team president said, no, he just doesn't need it right now. We're saving it for later. He's okay on fuel. It's not super save. They're saving some, but they can get to, without any extreme circumstances, the end of this race.
Dixon has lost contact with the leaders. His tires, I think, are done. We got 7 laps to go. These guys are checking out on him. I think he's hanging on for dear life.
Dixon continues to run a really wide line down in turn 2, but Pagenaud just kind of patiently stalking here, but I don't think he can be too patient with 7 laps to go. He needs to make a move if he has any shot of pulling off a championship upset.
Pagenaud radio from a few moments ago. Here it is.
Okay, keep the pressure on him. This is a reminder the team cannot afford a yellow here, but keep the pressure on. We cannot afford a yellow.
And that is a reminder that if you got a yellow, it would put the team in jeopardy with Newgarden under attack on a restart, I think is what that means, Paul. They don't want a yellow to come out and have Newgarden potentially lose it all.
And Newgarden is in danger of losing a position to Sebastian Bourdais, who seems to get stronger and better as the race goes on. Pagenaud's not letting Dixon get away. Look at this, through turn 10. Final corner, turn 11 coming up. This fight has been fascinating.
Don't forget Mid-Ohio, where Scott Dixon was under threat from his teammate Felix Rosenquist, but through some sort of miracle, Dixon figured out how to hold off his competition even when his tires are fried. He is so clever at finding a way to make it really hard on the trailing car.
He's riding the cushion around turn 1 and 2. Pagenaud looking every single way possible to get by. They are backing up to Rosenquist now.
6 laps to go. That's all in the 2019 season. Again, Newgarden is 7th, and he's got plenty of points. He's ahead by 29. There he is in the Hitachi Chevrolet. He's done everything he needs to do, and he's now trailing Bourdais. So change that to 8. That brings the championship lead back down to 25, and this is how the Sealmaster Honda driver got it done.
It looks like he just let him go by, guys. He's still driving from the ear and listening to everything that Cindric tells him to do. You're watching the clock. You're in the hockey game and looking at the clock.
And Tim Cindric has delivered so much good information to Josef Newgarden this season that's allowed him to be the points leader, and I think that's only made Newgarden trust his team boss on the wall.
Oh, big run here. Nice run out of the corner for Simon Pagenaud. These guys don't have any push to pass left. Will he make that inside move deep on the brakes? He goes for it again, look, and he's there, almost.
Same as 2 or 3 laps ago.
That was closer to being a yellow on that time.
5 laps remain, that's all.
When you got a car like Dixon's got right now, 5 laps seems like an eternity. His rear tires are completely gone. Josef Newgarden is listening to the orders of Tim Cindric on what to do.
Well, he's got a 5-second gap over Hinchcliffe, so no immediate pressure. He can literally cruise to the finish, Marty.
And they did tell him to let him go. And as the laps wind down, the tension and the nerves rise here in the Newgarden camp. You can see his family on the far left, his fiance Ashley, his mom Tina, and Grandma Karen Rasmussen, who is at just her 2nd ever race. Trust me, Newgarden wants to win the title. He would love to win it for Grandma, who's here this weekend.
Now Colton Herta's team has giving him instructions to start using the button. He's used 13 seconds over the last 2 laps. He has 25 seconds remaining. Will Power with 4 seconds.
I love the resilience of these guys who came into this as championship contenders, like Alexander Rossi. He's not giving up.
In this battle diff with Scott Dixon and Pagano, Rossi and Rosenquist are closing, so things are going to get very interesting here in the last few laps. And Will Power, speaking of closing, Paul, he's all over the back of Herta.
Yeah, he's closing ever closer. We're getting 4 laps to go. Next time around will be 3. He's got to make a move here pretty soon. Colton has done a great job in the second half of this race, maintaining the tire grip. He struggled a little bit first stint, but right now he's got Power under control.
Will Power almost threw it off there at the exit of 6. The gap grows by about a 10th or 2.
Think about this. At Circuit of the Americas earlier in the year, it was that man there who led the first 45 laps of the race before a transmission issue that handed the lead and the win of the race to the guy he's chasing. So he'd like to get that one back right here today. And coming to the line, there will be just 3 laps to go.
Will Power runs way wide. He missed the apex, locked it up a little bit, and has lost a big gap there. Could that have finished it off for him?
Rosenquist runs 5th with Colton Herta leading as they run right now. Rosenquist would be the Rookie of the Year.
What would the points be if Rossi gets by Rosenquist?
Closer.
He's still good. He's still got a buffer there.
But remember, earlier in the year, Rosenquist said, I don't really care about Rookie of the Year. It's all about winning races. And about halfway through the season, he started to realize, you know what? It would be an honor to beat these rookies because they're good.
He missed it at the Indy 500. That went Santino Ferrucci's way. He's been on the podium several times. He's had a pole position. It's been a good year for Felix Rosenquist, but look out for him next year with all that he has learned in 2019.
Dixon's running a very safe line right now. He's trying to stay off the exit curves and not get hung up on them, and giving himself a little bit extra room.
Running really wide lines is Scott Dixon, just trying to open up his hands and be as straight as possible on old tires as you try to lay the power down. Here comes Pagano, though. That was a good exit.
2 laps left. 4.5 miles to determine the champion for 2019 in the NTT INDYCAR Series. It's massively in Josef Newgarden's favor, but it is not over.
Simon Pagano fighting to win this championship. He's trying everything he can possibly do to get by Dixon, but these guys up in front, it's a big gap to close in a couple laps if he can get by Dixon.
A little bit of lap traffic, Paul. This could mean a lot. Spencer Piggott, last lap, 1:18. Dixon doing 1:14. So this could really mix things up in the last lap.
Especially if you catch them at the corkscrew as they get up to the top of the hill here. Hopefully Piggott, he's lapped now, gets out of the way as they come down the hill.
Can't wait to hear what the drivers have to say after returning to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca after a 15-year absence.
Big exit. Watch this. Big exit there for Pagano. He's got a lap car, Dixon in front.
1 lap is all that's left in the 2019 IndyCar season. And there is a huge gap back from Power back to Dixon. It's down to these 2 guys for the win. Pagano got by, he's not giving up.
He's gonna go for it on that inside. Look at that, he blocked the inside, made him go to the outside now. He covered that inside move, Townsend.
Dixon's turning that IndyCar into a dually. That thing's so wide.
And up front, Colton Herta, after winning his 3rd NTT P1 pole award yesterday, has just constructed and executed a beautiful race. He's led 82 laps of this 92-lap race. He's got a champion and an Indy 500 winner just all over the back of him. Colton Herta has done an awesome job. Just awesome. He's endured some frustration this season with some mechanical DNFs, with some crashes, stuff that's gone on that has not been his fault. But what a way to put a period on your rookie season. Power has one last lunge at him. But to add to the Circuit of the Americas win, Colton Herta wins at a track where his dad did.
Great job, buddy.
WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Awesome win for the Harding-Steinbrenner team and Colton Herta. And further up the hill, we pick up the Hitachi Chevrolet of Josef Newgarden. He was a champion in 2017. Josef Newgarden is the 2019 champion. He's done everything he needed to do and comes across the line with a 25-point buffer. And his fiance, his parents, and grandmother are there to celebrate, and so too does the captain, Roger Penske. Well done, Josef Newgarden. 2 championships in a 3-year span.
And while it wasn't the most sensational day for Newgarden on track, he did everything he had to do. He had the support of his team, great information, great coaching from Tim Cindric, and another crown.
And another crown for Roger Penske. He's been highly successful at this track. This will be his 6th win, I believe, here. And
great job, Joseph.
Competitive cars all the way through the field.
16th championship for the captain.
And 4th in the last 6 years.
Wow. Now that is a way to finish your rookie season. May not have won Rookie of the Year, but he's got 2 victories on the season and 3 pole positions. That is awesome stuff to begin your IndyCar career, and you're just a teenager. Colton Herta at 19 has won 2 IndyCar races, and you know what? He has said this all week long in the lead up to the race. To win here in California would mean so much to him, and he's done it.
Roger Penske, as mentioned, 16 IndyCar championships, a clean sweep of the year, including the Indianapolis 500.
Well, a great year, wasn't it, for us? This team back in Mooresville and the whole team Penske have just done an outstanding job this year. I can't credit them for all the goodwill we have and the things that happen at that shop for our people. But think about this. Josef Newgarden, the champion. We got an Indy 500 winner. Will won races, all 3 of them did. So credit to the crew, our sponsors, obviously Chevy. What great motors we had all year. You can see with Verizon and certainly Hitachi. What a great chance for them to be in the winner's circle for the first time.
A lot of people thought that put a lot of pressure on Josef leading all year long. The others could just chase him. What do you make of what he was able to do to win championship number 2 from the front all year?
Well, I think that he held up. You know, obviously he was talking to him this morning. He was little butterflies, but overall he's a real pro, a great driver, and I can't thank him enough for his hard work.
Congratulations. Let's go to Marty now and watch the champion climb out to celebrate.
Josef Newgarden sitting, kind of enjoying the moment. He can't believe it. You see the hands on the helmet, pulling the steering wheel. The team is here to congratulate him. Tim Cindric still doing media interviews. Roger Penske not over here yet, obviously. He's up there with you, Kevin. And Josef Newgarden climbed in to this car this morning as a 1-time series champion. He'll climb out as a 2-time IndyCar champion. Will Power, his teammate, coming by to give a congratulations. Going to take a moment. It's been a tough week on Josef Newgarden. Tough couple of weeks. A lot of stuff going on at home, building a house, planning a wedding, and trying to win a championship. Got to make sure the hat is sized correctly. Josef Newgarden, the 2019 IndyCar Series champion, everyone. How about that, the stage dive from the race car, and high fives and hugs for everyone here on the race team. Tim Cindric gonna come in and give him a hug. Tears flowing down his face.
Man, I was so pissed earlier.
Talking about how mad he was to have to drive a car that wasn't really handling the way he wanted it to handle today. Boy, Joseph, that's not the way you want to win a championship. I know. How tough was that for you, kind of managing this race versus going all out?
Man, it was I was so pissed earlier. I thought we were throwing it away, but you know, we were trying to think of the team there. Obviously, we're trying to divide and conquer, and they just did such a great job, this group all year long, and I didn't want us to throw it away at the end, do something silly, but man, they called a great race, and I tried to be as smart as I could today. I'm just so proud of everybody. You know, Team Chevy's done a great job. Won the Indy 500 obviously with Simon, which has been fantastic, and then to win the championships is, I think, as much as you could ask for in the year. So I'm just so thankful to the team, and we had such a great group. You know, everybody, not just on the 2-car, but our entire team is amazing at what they do. So thank you to Hitachi. They just signed on for a new multi-year deal, so this is big for us, man. We got to try and do more, but I'm so happy. I was crying that whole lap, so I'm glad it's over. I'm so glad this is over.
Your fiance Ashley's right here, your mom Tina as well. What a moment for the Newgarden family. Yeah, you told me about that. You said it's been a draining year, and at times you took on too much this year. Why was this year so stressful for you?
It's been a lot this year, but you know, I've had the best people around me just taking care of everything. So I couldn't ask for more than what I have, and you know, it's just amazing to be able to win races and drive for this team. It's been my dream since I was a kid, so I'm just really thankful, man, for everyone that's done everything for me.
You're now a 2-time IndyCar champion. That puts you in elite category, Josef. We'll let him compose himself. And obviously the emotions of the moment for the family. We'll have the formal presentation of the trophy a little bit later. The Astra Cup, been around a long time. Josef Newgarden will claim it for the 2nd time, Kevin.
What emotion from Josef Newgarden, the young American, and another young American got it done today. 2 stories. The race itself, as we see Josef Newgarden being congratulated by his boss, a legend in motorsport himself, in Roger Penske. And this young man, 19-year-old Colton Herta, got it done with so many needing to win the race to win the championship. How did you keep them behind you?
I don't know, really good strategy. We had to save a little fuel at the end. It hurt us a little bit, but we were really quick.
What was the ability to keep the tires behind you and under you? That's so challenging for young drivers. How did you make them last the whole way?
Learning from Portland. You know, we were really bad at that Portland, and just kind of staying within the limits, not doing anything to the car that hurt it, and that's kind of what we brought towards here.
So we have an Andretti hairpin, we have a Ray Hall straight. The Hertas now have, what, 4 poles, 3 wins. What section of the track should be named for the Hertas?
I've got no clue. Maybe the whole thing.
Your dad almost won in his first race. It took a pass that now would be deemed illegal to keep him from victory lane. You've won in your first. Let the whole season sink in. You've won twice with 3 poles. You're barely out of high school.
Yeah. So no partying for me tonight. But no, it was so cool to be here with this team and the engineers, the mechanics, the PR, the managers. So everything just went so smooth today, and just throughout the whole season we've been learning really well.
Next year, you are officially a member of the Andretti Autosport family, bringing your team with you, with George Steinbrenner IV and Mike Harding. What's possible in year 2 as we look ahead?
Hopefully a championship run. Yeah. No, we've been really quick in the second half of the year and been getting it done in the races, so who knows?
So he's 19 years old. He can't celebrate the way others will. We've got the designated driver for the Harding-Steinbrenner party here tonight from Laguna Seca. 19-year-old Colton Herta is a 2-time winner in IndyCar.
It was tough to see him this year when he endured some adversity. It is tremendous to see him be able to celebrate like that. So that maiden win, that history-making maiden win, to be the youngest ever. But now this one, he'll say, yep, that's the one I wanted. That was proper, all good. And now I can go into the off-season knowing that I can beat the best in IndyCar. And the best in IndyCar for 2019 is Josef Newgarden. Look at those wins, poles and podiums. He did it all this year, and you saw how much it meant for him. We'll have the formal presentation coming up. Back at Laguna Seca on championship day with the sun shining. Everything just seems right. A teenager winning and another more experienced driver becoming a 2-time champion. So many great stories here today, and with more is Jan Beekes.
And what an incredible day for Simon Pagenaud. Job one was to try and jump a couple people in the pits. You said you hope to go after Rossi and Newgarden. That got done early, but it looked like Scott Dixon was really the one. I'd never seen you press so hard. How hard was that?
Yeah, I mean, I knew if I unlocked Dixon, I had a chance in the championship because I really had a lot of pace in the car, but behind I was using up my tires. That's why I was backing off sometimes to cool them down and re-attack. But yeah, he didn't make it easy, that's for sure. But we tried. You know, that he's a racer, I'm a racer, and that's what we have to do. We're racing at the end. And I think Josef was the best all season long. He's been the most consistent. He deserves it. I got the 500. You know, that's he can't be disappointed with that. Finished second in the championship. I think, quite frankly, I think it's been my most complete season, and also the season I had the most fun. So I'm proud, very proud for the 22 team, for DXC Technology, Minaz. You know, the support that they provide me and the relationship I have with these guys is it's like family. So I'm very proud for Team Penske, everybody in North Carolina for the work that we've all done. Yeah, it's been an amazing season. Congrats to Josef. Yeah, we'll see what we can do next year, but it's going to be hard to top off.
You mentioned family, and you were one of the first to go down and congratulate Josef. What did you say to him?
Like I said, he was the most consistent. He deserves it. He's a tremendous racer. Makes us all of us together with Will and Josef, we make each other better every sessions, and it's a lot of fun. It's tough competition, but it's a lot of fun. And today the goal was to bring it for Team Penske, so whether it was going to be me or him, in the end we were both in a position to do it, so we accomplished. And in terms of family, I just want to say hi to Grandpa Bob. You know, get better soon. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, we moved up one position, and now is a Penske 1-2 in the championship. All smiles around from the Indy 500 winner. Robin?
Alexander Rossi came in second place, 41 points down. Drove as hard as he could, but you said earlier this year, 2 wins aren't going to win the championship. He ended up third, 33 points behind.
Yeah, it's the way it goes. We started on the used Firestones to see. We knew ultimately the guy we were racing was Scott. So we knew we had to win the race. So we went opposite of them on tire choice on the grid. And again, we made the decision this morning that if we were going to go for it, we'd rather finish third than finish second and be complacent. So it's the way the chips fell. But nonetheless, I think 27 the Johnny Honda crew had some highlights this year. And ultimately, we just weren't good enough. So we need to regroup and work hard this offseason.
The whole thing is, when you look back at this season, 33 points, and you had some great drives to Elkhart Lake and Long Beach when you just kicked everybody's butt. It just looked like the thing wasn't as strong the last third of the year.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, we were on the podium in Toronto and Portland, but yeah, no, we didn't have the pace at some of the races that we think we should have based on last year. Pocono was obviously a big hit for us, but you know, it's the way it goes. It's a 17-race championship. Josef was better than us. He led it all year, so I guess it's at the end of the day, you have to admit that it's the right person that won.
All right, Mr. Excitement will be back next year, Lee Diffie.
So third this year, Robin, for Alexander Rossi. Second last year. There's one place left that he wants to be. And there's today's winner, Colton Herta. What a year it's been for the rookie. The 2019 NTT INDYCAR Series has come to a close with plenty of good stories. A rookie winning and a 2-time champion crown. Everybody's got their own stories to tell Jan Beekes, haven't they? What was Scott Dixon's?
Well, I have to ask him about the story about racing with Simon Pagenaud, because that was something else to finish this race. Was that fun from your seat?
Not the last 5 laps, definitely not. I think, you know, the times that I had to get Will and, you know, Simon around the outside in turn 5, that was fun because we were making the pass, but definitely very frustrating, I think, with, you know, just the deg that we had on the black tires. The red tires, I wish we had actually ran, you know, longer, but you could definitely see with you know, some of the drivers that had 2 sets of new reds, you know, were able to definitely march through the field. But you know, big thank you to PNC, everybody in the crew this year. It's been a crazy championship, you know, to come up only, you know, sort of 60 points back when we've had so many, you know, DNFs and mechanical failures, you know, bodes well. But big congrats to Josef on his 2nd championship. You know, thank you to Simon Pagenaud on those last few laps for keeping it clean. I definitely crowded him quite a bit on that last lap, you know, into turn 2, but hopefully we made an exciting race, you know, which a lot of people, I thought, you know, thinking coming here to Laguna was not going to be much fun, but it was definitely very, very tough race for me today, and you know, to finish on the podium was huge.
And also for Scott Dixon, Kevin, he scored points for Honda, and they secured the Manufacturers' Championship. Kevin?
Jan Felix Rosenqvist is the 2019 NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year. He's the NTT data driver. You needed to secure at least 6th. You got 5th. With a lot of anger from yesterday from qualifying, how did you have the right level of red mist to get it done today?
Yeah, I think that's the right word. It was the right level. It was kind of a tricky race because there was a lot of drag going on. You could still pass, but you kind of needed to have limited attempts because every time you try to pass someone, you can just feel your tires get worse. So yeah, it was a really interesting race on the long term, and got by Pagano there for 4th towards the end, but then he managed to get me back. I kind of ran out of push to pass, but yeah, it was a really fun race going from the back. Really good job to my whole team. I mean, they've been faultless all year. The pit crew especially, you know, they just haven't done any mistake all year. Big thanks to them, NTT Data. You know, finished 6th in the championship as well, so that's not too shabby for sure. Yeah, I can't wait for next year.
Well done. From 14th to 5th today, the Rookie of the Year, Felix Rosenqvist.
So much to be happy about, so much to celebrate, and these fans are ready to celebrate the formal presentation of the NTT IndyCar Series champion coming up. You heard Josef Newgarden, the 28-year-old from Hendersonville, Tennessee, say earlier in the show, I dreamt to drive for Roger Penske. He did, and he became a champion straight away. Well, then, just 2 years later, he is a champion again, leading almost 500 laps on the season, almost twice as many as the next closest. 4 wins. What a season to celebrate. And here crowning him will be Marty Snyder. Marty?
Well, Lee, on a beautiful day here at Laguna Seca, it's time to hand out some hardware, including the lovely Astra Cup, over 100 years old. Josef Newgarden will claim that for the 2nd time coming up in just moments. But first, we want to hand out the Manufacturers' Championship for 2019. And to do that, we'll call up IndyCar President Jay Fry to the stage. Jay, come on up. Jay made his way down from race control literally moments ago. And also winning the championship in the manufacturer title this year is Honda Performance. We'll call up Ted Klaus, the president of Honda Performance Development. See you, Jay. Congratulations. Fantastic season, Ted, for Honda.
Yeah, it's amazing. So to all the amazing HPD associates, to all our strong partner teams, we're so proud to defend the Manufacturers' Championship again in 2019.
Honda, the Manufacturer Championship for 2019. Congratulations, Ted. These guys take some pictures. And once again, congratulations to Honda, everyone. And now it's time to talk to our 2019 IndyCar Series champion. Josef Newgarden won the first race of the year, did what he had to do in the final race of the year, and Josef Newgarden is now a 2-time IndyCar Series champion. Let's call the new champ up. Josef Newgarden, everyone. What a scene this is. I mean, you've got your crew here, but we've got hundreds of fans here to congratulate you. As if there haven't been enough high fives so far, right? Congratulations. How have the last few minutes been soaking all this in?
Those are my boys right there. You have no idea. They got my back. Where's the chalice? We got the chalice, boy?
It's right there.
Yes, you don't even know. The chalice has been protecting us all year.
You have to explain the chalice.
We don't even know what it is, man. We don't know what it means.
An award given every week to someone on the crew for something excellent they did the week before. Fair way to say it.
We got Tim has it this week, and you know, yeah, it goes to someone that did a great job the last weekend. It's been a great item for us, a big boost. But I tell you what, coming back to Monterey here has probably been one of the best decisions this team, or I should say the whole organization at IndyCar has ever made. We got an incredible fan base here. You can tell there's car people here, there's racers that like coming out here, so it's been a total blast to drive this track. I've never been here before in my life.
I know, before February to test.
I'm so pumped, man. It's been an incredible place to drive, and the fan turnout's been amazing, so I've had a blast all weekend.
I think you're going to want to come back here, but I want to ask you about the emotion setting it of now a 2-time champion. I mean, has it even sunk in yet?
I'll tell you, I haven't cried like that in a long time in my life. I was crying the whole lap coming in. I was so nervous to mess this up today. I can't tell you, I've not slept the last 2 weeks. because these guys deserve this. They've done the best job, in my opinion. Everyone works hard in this paddock, but I think these guys have done the best job all year, and they deserve the championship. And I just didn't want to let them down was the thing. So I was just nervous about what would go wrong or what I would do wrong. But, you know, we got through it. It was a very hectic race. I didn't know where it was going halfway through it. And I got very nervous myself again. But it all worked out, and man, I feel like I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. I'm just really happy this whole thing's done.
Well, I know these guys made it happen for you, but let's call up the guys who manage all of these guys. First, we'll call up Team Penske founder and chairman of the Penske Corporation, Roger Penske, and the president of Team Penske, Mr. Tim Cindric. High fives are the theme of the day. Roger's giving high fives. How is that, Roger, to watch him trying to win a championship while you're trying to run a race for Will Power?
Well, I'll tell you, it was planned. I got to thank Cindric. We said he's got to shadow Rossi, and we had to go out and try to win the race, and that's what it came up to. But what a champion. It's a credit to all our people that back at the shop that do so much for us. And to me, to be here, I raced here one of my last races back in the 60s. Hadn't changed much, just a great crowd. So thank you, fans, for being here. We've got a great champion here, and we'll be back next year.
Yeah, these fans are unbelievable here. Let's get Tim Cindric in here. Man, you coached that entire race. I don't know if you've ever coached more in a race, Tim.
Oh, I don't know. I learned from the best, but no, I think it was a great team effort. You know, it's not just one. It's not just this one team, but it's all of them. You know, when you look at the fact that all three of them have been champions, and they've all worn that champion's hat, but today it was Joseph's day for sure.
All right, it's time to hand out some hardware. So hang around for a minute. This is going to take a little bit, okay? You got nowhere to go, right? Let's call up Kurt Bruns, the Vice President, Motorsports Division for Jostens. I believe he has a championship ring for you, Mr. Newgarden. Yes, sir. Kurt, I'll let you do the honors.
You look good, great, brother. Man. Love it. This is the theming we need right here.
On behalf of our 5,000 employees, we couldn't be more proud to present you with your championship ring.
Thank you, sir.
Number 2, Joseph. That's a heavy one.
It's bigger than the one in 2017, so that's cool. You know, it's number 2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kurt. We're not done yet. The big piece of hardware, it's time to hand that out. Let's call up Akira Shimada, the Senior Vice President, Executive Vice President for NTT, and also the CEO of Holman & Company, Mr. Mark Miles. Mark, I'll let you do the honors.
Thank you. First, a huge congratulations and thanks to NTT for being the sponsor and NBC for doing a fantastic job for the series all year. But the hardware goes to this guy right here, and Roger Penske behind us. Got a hernia last year trying to do this. And be careful, you got it, and the lid will fall off. Congratulations, Joseph.
For the second time in his career, Josef Newgarden gets to hold the Astor Cup, and that is, number one, a trophy with a lot of history behind it, but it means a lot to you, I know.
Well, I think Tim put it best. It takes a lot of people to make this happen, and it's not just the 2-car guys, but the 12 crew, the 22 crew. We work as an entire team. We got each guy from every car working on all of them. So it's a big team effort at Team Penske. It's a whole organization to make this happen. Team Chevy, I have to thank Team Chevy. They have done an amazing job this year, winning the Indy 500 and now winning the championship. I mean, Chevy Power has not let us down. I'm just telling you, they've done an amazing job working with us. And Hitachi's been like my good luck charm. I can't thank them enough. We just signed a new deal with Hitachi. They're going to be on board with me again for the next couple of years. It's been an amazing partnership. We've won 3 races this year and now the championship, so I can't thank all of them for traveling and supporting us. They just do an amazing job as a partner with us.
And there are very few names on that trophy that are on there twice. I can see Mario Andretti, I can see AJ Foyt, but now Josef Newgarden will be on there twice.
I never would have dreamt this, man. I liked driving go-karts when I was 13, and that was like my passion. I never thought I'd be an IndyCar driver. These things used to scare me, to be honest with you. When I was a little kid and I would watch them on street circuits or on the high-speed ovals, I was like, man, I don't think I could ever do that in my life. So to be here now and win a couple championships, I don't even know what to tell you, man. I never thought this was a thing.
How about it, Laguna Seca fans? Josef Newgarden, 2-time IndyCar Series champion. They've come out to support him. Roger Penske, Tim Cindric as well. They are your champions in 2019.
Thank you, Marty, and that really took some management. It took some savvy behavior to get that done. And when we come back, a couple of championship-winning drivers in their own right, Paul Tracy, Townsend Bell, will share their thoughts on the champion and the 2019 racing year. Back in a moment to wrap it up from California. Thousands and thousands of hours of work, millions of dollars, all go into this. The pursuit of perfection to become a champion. And look at that, Josef Newgarden, his new engineer there, and Gavin Ward, who's been part of a Formula One World Championship winning team. Now he's part of an IndyCar Championship winning team. And speaking of winning, 19-year-old Colton Herta led the pack pretty much all day long. 83 of the 90 laps, he was in front. Look at that. His dad has won here twice. Now he puts his name on there, and even before the green flag flew today, he said, racing with the Herta name at Laguna Seca means so much. Well, how about now being a winner?
Terrific job all day, all weekend from Colton Herta. What a great way to cap off his rookie season with authority here in a track that means so much to his family.
Before I forget, Paul, I want to say well done, Sebastian Bourdais and James Hinchcliffe, driving in significant pain, both finishing in the top 10. Here are the points for you and where everybody finished, who made a late search, who didn't. PT, what are your thoughts on the season?
My thoughts are Newgarden, deserving champ, many more championships to come. And let's not forget, I think that this championship was a lot more physically and mentally challenging than the first one. We can't forget that he had surgery on his jaw earlier in the season, a lot of problems with that, and he's powered through for his second championship.
You saw there, Colton Herta dragged himself all the way up into 7th in the final points. That's impressive, but it was all about team today. This used to be Penske Racing, but they call it Team Penske for a reason. He knows the power of people.
Yeah, they got it done again. Congratulations to Roger Penske, Tim Sidrick, Josef Newgarden. Coming up, except on the West Coast, is your local news, and later tonight, it's Sunday Night Football. The Rams at the Browns. Coverage begins at 7 o'clock Eastern with Football Night in America. On behalf of our entire NBC Sports crew who travel thousands and thousands of miles each and every year all over the country and up to Canada, thanks for watching, and congratulations, Josef Newgarden. Lee Diffie and Townsend Bell with you for the Honda Racing Race Review on the season finale at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, where 19-year-old Colton Herta won the pole position with the NTT P1 award, led this 24-car field to green, and he stayed there, leading 83 of the 90 laps to grab in convincing style, holding off Will Power for his second win of the season. Now, Townsend, that's a way to end your rookie year.
No question. On a picture-perfect day here in California, Colton Herta was perfect. He held off a 5-time champion at the start. He managed his tires all day long, and on a track that has locations like Andretti Hairpin and Rahal Strait, Herta laid claim to the whole house. He's calling it Herta's house going forward.
Yes, he joins his father, Brian, as a winner here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He's part of a very strong Honda family. Honda clinches the manufacturer's title, and he can rest easy in the off-season. He's off to be a full-time member at Andretti Autosport.
This is Pato Award. His last name's Irish, but his first words were... Pato's the fastest 25-year-old on 4 wheels. He's tasted every kind of victory, except for the lactose variety. Pato looks like a one-man boy band. He charms like a British spy. He smells like burnt rubber, and he doesn't have fans. He's got groupies. So whether you love him or love him, take a look at the next face of IndyCar. This is Pato Award. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
It's the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey. Thanks for joining us. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Henneberry, and Dylan Welch. Today's starting grid is presented by Firestone. You can see that on the left side of the screen. Let's take a look, guys, at this road course here in our track preview brought to you by Honda. We'll do that coming up in a moment. Who do you want to highlight here? Who are you looking at?
Well, a lot of forceful drivers up front, but at the back of the field, watch a guy like Graham Rahal. If this race gets crazy early on, he has a cagey ability to find his way to the front. A great racer. He's a game day type of guy.
Here we go, the Honda track preview here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, one of the most iconic racetracks in the country. You see the Andretti hairpin, that's where we see a lot of action off the start. And it's also all about the elevation here. You're fiercely downhill, double apex turn. You can go side by side, but sometimes it ends in tears here.
Certainly can, but here, as you look to the left-hand side of your screen, that's what Pietro Fittipaldi sees live as he approaches the corkscrew. Imagine driving off the edge of a parking garage that's about 8 stories high. That's what it feels like right here as you go up and over the crest at speed.
So if you're watching on Peacock and you have friends that only have television access, let them know we are joining CNBC in a moment. Welcome to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on the central coast of California for the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey. It's round 8 of 17 in the 24 NTT INDYCAR Series season. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, pace laps are underway. We're just about set to go, and leading the field is the official pace car of the Grand Prix of Monterey, the 2024 Honda Civic Type R. We've got a mixed grid today. No Penske starting in the front 3 rows. It's Alex Palou, who has been dominant at this racetrack, starting on the pole with Andretti Global's Kyle Kirkwood with his best start of the season in second. Felix Rosenqvist, Colton Herta in row 2. Alexander Rossi has his best start on a road or a street course this season. He's starting 5th, and Christian Lundgaard in 6th.
For this guy right here, Kyle Kirkwood, it's a big opportunity on the front row to try to jam up Alex Palou at the start, get some track position, because if Palou leads early, he is likely to be in firm control at the start of this thing. For Kyle Kirkwood, he's on a championship type march with the best worst finish of the season. He needs to keep up that high percentage decision making.
Can we just get through turn 1? The last 3 IndyCar races have had a caution, not able to get through the first corner. What's in play today? Championship points. Several drivers that have not won it all this season looking to break through. This is the final corner. Palou controls the field, watching for the green, heading up this half-mile run through a kink towards the Andretti hairpin. Here we go from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Palou gets the jump. Kirkwood looking to challenge on the outside.
Nice clean start, but Kyle Kirkwood going big, deep into turn 2. Can he hold it side by side, that pink and black machine, to the front?
That's what I was talking about. Jam up Alex Palou. Kirkwood getting it done as Colton Herta and Alexander Rossi go side by side, and that is Scott McLaughlin in the red-white car off in the dirt early at the exit of turn 3.
Great move from Kirkwood, leading early here. You see Rossi there in the orange and white machine side by side. There's Marcus Armstrong in that green Ridgeline machine for Chip Ganassi Racing, making a move. All single file here through turn 6, or not.
And Kevin, we've defined the data so far. This is the first race in 4 that we've made it through the first corner of the first lap, but we're not done with the first lap yet. Ferrucci was side by side at the top of the hill.
Let's hang on until we get all the way through. This is the famous corkscrew right here. Christian Rasmussen in that light blue and black car picking up a spot there.
Linus Lundqvist got past going into turn 6. It threw him off. He lost a few more spots up the hill. Still recovering right now as we make it out of turn 11 and across the line for the first lap of this race. All green, all 27 cars on track.
And it's Kyle Kirkwood, the early leader. He went around the outside to get past Alex Palou, who has been on the podium in all 3 of his starts here with a win. There's Marcus Ericsson, Indy 500 winner in the Delaware Life car, going to the inside for a spot.
Defending against Christian Rasmussen, a tire difference on those 2 cars. Ericsson on that black sidewall at Firestone, a little bit harder compound, a little bit slower, but should last longer. Conversely, you see Christian Rasmussen behind him on that red, softer sidewall tire as we see him move down the inside. I think that's Graham Rahal into 5.
Yeah, that's the black and gold debut for the Mobil 1 car with Graham Rahal. He's side by side with Rinus VeeKay, who throws him some shade into turn 6. And now VeeKay charging on Linus Lundqvist. On board here with Rahal. That's Lundqvist and VeeKay up ahead.
Push to pass now active on the second lap of this race. 150 seconds of push to pass available for these drivers. Gives you about a 50 horsepower boost to try to make some passes, maybe defend against it. And here's the defense right now. Ericsson on Rasmussen.
Rasmussen really wants to take advantage of the softer compound tire early. He gets a pretty decent exit here. I think he's going to have a go at Marcus Ericsson when they get to the brake zone. Armstrong, Grosjean side by side.
Again, that tire advantage on the green, number 11 of Armstrong. As we see Rasmussen getting Ericsson, getting forceful, pushing him off there.
They've gone back and forth a couple of times already.
And Rasmussen's teammate there, Rinus VeeKay, also on the red tire, now puts Ericsson under pressure. But this, I can't emphasize enough how big this was for Kyle Kirkwood. He gets a little wheel spin,
green.
But he sticks with the outside line. He has just a nose to force Palou to leave him room. And watch this, deep on the brakes and rodeo style, just wide enough to avoid contact.
Super committed, rolled enough speed to just be at least side by side as they got out of it. And gave him the inside for turn 3. And look at this chaos in the background.
Will Power lost 10 spots, fell all the way to the back. That was him rolling through the dirt. On the game bridge on board with Colton Herta now.
Alex Rossi, the number 7 on the outside. A little bit of contact. Both drivers lucky to get away with that. That yellow curb on the inside can really upset the race cars. And let's see now what happened to Power.
Might have got hit from behind.
Clear.
Nope.
Oh, Ferrucci got hit from behind
by Rasmussen,
which just kept Power on the outside line. Just not enough grip out there, especially in a fast corner like turn 4. Did a good job to keep it going forwards.
So Kyle Kirkwood, for the second straight race, leads the opening lap. He finished 4th at Road America. Early going, trying to finish it off here today. You're watching NBC Sports coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Firestone Tires for redefining the limits. Liberty Mutual Insurance, only pay for what you need. Hy-Vee, this racing season, help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. And by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Just underway from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Kyle Kirkwood took the lead at the start, going around the outside of Alex Palou. He's in front by 3 or 4 car lengths. Then it's Rosenqvist, Rossi, Herta. Further back, Rinus VeeKay was running, I think, right behind Marcus Ericsson in 18th, and this just happened a moment ago. Well, he'd slip back behind his teammate, yeah.
Christian Rasmussen there, turn 5, back steps out, and then that right rear just kind of falls off the corner, the shoulder of the asphalt, but miraculously, it's a spin and a roll and a refire, and he keeps going, Georgia.
Absolutely. After that spin, team came over the radio, said, "You're okay?" Rinus responded, "Yep." And they said, "That's okay. Start making your way forward once again." He said, "Yep." And he knows now that his work is cut out for him.
And those strategists now, James, since it's green to start this thing, maybe surprisingly green to start Laguna Seca versus last year, they now start to think about, if I'm at the back, where do I start to gamble? How do I get off strategy? I think that window opens around lap 13 or 14 in this running. So we'll have to look for what we like to call the dumpster divers that take a gamble, try to find a treasure.
And I wonder if this kind of plays into what you said about Scott McLaughlin in that number 3 machine, currently running 8th. He started 7th, was the highest running car to start on the red tires. And you can see that red sidewall as we ride on board. The Good Ranchers on board with McLaughlin here. But those used tires, I think, they were hoping for that yellow to run some of these laps of that first stint under caution and not have to push for an entire 25, 27 laps.
Let's take a look at some Firestone telemetry on board here with McLaughlin, because he probably had 4 laps on these tires from qualifying to start the race. Let's watch, listen, and see if it's a handful for him. Early signs say no problem with 9 plus call it 4, so 13 laps on the Reds. Dylan, it looks to be well in hand for Scotty Mack.
Yeah, they have actually been really happy with their red tire pace. Ran 20 laps on a set this morning. Said they passed Palou, who was on the black tires, and drove away from him. So they think it's a red race and trying to theoretically get their worst set of those out of the way here early. But I think they feel like they can maybe go to lap 15 or 17 or so. It's probably about the window you want to get to before you take these off and go to whatever their next set of tires is. So Scott hasn't said much on the radio right now, but feel like that they're in a good spot, just kind of getting these used tires done out of the way and not losing too much track position.
McLaughlin was the best starting of the Penske drivers, just missing the Firestone Fast 6, starting in 7th. Josef Newgarden has moved forward just a little bit. He's running in 13th right now. We documented Will Power. Made up a couple of spots back, but he's back in 23rd. Meanwhile, back up front, Kirkwood in control right now, has gapped another couple of car lengths on Alex Palou. Dylan, tell us more.
And he is doing exactly what he needed to do. Controlling the race is exactly what Brian Hurta, the strategist, just said to keep doing. So they also talked at the start of today just about needing a difference maker at the start. Anything they could do to be different from Palou. They thought it was going to be a tire advantage at first. They expected Palou to start on the red tires. That's why they started on the blacks, just to try to do something different. So when that wasn't the case, it basically got put into Kyle and Brian's hands to figure out a way to get track position, get clean air. That's the difference maker they need. And if they can hold on to that, it may be Kirkwood's race to lose here.
Here's the top 3, and then running in 4th, Alexander Rossi, his best qualifying on a rotor street circuit. He started 4th in the Indy 500. Has moved up a spot. He's running in 4th right now. This could be a bit of a breakthrough for him this weekend as we watch the Mission Foods on board.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, all year long, Saturdays and qualifying have been the struggle for the 7 car. Rossi just needed to figure out how to get those laps done in qualifying, because on Sunday, I think he's consistently one of the best performers on the grid, certainly very strong for the McLaren team. The team knows that, Rossi knows that, and now he's got himself a good starting position, and he's got to parlay that into a strong result this afternoon. A podium very much on the cards.
I watched him very closely in warm-up this morning, and I'll tell you where he could really make a difference today that he worked very hard on and looked really good at was out laps and in laps. Charging the pit lane entrance, charging the pit lane exit. It looks like he's confident. He knows what to expect out of his race car. And that, guys, could be the difference today is in laps, out laps. That might be the only chance to make a move up front.
He's picked up a spot in the early going, getting by Colton Herta. And then just ahead of Rossi is Felix Rosenquist. Georgia, he continues to impress in his first year with Meyer-Shank Racing.
You're absolutely right about that. And I'd like to talk about the evolution of Felix Rosenquist over the course of this weekend. 23rd in practice 1, big improvements to 7th in practice 2. And then he told me earlier today the car came alive in qualifying where he started in 3rd. He currently runs the team just came over the radio. They said try to extend that fuel number to extend 1 more lap before their first pit stop.
Up front, Alex Palou has cut that gap down just a little bit. Is now 2 to 3 car lengths behind Kyle Kirkwood. So we'll see what Palou has, looking for his 2nd win at Laguna Seca. Maybe a chance to take over the championship lead again. AutoNation Mobile Service brings their pit crew to you with expert technicians performing over 200 repair and maintenance services wherever you are. Scan now to schedule. Lap 13 of 95 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey. And a picture-perfect day just off the central coast of California. On the AutoNation Mobile Service onboard, Felix Rosenquist running 3rd, looking up at the 2 leaders, and Alex Palou looks like he might be closing in a little bit.
He's looking very strong indeed. When you run that close behind another IndyCar, only about a half-second gap right now, you're riding in that dirty air, that wake that the car creates. It takes downforce off of your car. That's taking grip away. And with all these fast-flowing corners at Laguna Seca, that cost you big lap time. So for him to be able to maintain that close a gap shows me that he's got way more potential, way more pace in this race car, and he's just got to find a clean way by Kirkwood and get that clean air.
Looking to push to pass seconds remaining right here, upper left-hand corner. You see that Palou's used 13 seconds, while Felix Rosenquist just 1 second. Rosenquist happy to sit, ride, maybe find a little bit of clean air, holding back a second or so from Palou, saving his tires, and then you would press when it's pit lane time.
Let's listen to what the 10 team from Chip Ganassi Racing is talking about.
Gap behind is still 1.0.
Is he using the pass out of that corner?
Rosenquist is not. Kirkwood, same as you.
Yeah, copy. I mean, your question.
Alex Palou is always so calm, and what I'm watching for, the way he seems to win a couple of races every year, is he goes longer in a stint and then gets clean track. So keep an eye on when Kirkwood pits, when Palou pits.
Yeah, something that's going to be very powerful today is the overcut. That is when you can extend your fuel for an extra lap. When the car in front of you pits, you stay out for at least one more tour around. You're on hot tires. You can do a good clean air lap time nice and fast. And as that car that's pitted is struggling on the out lap to get up to speed, you're essentially closing that gap.
One of the things I'm a little surprised at, James, is nobody's taken the early stop and tried to get off strategy and gambled a little bit. Typically, we'll see a team like Dale Coyne Racing that has drivers in 22nd, 27th right now start to gamble and pit on the early side. But they probably think, well, we'd go a lap down, perhaps.
Look, I'd do the same thing if I'm Graham Rahal in 19th. If I'm Marcus Ericsson in 17th, you've got a car as Andretti Global up in first. You've got another one in 5th. Let's split the strategies, do something different, try to cover all the bases in case that lucky yellow comes out.
And if we look at pit lane, you just don't see anybody laid out ready to go right now. So everybody wants to stay with the leader's strategy as Alex Palou draws ever closer. And there you see it. Those are IndyCar officials. And they look lonely. They're ready for some action down there. Nobody's showing their cards just yet.
Cautions breed cautions, the lack thereof the opposite. No one wants to get in a position where they're in big fuel save at this point either.
That's the question, is how far can you go? Full Rich, I think you're a 26, 27 lap stint. Riding on board with Kyle Kirkwood, I could hear some lift and coast, saving a bit of fuel, trying to stretch this early stint.
Rosenquist looks strong. He is with Palou in that yellow DHL car, the white and pink AutoNation car up front, or the black and pink with white for Kyle Kirkwood, and then another AutoNation Sirius XM car with Rosenquist is running in third. They've gapped a little bit in front of Rossi, Herta, and the rest.
The other thing is if you dumpster dive, James, and pit now and get off strategy, you're likely to stay on the lead lap by my calculations and then have clean air to press. So I'm really surprised here nobody's going for it.
Here's the thing, when you're not already faced with cautions and different strategy options here, yes, everything that these drivers are doing is on paper the fastest strategy. But if you're doing the same as everyone in front of you, track position is going to win every time. Somebody has to roll the dice, break this trend, and then put some of these cars up front in the danger zone in case a yellow does come out.
However, this race, Laguna Seca, taking place in June, midway through the season. It's not the last race of the season where everybody typically throws caution to the wind to try to get a result. So maybe everybody's thinking points a little bit more than they would in previous seasons.
The first to duck in is one that you guys mentioned, Marcus Ericsson. Try something different.
There you go. The Andretti Global team's listening to the broadcast, guys. And they decided to pull Ericsson in. You see a sticker set, a brand new set of those red sidewall tires. He started on the primary, so that satisfies the tire rule for the 28.
And he has perfectly clean air. He's got about 20 seconds to the next car in front. He can go fast, and a lot faster than, say, Alex Palou's going to go over the next 10 laps.
Clean air, soft, fast tires. We'll keep an eye on the lap times from the 28 and see what kind of difference. The leaders right now running around the high 110s, low 111s. So we'll keep an eye to see what kind of effort Ericsson can put in, as now that black and gold Mobil 1 machine of Graham Rahal comes to pit lane. And you see the red sidewall tires coming off. The primary's going on, but a little bit of a trouble with the left front.
Big trouble there with the left front. Georgia.
absolutely. Rinus VeeKay among those in pit lane as well. They changed an engine earlier in the day, but those Firestone red tires went right back on the Ed Carpenter Racing number 21. They filled it up with fuel, and he was away.
Saw Power in there as well. He was down near the back after getting pushed off track there. So again, you've got, as Penske, Scott McLaughlin, your highest runner in 8th right now. He can be on one strategy, split them. That's something Penske's always been really good at.
Here comes Kyle Kirkwood to complete lap 20, and I start to wonder, what's the ride like for Scotty Mack? If you look at that left front tire of McLaughlin, it's starting to show some ribboning there. And Dylan, I wonder, what's it like on the radio? Has he said anything about the balance of his Good Rancher Chevy?
Well, Kyle Moyer just asked him on the radio, said, can you go faster? And he said, I feel like I can, so I don't think all is lost for sure. They've kind of stabilized in this 8th spot here. And we talked at the start of the show about this kind of lap 17, 18, 19 window as being when you could come in, theoretically, for McLaughlin if you wanted to get these used reds off. But they feel like they've lasted pretty well for them, so I think they're going to try to run this out as long as they can before they really start losing time before McLaughlin comes in.
So James, that tells me it's a red race.
Certainly for that car it is, as we watch this battle on track. Black tires on the 15 of Graham Rahal, looking back at the red tires on the 21 of VeeKay. These guys pit together.
This is where VeeKay's likely on the button. He knows he has a tire advantage early. Can he use it and go deep here? Boom!
Going for it. They can go side by side here. Graham doesn't have the grip to run the outside. Clean pass there from VeeKay. Aggressive but decisive. Love what you're seeing there.
And what that does for VeeKay now is if the car is quick, he's got clean track in front of him. Yes, this is for last and next to last, but he can maybe pick up some space as others start to make their first stops, including Pato O'Ward, Dylan.
Yeah, and he has just kind of been quietly riding around the top 10. Started in the 9th spot, had fallen back to, I think, 12th. So they'll come in here, started on the primary tires. They will change and put a set of sticker alternates on for the 5.
Fresh Firestones, shell fuel for Pato O'Ward, back out, headed up the hill towards the hairpin. And Palou is right there on Kyle Kirkwood.
It's funny, you're seeing a lot of drivers, whether you're on the reds or on the blacks, doing roughly the same lap time because everyone's kind of got that 1 second gap. That's sort of the bubble of air that takes the downforce away and slows you down. So we're not seeing a big crossover in lap time between the two compounds, but clearly that's all starting up front. Kyle Kirkwood doing the pace that he can.
If you look at Palou, though, James, he's so comfortable in dirty air. That 1 second bubble doesn't seem to exist for him. That tells me that Palou has a really strong race car. If he can get to the lead in the pit stop cycle, he's going to be really tough to contend with. Dylan.
Scott McLaughlin's crew is laid out, and we were just talking about them starting on the used reds. Get a blow to this. They are so confident they're going to a second set of used reds right here. So they made it 21 laps before they felt like they needed to come in. Front wing change there for McLaughlin just to help the balance a little bit, but a second set of used Firestone alternates for the 3.
By the way, we talked about Marcus Ericsson. We'll watch the lap times. He is a second faster than anyone else on the track, fastest laps.
And over 2 seconds quicker than your leader, Kyle Kirkwood, right now. So look, if I'm Alex Palou, how much fuel is he saving? Because he can really take advantage of that overcut strategy, but if he's trying to push for that pass, he's not saving as much fuel as he could be.
The other thing is, I think Kirkwood's got to start thinking now about not losing too much pace on the blacks. If this is a red race, maybe the leaders should pit now and finish on reds throughout, now that McLaughlin and some of the other cars have showed the performance.
I just think it's so car specific. I don't think there's enough of a decisive difference between the tires that it's unilaterally agreed up and down, unanimously agreed up and down the grid. I think some cars are going to prefer the blacks, some cars are going to prefer the reds, but Palou, as close as he's been, late on the brakes into turn 2, not quite close enough. This is great defensive driving, though, from Kyle Kirkwood. You're so hard as a driver in this scenario, Townsend. As you know, you've got to be eyes forward, hitting your apexes, hitting your brake points, but at the same time, you've got to keep one eye on the rearview mirror to see where that number 10 is. That bright yellow DHL car making all sorts of flashes in the wing mirrors of the 27 and keeping focused keeping your car on track, hitting all your marks under this kind of pressure is incredibly difficult, but for 23 laps, Kirkwood's done it beautifully.
Meanwhile, Scotty Mack is going to be anxiously pushing to get past the car of Stingray Robb in order to make that earlier stop work. He needs some clean racetrack. Here's McLaughlin, that's Robb up ahead. McLaughlin full push right now.
I think he is the one to watch, the first of the contenders up front that has stopped. So can he move forward once we see the other leaders? One of the leaders, Alexander Rossi, who's been running fourth. Dylan, is coming to you.
Yeah, best qualifying effort on a road course for him this weekend. Started fourth. They started on the Firestone primary tires. They will go to a set of sticker Firestone alternates here and make a front wing change. Just a little bit too much understeer. The report for Rossi, you see that there. Full of shell fuel, and the 7's down in the way.
Decent stop, 7.3 seconds. That's 18.5 gallons of shell fuel that goes into these Indy cars on a full fuel fill.
That last lap for Kyle Kirkwood, that 111.0. Where was McLaughlin? He did a 109.9, so a full second faster. It's not going to be many more laps before McLaughlin is going to be able to close the gap.
Can you hang on? Yeah, all good.
And that was right after Kyle came on the radio and said the left front is falling apart. So it's not ideal behind the wheel of the 27, but they're trying to make it last for their fuel number.
It's not ideal, but he doesn't sound panicked either, does he? I mean, hey, no, all good. We can do this.
I know, but I'm watching the 3 on the tracker, James. He's got clean air behind Kyle Kirkwood, and now Felix Rosenqvist diving in from third place.
So this will be key to see how this one goes. About 30 to 32 seconds lost on pit lane with a full fuel fill. So that's the number you got to add up. Distance to the leaders to see where you're going to come out onto the racetrack.
So it might be tight. Let's keep an eye on McLaughlin, especially when Kirkwood comes in. Here is McLaughlin.
He's behind Alexander Rossi, who's wicked fast. So McLaughlin, let's watch this lap time as he crosses the timing line. Last lap, a 109.9. This lap, a 109.1. He is chewing big time into Kirkwood's pace and Palou. If he can keep this up, as Rosenqvist, I think, comes out of the pits there. So McLaughlin has closed the gap pretty nice.
That's big for Rossi, too, though, because he got out in front of McLaughlin.
So you got to think, Rosenqvist pit from third, McLaughlin pit from 8th after their first pit stop. They are nose to tail, so that's a huge gain in track position for Scott McLaughlin.
I just wonder, is it a mistake that Kirkwood stayed out this long as both Kirkwood, his teammate Herta, and Christian Lundgaard all come to the box? The blend will be fascinating to see what was better.
Let's start with Georgia.
Yeah, Christian Lundgaard, he finished 6th here last year. He started 6th here this year. I asked him earlier today, are you confident and comfortable? He said always. They went from Firestone black tires to Firestone reds. It was a quick stop for the Hy-Vee Honda 45 team. Dylan.
Kyle Kirkwood there at the bottom of the screen went to sticker alternate tires. He'll beat Colton Herta out, but we'll watch the blend here when they come back. And Palou did the overcut. He stayed out a lap later here. They are telling him to push hard, use a lot of overtake on this lap to try to make up some of the gap.
There goes Alexander Rossi. It's going to be tight. Rossi is in front.
How about that? Gets ahead of Kyle Kirkwood, Colton Herta, and Felix Rosenqvist. Lundgaard slotting in between Rosenqvist and this man, Scott McLaughlin. But no surprise, the drivers that stayed out, the Ganassi duo, the 10 and the 9, Palou and Dixon, so good at saving fuel. This overcut strategy might work out just well for those two, but so far the undercut, pitting early is what worked for both McLaughlin and Rossi.
Beautiful stuff for Rossi. McLaughlin now desperate to try to attack as those lead cars are on cold tires.
And the lead trio is in the pits. Palou, Dixon, Grosjean. As we watch this battle sort itself out. Oh, inside goes Scott McLaughlin. Georgia, what's happening in pit lane? His Lundgaard's off.
Yeah, Romain Grosjean came to pit lane. He told me earlier today he doesn't think he's going to have to be that aggressive today. He just has to be smart along with the team. He was frustrated yesterday, but he knew their pace was good. He's got those Firestone blacks on.
Lundgaard off at the exit of 9, and now that styrofoam sign is stuck to his right front main plate.
Free on the nose.
That is a massive downforce delete for Lundgaard. It's going to be tough, even right here on the brakes.
Meanwhile, Rossi pitting early. He has taken over the lead by a couple of seconds on Kyle Kirkwood. Alex Palou staying out an extra lap, lost precious time in the pits. He's fallen back to 7th.
That is not normally how it goes here at Laguna Seca. It's all gone sideways for the number 10. It's going great for the 7 of Rossi.
Palou is now chasing Rossi, so he comes out second after the sequence. You're watching NBC Sports coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix. It's the IndyCar finale and championship this year. September 14th and 15th. Tickets are on sale now. And NTT, official sponsor, technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. And by Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil brand for the love of driving. Well, it's getting wild here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Alexander Rossi, after the first sequence, pitted earlier, found some clean track, fresh Firestones. He's moved to the front. Alex Palou exited pit lane after his stop later than everyone else from the lead in second, but on his outlaps on cold Firestones, gave up a couple of spots.
And the big question is, why did Alex Palou decide to go another stint on black tires? You can see him struggling here as Kyle Kirkwood easily carves him up on the inside of turn 2. James, I'm scratching my head on that one.
Well, hey, look, we talked to the Ganassi team before this race. They thought it was going to be a black race. They're just sticking to their guns on that one, even though we've seen a lot of evidence to the contrary.
It's fine to think it's going to be a black race, but when the red shod tire cars go longer, it's pretty obvious that the red tire is going to hang in there. You know it's got the pace advantage.
They probably thought they had so much pace in the pocket running behind Kirkwood. They were hoping the overcut was going to get them out in front in that clean air, and then they could really unleash the potential of that car. But now mixing it up in traffic, in dirty air, it's definitely going to be advantage to the Reds.
Kevin, if Palou thought it was a black tire race, almost certainly he's changing his mind right now as he watches painfully Colton Herta, Kyle Kirkwood, Alexander Rossi pull away.
Well, that's his hope. Everyone else up front is on the softer, faster Firestones, but will it last as long? Here's Christian Lundgaard. We saw him take that run through the dirt, and has that been on there for the last 10 minutes?
It certainly has.
And it all came here from a pass attempt on the inside of 9 from Scott McLaughlin. You're right on board with him. This is not a typical passing opportunity, Townsend.
But that was a good one. He surprised Lundgaard, put his car between Lundgaard and the apex. It was clean, there was no contact, and unfortunately there is no chance for Lundgaard to hang on as he takes that 200-meter board with him. Now I'm curious how bad, as we see again here on board from Lundgaard, watch the hands. Never gave up on it. Unfortunately had to collect the sign, but how bad is the front downforce for Lundgaard? How much of a penalty is this? Or is it? Is it making better downforce?
It's contoured in quite nicely.
It has sort of folded and matched, as you say, the contour of the wing, but
maybe going to be some wind tunnel engineers trying this out on Monday morning. Maybe he's onto something.
I think not, but Georgia, maybe you know a little bit more about what's happening with Lundgaard.
Yeah, and Townsend, I think the radio we're about to play might answer your question on how much damage is to the 45 Hy-Vee Honda.
Where is the debris? It's on the nose. It's stuck, or sorry, on the right side of the front wing. It's on the front wing. Clear? The car doesn't turn now.
Yeah, that's Christian Lundgaard saying that the car just won't turn. I just talked to the team, though. They're not sure if they're going to bring him in yet. They're weighing out their options, but there is a spare nose ring ready and available.
Tires, because it doesn't turn in high speed.
He says it doesn't turn in the high speed. A 1:10.7 was his last lap time. The car in front of him, David Malukas, a 1:10.7. So
here's what you got to do. As a driver, you need to get clever with the controls. Start working the roll bars, work the brake bias, do anything to be able to rudder this thing into the corner and get yaw angle, knowing you're going to pick up downforce middle off. So you got to get desperate, get creative, and know that you just have to get to your next pit stop. Your team can easily pull that off if you can get there. Do your best. Hang in there.
Going wrong for Lundgaard. It went a little bit wrong for Marcus Ericsson as well. We saw him have an off-track excursion right there in turn 10. Made it back on track, but running down in 17th. Let's take a look back at what happened to the driver of the 28. Just big oversteer right at turn into turn 10. it's so banked there.
Whoa!
Josef Newgarden was diving into pit lane to serve a penalty.
That was close.
The penalty was for an improper pit exit.
Yeah, he lost control on pit out and went through the dirt between pit lane, but that was a little dicey for Joe New. And this is a killer, a drive-through on a race like this where track position's everything.
Has him down in 24th position right now. So not all going well for the number 2 Hitachi machine of Josef Newgarden.
It's kind of been all or nothing for him this season. The all is quite nice, an Indy 500 win and a second place at Road America. But other than that, a lot of finishes near the back. All right, let's go back to this first pit stop and check out our pit stop differential powered by NTT. And that's going to show us a bit how the race has turned. And that leads us to our pit stop predictions powered by NTT of when we think they'll go next.
Look, it's all gone right for Rossi here. That was such a good stint, and it continues to keep going right. He has pulled out, had pulled out a big gap and is running consistently quick lap times. You see on your pylon there when NTT is predicting the next stops are going to happen. That window opening soon, but you're going to want to push it as far as you can.
I'm going to disagree on the Pato Award one.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly accurate. Apologies for the mistake there, but he is just out front. Again, we talked about it earlier. Clean air is king here at Laguna, and it was such a good call from the number 7 crew. Brian Barnhart running strategy on that stand to pull Alex in, get him some clean air on those out laps, and those green flag pit cycles. The in and out laps are so crucial. And you mentioned it earlier, Townsend, watching a warm up. In and out laps is where Rossi was so strong, and that's definitely played a part in this advancement.
Dylan, Rossi worked so hard on it this morning, so disciplined, so aggressive, putting himself in race mode in practice to refine the art as Brian Barnhart, man, somebody give that guy an ice cream cone. Barnhart chilling right now with the ice water, very happy with his driver, and what a brilliant job they've done so far to get Rossi to the lead.
Yeah, both of these guys just cool, calm, and collected, always on the radio no matter what is going wrong. But I think this right here is an encouraging sign for Rossi, because I spoke with Brian earlier today, and he mentioned that one of their challenges this entire year has just been getting this red tire, this alternate tire, to kind of just do what they want it to do. It's a harder compound than it was last year, and frankly, it's thrown them for a loop. So for them to have this kind of pace, as we see a big crash.
51. Giotto off heavy. Is that turn 4? It is at the exit. Left rear destroyed, left front, right front. A massive shunt for the rookie from Italy.
We saw a few almost shunts there in practice, some big saves. Luckily the driver
Can I jump out or do I have to wait?
is okay, but let's see the replay here. Oh, he just got lost it early. Maybe even dropped a wheel on the entrance curb, but luckily the driver's okay.
So we are cautioned for the first time. Rossi's 5+ second lead goes away, and a restart is coming up at Laguna Seca. Back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, they are in the window for the second stop, Dylan.
Alexander Rossi, the race leader, in. They will take a set of breads on, put a set of used Firestone alternates on. Little hiccup leaving, and Rossi nearly stalls again. Herta goes around the outside of him.
There you go, a change for the lead. Colton Herta and the 26 crew getting ahead of the 7. It's a little bit of a holdup.
How you doing, baby? Good job, boys.
And there's Colton on the radio. Good job, boys, getting the work done in pit lane. And now those two, but Colton's on the primaries. He's on the blacks. That's going to still give the advantage to Rossi on this restart.
Why did he go primary? He started on primaries. He
sure
satisfied the requirement.
Not everyone
Confusion
pitted.
reigns.
Alex Palou stayed out. He takes over the lead as the AMR safety team continues the cleanup for Luca Giotto's crash at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Now's your chance to drive away with a new Corvette courtesy of Hy-Vee.
All season, you've had the opportunity to enter for a chance to win one of 3 Corvettes. They've only given 1 away, so 2 remain. Grab your mobile device and scan the QR code on your screen to enter. Under caution at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Henneberry, and Dylan Welch. We've had a second pit stop for some. The top 13, though, stayed out. Colton Herta, the first off pit lane, runs in 14th right now.
Let's take a look at Scott Dixon. Orange and blue PNC car. He just curb slams the bottom. He cases the bottom of his car, taking too much apex. Watch this. He's going to get too far to the left here.
A little bit of oversteer, locks the fronts, anti-stall, and then gets collected a little bit in the back by Scott McLaughlin trying to get around him. Look at that. So that's wing contact. That could have implications. Very easily could have damaged that wing on Burt McLaughlin now.
Or the geometry for the steering arm on Dixon.
Yeah, nothing McLaughlin could do there. Looks like he got away with it.
There's the front wing damage to the end fence for Scott Dixon.
So we've got 2 strategies in play right now. As mentioned, the top 13 did not stop. 14th on back have made a second stop. They are hoping to get it done on 1 more. The top group is still going to need 2 more pit stops. So Alex Palou, who's been in front, lost the lead by staying out later the first time, is in front again behind Pato O'Ward. Romain Grosjean, who's trying to win for IndyCar the first time since he was in GP2 13 years ago, is in play. Don't forget the restart line is different this year. It's after they get around the final corner. Palou with a great jump, and Grosjean is trying to take a peek at Pato O'Ward for second coming up the hill.
Going to be tough for Grosjean. He's on those blacks. He's got O'Ward in front on the reds. The grip is going to go to O'Ward, but Grosjean's trying to make it work on the outside. Townsend, I think he got it done.
Black tires versus red tires, and amazingly on a restart, Grosjean making those sticker blacks work as someone's off. Is that Siegel?
I think that was Nolan Siegel, yeah, the number 6.
Exited turn 2.
It's the NTT Data McLaren.
Wonder if he got help or...
He was one of the cars that had not pitted.
Full course yellow. I'll be sorry about that. Really sorry.
Debut for Nolan Siegel with Arrow McLaren, the 19-year-old just announced to finish the season. Next season and more with Arrow McLaren. What happens?
Listen here. Just spins up the rears, and then the right rear falls off the exit curb to the Monterey dirt. No traction out there.
So just like that, we are back to caution as the strategy continues to play out from WeatherTech Raceway. Set to come back to green at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Alex Palou in front with Romain Grosjean, so hungry for a win, in second. Pato O'Ward, David Malukas on his season debut in 4th, and Armstrong in 5th. Let's go again from Laguna Seca. Grosjean's got a little bit of a run.
Alex Palou got a little sideways exiting 11. Here comes Grosjean, but he's gonna take the conservative path in the brake zone.
Pietro Fittipaldi locking up there side by side with the 41 of Stingray Rob. Rob's got the grip advantage with those reds, but side to side hip check from Fittipaldi pushes him right off. Now Rossi going around in the orange and white McLaren.
I don't think that Pietro Fittipaldi grew up playing ice hockey in Brazil as Palou opens up a big gap on Grosjean.
Rossi in the background trying to make a move on Colton Herta into 4. Didn't make it stick, but you see the gap already that Palou has opened up over Grosjean. He's comfortable out front, and he's going to want to extend this lead. Grosjean, Canapino off.
That was Kiffin Simpson just behind the Argentinian driver, Canapino. Rossi gets through.
All locked up. I think that's Kyle Kirkwood trying to get around Stingray Rob. He makes that happen. Those drivers that pitted trying to cut through this traffic of the cars that didn't. Herta up to P10, Rossi P12. They are essentially effectively the leaders on that main strategy.
And that second yellow really helped drivers like Herta as Scott McLaughlin goes forward. That yellow extended the fuel range. It probably means that Colton Herta can make it on one more stop to the end.
It's going to take some saving likely, but a lot more manageable. It was a short yellow, that one for Nolan Siegel. The Stingray Rob tries to fight back on Scott McLaughlin. Now Dixon in that orange and blue PNC Bank machine trying to line up the AJ Foy Racing driver.
And we're keeping an eye on McLaughlin and Dixon to see if the contact that they had getting into the pit lane has any impact on them. The Verizon on board with Will Power. He went through the dirt in the opening lap, right now running in 19th. He is one of those that just made a stop and could probably get home on one more. So up front for Alex Palou and the others behind him, they need 2 more stops. Does he just need to run away from everybody and hope to create a gap?
It's all about pace right now, but he's on that harder Firestone black tire. His last lap, a 1:11.7. That's not going to get it done, but you got to watch the gap to Herta right now at 8.6 seconds.
That was the first lap of a restart. Cold tires, crucially, it was 1.3 seconds quicker than Grosjean and 2 seconds quicker than this man Colton Herta mired in traffic. So Palou across the line, a 1:10.2, fastest car on track at the moment. Already opened up 2 seconds almost to Grosjean.
The game bridge on board shows us, Townsend, the leader on this strategy that has stopped. Would we call this the A strategy?
But let's take a look at that graphic. It breaks down into 2. They're labeled in reverse order. So for strategy A, that's Alex Palou, Grosjean, and O'Ward, the drivers that stayed out during yellow. Strategy B is this guy, Colton Herta, leading in 10th, along with Rossi and Kirkwood. We think that Palou is going to have to make 2 more pit stops, barring a ton of yellow. So what Alex Palou, Grosjean need to do is try to put about 23, 24 seconds on the car of Colton Herta to be able to make their second stop and still come out in the lead.
So do we think B, the way it's labeled here, is the preferred strategy?
At the moment, it certainly looks that way. I mean, you see the strategies there, powered by NTT. We've got a bit of a race on our hands, certainly. But I'd rather be on the B strategy right now.
Well, but if that yellow wasn't long enough and Herta's got to stretch a little bit of fuel, you don't want to be in a position where you've got to limp your way to the finish. You want to be able to race your way to the finish. NTT giving us that information as Alex Palou continues to circulate and tries to open up that gap, which sits at 10.8 seconds right now over Colton Herta.
Back there in 4th, David Malukas has not raced since here at the end of the season last year. And it's a long story as to why he's where he's at. He was supposed to be with Arrow McLaren, now debuting with Meyershank Racing, but with a wrist that's only 80% useful.
That's the most important story, is what is he feeling physically in the cockpit. We're at about half distance right now, James. You saw the size and the scope of the carbon brace pre-race that Malukas has to wear. And you know the physicality of Laguna Seca is punishing. It is 125 degrees track temperature, probably 110 inside the cockpit. Can he hang on for another 50 laps?
Here's the thing, we're not even at the halfway point yet. And look, you're battling an injured hand, a recovering wrist. That's one thing. But the other thing is just being race fit. You can get into a gym, you can work out all you want, but if you haven't been putting in the reps, putting in the laps behind the wheel, there's certain muscles you can't work out in a gym, and the physicality of a full race distance is definitely going to catch them off guard.
But Georgia, adrenaline is a powerful drug. It can take you through a lot of adversity.
Right about that. And we've been monitoring David Malukas' wrist all weekend long, and he's been trying everything in the book to get it ready for this race. They were not sure if they were going to wear the brace actually throughout the race because it doesn't allow him to have as much mobility. But 95 laps is the longest stint that he's done since this track last year. So a lot going on in the cockpit for David Malukas. His teammate Felix Rosenquist said this was the most physical race that they run all year long. But like you said, I'm sure adrenaline plays a factor where David Malukas runs 4th down. Dylan?
So Pato O'Ward is diving into the pits right there. He's kind of on a strategy island here, pitted on lap 20, so they needed to come in here and top him off with fuel as well. Again, been just sort of a quiet weekend for Pato. He's been in the mix, but just missing a little bit here. They'll change 4 tires and add shell fuel to the 5.
So what's he hoping for at this point to salvage something? That it stays green and those that stops on the last caution cannot make it?
He's going to hope for some clean air here as he comes out. There you see Jack Harvey going by. So I think O'Ward will get that clean air. He's got the used reds here to try to make some pace happen, and then you'll be hoping for some chaos, James. That's what you really need, is the field to go back under yellow, get stacked up, and try to make some moves. But right now, it's go fast time.
By the way, we should mention that his teammate, Nolan Siegel, did continue on. He's still on the lead lap, so there was no contact, but that was the cause of the most recent caution. Let's see who's been able to move forward since the start of this race with the Euroforma on board. New partner for Pietro Fittipaldi as we look at today's biggest movers, brought to you by Firestone. He is plus 17 on the day. Kiffin Simpson has moved up 13 spots. And Santino Ferrucci, now running 5th, is up a dozen positions from where he started. That's all a little bit out of sorts right now as Fittipaldi hits the pit lane. So most in the top 10 still need to make this stop and one more.
Pato O'Ward started a bit of a trend here. See David Malukas into the pit lane as well.
Sticker reds for Fittipaldi. That's going to feel great for Pietro. The first few laps there, you see Pato O'Ward going by on track. Kiffin Simpson comes out behind Fittipaldi. And I continue to watch that gap. Palou to Colton Herta, now 15.5 seconds. Guys, Alex Palou doing what he needs to get the gap he needs for that extra pit stop.
So fastest man on track once again, 109.3 on that last tour for Palou, as we see Pietro having a little bit of an off on those cold tires.
Newgarden got a drive-through for that exact issue earlier, so that could be a deal killer for the 30 here if race control deems that he did not trip the transponder at pit exit.
So just saying a 109.3 for Palou is a 110.8 for Herta.
So let's see where Pietro Fittipaldi sits. Does he get the car back before the transponder? It doesn't look like he will, James. He just passed the line, and we just heard from race control. This is such a crucial hit for Pietro Fittipaldi. He will have to come through pit lane again for a drive-through.
It's so tough. The teams and drivers, they put so much emphasis on those in and out laps. So important. You're told to push those out laps, that pit out blend line, but if
we got to do a drive-through here.
You overdo it, that's the penalty. And here comes the 30 to serve it.
So he'll come to pit lane. And speaking of lap times, let's take a look at the comparison of the last 3 laps of this guy, Colton Herta, to Alex Palou. Palou's got to open up that gap, and job done, Kevin. Over a second a lap faster than Colton Herta.
It's a second and a half the last 2. It's pretty substantial.
That gap now at 17.2 seconds, James.
Thanks to NTT for that lap count back with the lap times. It's just showing how this is slowly going into the hands of Alex Palou.
So we're really looking for the gap, or at least Palou and Chip Ganassi Racing is looking for that gap to be up to about a half a minute, and it's continuing to stretch. Right now it's 18 seconds approximately. That's about the time lost on pit lane, 32 seconds.
So he pit on lap 26. I don't think he's got enough fuel in it to get the gap that he needs. He's got the pace right now, but he's gonna have to come pit for fuel before he has enough laps to open up that kind of gap. Linus Lundqvist making a move on the inside of his teammate Marcus Armstrong down there in turn 11.
Good job, he's only got 53 seconds remain.
And Dylan Palou is doing what he can, but I'm not sure he's got the fuel to open the gap he needs.
Yeah, and there's been a little movement down here as they start to get ready, but I'll kind of be interested too. They're going to go to the sticker reds on this next stop, so they're going to have some time to make up, which makes sense. That's why you'd go to those sticker reds, but I'll be curious how long or how much this gap continues to grow, and then when the decision is made to come down and put those sticker reds on, what kind of damage they can do with those on. So it'll be interesting to watch Palou here over the final half of this race.
Yeah, Dylan, I think they'll wait. Barry Wanzer has guided Alex Palou and the 10 team to so many great wins. He looks very calm. They're clearly talking it through, looking at fuel remaining, but they have the pace right now. So they will use every last drop of fuel here to open that gap before they decide to come to pit lane, knowing also that they have that sticker red advantage. We question the call from Barry Wanzer to stay on blacks. Alex Palou absolutely proven that it was the right decision based on what he's able to do lap time wise.
Well, Hinch, as if you have said, it's different for every team as we see Pato O'Ward moving past the Invest Honda of Jack Harvey here. Some are better on reds, some are better on blacks.
And look, at the end of the day, Palou doesn't actually know how good he is on reds yet. He hasn't used them. He's going to throw a sticker set on in this next set, and they might surprise themselves. They might actually find that the car is great on the Reds and be kicking themselves for not using them sooner.
Let's listen to the Good Ranchers Chevrolet communication on the tire options.
That's awesome lap time for what we're doing here. Awesome lap time. We will have to do the sticker reds. Understand what you're saying on the black, so. Oh, yeah, forgot about that. I think you love the sticker reds. Well, I'm going to have to.
I'm going to have to.
That's the right attitude. It's not really a choice at this point, and you want to satisfy that tire requirement before the last stop, just in case you find yourself in a difficult position like we saw with Pato O'Ward last year. He had to make an extra stop because they hadn't done it yet.
McLaughlin is where he started in 7th right now. He is one of those that can go a little bit further.
Yeah, he's
Palou and Grosjean and Newgarden are all going to need to stop before Herta, Rossi, and the rest.
Yeah, Herta, Rossi, Kirkwood, McLaughlin, all on a similar strategy, as I think Will Power got wide in turn 4. So now you're in the 20-second gap. Alex Palou is over Colton Herta. Kevin, I think it's more like 23, 24 seconds they need to find to still come out ahead. But we'll see. It's a short pit lane in Laguna Seca. You think about how tight that little turn is to get to pit lane, and then you're off the button.
A little bit more clean air for Colton Herta now that some of these other cars have pitted. I'm curious to see what this lap time is. He's coming out of the final corner now, just a little bit ahead of Will Power, who we're riding on board with. That's going to tell us what Herta can do in clean air.
How hard is Palou pushing? Look at push to pass remaining. He's burned a lot of time trying to make pace on this stint right now. Colton Herta in really good shape. 102 seconds remaining. Palou just 69.
That gap to Herta, 20 seconds now. 21 to Rossi, 24 to Kirkwood, and 25 to McLaughlin. That's roughly where he's going to be coming out, somewhere in that battle.
You guys have a number for me? 88.1. 88.1.
It's a fuel number that they want Colton Herta to achieve to be able to make it on one more stop. He'll finish this lap and still have 40 to go to the finish.
Get home lap is about when?
I think you're looking at about lap 68, something like that.
Could maybe push it a little bit more, like 66-ish, but that would involve some fuel save. Romain Grosjean is one of those that needed 2 more stops. No way, Georgia, he can get home from here.
Grosjean is in. They went to Firestone blacks to Firestone red tires, filled it up with that Shell Racing fuel, and he had a plan all along. He felt like he had a rocket ship. That's why he was so frustrated in qualifying, but he's going to be cautious. He's going to be smart this race. The plan seems to be working. Dylan.
There's Josef Newgarden. He's one of the cars on that strategy A. They put sticker red tires on, filled him up with Shell fuel as well. Expect Alex Palou in this lap.
So Palou will need this next stop and another, and he's 21.7 seconds in front of Colton Herta.
That was Barry Wanzer's voice saying pit, pit, pit. So the 10 of Alex Palou, your leader on that strategy, your leader on the racetrack, will be coming in this time, and where he blends out is so crucial. He'll be burning even more push to pass on this in-lap Townsend because it has to be as quick as possible.
His last timed lap was about 1 second quicker than Colton Herta. The DHL team awaits on pit lane. They'll have a clean in and a clean out. Dylan.
And they had that gap to Colton Herta at just under 22 seconds when he peeled off onto pit road. So we'll watch the blend. Just need a smooth stop here. First stint of the day on those sticker red tires for Palou. Front wing change to counter that. Shell fuel. He's down and away, and here comes Herta.
So Colton Herta should get in front, but how close will Palou be? There's Herta. There's Rossi.
And Palou's got to be so careful right here not to lock up and slide off into the dirt like what we saw from Newgarden and Fittipaldi. Palou cleanly blends just in front of Kirkwood, but Kyle Kirkwood on hot tires. This will be a great ride right here.
Kyle Kirkwood on hot tires. And push to pass, no doubt, coming out of turn 4, trying to line something up for 5. But he's got to be so careful because the cars around Palou, oh, he can't do it. He's got to save so much fuel right now, and that's where the advantage can swing back in Palou's favor.
And isn't it remarkable how quickly the sticker reds come in? Oh, I say that, and Palou just got all kinds of squirrely opportunity for Kirkwood in the corkscrew.
He can't take advantage of it. He couldn't hit the button. He had to lift at the end of the straightaway. There's a big number that's having to be hit by the drivers that pit. Colton Herta, Alex Rossi, Kyle Kirkwood. But Palou, he can run full fuel with a set of sticker reds. Now, he said this is his less preferred set of tires, but we'll see what kind of pace he's really got once these things get fired up.
So it's still very much in question. Palou, no fuel save. Others are going to have to save to get home here at Laguna Seca. You're watching NBC Sports coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Europharma, a global pharmaceutical company promoting access to health and quality of life. Hy-Vee, this racing season, help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. And by Firestone tires for redefining the limits. We're getting close to 2/3 of the way complete from the coastline of Central California. It is beautiful, and the racing has been very interesting today with a couple of strategies in play. Colton Herta is in front right now on Alexander Rossi and Alex Palou. Just a moment ago, we saw a pass that could have championship implications. Two of the contenders, Will Power, got by Scott Dixon.
It's not an easy corner to make a pass on. The brake zone is, it's not level. It starts uphill, it flattens out at the top. The car gets light and squirrely, but it was just very committed, very decisive from Power.
That is just abusive, though, of Scott Dixon's professionalism from Will Power. It's a full send, full commitment, knowing that you're dealing with one of the most heads-up driver in the field. I mean, he leaves Scott Dixon with no choice, Kevin, but to, avoid the contact and open the door up. Otherwise, they're both likely to be out of this race.
That's why Scott Dixon has won 6 championships, that he finishes races, generally speaking.
And Will Power knows that better than anyone.
Well, they have fought for championships before. Power in play for a 3rd this season. Dixon trying to tie A.J. Foyt with his 7th. They both came into the day very much in play. Power was the championship leader by 5 on Alex Palou. Dixon was 3rd, only 11 back. Dylan.
We see Alex Palou. He has gone to the whip and has already tracked down Alexander Rossi for 2nd. Here's their game plan for the final 35 laps of this race.
That's Herta, Rossi in front of you. They've been out for 20 laps.
How many laps do we need on these tires?
We're going to do a full stint on this set, a full stint. We both have to pit one more time.
And they've kind of been brought back onto the same strategy as these other cars. So they'll run a full stint here, like they said. They've only got scuffs left. They don't like the used red, so that's kind of off the table for Palou with his last stop. But they can and will push here, try to drive by these cars that are saving fuel like Rossi and Herta, and then just build the gap from there, try to give themselves as much of a buffer as they can when they make their final stop to just try and hold on to the track position that they've got. So it's looking good for the 10. They may have pulled another one out here if they can just keep it together.
Yeah, if I'm Alex Palou, I want to know that these guys are saving fuel as much as they are. He said, Barry said both still have 1 stop, fine, but the number 7 and the number 26 in front of them, they've got to really protect that fuel number in order to make it to that final stop window. I want that bit between my teeth as a driver to know, yeah, you can go after these guys. They can't defend, and he's got to run here up the hill, Townsend.
Oh, but will Rossi give him the space? He will. Palou charging up the inside, and now Alex Palou can keep that head down and go after Colton Herta.
Nothing out back. 4 seconds to Kyle Kirkwood behind Alex Rossi.
Here's what I'm going to be fascinated with is when do they pit Palou for their final stop? Do they wait till he's low on fuel, or do they pit on the earlier side and protect against the yellow coming out? If they pit on the earlier side, maybe they try to take fuel only. Meanwhile, for the 14 car of Santino Ferrucci, he has to give up 6 positions as demanded by race control for blocking. Let's see what happened. Headed to turn 6, Christian Rasmussen pops out. Ferrucci reacts, driving Rasmussen over, and race control deemed that a reactive move.
So the pass started in turn 5. You see the 20 clearly pull out.
Yep, that's a good call.
Pretty cut and dry. The move for the rule for blocking is you cannot move in reaction to the car behind you. And even though he didn't push the 20 off the track, it did stop him from executing the pass.
So about 5 more laps, Kevin, before the window opens up for that final stop. Now you could see somebody further back gamble and try to pit early and get lucky on a yellow, but up front I think it'll be probably lap 68, give you 27 laps to the finish, maybe even lap 69. The question is, when does Palou come to pit lane?
One more stop also. Correct. Should I defend at all? Just keep hitting the number. We don't think we've got fuel to defend when he gets to you.
So, at one point, I think others thought that the strategy of those that pitted under the caution on 37 with Colton Herta might be the winning play, but it is clearly not at this point because Alex Palou is right there.
Hardest thing as a racing driver, you know you've got to hit the fuel number. You also know if you let this guy by, it could be the race at that point. So brutal for Colton Herta to try to make the fuel magic work and drive as wide as possible and defend with less gas available and not the ability to burn push to pass.
You can defend with line, you just cannot defend with the button. With that push to pass, that extra 50 horsepower, it just drinks this shell fuel and really, really sacrifices that number. So it's only a handful more laps that Colton Herta's got to hang on, hitting that fuel target, but it is a crucial set of laps for the Gamebridge Honda.
Now, meanwhile, Alex Palou knows that he only needs to wait for a high percentage opportunity. Even if it doesn't come, he can make it work on the in lap, the out laps. He's got lots of time. He doesn't need to force anything.
He really doesn't. They'll peel off in front of him. He'll have as many clear laps as he wants to try to make the overcut work, but he's got a great run. He's going inside here at the corkscrew, and it's not even a contest. Herta having to back off and a pass for the lead at the top of the hill.
And famously, you'll remember a Chip Ganassi driver passing a Herta going into the corkscrew. This one a lot less dramatic than back when Alex Zanardi did it in 1996 on Father Brian.
Too soon. Too soon.
Too soon for some, certainly.
Still stings.
30 laps to go. Colton's going to have a chance if a yellow comes out and he gets a restart. I'm just fascinated to know what happens to Palou on tires. That's the big one. That's where it could potentially fall back into the favor of Colton Herta. What does Palou do? Does he take fuel only and try to stretch 40 laps on red tires? We'll find out.
Since you brought it up, those that maybe weren't around 30-some years ago need to go back and look at one of the most famous overtakes in motorsport, which would not be legal now. That would be ruled.
Would it?
No. I believe I've heard that in the last few years. Would they still allow that?
That would not be allowed. Frankly, unpopular.
It would not be
opinion.
allowed. Yeah.
It should have been allowed back in the 90s either. Brian Herta driving the car in front. This man's father, still a 2-time winner at the racetrack, as his son is, trying to make it free, but it's not looking as rosy for the 26 as it was 20 laps ago.
Well, and he's got pressure now from Rossi, who seems to be making the fuel and making the pace. The driver of the number 7 Aero McLaren car is pressing. Lap 65, it'll be 66 at the line for Palou. So maybe in a couple of laps, we'll see final pit stops.
Just looking at the pylon there, you got to give credit to Christian Lundgaard coming back. He's P11 right now after having that issue, having to get the sign off of his front wing. It's almost like you're talking about all that aerodynamic work they do on these cars. Bit of a boondoggle, not needed, because that car was running fine with a sign on the front.
The Aero on board with Pato Award. He has moved back up to 12th position. Let's see how he got there, chasing down Marcus Ericsson, who goes a little bit wide in the Delaware Life Honda.
Not a lot wide there. All 4 tires onto the dirt. There's no way to lay down 750 horsepower when you're out there as Award breezes by. Left front lockup is what led to the wide radius for Marcus Ericsson.
Second time we've seen the 28 off the racetrack through the dirt, hanging on to it as best he can, 13th right now. Rookie Nolan Siegel, as we said, managed to maintain a spot on the lead lap. The NTT on board showing the progress here from the young Californian.
So lap 67, Dylan Welch, I just wonder what's the communication like on final stops, and just as I say that, we see one. Kyle Kirkwood, first to dive.
Yeah, he's the very first one in to make their last stop. You see Scott Dixon back there as well, so they're not afraid to do something different. Kirkwood's going to go to sticker black tires for the end here. The undercut worked earlier. They'll get this 27 full of fuel, race him back out as well.
Look at the gap that Palou's already opened up over Colton Herta. 5 seconds. He was a second and a half faster than Herta on that last lap. But now that one of the leaders is pit, everyone else is exposed. You saw Scott Dixon as well exiting the pit lane behind Kirkwood. If a yellow comes out now, the leaders will have to pit. Those guys will cycle up to the front. So how much of a risk, Townsend, do you want to take?
You don't need to. If you're Alex Palou, you come this lap or the next lap after, you take tires, you just get it done.
The problem is, where does he come out on track? He probably comes out around Marcus Ericsson in 11th as we see the Gamebridge Honda taking to pit lane.
Palou's got to come the next lap.
He doesn't got to do anything.
If he wants to cover. If you want to buy insurance, it's free right now. It's special.
Now that these guys have all made it to pit lane, I agree with you. Dylan, go ahead.
And there was some discussion on the 26 of Colton Herta. Used reds or new blacks. They opted for new blacks as well, trying to get a look at what Rossi went with. Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, everybody in here trying to make their final stop, and we'll see what Palou does.
Tough exit for Alex Rossi. He had to drive around the number 3, lost a little bit of time compared to Colton Herta getting out of pit lane. Bunch of cars now have taken to the pits. Kyle Kirkwood really starting the trend there. And now these all critical out laps as Palou continues to lay down fastest lap after fastest lap, 0.8 of a second over the next fastest car on track last time around.
And Herta is in traffic, so he is not going to have quick out laps. Alex Palou has clean track right now.
He stays out, James, taking a risk. I was selling free insurance, commission free. Not a taker. He's going to send it. So anything that happens shunt-wise on the track right now, advantage Colton Herta.
We ride on board, this Gamebridge on board of Colton Herta, trying to get up to speed there with these sticker primaries. Take a look at some Firestone telemetry to see how much he's having to just tickle the throttle out of these corners, getting the power down. But you heard Barry Wanzer say to Alex Palou, we're running a full stint on these tires. I agree with you. There's no need to do it at this point.
Well, guys, here's the issue. They've only got used tires left. They don't have any stickers, so is that part of the reason? They've got used blacks laid out or used lined up against the wall, so maybe that's part of it.
Well, he's got traffic right now, too, so he's got to be careful if he tries to get by, or careful to just not lose too much time. But Dylan, I think the Reds are probably good enough today to just kind of hang on and take fuel only.
Oh, that's a whole different type of risk. But Dylan, I think that's a great call. Excellent find on that, because
he doesn't come in though, James.
I don't think he's gonna. For that reason, the tires alone, the fact that he doesn't have any sticker sets, he doesn't want to have to take 27 laps, on a set of used primaries.
So risky right now.
Pick this lap,
and Barry Wanzer finally says enough is enough, so he will need just 9 more corners in the danger zone before he gets to pit lane.
Well, this is huge that he got by Christian Rasmussen, or he would have lost even more time on a 2-mile-plus trip around the racetrack. Rasmussen was trying to stay on the lead lap. Now he is a lap down.
Even just being behind him that previous lap, he was 3 seconds slower than his previous lap was Alex Palou. So just in that one tour behind the 20, he lost a significant amount of time.
So what do you take for tires? I'd say the least used black set at this point is the safe play.
Absolutely, and he's still going to come out based on the time a solid 8 seconds ahead of Colton Herta and be able to cruise it from there.
Hustling through turn 9.
Yeah, cruise is a relative term when I say that.
Someone went off in front of Alex Palou. Georgia, the driver of the 10, makes his final visit to pit lane. What's he putting on?
Well, the driver of the 10 passes me down to Dylan on pit lane, but another driver coming in is the 77 of Romain Grosjean. I just talked to strategist Dave O'Neill. He said they put themselves in a reasonable position, so the Reds come off, the Firestone black tires come on, and they're going to run this to the end.
It's used blacks for Palou. Barry Wanzer said at the start of the day, used reds are not an option for us. That was their only option, so used blacks it is.
Oh, and Palou just barely got in ahead of what might be a caution, but he's already safe. He's exiting pit lane.
Where's Colton Herta relative to Roman Grosjean? Because Grosjean just made his final stop as Stingray Rob continues.
Crucially kept the car running, kept the green flag out. No need for a safety car.
So Newgarden still leads, but will have to make another stop. Alex Palou safely ahead of Colton Herta, but Colton Herta heading to turn 5, and Grosjean is just behind him. Grosjean will have a lot more fuel, though, to make it to the end.
3 laps later was the pit stop from Grosjean, and he is running.
Here comes Rossi, though, on Grosjean, side by side in the corkscrew.
No love lost between these two, and they were teammates at Andretti Global, and a great move on the outside from Rossi.
Cold tires for Grosjean. In another lap, he'll have those up to temperature and ready to charge.
And that might be a pass for the final spot on the podium. The effective leaders, Alex Palou, Colton Herta, Alexander Rossi, and then maybe Romain Grosjean. Stay with us for the finish coming up. Race fans, you still have a chance to drive away with a new Corvette courtesy of Hy-Vee. All season, enter for a chance to win one of 3 Corvettes. Grab your mobile device and scan the QR code on your screen to enter. They've given away 1, 2 more remain. Thanks for joining us today at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Kevin Lee in for Lee Diffie. He'll be back with us in 2 weeks at Mid-Ohio. You can see him tonight on NBC again at the U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials in Eugene, Oregon. That was fun to watch last night. James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell with us as well. And Christian Lundgaard with a little hip check. And that is going to send Marcus, was that Marcus Armstrong in the wall?
He just pulled out in front of a car at huge speed. That could have been disastrous.
He said he sent me.
Luckily, I did. Luckily, no contact there, but clearly the engine is dead. A caution is going to come out, and this helps Herta and Rossi tremendously.
And puts Alex Palou on used tires into the clutches.
Rossi on the alternates, Herta on the primaries. We haven't gone yellow yet. I'm not sure if that engine's still running. They're waiting for maybe to see if he can get it going, or they're letting people like Josef Newgarden get into the pit lane.
Yeah, he's in a pretty vulnerable position.
He's offline. He's pretty visible, but it looks like they're just allowing the few cars that hadn't pit yet to dive to pit lane.
Yeah, but offline at the exit of like 140-mile-an-hour corner.
Yeah, if someone gets it wrong there, it could go really wrong. But again, it's a yellow flag's out in the corner, so everybody should be approaching it with the appropriate amount of caution.
Yeah, right.
Dylan.
And Josef Newgarden didn't get in. There's the full course yellow, so he'll be safe to complete this service. Red tires coming off, sticker set of primary tires going on. Final stop of the day here for Newgarden with that front wing change as well.
Remember, he had an early drive-through. He was also one of those that could not make the corner turn at pit exit. So he's been playing catch-up all the way back. So let's go back and see what happened to Marcus Armstrong with Christian Lundgaard coming through.
Lundgaard gets into the inside there. Armstrong, I thought, was in the fence here, but then looped it back across. I don't know who that was.
Can't see who it was, but they had a heart and throat moment. Fresh out of the pits. Cold tires for Armstrong. Lundgaard trying to make it work here into 4. You don't break into turn 4. You barely lift, so it's hard to make a lunge work.
Left side, left side.
He got loose.
Left side, clear.
I don't think they touched, did they?
I think they might have.
Left front to the floor, maybe?
Yeah.
Either way, Armstrong's, fresh out of the pits.
Yeah,
they probably
there's touch. So there'll likely be a penalty coming for Christian Lundgaard. Loss of control of his car leads to contact that fires the 11 off.
I don't know about that one.
I'm just going based on how the rule is written and has been interpreted in the past. I'm with you. That one's on the line, but I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Yeah, at that angle right there, you can see Lundgaard clearly loses it. And who
is that,
was
Rahal?
this? Oh, that was Graham Rahal in the 15, almost T-boning Armstrong.
That would have been a monumental shunt. Oh, that is a 130-mile-an-hour corner. Maybe he got on the brakes, could have shed a couple of those off, but so lucky for both those drivers that it didn't end in contact.
So Alex Palou had a pretty comfortable gap on Colton Herta, Alexander Rossi, and others. Now that has gone away. Also, the fuel save needed for Colton Herta and some others, Alexander Rossi also in that category, likely has gone away.
It's gotten better. I don't think it's necessarily gone away. They were having to hit a decent size number. Certainly they're going to be able to have a little bit of freedom to maybe use some push to pass in offense, in defense, but Palou is still very much in the best seat in the house.
Just depends on how long this yellow is.
I'm sorry, is Josef Newgarden now just second on merit because he didn't have to do an L-lap? Josef Newgarden benefiting immensely from the yellow being held until he made it into the pits, but doesn't lose all the time that you normally would in a regular pit cycle by not having to do an L-lap at speed. You hear Tim Cindric saying you're good to go. That is a shocking development.
He was going to cycle out to what? Somewhere around...
Not second.
10th?
Kev, not second.
I'd need to look into that again, but yeah, that's the safest way to put it.
That's a
not second.
That's going to be something that a lot of teams are upset about.
And how good are Newgarden's tires? Let's hear from the driver that might have been disadvantaged in this situation. Dylan?
Yeah, Palou had a question to Barry Wanzer on the radio. Take a listen.
Pace car's coming out now. Slow down. The pace car's going to pick you up. Did they really waited for the 2 car? Yes, they handled it like they normally do by waiting for everyone for an opportunity to pit.
So Barry kind of diffused it there, Barry Wanzer, the strategist, but there are several other teams on the radio now that this has played out the way it's played out who are none too pleased.
We weren't even looking at the gap that Josef Newgarden had over the rest of the field because, again, you were not expecting him to be able to come out in anywhere near as advantageous a position.
But Barry Wanzer is correct.
He is
correct.
That
is the way they normally do it if a car is not in harm's way. That's where it's a little debatable for me. The exit of turn 4 offline, very much, to me, a sketchy place for Marcus Armstrong to be sitting if anybody loses it like he just did in that corner. Now, you have a local yellow. To your point, you're not supposed to be pushing, but that's a lot to ask from IndyCar drivers in the closing laps of the race. Nonetheless, it is the way they've normally called it. So in all fairness, a car's not in the wall. That's the differentiator.
Contact is one of the big issues. No contact with the wall. You could maybe argue there was contact between Lundgaard and Armstrong that started the incident. But again, that's up to race control's discretion to a certain extent. But for the most part, that is fairly consistent with what we've seen. I just didn't see that coming.
You can understand Palou's frustration. How about this guy hanging on, 18 laps to go. What must he be feeling in the cockpit in these conditions? He runs P10, David Malukas. Despite all the indicators saying it's going to be really hard for him to even make it to the end without having to wave the white flag and just pit early from the physical demands. But I said it earlier, adrenaline can take you amazing places.
And he's fine on fuel. He actually pitted later than everyone ahead of him other than Josef Newgarden, who just stopped. So Malukas is in great shape.
How about
he was one of those that just came in a moment ago.
How about push to pass? Remember all the push to pass that Palou had to use to open up the gap earlier? Well, now the penalty sets in, just 22 seconds. And now if Colton Herta has the gas, he's got 84 seconds to burn with extra power.
So we've had a few storylines here today. At the start, Kyle Kirkwood took the lead around the outside on Alex Palou. And then for a while, it looked like strategy had maybe put Colton Herta in front. Strategy going long, got Palou back in charge, and now he leads. But this last caution, it is a straight-up fight to the finish. Palou, Newgarden in play, unexpected. Herta, Rossi, Grosjean looking to win. Time to go again from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
James Herta got all kinds of sideways out of turn 11. Does Rossi take advantage? Here comes Rossi to the outside. He'll have a look, and now he's going to press.
He's going for it. It's not going to work. Smart to back out of it. Now he's got to go defensive against Grosjean into 3, but Rossi on those reds, they're going to be a little bit better for the first couple corners. Herta again sliding out of turn 3, punishing the rear Firestones on that 26.
Kirkwood back there in that pink and white Auto Nation car might have to save a little bit, as well as Scott McLaughlin is coming through, and that's on his teammate, and he's around. Contact with Power, and Grosjean has to right the way, or make that McLaughlin has to right the way after the contact.
Crucially kept it running and going up the hill. Self-penalizing there, that move for Scott McLaughlin.
Look at the blocking, the swerving as they go into the corkscrew. There's no way that's going to work.
Full air, full send for Christian Lundgaard.
Christian Lundgaard cleared a triple off-road there. That was huge air going downhill. The car's still in one piece, as Rasmussen also off at the exit of turn 9. Boy, Christian Lundgaard has had one heck of a day off-roading at Laguna.
So the 3 Penske cars were back in the top 7 before that contact. Now only one remains. It's Josef Newgarden running in second.
Lundgaard's had to go to the pits, as is McLaughlin. Let's take a look back at how this started. There's the red and white car, middle of your screen, going inside the red, white, and black car into turn 5. That's a tough one. He gets some rear locking, goes sideways into Power.
Then tries to gas it up to keep the position and loses it. How will race control see this move?
He's sort of self-penalizing. I mean, he came out the worst for it. There's no doubt about it. I'm not sure, you know, Power was able to keep going. Had he stuck that landing on that one, I think it would have been okay based on what we've seen as far as penalty calls for wheel-to-wheel action so far this season.
I'm not sure Will Power would see it the same way. Either way, both cars continue as Josef Newgarden.
What happened to Newgarden?
Is back in 5th.
So he also spun while we were focusing on that replay. We saw it in the side-by-side. He went wide and went off. So Newgarden, some would say, was gifted an opportunity to still be in contention, came on the restart in second. Now he's back in 5th, so Herta is back in play. Does he have any opportunity to catch up to Alex Palou?
I think Palou still has the fuel advantage over the 2 behind him. The real battle here is for 2nd and 3rd and 4th. That final spot on the podium, Grosjean's going to be in the fight for it. Let's take a look at this melee at the top of the corkscrew. Christian Lundgaard was penalized for this move.
I mean, when you leave the track with a little kicker and then it's a downhill drop, it's like a alpine ski downhill jump. You go for way more distance, but Lundgaard made it work.
We saw the same move in the Indy next race. Reese Gold doing a little trip through the gravel. His car terminally damaged after rejoining the track, well, after landing.
I was so focused on the McLaughlin Power replay that I really didn't get to see what happened there with Newgarden. Let's take a look again. Oh, turn 6, he had the big old tank slapper at the apex and gets wide.
So we had the drive-through for Lundgaard and also avoidable contact on Scott McLaughlin, the 3 with the contact with his teammate Will Power. So I believe McLaughlin also has a drive-through coming.
It's like McLaughlin's got trouble too.
McLaughlin did it. He did his drive-through, and this is him on his out lap.
Does he have damage to his race car that
they were
just
reporting
revealing? Oh yeah,
that
look
was
at
what they were saying was maybe bent or broken on the 3. You can see the wheels turned way down to the right there.
Yeah, if you look at the steering as he comes up the hill here and gets straight, that right hand is well down. Yeah, he's just trying to limp home at this point, James.
Yeah, that's a tough one to hang on to around this place. There's still 13 laps to go.
And a huge blow in the championship points. As they run right now, McLaughlin would lose 4 spots and fall to 9th after doing such a great job clawing back from the penalty that started the season at St. Pete. As Dixon now really starting to crawl all over the back of Kyle Kirkwood.
Power lost a few spots there in that contact.
Oh,
with McLaughlin, that hurts him. And
Jack Harvey.
Yeah, Jack Harvey is going to have to pull off.
Right side headers blowing smoke. That's right at pit exit. Pit out. Look at that. Marbles.
And we've gone caution. Stay with us. Another restart is coming up from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Under caution number 4 at the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. This for mechanical issue for Jack Harvey. Under yellow, Alex Palou leads Colton Herta and Alexander Rossi. Quick update on pit lane with Georgia Hinneberry.
Yeah, Romain Grosjean been calm, cool, and collected on the radio. They've been telling him routine information. The only thing that stands out, he says, I cannot get these black tires to work. Dylan Welch.
And Colton Herta in second. They have been saving fuel. This is the conversation between he and Rob Edwards.
Fuel 86, big 5.
4%? How does that add up? We were just doing 86 before yellow.
We wanted you to get Newgarden. We were giving you something to play with. We'll talk about it later. Focus forward.
And so unfortunately, even with this yellow, they are still going to have to be in fuel save when we go back green here. So Palou in a good spot. Herta just going to try to hold off the other cars behind him if he can.
What a story we have right here. We have Alex Palou looking to take command in the championship, which would be 3 and 4 years, and behind him drivers that are desperate for a win. It's been over 2 years for Colton Herta. Alexander Rossi the same, and won in the last 5 years. Romain Grosjean has not won since he was in junior formulas on the way to Formula One. All are in play here today, getting set to go green with just over 10 remaining. Palou around the final corner. Herta chasing him. He's got to run. Herta going into the Andretti hairpin. Can he go around the outside?
It's the sketchy way to do it, but it doesn't mean he's not going to try. Palou later on the brakes covers it off. You heard the frustration in the voice of Herta on the fuel number that he had to make. Now you see Rossi going on the inside of 3.
Rossi having a look, and Romain Grosjean there for Juncos Hollinger quietly stalking. What does Grosjean have for Alexander Rossi as they exit 4 and make the run to turn 5? Push to pass, looking good for Grosjean. He has 29 seconds left.
Josef Newgarden is not done, can think about the podium. That's him in the white and black car chasing the green and black car of Grosjean. Herta has the most push to pass if he has enough fuel to be able to use it.
There in wheel 2.
Newgarden is the best on fuel as you look at the Hitachi on board. He was the last to make his final stop. That also means he has the freshest Firestones.
Grosjean in front of him on that onboard, really struggling with the back of that race car, the 77 wiggling all over. You see the laps since they pit. That's the number of laps they have on these tires. In some cases, these were used tires, so it'd be even higher number than that.
And this guy, the Iceman, just used the push to pass button for good reason. Of the top 7 drivers, nobody has more seconds remaining than Scott Dixon. 63 seconds for Dixon, but does he have the fuel? Because he pitted on the same lap as Kyle Kirkwood and a lap before Colton Herta.
Dixon looking up ahead at Kyle Kirkwood with the PNC Bank on board.
Kirkwood ahead, only 11 seconds of push to pass left. The frustrating part of that last graphic was the fact that Herta's got 55.
Oh, and this will be another yellow. Big front impact. The driver on the right, that's Kiffin Simpson on the left, but somebody square into the concrete as we look at the back of the car, the Mobile One of Graham Rahal.
That was a big hit. No tire barrier there.
Where to go?
You see Graham waving his hand, letting the engine die.
Literally nowhere.
So close, 9 laps to go in this race.
And that fuel that Colton Herta desperately wanted is coming his direction with this yellow.
And he still has more than double the push to pass of Palou.
And this will be a long yellow, but I think not long enough to end under yellow. So this could be a perfect situation for the Gamebridge drivers. Luckily, Graham Rahal is able to climb out, but you can tell a little pain in the hands.
Let's take a look here. So it started with Kiffin Simpson just going a little bit wide, hooking to driver's left right across the traffic. Rahal nowhere to go. He was so close. He avoided that incident with Armstrong earlier.
Actually, the first hit of Kiffin Simpson was the big one. And massive contact.
On board Nolan Siegel now. Oh, a little bit of a hit from Canapino.
Could have cut the left rear of Kyffin Simpson.
So close to taking out the number 6 as well, but you can understand why Graham was holding his hand.
Yeah, he didn't have time to even get his hands off the wheel.
Yeah, you can see the deformation in that tire. It is flat. That left rear on Kyffin Simpson was flat from the contact with Agustin Canapino. It doesn't take much. It was such a small bit of contact, so really no fault on the number 4. And the Palou pit cannot believe it.
This is the stress of being a racing dad. Your kid's got the win in the bag and to comfortably control the pace, and now another restart that Alex Palou will have to contend with.
That was Alex's dad, Ramon. Kyffin Simpson was running 13th before all that started going. Graham Rahal was running in 16th. That's 3 straight very negative results for Simpson, who had started the season just by getting to the finish. The first 2, he was simply collected in this recent string.
Let's take a look at a slow-mo replay of Graham Rahal as you watch the hands here. 3, 2, 1, whammo, and it just torques the steering wheel heavily. The thing is that you and I know you're heading for concrete. It's trained reflex to come off the steering wheel, but when a car's spinning in front of you, you're trying to avoid it.
Right. It's almost impossible to let go if you're heading into another car.
Well, I'm happy to see that I don't see Graham looking at his wrist. He's still holding his helmet with his right hand.
And it could have just been that as the wheel ripped all the way over to the right, your hand comes over, can sometimes just knock the tub. And it might have just been hitting the top of his hand, his knuckles maybe into the right-hand side of the tub with his left hand. That can sometimes be the cause as well. So perhaps a bruise or 2 on the knuckles of Graham Rahal in the morning.
So we get another reset, and advantage Colton Herta. Should not be any fuel save at this point. He has more push to pass available than everyone else around him. But before we get to this one, let's go back to the last one, Townsend.
Yeah, so this is when Colton Herta had to save fuel on the restart. Watch him out of turn 11. He's pressing hard here, but he spins up the rear a bit, gets up, well, no, on this one he has a good run, with Palou. And he goes to the outside. Now push to pass is not available on the first lap of the restart. Then he kind of backs out, and I think at this point he's resigned to just try to hold on to second and get it to the line. But now, full reset on expectations, James, as we ride on board and take another look. It was Palou that got sideways. Herta had the run. Maybe next time he goes to the inside and gets more aggressive.
It was such an early run that he didn't really have the option.
But think about what we talked about before this race for Colton Herta. 3 bad ones in a row. You got to wonder, how badly does he just want to get a podium and kind of get back to the good of finishing?
Not as bad as he wants to win it. I don't know, man. I just feel like when you're this close and you have had those runs of races where Colton genuinely thought and genuinely did have one of the fastest cars, a good opportunity for a win, and quite literally 0 results to show for it, short of that comeback drive at Road America last time out. He wants that win. Yes, a podium today would be a great result. It'll be something the team can pat themselves on the back for starting from 4th. But not only is he going to try to make that move, he's also got to watch his mirrors, because Rossi is on those alternate tires, which traditionally are a little bit better in those first few corners.
Let's take a little listen to some radio here from Colton Herta.
I'm not going to save, it's more important to have tire temps here. I'm not going to pass them if I don't get them on a restart.
Yeah, copy that. You're driving it. I'm just giving you the info.
Did you understand that? I'm not going to try to pass him?
I think he just said, I'm not going to try to pass him if I don't get it on the restart. I believe is what I heard.
So he was saying my only chance might be on the restarts. I got to get him here or I won't get him.
It's going to be hard either way. We need to, 6 laps to go. We're going to come down through turn 9 here, cut the clock over to 5. It's going to be a short run, maybe 3 laps, sprint to the finish. Fuel shouldn't be an issue. I mean, Colton's right. There's no weakness in the car in front. It's going to be very hard to just pass him on pace.
So as we understand it, with a little help from pit lane, he's not going to use fuel to warm up his tires. He's still a little bit of fuel save right here.
Hard to imagine with all this yellow, but he would know better than anyone.
We've seen, now last year you couldn't get any sense of how long a green flag stint was because we didn't have any longer than about 3 laps. But 2 years ago, people would go 28, 29 laps, and that's what Herta is looking at. He needs to go 28 laps to the finish, and there have been now, I think, 3 cautions since he last stopped, at least 2.
Should be solid now on fuel. AMR's safety team and the track workers here doing a great job getting 2 stranded race cars removed from the racetrack. I could see the lights coming out on the pace car now, which means we're going to be going green with just 4 laps to go.
So about 10 miles to decide this one coming up.
The cauldron of chaos can rear its head one more time, potentially, as there's marbles everywhere on the racetrack right now. You can see them offline there heading to 6, and look at the outside of the corner. That's where things get really squirrely. Try to go too wide through here, almost impossible to hang on.
Even going 6 inches wide like Josef Newgarden did, get you wide out into that dirty track, that mows marbles and off into the gravel. And it's going to be tough. All these tires are cold, they're old, and now we're going pushing for the win.
Tires are old, they're cold, but the driver's bold at the finish. How do you like that, Kev? Here we go.
There are a lot of championship contenders up here at the front. Palou, Newgarden still thinking championship. Maybe Kirkwood, Dixon, Power in the top 10. Positions to be gained, but many others just want a win. Herta is right there on the gearbox of Alex Palou. Out of this corner is when they go. Rossi in third, Grosjean, green and black car in fourth. Then it's Newgarden, the Indy 500 winner the last 2 years. Great jump for Alex Palou. Headed down into the Andretti hairpin, which is turn 2 after the kink. Rossi's got a run on Herta.
Late on the brakes for Rossi, but not late enough. Palou learned from his first one. Didn't get the squirrely exit out of 11. Grosjean thought about the outside of Rossi, couldn't make it stick. They're all line astern through turn 3.
How much dirt did Grosjean get on his tires by going wide? Because Josef Newgarden in the Hitachi car on the charge. It looks like Grosjean's okay. They're single file to turn 5.
Santino Ferrucci taking a look on the inside of Will Power, thinks better of it. That might allow Marcus Ericsson now to get a run up into 6. This is where we saw that marble and dirty racetrack offline. Everybody's still in line now, up to the corkscrew.
Ericsson has had an adventurous day. In 11th right now is a pretty decent recovery for him. Canapino right behind him. Rosenquist was quick, but he's now running in 13th.
Guys, Colton Herta has enough push to pass remaining that he could use about 13, 14 seconds a lap to the finish. But does he have the gas to use it? I'm surprised that he wouldn't have been in the fuel range now with all that yellow.
There's something we have to remember. Fuel systems in pit lane are not perfect. Sometimes you don't get everything in the tank. As Newgarden looks to size up Grosjean into turn 2. Grosjean goes a little wide, but not enough to open the door for Newgarden. Keeps the position and tries to focus ahead on Alex Rossi in that last spot on the podium.
Oh, squirrely for everybody. You can tell they're dancing on pins and needles to try to nurse their car to the finish on used tires, a lot of dirt and rubber on the racetrack. Scott Dixon starting to draw a little closer here to Kyle Kirkwood.
Palou still in control up front. Hasn't been challenged on pace all day, only on strategy, but it's all come his way. You had the leader on the one strategy in first, the leader on the other strategy in second, so both were very viable. Both will have cars on the podium, but it's looking like it's another one in the bag for Alex Palou with 2 laps to go as he crosses the line.
Meanwhile, from Scott Dixon on back to like Marcus Ericsson, it's looking pretty feisty there. 7th through 11th. A lot of action as Palou leads again across the line. Herta now almost 2 seconds back.
And that solid result for Augustine Canapino is going to go away. Penalty for avoidable contact. Look who's in 13th, 19-year-old Nolan Siegel in his debut with Errol McLaren. We ride the Delaware Life on board with Marcus Ericsson looking to try to get in the top 10 up ahead at Santino Ferrucci.
What's interesting about where Nolan Siegel runs inside or 13th there with that spin that he had. Nice comeback, nice recovery for the young driver in in his first race here with McLaren.
Kirkwood was so strong, led in the early going.
Oh, car off. Josef Newgarden again in turn 6, and he might be beached. Guys, with 2 to go, the leader's coming to get the white flag here. If the yellow comes out, that's going to end it.
Oh, he's able to get going, so we'll stay green.
Left some dirt across the racetrack.
Wonder how that happened.
So a top 5 goes away for Josef Newgarden as Alex Palou sees the white flag. 1 more to go, and the gap is more than 2 seconds on Colton Herta.
It's so impressive to me that no matter which way the strategies play out, the 10 always find themselves up at the front. Chip Ganassi Racing so good at executing race strategy, and once again, even though it looked like it was all coming unraveled from that pole position start, once again, we are seeing the Palou show.
He started up front. We said it at the beginning of the race that the only way to potentially stop this guy is to jam him up early. Andretti Global did that with Kyle Kirkwood getting to the front. Now Colton Herta rides in second, but still, between both of their star drivers, there is nothing for Alex Palou today at Laguna Seca.
Podium still somewhat in question. Does Grosjean have anything to get up to Alexander Rossi? Meanwhile, out front, Alex Palou. Strategy was in question at one point. Once again, Chip Ganassi Racing made the right call. 1 more corner to go for Alex Palou. And his mastery at Monterey continues. In 4 races, it's been a podium every time. Alex Palou has won the 2nd time at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and takes the lead in the championship.
Thank you so much, guys. You guys did an amazing job. I'm sorry I put ourselves.
This checkered flag moment is brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts. It again belongs to Alex Palou. In his starts at this track, he has finished 2nd, 1st, 3rd, and 1st. Victory Lane coming up. We'll sort out all the stories, talk to the winner, and much more. It's Palou, Herta, and Rossi on the podium from Laguna Seca. As we welcome you back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, time to look at the Pennzoil moment of the race. Here is Alex Palou going to the front for good on Colton Herta.
A lot of things thrown at him today, but never lost his cool. Kept composed, hit numbers when he had to, made lap time when he had to. And the end result is a nice short trip to victory lane.
Win number 11 for Alex Palou. That's a pretty sizable number for a 26-year-old driver.
26-year-old driver, 71 career starts, 72 today. 11th win, like you say, not a bad percentage for someone in this sport.
I missed a birthday. He's 27.
Ah, okay. Apologies. Yes, it's 27.
Barry Wanzer, you see there at the front of the car, called the strategy. Chip Ganassi owns the car.
Yeah, the first lap, Mark, he was dead last. I was watching just looking at the booth and just happened looking back. I go, what? That's Will Power in the back. So coming from dead last to 7th. Wow, what an impressive run.
He has celebrated a couple of championships here, finished off the season 2 years ago with his only win of the season. And that's, by the way, when Chip Ganassi says he told Mike Hall, because remember, he was headed to McLaren, he said, I think we can keep this guy, and they are certainly glad they did.
We've seen him go 3, 4, 5 times, but he was able to gather that effort touch and got back on. Not a good day for him. He started up front, ran up front a lot today, but fell back. But man, let's get out to Siegel, his first IndyCar race with that team.
And congratulations to all of these crew members. Familiar sight from the pole. Every race he's been on the pole this year, including the exhibition race at Thermal. This has been the result. Alex, let's stop you here. Congratulations, and it looked like the strategy maybe at one point was not going to work in your favor, then it swung back the other way, and you still had to survive some restarts at the end there. Maybe you had a little bit of a tire disadvantage, so how did you manage all of that and get in victory lane again?
Yeah, it was a chaotic race, man. Didn't do a really good job on the start, and those restarts at the beginning lost what we've been working so hard in qualifying to get that first position. But yeah, they did a tremendous job. Strategy was a bit risky risky for the position we were in, but we knew we had the pace and we just had to execute. So it was fun, too much intense at the end with those restarts. But yeah, overall an amazing win for the 10 DHL car.
It seems like there is nobody better than the Chip Ganassi Racing Group at making these risky strategy plays work. At this point, how much confidence do you have in Barry and this entire group when that's the option that's kind of on the table, that's the right option?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. At that time, I doubted a little bit. I didn't know if my radio was working or not, but everything was fine. I'm sorry that he didn't have that trust and that belief on his call during those 10, 20 seconds. But yeah, overall, amazing day for Ganassi team.
That all worked out. Alex Palou, a winner again at Laguna Seca. Georgia.
Yeah, and as the Gamebridge Honda gets moved out of the way, we're here with Colton Herta. I know there were some frustrations throughout the duration of that race, maybe even some questions, but positively you moved up 3 spots in the championship points and you matched your season best of second. So, you know, what positives can you take away from that?
Yeah, it's a good result. It's a good result, and you know, we chose strategy what we did, and we did a really good job with what we chose. So I'm happy. The Gamebridge Honda was super fast all day, whether we were field saving or not. We had a lot of pace. So it sucks not to win here. I really want to win at this place, and it hurts not to win here. But you have to be happy with second place for sure.
Thanks, Colton.
So this is how they finished today, with Alex Palou winning by just under 2 seconds. Alexander Rossi gets his best result of the season.
Yeah, Romain Grosjean also finishing 4th on the back of a strong result at Road America at the last race. So the 77 driver finding some momentum mid-season.
Felix Rosenquist there, Meyer Shank Racing just ahead of Nolan Siegel, the rookie in his first effort there. And all these drivers had issues, whether it was McLaughlin, Armstrong, Simpson.
One of the other notes, 3rd straight top 5 for Kyle Kirkwood, and Santino Ferrucci with his 5th top 10 of the season. Back down to Dylan.
And let's check in and catch up with Alexander Rossi, who finishes in the 3rd spot. So the 26 and 10 were pretty good today, and you guys were kind of best in show. But this was, I think, a good day for you guys. It seemed like you executed everything as best you could and ultimately came away with a good result. Is that how it feels to you?
No, I don't think that's a fair assessment. I think before the yellow, we were quite good up front, and then when you get into a fuel save race, it's always a little bit difficult. But nonetheless, it was an amazing job by the team, and obviously our best result of the year. So we'll take the positives from that, and you know, it's a great job by Pato and Nolan as well. So we'll just keep hammering. But yeah, certainly a good bounce back from the difficulties in Road America, and we look forward to taking that to Mid-Ohio.
How do you build on this now moving forward, just with everything that you guys had to do today to get this result?
I think it's just understanding, you know, why we were good, right? You know, it's always easy to Monday morning quarterback when you're bad, and believe it or not, it's a little harder to understand it when you're good. So we'll just keep working at it, and you know, the whole McLaren group's doing a great job. Team Chevy's a great job, so we'll keep hammering.
Good day for sure. Alexander Rossi comes home 3rd, Georgia.
And it's all smiles all around for Romain Grosjean and Juncos Hollinger Racing. It's his best result of the season. It's the team's best result ever. You knew you had a fast race car this whole weekend. You told me earlier this weekend. How were you able to capitalize on it?
Yeah, awesome. Quite a good race. I think, you know, I knew we had the fast race car. It was a tough race. I think we see a lot of people going off, and I went off myself a few times. It was very physical, very hard, but I think we did an amazing job with the whole team, with Chevy the whole weekend. I'm very proud of everyone, and it was close for the podium. I think a little bit too many safety cars at the end because I was on blacks and I knew I didn't have much take, so I was coming for Alex Rossi. No, we're friends, so it's all good. But anyway, a fantastic job by everyone, and I think we keep working, we keep getting better, and I think that's just good for all of us. And I think we scored the first point for Chevy today, so we're happy with that.
Congratulations on a season best, Romain Grosjean.
Yeah, that's right, Georgia. Callum Ilot's best finish was 5th with the team for a couple of occasions. And Alex Palou gets to celebrate with Chip Ganassi Racing again with another very impressive performance. So we've had a good weekend here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, where it is always picturesque, and the racing was very entertaining. And we didn't know until the final stretches who was going to get this done. We're back in a couple of weeks. Lee Diffie will rejoin us again from Mid-Ohio, and that will begin the hybrid era. For Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Henneberry, and Dylan Welch, I'm Kevin Lee. Thanks for joining us from Laguna Seca with NBC Sports.
Powered
Alex Palou looks to continue his season for the ages.
He is an absolute beast.
While the pack try to catch the fastest man on Earth at Laguna Seca.
Incredible.
Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.